In that ancient and enigmatic land of Miaojiang, the legends of the Gu technique linger like a haunting mist, echoing through the millennia. On November 15th, 2012, the esteemed Namo Gyasali Ku Buddha unveiled this bizarre saga on the Modi Chinese website, The Gu Affairs of Miaojiang. The young Miao man, Lu Zuo, unexpectedly inherits the golden silkworm Gu technique from his grandmother, a shaman. However, he finds himself on a perilous journey of self-rescue due to the lethal Gu poison that his grandmother inflicted upon him in her final moments. Along the way, he encounters the Taoist priest, Xiao Keming, and together they bravely navigate treacherous paths, vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits. Accompanied by the sealed, ghostly girl, Duoduo, whose formidable powers assist them in overcoming dangers, they embark on a tumultuous adventure. From the arcane battles of mysterious Gu techniques to the terrifying malevolence that plagues them, and ultimately to the revelation of the astonishing secrets of the ancient kingdom. Oem of Yelang, the narrative unfolds like a surging tide, rife with twists and turns. Chapter 1. Grandmother and the Golden Silkworm Gu. I was born on August 20th, 1986, a date that coincided with the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. I began my education early, graduating high school at the tender age of 16, a year or two younger than my peers. This was not due to precociousness, but rather the leniency regarding school age in remote areas with fewer primary school students. Consequently, when the time for college entrance examinations arrived, I was still rather naive and ended up failing, thereby stepping into society prematurely. During my most impoverished days, I survived on merely 2 steamed buns over 3 days. While my wealthiest, I possessed 2 houses and a small car in the bustling city of Dong. Yuan, those who dwell in a singular place, confined within a small circle, often lead lives devoid of compelling narratives, consumed instead by mere desires. In contrast, an individual who traverses distant lands, encountering the myriad facets of existence, is endowed with a plethora of stories. These tales may encompass delightful romantic escapades, the darker undercurrents of society, peculiar anecdotes of extraordinary individuals, and more such as the intriguing tales from Dongguan, which have gained notoriety through works like Journey to the West. The elements within such narratives often reflect the genuine experiences gleaned by the screenwriters during their explorations. Among the multitude of stories worth recounting, I am compelled to first share an account that marked a pivotal moment in my life. In late August of 2007, my grandmother fell gravely ill. At that time, I had already acquired my own private vehicle, a blue Passat. However, unfamiliar with the local routes, I opted for a long-distance sleeper bus that traveled directly to our county town. Little did I realize that this decision would lead me down a path entirely different from the one I had previously known. My hometown is nestled in the southwest, in a region inhabited by ethnic minorities, bordered to the east by the enchanting landscapes of Shaanxi, serving as the gateway to the Mage. Stick 10,000 Great Mountains. When one mentions Shaanxi, images may arise of the picturesque Fenghuang ancient town immortalized by the writer Shen Kongwen in border town, Ort, the bustling transit hub of Huaihua that connects the north and south. Additionally, one might conjure thoughts of the unique customs surrounding corpse transporting, the mysteriso, poison, and the tales of bandits. Geographically speaking, our area is indeed part of the cultural and folkloric sphere that radiates from Shaanxi. For instance, consider the bandits. Those familiar with the campaign against bandits in western Hunan might envision our surroundings: impoverished mountains, treacherous waters, and the troublesome locals. Primarily, the region is characterized by steep heights and perilous paths, with inadequate transportation and a populace that far exceeds the available land, resulting in profound poverty. Prior to liberation, many mountain dwellers in our area toiled under the sun with hoes and sickles, tending to their fields and livestock by day, and, by night, they sharpened their blades to embark on highway robberies. In their daily lives, they were mere farmers scraping by in the dirt, but when it came to robbing, they transformed into the minions of the underworld. This was both a profession and a habit. Furthermore, there exists the matter of poison and sorcery. Some may dismiss it as feudal superstition. Well, let it be deemed as such. Until I reached the age of 22, I, like many comrades indoctrinated by the party, adhered to a materialistic worldview, disbelieving in ghosts, zombies, and other bizarre phenomena. Nevertheless, our household was rife with legends, and my grandmother was a practitioner of sorcery, in the superstitious old China, particularly in remote areas. Many were uneducated, and the custodians and disseminators of knowledge were often religious figures they Taoists be, Buddhists, shamans, or adherents of various indigenous faiths. My grandmother served as a shaman in a Miao village. The witchcraft of Miaojiang intricately intertwines various elements of magic, traditional Chinese medicine, and shamanistic practices, exhibiting both commendable aspects and some that are utterly astonishing. The most criticized practice involves the concoction of talismanic water, where ink, composed of chicken blood, vermilion, rice soup, and other ingredients, is haphazardly inscribed upon specially prepared yellow paper, which is then incinerated, with the residual ash mixed with water for consumption. In my memory, my grandmother appears as a frail, diminutive woman, rarely smiling, with a beak-like nose and toothless mouth, her face visibly sagging on one side. Now in her 80s, she has spent her entire life in the Miao village, where she is revered by neighbors and kin for her skills in fortune-telling, healing, exorcising spirits, and feng shui. My mother informed me that my grandmother is afflicted with cancer, specifically advanced gastric cancer, deemed untreatable. When the sleeper train arrived in the county town, it was already 7 in the evening. In this remote locale, there are no buses. The last minibus connecting the town and the county typically departs by 5:30 in the afternoon. In a state of urgency, I sought a dilapidated taxi, and after a bit of haggling with the driver, I finally reached my family's town 2 hours later. She expressed her desire to die in Dunshai, the land where she has resided for 86 years, where the well water is sweet, the rice fragrant, and even the wind carries the scent of rapeseed flowers. My mother has 2 younger sisters and a younger brother. She is the eldest. My grandfather passed away early during the tumultuous period of the Cultural Revolution. My grandmother is not particularly skilled in household management, which often placed a greater burden on my mother as the eldest. Eventually, as her sisters married and her brother grew up, my mother and father relocated to the town to engage in small business ventures. A few years ago, my uncle struck gold and became prosperous, relocating to the city. My grandmother, however, refused to leave and chose to remain alone in the Miao village known as Dunshai. Her spirits had always been high, and with the assistance of the villagers, there was no cause for concern. To my dismay, she has fallen ill, diagnosed with stomach cancer, terminal affliction. Early the next morning, my mother and I set out for Dunshai. The path that once wound uphill was a muddy trail, but by 2004, it had been made accessible by vehicles. I hired a van for our journey. The ride was undoubtedly bumpy, and after what felt like an eternity, we finally arrived at Dunshai. Before entering the village, I caught sight of the grand old locust tree, the drum tower, the grain drying yard, and the temple at the end of the path. I beheld my grandmother once more, though by then, her life had entered its twilight. My mother announced, "Mother, Lu Zuo has come to see you." In the yellowed bedding lay a frail, elderly woman, her hair a stark white, skin resembling the weathered bark of an aged pine tree, adorned with dark, mottled age spots. Her eyes were devoid of clarity, and her mouth, slightly askew, dribbled saliva, her consciousness entirely obscured. This was my grandmother, a woman teetering on the brink of death. I held her bony hand, yet she exhibited no response. After a brief moment, she glanced at me before slipping back into slumber. My mother remarked, "She no longer recognizes anyone," shaking her head with a heavy sigh. At that moment, a cousin, who had been tending to my grandmother, rushed into the main room, announcing that she had regained consciousness and beckoned us to come over. "Are you Lu Zuo?" My grandmother, with her failing eyesight, lay in bed gazing at me. I nodded, and she inquired further, "When were you born?" My mother interjected, "Zuo was born in 86. He's 21. My grandmother shook her head laboriously and asked, "What month?" "August 20th, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month," I replied. Suddenly, a spark ignited in my grandmother's eyes, followed by a series of harsh coughs, as if something was lodged in her chest. I gently patted her back, and, after several minutes, she finally expelled a thick, dark phlegm. Then, lifting her head, she uttered, "Master, you have finally arrived." A noticeable vitality surged within her. She was even able to rise from her bed. She directed my uncle to excavate a small earthen jar from a vacant plot behind the house, which was covered with thick oil paper previously used for making umbrellas. Alongside the jar, a wooden box emerged, containing a hefty, yellowed, thread-bound book. Pushing aside her daughter who supported her, my grandmother, trembling, approached the low tea table where the jar rested. She murmured in her native dialect, her hands shaking as she gestured. This continued for about 10 minutes, until she suddenly tore open the oil paper. Inside was a dark mass, and after a while, a golden yellow silkworm pupa emerged. This pupa, plump and fleshy, was nearly the size of an adult thumb, its eyes reduced to mere black dots. Its corpulent body boasted numerous legs, and 2 pairs of wings, soft as paper, clung to it. I found myself transfixed by the black dots on its head, not perceiving it as charmingly rotund, but rather sensing an eerie luminescence emanating from it. My grandmother continued to murmur in her indistinct dialect, a soft and melodic sound that I had never learned to comprehend. Suddenly, her hand gestured towards me. A silkworm pupa transformed into a golden thread, which, amidst the gasps of those around, abruptly slipped into my mouth. A chill coursed through my throat as I felt something glide down the esophagus and settle in my stomach. Then, a foul and acrid taste churned within my esophagus, and I found it increasingly difficult to breathe, as though my lungs were being consumed, leaving me with an unsettling void. Deep in my heart, and an unfamiliar organ within my body. As the nauseating flavor swirled, an overwhelming sense of disgust seized my thoughts, and inexplicably, my scalp tingled a sigh. Succumbed to unconsciousness, my grandmother passed away on the following day after she awoke. Her departure was serene, as she held my hand and imparted a wealth of knowledge. She spoke of the substance she had given me the previous day, known as the golden silkworm Gu, the king of all Gu, capable of prolonging life and enhancing physical strength, among other benefits. However, due to its prolonged confinement in the Gu box, it had become toxic. On the 1st and 15th of each month, at the stroke of midnight, the toxicity would manifest, leading to excruciating pain. The only remedy lay in consuming the hat herb of the short mule. She also informed me that this golden silkworm Gu was alive, and if I could not subdue it within a year, my demise was inevitable. If you do not relish the life bestowed by the golden silkworm Gu, come down and keep me company. She warned that in addition to the Gu, my grandmother bequeathed to me a tattered manuscript entitled The 12 Methods of Suppressing the Mountains. Chapter 2. The Onset of Gu Poison, in Search of a Remedy. Why? I inquired of her, my mother informing me that tomorrow marked the first day of the lunar month, and we were to ascertain the veracity of my grandmother's words. She reproached me for disregarding her instructions and not remaining at home. Observing her pallid complexion and tightly pursed lips, I merely surmised she was unwell, it being 11 at night. My mother demurred, explaining that she and my father were seated in the main room, solemnly awaiting the arrival of midnight with me. I noticed the addition of 2 bundles of red cloth and several sprigs of artemisia hanging from the main room's lintel, along with scattered millet grains near the wooden threshold, arranged haphazardly. Sensing their somber mood, I myself began to feel uneasy. My mother, perceiving my disbelief, recounted certain past events. The term shaman in the Miao villages is merely a designation, encompassing both men and women, and the shaman my grandmother followed was male. The Miao people are adept at raising venomous creatures, particularly in the mountainous regions that, in earlier times, before the mountains were developed, they were sparsely populated, and venomous creatures such as snakes, centipedes, lizards, earthworms, and toads were abundant. Through frequent encounters, people gradually came to understand their toxic properties. My grandmother's master was a skilled practitioner of raising venomous creatures, renowned throughout western Hunan province before the liberation. However, he later perished, dying unattended in a remote mountain hollow, his intestines dragged out 5 meters by wild dogs, covered entirely in white maggots. Subsequently, my grandmother became the village shaman in 1950. During a period of banditry in western Hunan, a chieftain from the region passed through Dunzhai and took a fancy to a maiden from the village, intending to abduct her. However, the Miao village was teeming with intrepid inhabitants, so he instead requisitioned some grain. My maternal grandmother merely muttered a few words to them and said nothing further. Later, a liaison officer from the town, informed the village that the band of brigands entrenched in the Qing mountain range, including their leader, had all perished from a virulent disease. Their corpses were infested with hundreds of insects, and upon cremation, their hearts and livers remained, exhibiting a honeycomb-like structure. My mother recounted numerous long-forgotten anecdotes about my maternal grandmother in a fragmented manner. Some of these tales were gleaned from my honest maternal grandfather, while others were recounted by the village elders. It was then that I realized that my grandmother, whom I had always regarded as superstitious, had experienced such illustrious events in her youth that it was not until the administrative outreach to the villages in the 1970s and 1980s, when the village's connection with the outside world gradually increased, that my grandmother began to fade from public view, spending her remaining years performing sacrifices, worshipping deities, providing medical care, and fortune-telling within the Miao village. When you went to work, we all tried to stop you, but your grandmother divined your future by observing the incense. She said that your character was like jade, needing to be polished through hardship, and that experiencing suffering in the outside world would benefit your future. Therefore, you should be grateful to your grandmother for your current situation, my mother said, and I smiled but did not respond. Over the years, I had learned a little about fortune-telling, and I knew that it involved a mixture of truth and falsehood, observation and inquiry, falling entirely within the realm of psychology, that moment. The electronic clock in the main room suddenly struck 12, chiming loudly, and my mother suddenly fell silent. Fear etched on her face as she exchanged glances with my father. Confused by their stares, I directed my gaze towards the ornate glass decoration beside the altar in the main hall. In the mirror, my reflection appeared ghostly pale, as if cloaked in gold leaf, my complexion an alarming shade of yellow, with dark veins coursing across my forehead. I stared wide-eyed. A violent cramp surged from the left side of my abdomen, relentless waves crashing over me like a tumultuous tide, that I noticed my mother seemingly attempting to speak to me. Yet my ears were deaf to her words, and it felt as if the world was crumbling around me, though I remained conscious. Then, I sensed something stirring within the depths of my belly. The pain was excruciating, truly unbearable. This agony persisted for a full 10 minutes, during which my mind remained unusually alert, every pang of pain vividly etched in my memory, while the world around me twisted grotesque. I suddenly recalled a matter today, marks the 7th day since my grandmother's passing. That night, I spent hours poring over the books she left me. However, due to their hasty scrawl and my tumultuous emotions, coupled with an overwhelming fear of the unknown, I didn't uncover much of significance. The break of dawn the following day, I took a bus from the county town to a reputable hospital in the city. After registering, I underwent a comprehensive examination, which ultimately cost nearly 6,000 yuan. Yet, by the afternoon, the doctor informed me that I was in excellent health, devoid of any suboptimal conditions typically observed in others. In fact, my bodily functions were gradually improving. The x-rays I had taken revealed no anomalies within. I candidly shared my situation with the seasoned physician attending to me. He remained silent for a considerable time before presenting two possible explanations. 1. Pain induced by psychological or psychiatric factors, a phenomenon common among those with substance dependencies, mental health issues, or those consuming stimulants or neurotox. I see pollens. 2. The realm of mysticism holds many mysteries beyond scientific explanation, such as the predicament I find myself in. The concept of G has long been a topic of intrigue, with some suggesting it to be a virus nourished by toxic insects, though this remains unverified. If this were indeed the case, conventional medical treatment would be futile, necessitating the intervention of knowledgeable individuals in the relevant field. Our locale has historically been inhabited by ethnic minorities. The administrative divisions are now designated as Miao and Dong autonomous prefectures, rather than municipalities. The venerable physician, having resided here for several decades, is naturally privy to certain knowledge. However, perhaps due to institutional regulations, he remains reticent and hesitant to elaborate, merely directing me to seek elsewhere. Lacking connections, I initially demurred, but after persistent entreaties, he divulged that in a Miao village under Jinping County, there exists a shamaness named Long Laolan, Ripu, Ted for her efficacy. Upon hearing this, my countenance paled instantly. My maternal grandmother bore the name Long Laolan. Aegon recounted that the young woman's paramour was a near-dowel, relying on her for sustenance. Her earnings proved insufficient to sustain their extravagant lifestyle, leading her boyfriend to suggest she enter the demimonde. Aegon clarified that entering the demimonde implied prostitution, a common transition for female laborers in Dongguan, exacerbated by the financial crisis of 2008. I pursed my lips, the image of a girl with large, luminous eyes, akin to two wells brimming with water, surfacing in my mind. Aegon sighed audibly over the phone, reminding me of his apparent affection for the aforementioned young woman. Within the 3 days of the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, a variety of venomous creatures including snakes, eels, centipedes, frogs, scorpions, earthworms, large green caterpillars, alars, mantises, cockroaches, four-legged lizards, spiders, and blackhead iron ants were captured and sealed within a large earthenware jar made of brown stone. They were left to engage in a brutal struggle for survival, where the venomous preyed upon the less toxic and the strong consumed the weak. Each night before sleep and each morning upon waking, prayers were offered, and this cycle continued for an entire year, until only one remained. This sole survivor, having undergone a transformation in shape and color, was dubbed the Golden Silkworm Gu. This was merely the initial step. The specimen I ingested had been meticulously cultivated by my grandmother over several decades, intended for use as a life-bound Gu. This Golden Silkworm Gu, isolated from the world for decades and dwelling in the shadows, possesses an extraordinarily volatile temperament that becomes particularly agitated during periods of yin energy, and only those born on the 15th day of the 7th month, who have experienced the opening of the Ghost Gate and the purging of yin energy, can endure its presence without succumbing immediately. However, this is just the first step to fully suppress the malevolent nature of the life-bound Golden Silkworm Gu. One must consume a particular herb. This herb is known as dragon fern, and it must be the dragon fern that has been woven by a short mule. The Gu poison is fearsome, yet it possesses an innate dread of the short mule. Chapter 2. The outbreak of Gu poison requires a suitable remedy. The 12 methods of suppressing mountains comprises 12 sections: altar offerings, preaching, shamanic healing, Gu cultivation, talismans, prohibitive spells, divination, rain, invocation, dream fulfillment, plague expulsion, deification, and solidification. The entire text is inscribed in traditional Chinese characters, interspersed with numerous hasty notes, illustrations, and personal reflections, its thickness measuring half a inch. The concluding chapters also document various observations and musings. Due to the use of traditional characters, handwritten notes, a mix of classical and vernacular language, on with missing chapters and pages, the text is quite perplexing to read. While arranging my grandmother's funeral, my mother was filled with concern, yet I remained largely indifferent to the matter. Aside from occasionally perusing that thick tome out of boredom, my mind was so consumed by the funeral preparations that I nearly forgot about the incident involving the insect ink. Annotation. On the 3rd day after the funeral, I began to pack my belongings to return to Dongdongwen, but my mother insisted that I stay for another 2 days. Why? I inquired, to which my mother explained that the following day marked the 1st day of the lunar month, and we should see if my grandmother's words held any truth. With a furrowed brow, my mother lamented she never spoke falsehoods to her family. Alas, she had intended for me to take over her responsibilities, but my fear of insects deterred me, and she ceased to bring it up. How did it come to you instead? Had I known, I would have refrained from calling you back. I found her reaction amusing, though I didn't dwell on it, agreeing to stay home for a few days to spend time with friends. The next day, after returning from a gathering at a childhood friend's house, I discovered that night had fallen. However, my mother was still awake. She reproached me for not heeding her advice to remain at home and keep myself occupied. Noticing her pale complexion and tightly clenched lips, I presumed she was unwell, as it was already 11 o'clock at night. My mother reassured me that she and my father were seated in the main room, their expressions grave as they awaited the arrival of midnight. I discovered 2 bundles of red cloth and several sprigs of mugwort hanging from the beam of the main door of my home. Beside the wooden threshold lay scattered grains of millet, haphazardly arranged in clusters, devoid of any discernible pattern. Observing the somber expressions of those around me, I too felt an unsettling discomfort. My mother, sensing my disbelief, began recounting tales from the past. The Miao people distinguish between raw and cooked Miao. The raw Miao are those who live in seclusion, untouched by the outside world, while the cooked Miao have assimilated, residing in mixed communities, forsaking their traditional villages and neglecting their ancestral rites, only celebrating the Miao festival, and often unable to speak their native tongue. My grandmother spent her entire life in Dun village, which in its early days was a bastion of the raw Miao. In those times, the authority of the village chief was paramount, eclipsing all else. Yet the one person he feared above all was my grandmother. In her youth, she was renowned for her beauty, admired by many suitors. However, after an unforeseen turn of fate, she chose to follow a shaman deep within the mountains to learn the arcane arts of witchcraft. The title of shaman in the Miao community is gender neutral, encompassing both men and women. The shaman my grandmother apprenticed under was male. The Miao are adept at the practice of cultivating poisons, particularly those residing near the majestic Wuling Mountains. In the bygone days, the mountains were largely unexplored, with few human footprints, teeming with venomous creatures such as snakes, centipedes, lizards, earthworms, and toads. With familiarity comes understanding of their toxic properties. My grandmother's master was a true expert in this craft, gaining considerable renown throughout the Xiangxi region. For the liberation. Tragically, he passed away in a remote valley, forsaken and unnoticed. His remains were discovered with intestines stretching 5 meters, feasted upon by wild dogs, infested with writhing maggots. In time, my grandmother ascended to the role of shaman within the Miao village. In the year 1950, during a tumultuous period in Xiangxi when bandits roamed freely, a notorious bandit leader passed through Dunzhai and set his eyes on a young maiden within the village, intending to abduct her. However, the fierce inhabitants of the Miao village, undaunted by danger, rallied together and managed to fend off the threat, albeit at the cost of some provisions. My grandmother merely murmured a few words of discontent towards them and chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, the liaison officer from the town informed the villagers that the band of marauders, comprising 18 men including their leader, had all succumbed to a dreadful disease, their corpses infested with hundreds of maggots. Upon cremation, their hearts and livers remained intact, resembling a honeycomb structure. My mother recounted the tales of my grandmother's past in fragmented snippets. Some stories were relayed by my earnest grandfather, while others were shared by the elders of the village. It was through these narratives that I came to realize that my grandmother, whom I had long regarded as a figure of superstitions, had once enjoyed a life filled with remarkable events. It was not until the late 1970s and early 1980s, with the government's push for rural administration and increasing connections between the village and the outside world, that my grandmother gradually faded from the public eye, engaging instead in rituals, worship, healing, and fortune-telling within the Miao village to navigate her remaining years. When you went out to work, we all tried to dissuade you, but your grandmother consulted the incense and said that you, like a precious stone, need to endure trials. She advised you to face hardships in the outside world as they would prove beneficial for your future. Thus, the person you are today is a testament to her wisdom, my mother remarked. I chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Over the years, I have come to understand a bit about fortune-telling. It involves a delicate balance of illusion and reality, akin to the realm of psychology. As the electronic clock in the main room struck 12, its chimes reverberating through the house, my mother ceased speaking abruptly. She and my father stared at me, their faces etched with dread. Perplexed by their gazes, I turned my attention to the glass ornament beside the ancestral shrine. Reflection revealed a face ashen and withered, like aged gold leaf, its pallor alarming. Dark striations crawled across my forehead. As I stared, a searing pain erupted in my lower left abdomen. Relentless and surging like a tide, I saw my mother seemingly trying to speak, but my ears registered nothing. The world seemed to implode, yet I remained agonizingly conscious. I felt a foreign mass moving within my abdomen. The pain was excruciating, an agony that persisted for a full 10 minutes. During this time, my mind remained unervingly lucid, each sensation registering with stark clarity. The world around me twisted and warped, as if malevolent spirits were emerging from the floor. I later learned that pain could be quantified, with the pain of a broken rib serving as a baseline. Childbirth, they said, was approximately 10 times that. In my estimation, the pain I experienced then was twice that of childbirth, a conclusion I reached after having broken severa. Ribs myself. When I regained consciousness, I found myself sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if I had just emerged from the depths of a river. My mother and father trembled in fear, hesitant to approach and assist me. A puddle lay on the floor, a mixture of perspiration and the foul remnants of my own loss of control. Eating the room with a noxious odor. My mother, in a fit of rage, cursed the spirit. "You wretched soul, even your grandson is afflicted by your presence. You deserve to perish in me. Siri, for all eternity. Do not dare to haunt my family any longer." Her words were harsh, a reflection of our local customs. When an elder passes and returns to seek out their loved ones, they must be reprimanded to send them back. Meanwhile, I lay there, my limbs icy, and it took a considerable time for me to comprehend that this was not merely a dream before I shakily rose to my feet. An unsettling thought crossed my mind. Today marked the 7th day since my grandmother's passing. That night, I pored over the books my grandmother had left me, but the scrawled handwriting combined with my tumultuous emotions left me in a state of dread regarding the unknown. Why? Yielding little in terms of discovery. The following morning, I boarded a bus to the city, arriving at a reputable hospital where I underwent a comprehensive examination after registering, which cost me nearly 6,000 ND yuan. However, by the afternoon, the doctor informed me that my health was robust. I exhibited no signs of the suboptimal states that many experience, and my bodily functions were gradually improving. In the x-rays taken, there were no anomalies to be found within me. I recounted my situation to the elderly physician attending me. After a prolonged silence, he presented two possible explanations. 1. The phenomenon of phantom pain induced by psychological or mental factors frequently manifests among individuals with substance dependencies, those afflicted by mental disorders. Users of stimulants or neurotoxic plant pollens. Point 2. Within the realm of mysticism, there exist numerous phenomena that elude scientific explanation, akin to the experience I encountered. The practice of cultivating Gu has a long-standing history. There are theories suggesting that Gu is, in fact, a virus nurtured by venomous insects, yet this remains speculative. Should this be true, seeking conventional medical remedies would be futile. One would need to consult individuals versed in such matters. In our region, predominantly inhabited by ethnic minorities, the administrative divisions are no longer referred to as cities, but as Miao and Dong autonomous prefectures. The local physician, having resided here for decades, possesses a wealth of knowledge. However, perhaps due to institutional constraints, he is rather reticent and refrains from elaborating, merely advising me to seek further guidance. Despite lacking connections, I persistently probed until he finally revealed to me that in the Miao village beneath Jinping Company, there exists a shamaness named Long Lao Lan, reputed for her remarkable efficacy. Upon hearing this, my complexion drained of color. My grandmother's name is Long Lao Lan. On my journey home, I received a call from my partner Jin, who runs a jewelry store in Dongguan. He inquired about my return, as there had been some issues at the shop. A young sales assistant had resigned. She held a deep respect for me, and he requested that I return to persuade her to reconsider. With only a handful of employees under Jin's management, and at a time when Guangdong had yet to experience a labor shortage, he lamented the loss of such a talented individual. However, I was too preoccupied to concern myself with these matters and inquired about the reasons behind her resignation. Arjun mentioned that the girl's boyfriend was a near-dowel, a layabout who depended on her for support. Her wages were insufficient to sustain their extravagant lifestyle, so her boyfriend cajoled her into prostitution. Arjun explained that prostitution meant becoming a sex worker, a career path many female factory workers in Dongguan had transitioned to, a trend exacerbated by the 2008 financial crisis. I pursed my lips. The image of a girl with large, luminous eyes, like two water-filled wells, surfacing in my mind. I told Arjun that I was unable to return due to pressing matters. I instructed him to inform the girl that I would either assist her in finding an honest man to settle down with or that she should disappear from my sight forever. I had no desire to encounter such a despicable person. Arjun sighed on the other end of the line, and it occurred to me that he harbored some affection for the young woman. Upon arriving home, I commenced a meticulous study of the 12 methods of suppressing mountains, and within half an hour, I located the record of the golden silkworm Gu that my mother had placed on me. This involved capturing venomous snakes, eels, centipedes, frogs, scorpions, earthworms, large green caterpillars, praying mantises, cockroaches, lizards, spiders, and blackhead iron ants within 3 days of the Dragon Boat Festival on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month. These creatures were sealed in a large, brown earthenware jar, left to prey on and devour each other, with the more venomous consuming the less venomous, and the stronger devouring the weaker. A prayer was offered before sleep and upon waking each day for a year, until only one creature remained. This final creature, having undergone a transformation in shape and color, was then known as the golden silkworm Gu. This is merely the initial step. What I have consumed is but a concoction refined by my grandmother over several decades, intended for the creation of my life-bound Gu. This golden silkworm Gu, having been isolated from the world for decades and dwelling perpetually in the realm of shadows, possesses an exceedingly volatile temperament. It becomes increasingly irritable during the Yin phase, and only those born on the 15th day of the 7th month, who have undergone the opening of the ghost gates and the Clea and Sing of Yin energy, can endure its existence without succumbing immediately. However, this is merely the first step to thoroughly subdue the malevolence of the life-bound Goldens. Silkworm Gu, one must ingest a particular herb. This herb is known as dragon fern, specifically that which has been woven and adorned by the diminutive mule. Though the Gu poison is dreadfully fierce, it is inherently fearful of the diminutive mule.
As I close my eyes, the world dissolves into darkness. Before me stands an imposing Nordic-style villa, encircled by a marble wall adorned with a ring of ancient bronze coins. In the courtyard, the 4 pillars are embellished with dried mugwort, gleaming bronze mirrors, bundles of peach wood rune sticks, and intricately knotted red threads, all intertwining and layering to create a harmonious unity with the structure. An overwhelming sense of repulsion envelopes everything. The atmosphere is too potent, rendering it difficult to penetrate. His gaze, piercing and crystalline, resembles the laser beams of a hospital-esque imaging device, seemingly capable of delving into the depths of one's soul. I concentrate, locking eyes with this peculiarly described man. I sense his eagerness for our confrontation. Why? The world is replete with extraordinary individuals. No matter how audacious I may be, I would never claim to possess the unparalleled prowess of a golden silkworm. To inflict harm necessitates an element of surprise, and I have lost my advantage. A flicker of determination ignites within me, compelling me to follow. Uncle Duan has threatened my friend, Xiao Keming. Thus, I resolve to adopt my cousin Morong's method of reciprocation. My feelings towards affluent and handsome men are a tumultuous blend of admiration and envy. Yet, ultimately, envy seems to prevail. Consequently, I do not bear excessive psychological burdens. After all, the 2 individuals in question have yet to fully mature. A mere glance reveals only a vague semblance of their features. However, their current demeanor utterly subverts my expectations of their age. Look, their hands have already ventured deep onto each other's thighs. Observe, they are utterly unrestrained. I close my eyes. Perhaps I was mistaken. The girl might be more accurately described as seemingly innocent. Suddenly, I found myself reflecting on what I was doing at the tender age of 16 or 17. In an instant, I embraced my inner darkness. After all, life is far from a glamorous drama. I alighted from the vehicle and made my way into the restaurant. Guided by the waiter, I ascended to the 2nd floor, taking a seat not far from a young couple immersed in their own world. The prospect of a bloody steak held little allure for me, and ordering it medium rare would invite scorn. So I opted for a dish of saffron chicken, accompanied by a vegetable salad, savoring each bite at a leisurely pace. The young gentleman entertained the lady with remarkable finesse, and the exquisite beauty beside him could hardly contain her laughter, her delicate frame quivering with delight. Yet, he remained obstinately devoted to the idea of consuming insects, a stance I found instinctively repugnant. This was an irreconcilable divergence between us. Just then, my phone rang. It was the unfamiliar caller from the previous day. I answered, and once again, the man's voice, low and assured, resonated in my ear. Lu Zuo, you have arrived in Jiangqing. His tone was assertive, not interrogative, making it clear he had already established contact with Ba Song. Otherwise, he would not speak so confidently. Thus, I replied, "Indeed, dear Alexander Sergeyevich Onegin, what insights do you have to share?" Upon my direct invocation of his true name, he momentarily faltered before responding. "We have a traitor among us, do we not? Who is it, Mr. Lu Zuo? I implore you to tell me naturally." I understood this would yield no fruitful outcome. Hence, I proposed a different query. "Might it be that you do not intend to relinquish the flower of the other shore, but rather seek to engage in a negotiation involving stakes and hidden cards?" I remarked that the fruit had long been consumed. No matter how much one might desire it, I could not retrieve it. He chuckled coldly, articulating in Mandarin with perfect clarity, "How could that be? The unripe fruit of the ghost flower is highly poisonous. Should you consume it, you would no longer be worthy of conversing with me. I acknowledged your lineage of Miao sorcery and your ability to summon curses, yet in comparison to the ever-evolving technological landscape of Southeast Asia, you remain significantly behind, destined to merely dabble in trivialities. Do not lose face, nor engage in futile struggles, and certainly do not entertain thoughts of harassing my employer. Otherwise, you shall meet a most dreadful fate. Very well, surrender the item." I insisted that the object was truly lost, and whether you chose to believe it was of no consequence. The leader among them was none other than the defector, Park Ji-hyun, whose mere presence instilled a chilling dread within me, raising the hairs on my skin. He was an extraordinarily formidable figure, a man whose mere glance could evoke an inexplicable sense of peril, with a sharp aura akin to that of a warrior returned from the depths of hell. I terminated the call, gazing at the overcast sky, and drove away from that place. Although I had consented to the transaction, I imposed two conditions. I designated the meeting point at a certain intersection on the highway, of course confirming it only during the final circles of our negotiations. According to the records in the 12 Methods of Suppressing Mountains, I spent an entire day procuring essential items. By 11 o'clock that evening, I had arrived at the intersection, directing the unfortunate trader as he circled the city of Jiangqing. At one point, I deliberately allowed his vehicle to pass beneath my gaze, then checked to see if there were any cars following behind. However, they were exceedingly cautious, unwilling to risk any misstep. Nevertheless, I felt no trepidation, for as long as it was not Park Ji-hyun, I doubted this individual could instigate any trouble. He shrugged and mentioned his fear of disturbances, having taken a dose of chlorohydroxyphenol, a muscle relaxant, assuring me he would soon feel better. I expressed my intent to examine him, and he opened the car door. I inspected the eyelids of the scruffy individual, then checked his pulse, which was steady, indicating he was merely in a deep slumber. I declared him fit for transport and assisted him into my vehicle. He halted me, questioning whether the antidote for the second son had been administered. The poison I had used on him, akin to that employed on Lu Ming, was derived from the excrement of the golden silkworm, known as the 24-day heart-wrenching curse. During these 24 days, it would manifest every 3 hours, causing the internal organs within the chest and abdomen to churn as if subjected to a meat grinder, each spasm tugging at the very soul, rendering one utterly miserable. The remedy was rather simple. A mere thought could dispel it, followed by consuming soaked black fungus and white fungus mixed with water over 3 days to eliminate the effects. I gently pressed on his swollen abdomen, concentrating the poison in the colon area, then addressed the scar-faced man, stating that it was time for him to relieve himself. Upon doing so, he appeared rejuvenated, vibrant, and transformed into a charming young man adept at wooing. Skeptical, he inquired how I could prove my claim. I hoisted Xiao Keming onto my back and retorted that he could either believe me or not. Was I to remain here tending to this little ancestor until he fully recovered? Such a notion was utterly absurd. With that, I placed the elderly Xiao in the passenger seat, ready to depart. The scar-faced man seized me abruptly, and as I turned, I found a black star pressed against my forehead. He chuckled, remarking on my naivety, questioning whether I truly believed he wouldn't bring a gun. Having navigated the underworld for decades, he had never encountered anyone as innocent as me. With a heavy iron object aimed at me, I could almost smell the faint scent of gunpowder at the muzzle, leaving me momentarily dazed. Though my heart raced with trepidation, I maintained a composed facade, gazing intently at him and challenging him, asking if he dared to kill me without fearing a gruesome demise. The scarred-faced man laughed heartily, proclaiming himself a smuggler operating along the Yunnan-Myanmar route, claiming to have seen all manner of peculiarities. He acknowledged my capabilities but asserted that I was unlikely to outrun a bullet. "Do not move. A single twitch could cost you your life," he warned. After uttering these words, he produced a plastic tie and tightly bound my hands, forcing me to crouch on the ground under the gun's threat. Complied, only to be abruptly kicked to the ground. He squatted beside me, inquiring about the location of the goods. Pausing, he looked at me mockingly and chuckled, suggesting that I should have disclosed the information sooner to avoid such trouble. Rising, he delivered a heavy kick to my abdomen before striding towards the back of the vehicle. The cold February air did little to quell the fury simmering within me. Witnessing my humiliation, the fat worm was equally enraged. With a swift bite, the scarred man's wrist swelled instantly, the sting causing him to drop the gun as if it were a searing hot potato. He howled in pain, staring in disbelief at his swollen hand. Seizing the opportunity, every cell in my body ignited with exhilaration, and I sprang into action, executing a classic black tiger claw strike directly to the scarred man's abdomen. With a resounding thud, my fist struck his abdomen, the sensation proving to be far more solid than I had anticipated, as if 6 well-defined abs were concealed beneath. Yet, even the softest areas cannot withstand overwhelming force. My vengeful blow sent the scar-faced man crashing to the ground. My fury boiled over. Why must he disregard even the semblance of dignity and thrust the barrel of his gun into my mouth? At that moment, I was terrified to the core. The scar-faced man, exhibiting remarkable reflexes, executed a swift maneuver, rising to his feet in an instant, arms guarding his chest, his gaze fixed intently upon me. This was the quintessential stance of American boxing, akin to a military technique designed for swift incapacitation. Regrettably, the bite mark on his left wrist had swollen considerably, an unsightly mix of red and blue hues. Undeterred, he sidestepped and lunged toward me, raising his leg for a kick. I attempted to evade, but his relentless assault pursued me like a shadow. Although I possessed some strength and agility, engaging in combat with such a bloodthirsty adversary felt akin to a scholar peddling books before Confucius or a carpenter flaunting an axe in front of Lu Ban. Thus, I refrained from entangling myself further, dodging clumsily while warning him, "That bite on your wrist is severely poisoned. If not treated promptly, amputation will be imperative, and if worse comes to worst, it could lead to your demise." He disregarded my words, pressing his attack, and I found myself unable to evade in time, receiving a sharp kick to my thigh that ignited a searing pain. In that moment, abandoning all restraint, I shouted "Golden Silkworm Gu," unleashing a beam of golden light that struck his ankle, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, I executed a powerful roundhouse kick that landed squarely on his lunging form. With a decisive kick, I struck him squarely, the solid feedback sending a surge of exhilaration through me, dispelling my earlier frustrations. I moved closer and seized his only functional hand, pinning it down before delivering a fierce blow to the nape of his neck. The first strike was too gentle, he struggled vigorously. In the underworld, one must possess a certain skill. After what felt like an eternity of 20 minutes, my tension began to ease. Ultimately, an individual's strength is rather feeble. Perhaps I could take the disheveled accomplice and report this to the authorities? As long as he adamantly denied involvement in the theft at the botanical garden that night, it might work. As this thought crossed my mind, I glanced at the disheveled accomplice in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror. He had awakened, his face rigid, staring blankly ahead. Just as I intended to greet him, I noticed his eyes had become bloodshot, resembling crimson glass orbs, before he suddenly turned to glare at me with palpable venom. In an instant, the veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes reddened, and he rolled them back in a menacing display. His expression contorted with rage, he reached out, gripping my right hand tightly, pulling with a fierce intensity. I was yanked halfway across the seat, struggling to steady the steering wheel with my left hand. He then lunged to grab my hair. I dodged, but he shifted his position, both hands now attempting to choke me. The confined space of the car left little room for evasion. Before I knew it, he had forcefully pinned my head down. In a panic, I slammed the brakes, causing the vehicle to screech to a halt. Yet I felt the pressure of his hands on my neck intensify, as if he intended to strangle me. Though my mind remained clouded, the instinct for survival surged forth, compelling me to grasp the hand of the scruffy fellow and pull him towards the outside. Our hands engaged in a fierce struggle at my neck. One was the scruffy fellow, endowed with the innate strength of a blood jade, while the other was myself, hailing from the fringes of Miao territory, imbued with the purifying power of the golden silkworm's innate curse. My breath became increasingly labored, yet an inexhaustible force surged from within my being. The instinct for survival is the pinnacle of existence. When life ceases, all else fades into oblivion. Simultaneously, I perceived that the scruffy fellow's strength was merely a transient outburst, soon to wane. As a seasoned player of the underworld, he was well aware of such exertion techniques, and his current predicament was easily explicable. He had been subdued. The scruffy fellow was indeed a formidable character, his will stronger than that of most I had encountered. How could he be controlled? No, I was immediately reminded of the arrogant Thai named Baong, recalling the intricate tattoos that adorned his neck and the hollow patterns of his eyes. This individual was truly a master. My advantage magnified as I resolutely pried him open, refusing to allow his iron grip to close. In a final surge, my bones erupted with a resounding crack, and with a concerted effort, I managed to subdue the scruffy fellow, twisting his arms behind him. I bit my tongue, letting blood spill onto his forehead, urgently reciting the mantra of the Vajrasattva 3 times. Then, I formed my left hand into a tubular shape, leaving a void in the center, and executed the external binding seal with force upon his forehead, shouting, "Release!" This serves as a wake-up call for those who have succumbed to obsession, nightmares, and the manipulation of their own bodies. I struck without mercy, a sharp sound echoing, as the figure known as cried out, flailing his arms and closing his eyes. Yet, when he opened them again, he was met with a profound darkness that reflected my own image. "Little poison," he exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes as he gazed at me, then exhaling deeply, he uttered, "Finally escaped that cursed place. Wait, why does my forehead hurt so much?" I replied that it was my strike. He had just been under a soul-controlling spell, nearly leading us both to disaster. I chuckled softly, acknowledging that he was still young, unable to comprehend the psyche of someone who has achieved success yet fears the encroachment of age. Indeed, upon reflection, in youth one possesses nothing, and as time passes, even the finest delicacies lose their appeal, silks and satins no longer bring joy, and the allure of beautiful maidens fades as well. With countless palatial homes, one finds only a mere bed to lie upon. Moreover, upon death all is lost. Can he not feel the urgency? Laughed heartily, pointing at the car roof, declaring that with such a sense of urgency, for years hence, this wretched soul would surely meet his demise, his vast estate crumbling, and his lineage extinguished. At that moment, I believed his words to be mere bluster, unaware that in August of this year, prophecy would indeed come to pass. However, that is a tale for another time. Despite his resolute declarations, I felt it unwise to dampen his spirits, allowing him to continue. Yet, I found it curious to ponder, if they were aware of the situation and knew that the demon fruit had been fed to me, what more could they possibly desire? He raised his head, a look of frailty etched upon his face, and inquired whether my golden silkworm had awakened. I replied that it had, and I felt compelled to extend my gratitude to you for recommending that family from the land of upheaval, who shockingly unleashed 12 zombies to assail me. In that moment, were it not for the golden silkworm, I would have been reduced to mere shreds of flesh. He chuckled awkwardly, and at that moment, the golden silkworm fluttered out, circling the cockpit before suddenly halting, its beady black eyes glaring fiercely at the scruffy fellow, clearly displeased with his recent assault on me. The scruffy fellow yawned deeply, appearing lethargic, but upon hearing my words, his countenance instantly shifted to one of gloom and resentment. I feared I had misspoken and wounded his pride, so I hastily offered an apology. He shook his head, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, and declared, word by word, "Those damned Thais, as long as I draw breath, I shall see him dead." This was the first time I had heard such resolute words from the depths of the scruffy fellow's being. In my mind, he had always been a charming, carefree character, akin to the roguish monk Jidian, unashamed and indifferent to the trivialities of life. For instance, while he often swindled me out of my money, whenever I found myself in need, he would invariably lend a helping hand, ready to assist at a moment's notice, even from a great distance, always keeping me and Duoduo in his thoughts. Yet, if someone were to mock him, he would merely brush it off with nonchalance, neither hurried nor vengeful. This disposition, perceived as weakness by the average person, is indeed a rare and commendable trait in one so gifted. A heart harboring fierce tigers, yet gently inhaling the fragrance of roses. Such is the true character of a noble soul. I observed him yawning incessantly, his complexion a ghastly yellow, and in bewilderment, I inquired about the reason. The scruffy little fellow, rubbing his nose, his eyes glistening with moisture, confessed that this time he had truly suffered a grave loss. Aside from having his cherished jade taken by that wretched Bong, he had also been coerced into consuming opium paste over the past few days. My heart skipped a beat, and I exclaimed, "Opium paste?" He nodded affirmatively, explaining that this particular opium paste was custom-made by Bong. The concoction served as a bait, ensnaring one's mind in confusion, diminishing their defenses, thus allowing him to seize control over their consciousness. He was somewhat skilled and possessed a resolute will, capable of withstanding certain malevolent forces, yet ultimately, he was still human and could not withstand the ravaging effects of this potent drug, and so he fell victim in the end. Alas, infinite heaven-esque grace. As he spoke, he clasped his head with both hands and screamed, his muscles convulsing, his face contorted in agony. I was startled and asked what was amiss. The scruffy fellow spoke in a peculiar tone. "He is coming. He is coming." His voice, now tinged with a sorrowful lament, was far from his earlier normality, as if he were enduring immense suffering and torment. Subsequently, his eyes began to whiten, rhythmically rolling from left to right. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept in from behind, sending shivers down my spine, and I sneezed repeatedly, 7 or 8 times in succession. A haunting whisper seemed to rise from within our hearts. "There is no need to search for me. I have arrived." In that instant I realized that Bong, the Thai man, had caught up with us. I could not discern whether he was alone or accompanied by others, but I knew he was currently casting a spell to ensnare the scruffy fellow, intending for Xiao Keming to subdue me directly. Perhaps, at the moment when Xiao Keming had just awakened, that fiend had already arrived. I was about to confront a formidable adversary. I clapped my hands, allowing the energy within me to flow, seeking to sense the surrounding malevolence, remaining vigilant. Then, I started the car, preparing to flee this place. In the face of uncertainty regarding my foe, my instinct was to escape at a safe distance. However, after several attempts, the engine refused to ignite. It was utterly unresponsive. An ominous foreboding settled in my heart, and sensing an anomaly to my left, I abruptly turned my head. What I beheld was a dark entity darting past the exterior of my vehicle, only to halt after a circle, revealing a swirling mass of crimson mist, undulating and flowing, within which glimmered a pair of obsidian eyes, staring intently at me. Upon closer inspection, a wave of horror washed over me. This was, astonishingly, the severed head of a woman. This terrifying visage suddenly appeared outside my window, then reappeared before the windshield, the red mist churning violently. The entire atmosphere was thick with the pungent scent of blood. I pinched my arm fiercely. The pain confirmed that this was no mere illusion. A chill crept up from my coccyx. This must be the legendary flying head. What grants the flying head its immortality? Blood from pigs, cattle, chickens, ducks, and all manner of fowl, the essence of life itself, culminating ultimately in human blood. Thus, throughout the millennia of the flying head's existence, not a single perfected specimen has emerged. None, yet this does not negate its potency. My heart was ensnared by nerves, rendered immobile. The head circled my vehicle twice before vanishing into thin air. Before I could catch my breath, an excruciating sound of metal snapping shattered the air, followed by the gradual lifting of the car's front end. My goodness, such immense force. As the vehicle threatened to overturn, I hastily unfastened my seatbelt, then freed the seatbelt of the disheveled companion beside me. I flung open the door and, as the car tilted at a precarious 30 degrees, leaped out. The moment my feet hit the ground, the grotesque head, which had been clinging to the car's bumper, abandoned its attempt to roll over. It hung momentarily in the air, its crimson eyes locking onto me, its entrails trailing behind like a gruesome banner. With jaws agape, lined with rows of white, serrated teeth reminiscent of a monstrous insect's mandibles, each tooth as long as an adult's finger. I realized that should it sink its fangs into me, I would undoubtedly become a lifeless husk, lying in the sun's unforgiving embrace come morning. As the head detached, the vehicle crashed heavily back to the ground with a thunderous sound. Having weathered countless storms, I was not one to succumb to fate or await demise. I tossed aside the cumbersome burden of my companion and executed a nimble maneuver akin to a tightrope walk, narrowly evading the swift onslaught of gnashing fangs. However, while I dodged the upper assault, I was met with a brutal impact from below, the grotesque mass of intestines striking me like a whip. I fell, rolling to the side with all my might, only to find myself smeared in a repulsive mixture of blood and viscera, its stench overwhelming. With no time to dwell on the nauseating mess, I retrieved a pouch of liquid from my bag, tore open the seal, and hurled it forcefully at the approaching head. One strike. A direct hit. The moment the bag of liquid collided with the airborne head, it burst apart, splattering like rain. Illuminated by the distant streetlight, I beheld the eerie visage of the beautiful decapitated head. As it became tainted by the crimson liquid, dark smoke billowed forth from its once pristine face, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched flesh. Ah! It emitted a piercing scream of anguish that resonated with excruciating intensity, sending needles of pain into my ears, compelling me to cover them, crouch down, and open my mouth in a futile attempt to shield myself from this terrifying sonic onslaught. The sound. Even the most composed and resolute individual would be haunted by nightmares upon hearing it. I clutched my ears, transfixed by the grotesque beauty of the flying head, flailing in the air like a headless fly, a surge of satisfaction welling up within me. This liquid was one of the several items I had prepared according to the 12 methods. Black dog blood. Black dog blood is said to counteract the malevolent arts of the sorcerer. Any form of witchcraft is rendered powerless against it, much like glutinous rice against zombies and dwarfs, a fundamental principle of mutual annihilation. For this substance, I had scoured numerous markets in the dark, ultimately procuring several bags, all warmed by my body heat. Before the battle was engaged, I had ensured the logistics were in place. To my astonishment, it proved to be remarkably effective. Moreover, this action had indeed steadied my previously rattled heart. I began to discern a subtle truth. This was not the flying head sorcery, or rather, it was not the true essence of flying head sorcery. The head of this exquisite woman, with all its manifestations, conforms to the characteristics of a flying head. Yet therein lies a conundrum. As far as I know, the one performing the act was an unattractive Thai man in his 50s, rather than a beautiful maiden of ethereal grace. This, however, remains a branch of the soul-controlling arts known as corpse manipulation, a refined form of the flying head technique. Such practices have been documented among the 12 schools of thought. It is said that a disciple of the notorious Luo Shiba devised this malevolent method, which was deemed too vicious, leading to his expulsion from the sect. In his writings, he only briefly alluded to it. 200 paces. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me. The Thai man Bong, who had taken my blood jade and ensnared himself in addiction, must be lurking nearby, observing me from a divine perspective. Where could he be? As this thought crossed my mind, I beheld the beautiful head, rolling through the air, finally come to a halt, turning to face me. Its once exquisite and flawless visage was now marred by charred, crimson scars and flesh, as if I had doused it not with black dog's blood, but rather with a caustic acid, transforming it into a grievously burned victim in an instant. No, something feels amiss. Why does the air feel so frigid? Silence enveloped me. As the storm brewed, the anticipation mounting. The longer the tension lingered, the more explosive the release would be. I steadied my breath, calming myself, and quietly attuned to the chi that permeated the atmosphere, within my body and the surrounding environment. This head seemed to be inexorably drawn towards the lifeless form of Bong, lying still on the ground. Yet I pondered, who would be the audience for this heroic solo journey I embarked upon? In an instant, my reflexes mirrored those of a seasoned thief, as I hurled 2 hefty packages of warm, black dog blood in rapid succession, barely half a second apart. Under my influence as a human projectile launcher, One package soared towards the airborne beauty's head, while the other struck the ground, targeting a scruffy path. As I brandished my Swiss Army knife and charged towards the prone figure on the path, the beauty's head had already settled upon Lao Xiao, fervently disregarding the searing embrace of the thick black blood, determined to drain his life essence completely. A chill gripped my heart as I beheld the gruesome sight of the blood-soaked head, smoke swirling above, and the gory remains below. Such a choice was undeniably audacious. With a swift motion, I aimed a powerful kick at the now grotesque head before Lao Zhao's neck could be gruesomely punctured. The impact was so formidable that I momentarily believed I had collided with a tree stout enough to be embraced by two individuals. Although my kick dislodged it slightly, my ordinary athletic shoes offered little protection, leaving my toes agonizingly injured, the pain radiating through my body. Before I could savor my success, the trailing intestines coiled around me, slick and warm, causing me to stumble and crash onto the asphalt of the highway. Darkness enveloped my vision as I felt my body twist, ensnared and suffocated, the foul stench of rotting entrails from the depths of hell permeating my mind, lingering stubbornly. My stomach churned violently, and as I reached to push aside the mass of innards, I opened my eyes to witness the writhing intestines, the beauty's head looming closer, her face grotesquely marred with sores, flesh in disarray, mouth agape, revealing a chilling set of white teeth as she descended to gnaw upon me. Compared to the tangled paths of lesser beings, I am evidently more delectable, even cathartic. In a moment of dire urgency, I freed my hands, gripping its cheeks tightly, staunchly resisting the weight of this head. The tremendous force surged forth relentlessly. I could scarcely believe it was merely a head. If I were to close my eyes, the impact felt akin to a galloping steed, accompanied by an enduring aftershock. The monstrous maw before me opened and closed violently, mere inches away, splattering blood and plasma upon my visage. Clutching the singed hair and the remnants of flesh on its cheeks, I struggled fiercely, as the essence within me, akin to a golden silkworm, continuously channeled strength into my arms. Despite my grip, the grotesquely transformed beauty of this head, starved of blood, writhed in fury, shaking violently in all directions. I felt akin to a child astride a wild steed, as the very earth trembled. Engaging in a contest of strength and physical prowess was futile. My only recourse lay in the realm of spiritual energy. Amidst my overwhelming tension, I began to chant the mantra of Vajrasattva with fervor. My incantation faltered due to my anxiety and labored breath, yet perhaps fueled by the burgeoning sensation of energy within, I managed to slow its movements. The mantra of Vajrasattva embodies courage and the spirit of resilience in the face of adversity, serving as a form of self-hypnosis and motivation. Upon completing a cycle of recitation, I gathered all the breath from my lungs and uttered a powerful word: unity. This utterance resonated like thunder upon the plains, leaving even me in a state of astonishment. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming brilliance envelop me. The beautiful head seemed struck by lightning, with dark liquid erupting from its features. It emitted a wail more piercing than before, a sound that transcended the human auditory threshold, causing an intense pain in my head akin to the sting of needles, as if my very skull were on the verge of bursting. Moreover, the golden silkworm parasite that had long resided within me began to stir restlessly. As I understood it, entities like the golden silkworm were particularly sensitive to high-frequency ultrasonic waves. The head ceased its assault, ascending into the air, while I felt blood trickling from my ears, unable to restrain myself from pressing my blood-soaked hands against them. Once it floated upwards, resembling a jellyfish trailing its viscera and intestines, it staggered forward, wobbling as it flew. To spare the serpent was to invite calamity, and I was no one to nurture treachery. I struggled to rise, sprinting ahead with all my might. The winter of 2008 was exceptionally frigid, and the wind howled in my ears, dulling the excruciating pain I had just endured. The incessant ringing in my ears also subsided to a mere whisper, with 3 packets of black dog blood cast forth and my resonant incantation suppressing it. The crimson mist surrounding the head had thinned to near invisibility, and its flight resembled that of a clumsy duck learning to soar, staggering and precarious. I lunged forward in pursuit, my hand diving into my bag. A spray of blood erupted, and at last, the head fell helplessly to the ground, appearing from a distance like a heap of putrid flesh. I immediately dashed forward, lifting my foot, trembling with anxiety, and forcefully stomped down upon a cluster of entrails beneath the neck of the severed head. To my astonishment, many of them broke apart with a sickening squelch. In a frenzy of excitement and nervous trepidation, I stomped wildly, reducing the mangled, putrid mass of flesh into a mush of fragments. Gripping the hair of the head, I swung it like a flail, executing several circles in a sweeping motion before violently smashing it against the ground. The head rebounded like a basketball, soaring high into the air. As the cold wind swept in, my panic receded like a tide, leaving me drenched in blood, icy and shivering uncontrollably. At that moment, a large truck approached from the direction of Jiangcheng, its bright headlights blindingly illuminating the scene, accompanied by a long blare of the horn. I awkwardly held the charred head aloft, stepping aside to the roadside. The truck honked again, evidently displeased with my presence on the highway, but as it caught sight of my pitiful state, I sensed the horn's final note trembling, and without hesitation, it sped away. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a testament to the weight of the heavy truck's tires compressing the asphalt. In my grasp, the severed head continued to move, its mouth opening and closing, expelling bubbles. Its crimson eyes gazed toward the left. Following its line of sight, I turned to see a shadow crouched low on the ground beyond the highway guardrail. Clearly aware of my attention, the shadow slowly rose, its body rigid, and lifted its head to gaze at me. My vision in the darkness has significantly improved, and with a single glance, I recognized the grotesque yet oddly unsettling face, along with the terrifying tattoo that marred the exposed skin of his neck. A necromancer from Thailand, a man who appeared inexplicably and antagonized me for reasons unknown. He gazed at me, his eyes glistening in the shadows, and I keenly noticed traces of blood at the corners of his mouth and on his shirt, indicating that this old man had already vomited before I detected his presence. A sinister, owl-like laughter echoed from the darkness as he enveloped himself in a cloak, the black fabric shrouding his frail form, a dark mass advancing towards me. I inquired, "Bong?" He nodded affirmatively. The head of a beautiful woman in his grasp seemed to stir once more. Was it a sign of impending movement or a desperate struggle for life? I could not ascertain. Yet, as a startled creature, I could only hurl this object against the guardrail of the highway with fervor, each impact sending blood splattering. I struck with such force that by the fourth blow, silken strands of hair finally tore from the scalp, soaring like a cannonball into the center of the highway, landing and rolling like a ball. Bong watched my madness coldly, neither intervening nor rebuking, as if he were an outsider to the scene. However, his trembling body betrayed the anger simmering within. I discarded the severed hair and found a clean patch of ground to wipe my hands, dusting off the grime before extending a cordial greeting to this foreign acquaintance, saying, "Good evening." He expressed his astonishment, unable to fathom that Lord Lu Zuo was indeed such a formidable figure. I gazed down at him, responding modestly, "Not at all. The art of soul control and corpse control. Mr. Bong truly possesses an array of extraordinary skills. Yet there is a saying, one that may be better left unsaid. The practice of incantations is a perilous endeavor, fraught with both danger and opportunity. To master the art of corpse control inevitably bestows upon one the knowledge of the flying head technique. Should you dare to take the plunge, whether the conditions are favorable or not, you would likely have ascended to a position of great power, unperturbed by the mundane threats of this world, such as the backlash from the blood of earthly black dogs." With a swift motion, I vaulted over the highway guardrail, landing 8 meters away from him. I refrained from idle chatter and directly inquired about the motive behind his actions against me. To my surprise, he posed a question I had never anticipated. "Have you encountered Wang Luohan?" Under my astonished inquiry, I finally unraveled the entire story. It appeared that matters concerning Wang Luohan were far from resolved. My lineage of Miao Gu, tracing back to the 18th generation of Luo, is known as Dunzhai Miao Gu. Dunzhai is located in the northwest of Dedunzi town, a region characterized by rugged mountains and treacherous terrain, historically plagued by miasma, rendering it inhospitable to ordinary folk. However, just 40 miles away lies Dedunzi town, a pivotal transportation hub connecting Shaanxi to Qian and even southern Sichuan, historically a nexus for the flow of goods. As commerce thrived, so too did the mingling of diverse ethnic groups, including the Miao, Dong, Han, and Tujia, coexisting in relative harmony. It was during this time that a destitute Han man found himself wandering into that secluded Miao village, and for reasons unknown, he began the transmission of Miao Gu under the guidance of the previous generation's masters. The individual in question is Luo Shiba, whose intricate secrets are scarcely divulged to outsiders. Should one delve into a thorough exploration, it would undoubtedly unfold like a dramatic tale akin to Yang Lechen learning his craft in Chenjiagu. Enduring countless tempests and tribulations, Luo Shiba rose to prominence in a certain year, vanquishing mountain bandits, combating local thugs, and subduing warlords. Alongside compatriots from Hunan, Guizhou, and Guangxi, he held court beneath Phoenix Mountain, where none could eclipse his brilliance, thus carving out a substantial reputation. This was during the era of the Republic of China, and the name of the Han-Gu king Luo Shiba resonated as far as western Hunan and eastern Guangxi, acknowledged even by the esteemed Shen Kongwen, who alluded to him in his writings, marking him as a figure of considerable renown. In time, Luo Shiba forsook sectarian biases, unlike his predecessors who perpetuated their lineage through a select few. Instead, he embraced a broader discipleship, ultimately gathering 6 students. Just as this lineage appeared to flourish, tragedy struck when Luo Shiba and his third disciple ventured to explore the depths of Dongting Lake in Hunan, only to meet an inexplicable demise in a dragon cave beneath the waters, with 3 of the 4 perishing and only 1 disciple returning. Amidst the chaotic autumn of a turbulent era, as warlords rose and the world descended into turmoil, human life became as expendable as straw. The surviving disciple, hesitant and reticent about the events of that fateful day, watched as the banner fell, and the remaining members scattered like birds, each pursuing their own paths. The lone survivor remained in this Miao village, content to honor his ancestors through rituals and celebrations. He is the very same master who met a tragic end in a ravine, his innards strewn across the ground by wild dogs. Wang Luaha's mentor, in a moment of fervor, joined the nationalist army, only to drift aimlessly in the chaos of war, ultimately finding himself in Burma. Basong's master was the 7th disciple of Luo Shiba, a discarded apprentice who had been expelled from the sect. Once a prodigy, he grew discontent with his master's conservative and narrow-minded ways, prompting him to venture south in search of enlightenment. He eventually settled in Thailand, where he flourished and expanded his lineage. These 2 disciples, sharing the same domain, maintained a connection, with the younger generation also being familiar with one another. Wang Luaha and Baong were particularly close, bonded by life and death. On his last visit to China, Wang entrusted a fragment of his soul to Baong, entwined in amber cord. As for subsequent events, the celestial order is inscrutable, yet Baong has gleaned some insights. This information was new to me, and I had lost interest in the trivial matters of the past. Unfazed, I inquired, with all this being said, what concern is it of mine? Have you come here for revenge on behalf of Wang Luaha? Baong chuckled and replied, the path of the unorthodox is fraught with peril, and once one steps into it, their fate is no longer their own. It lies in the hands of destiny. If heaven permits you to live longer, then you shall. If it decrees your death, then you must accept it without blame upon others. Moreover, the matter of vengeance is not mine to oversee. Wang Luaha's family possesses its own heritage and many capable individuals, including his sons and nephews who will take up that mantle. However, I have come to seek your assistance regarding a particular matter. What is it? I asked. In the realm of cursing arts, the technique of flying heads is deemed the most mysterious and terrifying, occupying the foremost position. In the domain of poison arts, the golden silkworm poison is the most adept at communicating with the spirit world, harmonizing with its essence. Both are profound paths, yet each path, despite sharing the same name, diverges in myriad ways. The innate golden silkworm poison, aside from being obliterated by the ravages of war within the Miaojiang voodoo sect, is uniquely preserved within the lineage of Han-Gu Wang Luo Shiba, specifically in your branch. What of it? Su Bangue, that wretched scoundrel, is nothing more than a treacherous disciple who has murdered his master. By what virtue or capability does he presume to enjoy the nurturing methods of the golden silkworm Gu? Ba Song suddenly shouted, You, unfortunate wretch, possess no talent worthy of relishing this golden silkworm goo. I refuse to accept this. As he spoke, he lunged forward, casting a handful of black sand towards me, the stench overwhelming, like a torrential downpour. We had already reached the point of armed conflict, yet he resorted to ancient tactics, attempting to cling to his roots. In this place devoid of the bizarre, where is the peculiarity? Though I am still young, my experiences do not render me naive like those who have long resided in their ivory towers. Observing Ba Song's incessant prattle, I discerned that his purpose was twofold. Firstly, to await reinforcements. Secondly, to lower my defenses, hoping for an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack, leaving me to die in bitterness. His plan, so audaciously conceived, underestimated my resolve, treating me as a simpleton, a mere plaything to be molded at will. Who am I? Once, in my early days as an insurance salesman, I astonishingly emerged as the second best in my team after just a month of training, a dark horse that galloped past the competition. This was amidst a sea of seasoned professionals, from whom I distinguished myself. I am not so easily deceived. As I listened to his tales from the Republican era, recounting the hidden lineage of our sect shrouded in the mists of history, I remained ever vigilant. The moment that black sand was unleashed, I darted backward like a startled rabbit. The curtain of black sand fell in a dense veil, extending 7 or 8 meters, descending in a sparse cascade. The air was permeated with an unpleasant stench reminiscent of decaying refuse. I held my breath, hesitant to inhale the foul aroma, yet I was acutely aware that this vile concoction was indeed opulent. It was extravagant even, for such a quantity of corpse essence must weigh several taels, and astonishingly, it had been entirely unleashed in one fell swoop. What is corpse essence, you may wonder? It is said to be a black crystalline mineral excavated from ancient burial grounds, a vessel for the accumulation of souls, each orb-like and resembling cockroach droppings, naturally formed. When this substance is amalgamated with pristine earth, venomous snake sacs and centipede legs, and subjected to certain esoteric techniques, it transforms into a premier enhancement for the most sinister black sorcery and malevolent arts, far surpassing the efficacy of the mediocre golden silkworm poison. Burial sites from several years past are scarce, predominantly remnants of war and plague, such as mass graves and chaotic burial mounds. Moreover, locations that have been consecrated by learned individuals, such as Taoist priests or monks, will not yield such essence. Over the course of centuries, these sites have become exceedingly rare. The pursuit of corpse essence is no trivial endeavor. Only those ancient families steeped in the arcane arts possess such relics, and to wield it serves as a token of status, prompting knowledgeable individuals to scurry away in haste. However, instead of retreating, I turned back, fixating intently on the injured practitioner of necromancy, eager to discern any hidden skills he might still possess. Centipede curses. I chuckled softly. The humid, tropical climate of Southeast Asia, abundant in mountains and jungles, also teems with insects, making the use of medicinal curses quite prevalent, an indispensable skill for nearly every practitioner in the field. However, as Ba Song remarked, the mountains stand tall, and myriad paths lay before us. The ordinary practice of using medicinal charms is often witnessed in cases of viral cross-infection, wherein the excrement and powdered remains of venomous creatures are amalgamated to create a form of sorcery, employing their toxic properties to inflict harm. Yet, there are formidable practitioners who, through curses and the gathering of myriad insects, utilize various materials to concoct a technique known as the 1,000-insect devouring body. This is a method rooted in practical application, fundamentally distinct from techniques for insect exorcism and beast taming. However, due to its processed formulation, the toxicity within the fangs and claws of these centipedes is magnified 100-fold, even a single bite capable of bringing down a fully grown elephant, inducing convulsions and death with its formidable venom. Indeed, when a master reveals their prowess, it is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, for me, this approach seemed somewhat misaligned with my needs. Having witnessed the swarm of wood-boring insects resembling a short mule, I found myself unperturbed by the mere sight of these 4 or 5 coiling centipedes. No matter how numerous they were, they could not rival the natural dominance of the upgraded golden silkworm charm, and their quantity merely provided these plump creatures with a few additional late-night snacks. This was my contemplation. However, Ba Song's enigmatic smile accompanied by his lively leaps and calls initiated the most primal of rituals. As his body swayed, I sensed the winds sweeping through the wilderness take on a more delicate quality, swirling around me in a languid dance, the silky chill akin to the tongue of a ferocious beast, sensuously caressing my spine. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past my ear, accompanied by a fierce roar. Instinctively, I lowered my head to evade it, focusing my gaze ahead. I beheld shadowy creatures brandishing elongated, razor-sharp scythes, advancing towards me. The foremost one, wielding its scythe, brushed past me and bared its teeth, releasing a foul stench that assaulted my senses. These beings stood between 80 centimeters to a meter tall, resembling a blend of human and monkey, with black fur covering their arms. Their bodies were slick and dark green, exuding a repugnant odor akin to that of fish and aquatic vegetation. Each creature bore a turtle-like shell on its back, their faces elongated with beak-like mouths, for prominent canine teeth protruding from their jaws, and disheveled hair. At the center of their heads lay a concave, disc-shaped indentation, and their eyes glowed a sinister crimson, radiating bloodlust and cruelty. At that moment, a centipede descended before me, leaping into the air and lunging towards me, spreading out like the scattering of celestial flowers. I was taken aback, realizing that not only did this monstrous entity disregard any semblance of hierarchical intimidation, but it had also summoned 4 of these aquatic specters. What are these aquatic specters, you may wonder? They are akin to diminutive mules, often depicted in folklore and legends. They go by various names such as water tiger, kappa, bug child, or water spirit. Notably, the kappa is deeply embedded in the historical and cultural fabric of Japan. In simple terms, this is a cunning and extraordinary creature, said to possess immense strength if the concave area on its forehead is filled with water, allowing it to rend asunder both bull and steed. This was indeed the true reason for Basin's arrival, seeking vengeance in this place, daring to confront me alone. Moreover, shadows drifted across the sky, and suddenly, 3 dolls with crimson eyes materialized, gliding through the air and emitting mournful wails, occasionally revealing their sharp teeth. They bore a cross-shaped more reminiscent of a crab, filled with a menacing array of interlocking fangs. A practitioner of Southeast Asian sorcery would hardly feel comfortable greeting others without a few malevolent spirits in tow. I swiftly evaded the 4 waterweed spirits and unleashed my golden silkworm curse to confront the repulsive centipede conjuration. I then dashed toward the highway, my mind rife with curses against this world. What is this sorcerer? Clearly, they are merely a professional summoner. I moved with haste, yet the waterweed spirits were equally swift, brandishing their scythes like the grim reapers of a diminutive tribe, bounding towards me like rabbits. Upon crossing the highway barrier, one of the waterweed spirits leaped toward me. I thrust my leg, striking it squarely in the chest, causing it to cry out and tumble downwards. Before I could catch my breath, the 3 floating evil dolls lunged at me, baring their ghastly white teeth. Against the corporeal waterweed spirits, I had no choice but to evade their attacks. However, how could I fear these mere ethereal dolls? They could bite, but I would retaliate with both hands, striking heavily against their adorably terrifying faces. The foremost malevolent doll met the brunt of my cursed hands, howling in anguish before being sent tumbling to the roadside. Regrettably, my speed allowed me to strike only one. The other 2 seized the opportunity, one sinking its teeth into my arm, the other into my thigh, shaking their heads furiously and gnawing like 2 ravenous dogs that had gone 3 days without food. The pain was excruciating. The agony melded into my very nerves, instantly transmitted to my core. I observed that the Kuomintang, which should have been an ethereal entity, had actually used its spiritual force to gnaw out a bloody wound, from which dark crimson blood immediately flowed. Such ferocity suggested the inhuman torment it must have endured before its demise, engendering such profound malevolence. For it is malevolence that breeds potency. Such is the nature of a ghost. A sharp scythe jutted out, aimed to sever my head. With such force, a solid strike would undoubtedly detach my head from my neck, sending it rolling away. I rolled on the ground to evade the blow, then reached out to knock away the 2 malevolent Kuomintang clinging to me. Gazing at the car parked not far away and the disheveled Taoist priest sprawled by the roadside, a chill ran through my heart. That damned Baong had prepared meticulously, first using soul control to force me to brake abruptly and stop here, then using corpse manipulation to force me out of the car, intending to capture me alive. Although I had neutralized the counterfeit Penangolin with black dog blood, he then unleashed a centipede curse to entangle the silkworm Gu, dispatching malevolent Kumintong and seaweed ghosts to claim my life. Such a series of extraordinary moves demonstrated a significant investment. Compared to him, Wang Luo was like a poor country relative next to a local landlord owning multiple properties in the capital. I lamented inwardly, why did Luo Shiba accept so many disciples? Since my grandmother placed a Gu curse on me and subsequently died, why have so many vengeful relatives emerged to demand my life? No, I cannot remain passive. I must confront the source of all this turmoil, the old rascal Baong. Otherwise, even if I manage to escape this calamity, my family and friends will undoubtedly fall prey to this unscrupulous individual, suffering due to my inaction. Resolute in my decision, I chose not to flee. With a decisive leap, I vaulted over the guardrail and strode purposefully towards Baong, who was muttering incantations. As I charged towards him, Basong's dark cape soared upwards, and a cacophony of sounds erupted from him, transforming him into a towering figure, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Was this a scene from a Transformer? No, it was the art of yoga. When two tigers clash, only one hero emerges triumphant. Yoga, which originated in India, is a comprehensive term for the cultivation of body and mind. Modern yoga primarily employs ancient and accessible techniques to achieve a harmonious integration of body, mind, and spirit. The earliest forms of yoga were allegedly devised for composing sacred texts and performing divine dances to honor the serpent deity Adisisa. Such dances possess the ability to communicate with the divine, invoking spirits and performing sacred rituals, akin to the intricate practices of the Indian Sikhs fire yoga. Those who master this profound discipline can even reshape their bodily forms, achieving remarkable transformations. This is a reality supported by historical accounts and video evidence. I could hardly fathom that Baong, residing in Thailand, was such a proficient practitioner of yoga, particularly of the fire yoga tradition. However, what truly astonished me was that Baong was a towering figure, standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters. Remarkably, he could effortlessly disguise himself as a less than 1.70 m, somewhat disheveled middle-aged man. To be candid, given his natural stature, he would be considered quite tall even in Thailand. The peculiar nature of this transformation left me pondering the immense strength it concealed. I soon found myself grappling with this realization. As I advanced merely 3 meters towards Baong, he swiftly seized the initiative, closing the distance with agility. With a fluid motion, he ensnared me with his hands, rendering me completely immobilized. To my utter disbelief, this man was not only a master of martial arts but also a practitioner of the arcane, dealing with sorcery, corpses, and insects in his daily life. The revelation that a South Seas practitioner of black magic could also be an adept in yoga and combat left me more astounded than discovering a scholar proficient in both the sciences and the humanities. Caught in my own folly, my worldview shattered in an instant, and as my center of gravity shifted, I was unceremoniously brought to the ground. Baong descended upon me with great force. His limbs, akin to overcooked noodles, were soft yet remarkably resilient, pinning me down with an unyielding grip, rendering me utterly powerless despite my desperate struggles. Of course, I was also reeking of the putrid, bloody scent from the earlier encounter with the crushed skull of a beautiful woman. Thus, the greatest torment I endured that night, aside from the countless agonies inflicted upon my sensitive nerves, was the plight of my unfortunate nose. He peered down at me from his elevated position and remarked, "How dare a firefly contend with the brilliance of the sun and moon? With your limited skills and the meager lineage you represent. Humph, not only you, but even your master, Su Bangue's disciple, I hold in little regard." Wang Luo and this unfortunate fellow initially believed that he had acquired formidable skills from Master Moro in the jungle. However, to their dismay, he had escapably absconded, only to meet his demise at the hands of your subordinates. A true fool indeed. Young man, you have shattered my soul control technique and obliterated my corpse manipulation artifact, thus sealing your fate. Nevertheless, should you surrender the golden silkworm Gu, I shall refrain from disturbing your spirit and spare your corporeal form. Otherwise, he chuckled darkly, his tattooed neck grotesque, with his eyes revealing more white than black. rendering him exceptionally terrifying. I lay upon the ground, my body chilled, as the four scythe-like appendages at my neck trembled. The watergrass specters displayed no emotion, their eyes aglow with crimson, their flaring nostrils lined with wrinkles, exhaling a foul stench, cold, damp, and devoid of warmth. A trio of malevolent spirits, the Kumintong, sprawled atop me, their tongues, crimson and serpentine, slithering across my exposed skin. Within moments, I could no longer suppress the goosebumps that erupted across my body, accompanied by an agonizing pressure in my bladder. I finally comprehended the sensation of being terrified to the point of losing control. Baong extracted a gleaming knife from his bosom, streamlined, long and slender, its blade polished to a luminous sheen reminiscent of autumn waters. He fixed his gaze upon my motionless form and declared, "I have devised a new plan. Your spiritual essence is quite remarkable. Since you have ruined my precious corpse manipulation artifact, I shall transmute you into a second vessel to compensate for my losses. I shall count to 3, and if your golden silkworm Gu fails to submit, you shall perish." 1. Reluctantly, I delved into my consciousness, attempting to summon the golden silkworm Gu, only to receive an unexpected message from Duoduo after entering a meditative state. Dodo urgently implored me to break her seal. How could I dare? Before me stood the infamous Baong, who had transformed ordinary spirits into malevolent entities capable of inflicting real harm. It was evident that he was a master of the dark arts, and I would certainly perish. Why should Dodo suffer alongside me? Yet, as an expert in his craft, I knew he would not spare Dodo even if I met my end. Dodo was in a frenzy, insisting on escaping. My anxiety reached a fever pitch, and observing Dodo's resolute demeanor, I pondered that if she could indeed break free, it would be for the best. I dismissed my concerns for her escape and quickly recited the incantation to unseal her. 3. It seemed you truly have a death wish. Bong shook his head, his hand slicing downward as 4 scythes were raised high, aimed menacingly at my neck, while I remained firmly ensnared by 3 malevolent spirits, unable to move. Was this my fate? I did not close my eyes, but rather, I met the approach of death with unwavering gaze. Just as the blades were about to strike, a tremendous and desolate energy surged from my chest, a radiant crimson light erupting forth. A stunningly beautiful and petite woman materialized before me, her arms as delicate as lotus stems. With a mere twist, she sent all 4 scythes, wielded with considerable force from different angles, flying away. She was the transformed Dodo I had glimpsed before, voluptuous and alluring, her captivating presence radiating purity intertwined with seduction, each smile and frown evoking immense allure. She was a spirit, a demoness born from the 10 years of the resurrection herb's influence, the very cause of Dodo's prolonged slumber. Although she is but a petite figure, reminiscent of a diminutive version of Su Daji, she possesses an enchanting presence. Upon her arrival, the 4 water-grass spirits were sent flying by her delicate yet powerful strikes. The 3 ancient spirits, akin to timid mice encountering a feline, disregarded their master Basong's control and floated into the air, trembling with fear. Basong's mouth gaped wide enough for me to glimpse his tonsils, as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this a ghostly demon? My heavens, is this truly a ghostly demon?" After dispatching her foes, the little demoness stretched languidly, casting a seductive glance at Baong with her captivating phoenix eyes, disdainfully labeling him an outsider. She then began to recite poetry to herself. Who awakens from the grand dream first? I know myself throughout my life. After a long slumber in the spring of my cottage, the sun lingers outside the window. Suddenly, as if a night has passed, 1,000 years have gone by. Upon finishing her verse, she playfully licked her honey-colored lips with her pink tongue, lamenting her long absence from human flesh, expressing a longing for it. Baong retreated a few steps, flanked by the 4 water-grass spirits, who were panting heavily, while the 3 mischievous ancient spirits chirped in the air, their sounds reminiscent of crickets in a contest. Once released, I hastily rolled and crawled back to my feet, cautiously observing both Baong and the transformed Dodo. The gaze Baong directed towards the little demoness was ripe with avarice, akin to a young Japanese military officer eyeing an expansive map of China. He licked his lips, casting a look of admiration towards me for the first time. "I never imagined, young lad, that you are so fortunate," to possess a demonized spirit child. Upon finishing his words, his grand banner moved without wind, and he laughed heartily, saying, "If I am weary, provide me with a pillow. If I am hungry, are you not bringing me sustenance? This journey to China has truly been worthwhile," he chuckled. As he laughed, he recited an obscure incantation in Thai, one I had seen on television. While he chanted, for water spirit demons charged towards me with scythes, and 3 malevolent ghosts, the Kumintong, though reluctant, were compelled to engage in battle entangled with Duoduo. Gazing at the ethereal, enchanted Duoduo hovering in the air, my heart trembled. If this fox-like enchantress exists, then what has become of my sweet, understanding little Duoduo? Have I erred in some way, or has Duoduo's soul been consumed by this malevolent creature? Bong continued to chant, while the suspended Barbie doll also began to recite incantations. With a wave of her hand, the weeds on the ground grew wildly, ensnaring the diminutive water spirit demon, rendering it immobile and unable to move a single step. The foremost water spirit, wielding a long scythe, extended it towards me. However, its focus remained on the weeds entangling it. Seizing the moment, I struck decisively, effortlessly snatching the scythe and, with a swift motion, decapitated the ensnared water spirit. Blue blood erupted, forming a miniature fountain. I was taken aback. When did I become so formidable? A surge of warmth flowed from my palm to my heart. At that moment, dozens of large centipedes soared through the air like arrows of rain or swarms of locusts, all targeting Basong's vulnerable back. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed these plump creatures. This little fellow had finally subdued the nearly 100 centipedes on the ground and was now directing them to assist us. The situation appears to be gravitating towards a favorable resolution. However, if Bong were so uncomplicated, how could he have ensnared both myself and the scruffy fellow in such disarray? At the critical moment, Basong's incantation finally reached its culmination. As the final syllables of his spell echoed into the air, a lingering resonance remained, swirling in the atmosphere. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 or 4. A dozen tendrils of darkness infiltrated his being, and Basong's gaze grew increasingly luminous, black as obsidian, red as blood, his visage transforming into a grotesque mask of terror. Particularly striking were the tattoos adorning his body, which initially resided solely upon his neck. However, with the spread of the black mist, they appeared to come alive, slithering like serpents, wriggling like earthworms, darting about like centipedes, staining his dark countenance a deep, sinister hue, reminiscent of a specter emerging from the realm of the Asuras. The design itself was a masterful creation, depicting a fearsome demon beneath the throne of Vishnu, its terrifying eyes numbering 10 pairs, each seemingly capable of piercing into the very essence of a soul. Beneath the artwork, numerous veins writhed like tiny creatures, vibrant with life, teeming with surging power. Utilizing the physical form of a necromancer as a vessel, one summons spirits through the act of sacrifice. This is a form of macabre sorcery not acknowledged in mainstream history, passed down only within select circles of practitioners, shrouded in secrecy. It is said that during the ritual, one may negotiate with the deities, perhaps demons, trading years of one's own life for the acquisition of power to eliminate adversaries. This method of summoning diverges from other forms of necromancy. It does not rely on the potency of herbs or the manipulation of the mind and macrocosmic connections to achieve its lethal goal. Instead, it entails a contractual spirit, engaging in a transaction with a deity or devil, impacting the practitioner directly. Essentially, it does not belong to a classification of necromancy but rather falls within the realm of white magic. Generally speaking, all practices lack a definitive distinction between righteous and malevolent. They are governed solely by the intention behind their application. However, methods that involve the use of corpses, insects, and the like tend to evoke discomfort, thus categorizing them within necromancy. Similar to the formidable techniques of corpse manipulation, these practices were originally crafted by primitive religions to manifest miraculous signs. In truth, such methods have long since faded from the world. How did they acquire these techniques? I have chosen to suppress all such inquiries for now. What matters most is to eliminate this detestable entity known as Bong. Indeed, it is a matter of life or death, either he perishes or I do. Grasping the finely forged scythe in my hand, I disregarded the dampness and the residue of the water spirit's slime and blood that clung to it, and swung it toward the transforming Baong. The motion was swift as lightning. Then, the scythe halted. Baong extended his hand and effortlessly caught it, exerting no visible effort. He was enveloped in swirling smoke, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss, his eyes glowing crimson, resembling two oil lamps in the darkness, flickering with a fire that danced with desire and cruelty. I attempted to withdraw the scythe, yet it remained immobile. Basong's strength was astonishingly overwhelming, instilling within me an inexplicable sense of despair and helplessness. In midair, the little Demon Duoduo was engaged in a playful skirmish with three formidable ghosts known as the Ancient Ghost Children. Her demeanor appeared carefree, as if she were merely frolicking. Meanwhile, on the ground, the remaining trio of aquatic grass spirits found themselves ensnared by the fat insects that had arrived as reinforcements. With limited options at their disposal, they primarily relied on their control over the centipedes on the ground, using these creatures as projectiles, hurling them with precision. Aware that attacking Baong would yield no results, they redirected their focus onto the less elevated aquatic spirits. In that moment, the centipedes flew like arrows, targeting the diminutive aquatic spirit, akin to the grass boats during the Battle of Red Cliffs in the Three Kingdoms. Greedy for sustenance at a critical juncture, the spirit commanded the centipedes as weapons while simultaneously devouring several of them voraciously, resembling a famished wolf cub, reveling in its triumph. Baong and I remained locked in a stalemate, or rather, he regarded me with a mocking glance, seemingly eager to discern what other cards I might hold. For the first time in my life, I felt utterly powerless. The distance between Baong and me could be likened to that between a bicycle and a sedan. Though both are vehicles, a collision would inevitably spell my demise, a certainty with a probability of 100%. Before me stood a towering figure, a formidable man cloaked in swirling black smoke, exuding an unending reservoir of monstrous strength that manifested in the form of mist. He was a practitioner of dark arts, possessing considerable skill. Hailing from a prestigious lineage, he claimed his master was a genius, and he, too, was no less formidable, having accumulated ample experience over the years. And I, in comparison to him, I was merely a novice monk, a dilettante who had yet to learn even the basics of begging for alms or reciting scriptures. Previously hailed by so many as a master, I was swept away by the flattery, believing myself to be exceptionally talented. Yet now I find myself humbled, having underestimated the talents of others. A steel sickle whistled past me, and an overwhelming sense of dread gripped my very being, causing every pore to constrict. As I lay on the ground, scrambling to my feet, I witnessed this individual bellow a fierce exclamation, "Die!" And with fists the size of sandbags, he lunged towards me. My legs seized up, leaving me with no means of escape from the impending blow, as the fist bore down upon me, threatening to shatter my bones. The force of the punch was so intense that it stirred my hair in the wind. Suddenly, a damp yellow talisman descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon Basong's head with uncanny precision, adhering to him as if by magic. In that moment, the once formidable Baong, akin to a lifeless automaton, halted mid-motion, his fist extended yet mere centimeters from my brow. Alarm bells rang within me. Without questioning the phenomenon or daring to linger, I dashed away in a flurry of steps. In the distance, I heard a feeble yet potent roar reverberating from the highway. Ancestors of the three purities, the revered Master Sanmao has returned. By divine decree, you are commanded to heed. Should anyone defy this, the thunderous axe shall not pardon. Swiftly, as per the decree, I grant mercy. Mercy! With the proclamation of mercy echoing through the air, dark clouds began to churn ominously in the once tranquil sky. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of blue lightning, unseen by the naked eye, struck down from the enigmatic clouds, aimed directly at Baong. The atmosphere crackled with static electricity, causing the hairs on my body to stand on end, reminiscent of the dry chill of winter when donning a woolen sweater. Hovering above me was a petite beauty, her delicate features marred by blood, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she regarded me in silence before suddenly vanishing from sight. As I touched the somewhat heavy locustwood plaque, I turned to see the Thai sorcerer Baong, reduced to a mere smoke generator, slumped on the ground, his body weary and limp, Scattered around him were numerous centipedes, scuttling about, yet the golden silkworm poison within me deterred them, causing them to veer away. Everything felt surreal. This Barong, possessing such formidable power and remarkable skills, appeared to me as a hidden super boss. Yet, he had been easily dispatched by the scruffy little rogue Xiao Keming with a mere yellow talisman. This scruffy fellow was truly a master of concealment. Exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I felt on the brink of losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the scruffy rogue painfully approached the burning bong, tearing a piece from his blood-soaked garment, rummaging through it, presumably in search of his blood jade. Upon finding it, he joyfully stuffed it into his pocket and called out to me, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Are you planning to stay here and roast marshmallows over this damned fire?" Realizing the danger of our situation, I quickly stood up, rushed over, and supported the staggering scruffy rogue, inquiring if he was all right. He replied affirmatively, albeit mentioning he had nearly lost half his life, urging me to leave swiftly as we were in peril. We ascended the highway, leaning on each other as we made our way to the vehicle. I opened the door, allowing the scruffy rogue to settle into the passenger seat. As I circled around to the driver's side, a sudden, sharp contraction gripped my heart. Before I could fully comprehend, I felt a heavy blow to my back, causing my heart and lungs to convulse. The immense force propelled me into the driver's seat, my forehead colliding against the steering wheel, leaving a painful bump in its wake. My initial reaction was one of astonishment at the presence of an ambushing gunman. Meanwhile, a sharp gunshot reverberated through the tranquil night sky. In that moment, I instinctively thought I had been struck. The searing pain radiated through my back, rendering my nerves almost numb, as it conveyed an agonizing sensation that penetrated to the very marrow of my bones. A warm liquid trickled down my back, cascading to my waist, abundant and substantial. Darkness engulfed my vision in waves. It was a protective mechanism of my consciousness, attempting to shield my fragile nerves from further torment, urging me toward unconsciousness. Yet, I dared not succumb to the void. Closing my eyes might render me oblivious to the world upon reopening them, and I could not fathom what awaited me thereafter. What does it mean to be shot? I possess an innate understanding of that gravity. I am not a cinematic hero from a war film, enduring multiple gunshots while effortlessly withstanding a barrage of fire, nor am I a whimsical character from a Hong Kong crime drama, unfazed by gunfire as I ponder romantic entanglements. I am an ordinary person. Once a bullet pierces flesh, creates a gaping wound, and blood flows profusely. As I meticulously assessed the pain in my back, I felt no fiery warmth of the bullet lodged in my flesh. Before I could inspect further, I heard two figures approaching, shouting, "Xiao Keming, get out of the car. If you don't exit, we will shoot you dead." Their footsteps drew nearer, and paralyzed with fear, I dared not move, feigning death in hopes they would not discover I was still alive, instinctively fearing they would deliver a fatal blow to my head. Xiao Keming gazed at me, and I remained still, winking at him. His expression was one of disbelief as he pushed open the car door and shouted, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I am unarmed. Please do not fire." His voice, laced with terror, also bore a hint of righteous indignation, mingled with sorrow. A true thespian, a candidate for the Oscar of life. I crouched on the driver's seat, the door ajar, cold wind rushing in, paralyzed with fear. I heard someone command Xiao Keming to crouch down, followed by a series of harsh kicks directed at him. He rolled on the ground, wailing, "Stop! Please, stop! I'm injured, brother." A gruff voice halted the assailant, inquiring whether the man was dead, instructing someone to check. Suddenly, I felt myself yanked downwards, a large hand traversing my back, reaching up to my mouth and nose. The hand's owner, upon discovering my mouth was unblemished, was taken aback and flipped me over. With my eyes wide open, I immediately retaliated, delivering a powerful punch to his doughy face, the impact causing my knuckles to throb painfully against his cheekbone. I offered him no chance for resistance, striking swiftly at his vulnerable areas, his groin, head, and other critical points. My final blow landed squarely on the most sensitive region, causing him to double over in agony. I staggered over to find a bald man lying motionless on the ground. Thumbs raised in appreciation, I genuinely commended the skill of the scruffy fighter, who accepted my praise with a deep sigh, revealing that he had practiced stances, yubu, and the 5 animal play since childhood, having long since opened his meridians. After years of wandering the martial world, I have never encountered a mishap, he declared. I cast him a sidelong glance, pondering that had he truly been vigilant, I might not be in such a state of exhaustion today. What on earth is the concept of Ren and Du meridians? Is it akin to the chrysanthemum? My entire body throbbed with a searing pain, prompting me to request his assistance in examining the gunshot wound on my back. He peeled away my blood-soaked shirt, and upon seeing the injury, he exclaimed with a note of surprise, followed by a smile tinged with envy and resentment, as he patted my shoulder repeatedly. Curiosity piqued. I inquired about the cause of his amusement. He remarked on my extraordinary fortune, noting that the bullet had embedded itself a few centimeters into my flesh before being expelled. Who shot me? Your family's golden silkworm, of course.
How enviable.
They say true brothers can shield one another from bullets. Yet here you are, with your little chubby companion appearing at the critical moment to absorb the impact of the firepower. How perilous. It dawned on me that had the bullet penetrated deeper into my abdomen, my life would have been forfeit. I should be grateful, young man. Treat your family's critter with kindness, and refrain from making it consume internal organs mixed with liquor. Are you not ashamed to keep it? If you won't nurture it, then I shall. Let us not speak of it. Day in and day out, I will cater to its every whim with delectable offerings. I shot him a disapproving look. Yet my heart swelled with an unexpected warmth for this plump creature. Though its exterior may seem coarse, it invariably stirs my emotions. I wonder, after enduring such an explosive force, is it unharmed? Truth be told, I have never encountered such a situation before, and anxiety swells within me. In my 2 decades of life, I have adhered to the belief that debts must be repaid and lives taken must be avenged. This is indisputable. Yet now, I find myself in a quandary. I am acting in self-defense, but should I recklessly resort to violence, it would amount to premeditated murder. Unlike the situation with Wang Luo, the evidence is overwhelming. If I were to take a life, would I then be forced to flee from justice? To refrain from taking a life? Is it then imperative to notify the authorities? Can we repose faith in the notion that reporting the incident will ensure equitable treatment and a just verdict? Is the law an uncompromising yardstick, or merely a tool wielded by the influential and powerful? What course of action should one truly undertake? The elation of escaping a perilous situation is immediately overshadowed by a profound sense of unease when confronted with this dilemma. Duanshu, as an individual, is not the source of trepidation. Rather, it is the immense, looming presence that supports him. No one, regardless of their identity, can effectively contend against an entire societal structure. Even the most formidable individual will inevitably encounter someone capable of curtailing their actions. I turned my gaze towards Miao Borderland. He remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced vertical crease. His countenance bore an unprecedented gravity, a mere glimpse of which evoked a sense of inexplicable oppression and disquiet within me. After approximately 5 minutes, his entire being seemed to relax, as if he had concluded an internal struggle. In a hoarse voice, he inquired whether I had brought a mobile phone. I confirmed that I had. He nodded, extending his hand to request it. After a prolonged hesitation, his fingers hovering over the keypad, he steeled his resolve, entered a sequence of numbers, and pressed the dial button. Evidently, my esteemed senior apprentice is a trustworthy individual, for he disclosed everything. This conversation persisted for a duration of 20 minutes. I listened intently, catching several keywords: the hidden Thunderbolt talisman, local affairs, and my venerable master. He sighed, gazing at me, and said, Lu Zuo, why does this world harbor such inequities, compelling us to endure in silence? Those who dare to eradicate injustice are often deemed outcasts, living in despair and subjected to scorn. We remained silent, staring ahead. In the distance, a vehicle approached, its headlights illuminating us. It seemed oblivious to the 2 figures on the ground or the gun in my hand, accelerating forward without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The scruffy fellow had been captured, and even the blood jade had been seized, undoubtedly stripped bare. How could any Thunderbolt talisman of such moisture possibly emerge now? This individual was indeed peculiar. typically appearing inept, yet at critical moments, he seemed to channel a cosmic energy akin to that of a Saint Seiya, erupting with formidable power that could rival the infamous Thai sorcerer, Kun. His astonishing feats were almost like those of a Terminator before me. Yet, with a mere talisman and a thunderous incantation, the scruffy fellow could effortlessly vanquish adversaries. I voiced my curiosity. Where does the talisman originate? The scruffy fellow merely smiled in silence, steadfast in his refusal to divulge any information. At that moment, the moon emerged, veiling half of its face, casting its gaze upon the tranquil earth and the myriad of beings. It shone bright and pure, almost divine in its lofty position. I looked at the scruffy fellow, who nodded in agreement, prompting me to declare that I would indeed return that night. I find myself at a loss for words. Although this statement may be crude, it seems to encapsulate numerous truths about life. Nevertheless, with such thoughts, I am unconcerned about the possibility of being pursued again. We descended to indulge in some rice rolls before returning the vehicle. After yesterday's commotion, the condition of this BYD was rather dismal, and I felt no inclination to contact the insurance company or provide any evidence for reimbursement. After reconciling the compensation amount with the rental company's adjuster, I settled the payment and departed. Xiao Keming, robust in physique, suffered no visible harm from the torture he endured. However, he was subjected to the sinister influence of Ba Song, who administered a soul-controlling potion containing opiate paste, a highly addictive substance. Despite its significant dosage and mysterious application, he became ensnared by its grasp. In a desperate attempt to free himself, he burned Ba Song's blood-stained garments and consumed them in water, believing this would alleviate the grip of the potion. Yet, the addiction lingered. By midday, an inexplicable restlessness began to overtake him. He wept, perspired, experienced a runny nose, trembled with chills, and suffered from cramps. Various symptoms manifested. Yet, he remained a man of resolute will, disregarding his body's adverse reactions. He sat cross-legged in deep meditation, and to my astonishment, he soon entered a state of tranquility. What an extraordinary individual! Although I have not experienced such a plight myself, I have witnessed, whether on television, in literature or in life, the plight of addicts. No matter how stalwart a man may be, they are often reduced to despair, stripped of even the slightest dignity. Yet, the tenacity displayed by this scruffy fellow has earned my utmost admiration. Truly a man, a paragon of masculinity. I spoke with Ma Haiba over the phone to inform him of the situation and sought his opinion. Although he is situated in a distant small county as the deputy captain of the criminal police team, he is still a person within the system and possesses some knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Haiba expressed that he had no effective solutions either. Since my Taoist friend's acquaintance had already intervened, it would be best to allow that to unfold. After all, many matters in our country are quite intricate. One must not act impulsively but rather exercise restraint. After concluding the call, I reached out to Huang Fei, conversing for a while and finding my spirits considerably lifted. Once again, however, I faced failure, which left me with a lingering concern about whether the obedient Duoduo was still safe. If the overt approach fails, must I resort to subtler means? I continued to indulge in lavish feasting, disregarding the social obligations imposed by others. It was only during the convivial toasts, where laughter momentarily dissolved past grievances, that I exchanged a few pleasantries. The private bodyguard, Park Ji-hyun, maintained a perpetually frosty demeanor, appearing almost expressionless. Upon leaving the club, a prearranged vehicle whisked us directly to the nightclub at the port. The driver remained silent, and I too refrained from speaking. At that moment, I recalled that I had instructed Lu Ming, the head of security at the nightclub, to administer the heartbreak Gu on the 24th, yet I had forgotten to provide him with the antidote. My mind had been clouded the previous night. Had it not been for the suggestion from Zimeo to visit the nightclub, I might have ended up with yet another life on my conscience. Though wielding a sharp blade, one must not harbor a reckless desire for bloodshed. Otherwise, the fragile vessel will inevitably shatter by the well, and the general may soon meet his demise. An excess of combative spirit and brutality will naturally lead to untimely death. The practice of raising Gu is ultimately not a righteous path. The outcome is destined to be tragic. He spoke with such eloquence, Yet I had reason to believe that this fellow was merely a libertine. He even invited me to his home whenever I had the time. In their midst, there existed sorcerers and shamans of remarkable efficacy, along with a plethora of extraordinary legends that were nothing short of wondrous. That evening, we bid each other farewell, shedding an unknown quantity of heroic tears. I expressed that I was a good child, unable to comprehend the meanings behind his words. In a moment of mutual understanding, we gazed into each other's eyes, perceiving a flicker of heroic spirit within. Regardless of the world's murkiness, we safeguarded a realm of purity within our hearts. Yet he was merely jesting. With a shake of his head, he insisted that there was nothing of the sort. His resolute demeanor suggested an unwavering denial, and I refrained from pressing him further, silently vowing to uncover the truth before my departure. Agen is my friend, and I would let nothing else slide. I was determined to confront this malevolent entity. If it were human, I would seize it. If it were a ghost, I would banish it. Even if it were a demon, I would engage it in battle, for how else could I showcase my own prowess? Setting that matter aside for the moment, I grew curious about his personal affairs, inquiring which young lady could possibly liberate Agen from the ranks of the single. He chuckled bashfully, promising to formally introduce her to me during dinner that evening. Taking advantage of a brief moment, I excused myself to the restroom and called a familiar shop assistant to inquire about the identity of Agen's girlfriend. The shop assistant is one of the duo I frequently mention, the seasoned veterans. He answered the phone without any preamble, stating directly that he recognized her as the best employee from our store, the one with the outstanding performance, Wang Shanqing. She is quite beautiful, a bit flirtatious. Oh, the one who resigned last September. Do you remember? My heart raced, and I couldn't help but curse. I never anticipated that she would seek out Agen again, and to my astonishment, she has become his official girlfriend. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world changes swiftly. That old-timer was still whistling, calling her the shop's lady boss. He claimed that not only he but also 2 other colleagues in the store had tasted the pleasures of that woman. She is bold, welcoming all, regardless of familiarity. A mere payment would suffice for her to undress. How delightful! Last year, she was the belle of the season, and now she parades as the boss lady of a small shop. Each time she visits the jewelry store, she exhibits selective amnesia, strutting around as if she were a queen. The more I listened, the more alarmed I became. How could Agen be so bewitched? Not only did he suffer financial loss, but he also lost considerable face. Why? Modern fallen women are not akin to the courtesans of antiquity. In ancient times, literati would redeem talented courtesans as concubines, earning the admiration of true lovers. However, today, marrying a former escort would surely lead to humiliation. Of course, I do not harbor disdain for this group. If it is true love, so be it. We, the bystanders, are merely observers, unable to dictate Agen's choices. However, I find myself well acquainted with the woman known as Wang Shanqing. She is undeniably a most unreliable character. In our last conversation, did not Agen seem to have moved on? Why then did he choose to indulge in this moldy wild grass once more? Wang Shanqing, who harbors a deep-seated affection for her pretty boyfriend, even willing to traverse the tumultuous seas for him, why has she suddenly emerged from the depths to entice the innocent-minded Agen? Could it be that the faint dark aura surrounding Agen is somehow linked to this woman Wang Shanqing? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged within me, stirring my restless spirit. Agen's expression stiffened immediately, shifting from yellow to white, from white to green, and then to a purplish hue. He gasped for breath and inquired about who had been speaking ill of him. These gossipy tongues, left unattended for 3 days, would dare to pry into every crevice, as if Agen were merely a slumbering sickly cat. Observing his impatience, I felt a surge of irritation and asked him if he truly wished to spend his life with Wang Shanqing. He affirmed, questioning, "What of it? Is there a problem?" The brash companion, unrestrained in his appetite, stirred the pot with a pair of communal chopsticks, retrieving tender lamb and savoring it heartily, then interjected, "Do you truly have no qualms about her past as a courtesan?" Agen, defiantly, retorted, "What of courtesans? What of courtesans? Du Sherngyang, Hong Fu Nu, Li Shirshir, they are all legendary figures of history. My affections may very well rival theirs." He claimed indifference, declaring that anyone who cared was a fool. My companion and I, both deemed fools, fell into a silence, burying our heads in our meat and drink, our hearts heavy with unspoken turmoil, our eyes reddened with suppressed frustration. Upon observing my silence, Agen comprehended the camaraderie I held as a brother. However, his affection for Xiaoqing was genuine, cultivated through the passage of time. In this vast world, finding the right partner is a daunting endeavor, and he wished not to let past matters tarnish the sincerity of his bond with Xiaoqing. He insisted that this topic should never be broached again, especially in front of Xiaoqing. Uttering a single word about it would jeopardize our brotherhood. His resolve was palpable, leaving us with little recourse but to clink our glasses in a toast. Zamaxiodeo's gaze shifted to one of melancholy profundity, his lips quivering as he lamented, "Our family no longer believes in love." It was evident that he harbored a plethora of tales yearning for expression, yet I dismissed him, uninterested in his youthful narratives. Zamaxiodeo trailed behind me, grumbling incessantly about my lack of patience and the absence of camaraderie in tending to a friend's emotions. He mentioned that he hadn't notified his family, deeming it unnecessary for the time being, especially considering his goddaughter Duoduo's situation. He preferred to resolve matters with Agen before addressing those at home. As I could only reside in this house for a few more days, I made another trip to the agency to list the property for rent, hoping to alleviate some of the mortgage burden. Noticing the hour growing late, I decided against venturing into the suburbs, as that couple consistently deposited funds into my account. By 6 o'clock that evening, Zamaxiodeo and I departed, heading to our designated dining venue. Upon our arrival, we found that Agen had not yet joined us. After a brief wait, several staff members approached us, revealing that Agen had gone to pick up his girlfriend. By 7 o'clock, everyone had arrived, and the private room was bustling with lively chatter. At that moment, the door swung open, and Wang Shanqing, adorned in a pristine white fur coat and carrying an LV handbag, gracefully entered. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Excluding our encounter in Jiangqing, it had been nearly half a year since I last saw her. She had once held a strong admiration for me, and feeling no need to rise, I remained seated, inviting them to join me beside. Once settled, Wang Shanqing warmly greeted me, remarking on how long it had been since we last met, inquiring where I had been flourishing away from this modest establishment. Although her words were courteous, I could detect a subtle air of superiority, prompting only a nod in response without further elaboration. As the menu was being discussed amidst a cacophony of voices, I seized the opportunity to observe Wang Shanqing. She was undeniably an attractive young woman, with willow-shaped brows and phoenix-like eyes, a delicate oval face enhanced by striking makeup. She appeared youthful, seemingly 2 years my junior, radiating vitality. However, perhaps due to her tumultuous lifestyle over the past 6 months, the muscles on either side of her neck appeared slightly loose, lined with subtle wrinkles, a clear indication of excessive indulgence, causing her delicate neck to lose its youthful firmness. These were trivial matters, as beauty or ugliness bore no consequence to me. However, the ominous aura surrounding her sent a shiver down my spine. It was evident that she had traversed a dark path, one marked by malevolence. In light of this, it became clear that the dark energy surrounding Agen was not a result of any malevolent entity he had encountered, but rather an infection from Wang Shanqing. Furthermore, Agen's fervent confession at noon was likely not born of his true feelings. Exchanging a glance with my companion, we both sensed that something was amiss. Amongst friends gathered for a feast, surrounded by numerous eyes, we chose to suppress our suspicions, merely following the crowd in consuming food and drink. I possess a golden silkworm charm for self-defense, welcoming all who approach with open arms, indulging in libations with carefree abandon. Meanwhile, the winding paths of chance were not idle. Within a mere half-hour, I observed him engaging in lively conversation with a newly arrived girl, taking her delicate, fair hand in his to examine her palmistry. Ultimately, he succeeded in acquiring her phone number and QQ ID. He remained unchanged, as ever. Her eyes, akin to a shimmering pool of autumn waters, gazed at me with tender longing as I emerged from the restroom. I regarded her, anticipating her words. After a brief silence, she suddenly confessed, "Lu Gu, do you know? I actually have feelings for you. I have always liked you. Why do you never even glance my way?" That brazen Xiaomei clings to you daily, while you ignore me, leading me to choose Ming Xian. Yet, I never expected Ming Xian to be such a heartless pretty boy, asking me to work as a courtesan to support him. Very well, I complied, only to discover he was using the money I earned to pursue another married woman. Now I am liberated. Lu Gu, I wish to be with you. Is that all right? Upon uttering these words, she lunged toward me, attempting to embrace me. Caught off guard by her unexpected declaration, instead of joy, I felt a jarring sensation, as if entangled in a scheme. As she advanced, I swiftly evaded into the men's restroom, and through the door's crack, I coldly addressed her. What is the meaning of this? Are you being flirtatious? Remember, you are now Aging's girlfriend, no longer the person you once were. I am not a guest. Please conduct yourself with dignity. She had never embraced me before, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she blocked the doorway, sobbing with a pallid complexion, confessing that she only liked me. Agen had merely been touched by his pursuit, which led her to acquiesce to him. She inquired, Lu Gu, if you also harbor feelings for me, shall we be together tonight? As she spoke, her breath wafted a sweet scent towards me, intoxicating and unfamiliar, awakening a certain longing within me that had intended to remain dormant. It stirred restlessly, yearning for release. Naturally, I dared not let the golden silkworm Gu emerge recklessly. Instead, I closed the door and urged her to leave quickly. I was acutely aware that if Agen were to witness this scene, our brotherhood would be irrevocably shattered. Upon entering, I discreetly glanced at Wang Shanqing, who was retouching her makeup, seemingly unbothered as she whispered with Agen, not sparing me a glance, which aroused my suspicion. I took a seat, observing that several had imbibed excessively, and suggested that we conclude the evening's gathering. Without the chance for a private conversation, my words remained unspoken, and I resigned myself to silence. Xiao Xiaodao burst into laughter, mentioning that he had a wealthy cousin. His remark reminded me that I had not seen Boss Gu in quite some time. After the designated driver departed, Xiao Xiaodao and I deliberated on the arcane arts we knew, pondering what could have caused Agen's recent transformation. Xiao Xiaodao remarked that Agen was typically a composed and sharp individual, adept at managing two establishments. His gaze was clear and alert, indicating he had not fallen victim to any enchantment or drug, thereby ruling out most forms of dark sorcery. What then could it be? Indeed, that young lady possesses an extraordinary charm and exceptional skills that have utterly captivated your brother. We find ourselves perplexed. Many seemingly miraculous phenomena, upon closer examination, are not as formidable as they appear. Take, for instance, the 12 methods recorded, such as the manipulation of oil in a cauldron, listening for spirits in a tranquil chamber, or summoning living beings. While these may have seemed enigmatic at the time, they now resemble mere sleight of hand. Similarly, practices like preaching, divination, and dream interpretation cannot be entirely dismissed. However, with the application of modern psychological principles, they can be meticulously unraveled and understood. The process of igniting interest, affection, and ultimately profound love in another person is a complex endeavor. In this realm, I personally believe that the insights from the unconventional path far surpass my own experiences. At times, seeking guidance inevitably touches upon the domain of psychology. We engaged in discussion but reached no conclusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Keming's addiction resurfaced, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, muscles convulsing in a terrifying manner. He trembledly requested that I leave him be, then clasped his hands over his lower abdomen, adopting a meditative posture to practice inner stillness. Observing his quivering, pallid lips, I sighed. The world is rife with individuals ensnared by addiction, yet few exhibit the calmness he does. My mind drifts back to the character Xiao Tong from the widely acclaimed 1999 television drama Eternal Vigil, who experienced a profound fear of drugs for the first time. In contrast, Argon, in his current state, appears to be ensnared by a far more insidious mental poison. As the Miao Xiaodao slumbers, I am left to ponder my next course of action. This is the house recently purchased by Argon for Wang Shanqing. Not a single person from the store has visited, and if I had not followed them here, I would remain oblivious to their residence, let alone the floor and apartment number. Infiltrating as a solitary individual is impractical. There are security personnel and surveillance cameras downstairs, and I am certainly not endowed with superhuman abilities. Alternatively, directly calling Argon to discuss this matter seems even less feasible. Should I inform his girlfriend that I was cornered at the restroom door in a declaration of love? Or should I reveal to Argon that he has been manipulated by Wang Shanqing, rendering him dazed? Given that he has indeed been ensnared, once the topic of Wang Shanqing arises, it is evident whom Argon would listen to. A mere thought on this would yield the answer. At that point, it would likely be as Argon has said, brotherhood will be lost. I experienced a throbbing headache for a while, and feeling helpless, I could only clasp my hands in prayer and softly murmur, "May the golden silkworm's spirit manifest. May the golden silkworm's spirit manifest." A chill surged through my chest as a plump creature emerged, appearing drowsy. I took out the half bottle of white wine I had brought from dinner, and it readily burrowed into it, consuming it voraciously and seemingly belching in satisfaction afterward. I shared my predicament with it, but it paid no heed, instead crawling onto the face of the scruffy individual in meditation, its rotund body wriggling. In the blink of an eye, it astonishingly slithered up the nostrils of the scruffy individual. I was drenched in sweat, questioning where that wretched creature had gone. It gestured towards its chest, then pointed to its stomach, followed by its lungs, and eventually to its head. The scruffy individual's face turned dark, and he remained silent, pursing his lips. I was at a loss for words, asking what was the meaning of that. He ceased to inquire further, abruptly flinging open the car door and rushing to the roadside to expel the contents of his stomach. The sound he emitted was profoundly tragic. In the enveloping darkness, his breathing became steady, as if entering a meditative state, placing his mind in an imagined realm of possibilities. Mysterious and enigmatic, it was a portal to the wonders of existence. It is worth noting that the phenomenon of transcending the physical world is undeniably authentic. The enlightened can even channel their thoughts to divine the future or perceive hidden truths, akin to traversing the shadowy paths. Even the most ordinary individuals have experienced a sense of déjà vu in unfamiliar places, an uncanny familiarity with events of the day, or an inexplicable knowledge of the words spoken by a close companion. This distinction lies solely in the realms of consciousness and the unconscious. Fortunately, the creature, indulged in its own trivial pursuits, displayed little interest in such matters. It circled around, entering through the kitchen's ventilation fan. Clearly, its compliance with my commands depended on its mood. Although it had just feasted, when it ventured into the tangle of hair-like paths within its body, I bellowed at it. Annoyed, it soared and flitted about, disregarding my presence, lost in its own wanderings within the room. While we shared a perspective, the role reversal was disconcerting. I felt as though I had plunged into the realm of giants, with everything magnified to an astonishing degree. It darted swiftly while I, having never before experienced the thrill of a roller coaster, felt dizzy and almost nauseous. At last, I comprehended the rigorous examinations endured when aspiring to become a pilot during the college entrance examinations. Fortunately, this creature was lethargic. It did not fly for long before alighting on a surface in the living room, resting upon a red apple, ceasing all movement. The place it resides is referred to as the shrine, and this apple is evidently a sacrificial offering. I mentioned that I was engaged in activities unsuitable for children, and his eyes gleamed with curiosity as he swiftly emerged from his previous psychological shadow, eagerly inquiring about the situation. I suggested we indulge in rolling the ball, questioning who would find such matters entertaining. Zameo Xiaodao gazed at me with envy, proclaiming that I had nurtured a precious little creature. Without a doubt, its ability to spy was enough to incite the envy of others. With it, during moments of idleness, the joys would be endless. A disrepressible lewd smile spread across his face, akin to a weasel that had just pilfered a hen. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, it takes all sorts to make a world, and only the lecherous Taoist, Xiao Keming, could unearth such a peculiar utility. Jokingly, he broached the subject of why the golden silkworm had uncontrollably burrowed into his body earlier. Zameo Xiaodao recounted how he had been traversed by the little fatty, feeling invigorated and immensely comfortable, as though he had indulged in a sauna, with his pores wide open. He had felt particularly uncomfortable moments prior, but after expelling some matter, he felt refreshed, completely free of any symptoms of drug withdrawal. I mused aloud whether the golden silkworm had perceived the toxins within old Xiao as a delicacy, thus prompting its earlier escapade. Xiao Keming expressed disbelief, asserting that such a notion was impossible. Drug addiction, after all, is a form of psychological dependence, not a means of detoxification or exorcism. How could that be? He pondered for a moment and then suggested, perhaps it is feasible? The golden silkworm, being a semi-spiritual entity, is capable of enchanting the mind and influencing the spirit. It might very well help alleviate this addiction. Damn, that accursed bong not only squandered my soul thunder talisman, an invaluable gift from my revered granduncle, the insidious addiction has been sown within me, and despite the incineration of his blood-stained garments to ashes, consuming them with water proves futile. You can see the torment I have endured these past few days. At times, I yearn for oblivion, yet, perhaps it is beneficial to delve deeper each day, fostering a healthier existence. However, might it be possible to negotiate with the creature in your household to avoid straying onto the wrong path? Half an hour later, the message from the golden silkworm arrived, indicating a development. I immediately entered a meditative state, channeling my spirit towards it. The scene transformed from obscurity to clarity. Before me knelt Wang Shanking, clad in a blue silk nightgown, positioned reverently before an altar. 3 incense sticks burned, emitting wisps of fragrant smoke, while red eggs, apples, and yellow pomelos were arranged in an orderly fashion. Her lips moved in muted whispers, seemingly reciting something. She bowed, her head touching the ground repeatedly, embodying the essence of a devout believer. In her pilgrimage, she traversed a path fraught with thorns, undeterred by the storms and adversities. Her solemn worship astonished me. With each bow, the dark mist enveloping her seemed to grow thicker. What was she venerating upon the altar? A small statue, black with golden edges, crafted from wood, possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, with a deep blue-black visage that spewed fire, embodying a wrathful, naked form. Beneath it lay a lotus, reminiscent of guanyin, yet it was a black lotus, comprising 12 petals. The flower bloomed, seated amidst its surroundings, one side embodying joy, another fury, and yet another madness, all depicted with vivid realism. Having encountered numerous deities, typically benevolent bodhisattvas or celestial beings, such a grotesque figure was indeed rare and unsettling, leaving me to ponder its origins. I could not discern the words of Wang Shanking. They resembled a scripture, or perhaps commonplace prayers uttered in supplication. In the dimly lit bedroom, Agen lay in a deep slumber, having indulged in some libations and fatigued from his exertions. His eyes were tightly shut, and his mouth slightly agape, surely emitting thunderous snores. The room was predominantly shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the warm, golden glow of the bedside lamp. Wang Shanqing sat at the edge of the bed, scrutinizing Agen with a gaze void of any affection, icy to the core, as if observing a person entirely irrelevant, or even one she despised. After a moment, her crimson lips moved, yet the words remained unspoken. Suddenly, from the open neckline of her silk nightgown, a creature resembling a slug emerged. This being was elongated and flat, a dark brown hue, slick and glistening, with viscous bloodstains clinging to its surface. It possessed 2 pairs of antennae, akin to a shell-less snail. Upon its appearance, the golden silkworm spirit became inexplicably agitated. Had I not intervened with great effort, it would have lunged forward to feast upon it. The slug-like creature, having emerged from the valley of Wang Shanqing's bosom, continued its ascent, crawling to her forehead while emitting inaudible sounds that resonated with the frequency perceived by the golden silkworm spirit. A horrifying event unfolded as Agen's closed eyes inexplicably fluttered open, revealing a vacant gaze, shrouded in a ghostly white, resembling that of a zombie. Subsequently, from the crimson musculature surrounding his eyes, a pair of pink fleshy growths extruded. These growths resembled nasal polyps observed through a medical lens, small, elongated, with rounded tips that swayed gently, each adorned with a pale bubble, as if containing air within. Beneath Arjun's gaze, an unexpected pair of fleshy growths emerged, reminiscent of sunflowers on a hillside, oriented vertically and steadfastly directed towards the slimy creature on Wang Shanqing's forehead. As the creature stirred, These growths mirrored its movement, shifting gradually as though imbued with life. This bizarre and terrifying spectacle instantly evoked thoughts of another form of Gu, distinct from the 11 categories of repulsive poisons, namely the emotion Gu. The very name suggests its profound reputation, capable of ensnaring hearts and minds. It is an enigmatic entity, the means of its dissolution, release, or destruction eluding even my understanding. After all, such a Gu does not exist in our region. Where could it be found? Tales abound in the 4 counties of Shaanxi, Dali in Yunnan, the ancient lands of Yelang in Shenxi, and the majestic Daba Mountains of Sichuan, echoing through the cacophony of the world, known to all passers-by. Wang Shanxing leaned down, extending her tongue to gently caress the tip of Arjun's nose. The creature upon her forehead, the emotion Gu, began to descend along her beguiling visage, traversing her elegant nose, her crimson lips, and the delicate tip of her tongue, before finally making its way to Arjun's face, leaving a trail of luminescent secretions. It eventually came to rest beneath Arjun's eyes, its soft tentacles undulating as it delicately feasted upon the small fleshy growths below his gaze. This tiny growth appeared as if nourished by organic fertilizer, pulsating with excitement and trembling intermittently. Could this be the offspring of the Gu? With each caress of the mother Gu, the dark energy enveloping Arjun intensified, taking on a hue akin to ink in the discerning eyes of the sensitive silkworm Gu. My heart raced uncontrollably. No, this was not merely a simple emotion Gu. It was something far more complex. I was reminded of the conversation I had with Wang Shan in the restroom last night. The veracity of her initial claims remains uncertain, yet it is evident that her purported disdain for Aegon is indisputable. The enchantment of love can only be wielded by a woman whose affection runs deep. Otherwise, it transforms into something sinister. Indeed, this woman seems to be siphoning Aegon's vitality, seeking wealth, and perhaps even causing harm. She certainly has her schemes well calculated. Where on earth did this wretched woman learn such dark arts? How could she bring misfortune upon my friend? Unable to contain my fury any longer, I opened my eyes, flung the car door open, and dashed forth, determined to confront her today. We swiftly made our way into the building, only to be intercepted by the duty security guard. Without an access card, we were barred from entering the apartment. In my desperation, I concocted a tale, claiming we were law enforcement conducting an investigation. He was skeptical and insisted on seeing identification. Just then, a scruffy figure approached from behind and clapped the guard on the shoulder, rendering him momentarily dazed. I was taken aback and questioned what manner of sorcery this was. Was it some form of immobilization? How utterly tyrannical! With a self-satisfied grin, he revealed a vial of liquid in his hand and applied it beneath the guard's nose, inquiring if I had ever heard of LSD. I shook my head, and he scoffed at my ignorance. Before long, we found ourselves standing before Aegon's closed door. I glanced at the scruffy figure, who shrugged and remarked that such tactics were the domain of petty thieves. Yet he, a bona fide Maoshan Taoist, was a man of integrity. It had been quite some time since I had heard him boast of his authentic Maoshan credentials. It struck me as odd. So what were we to do? We were hardly in a position to force our way inside like a couple of ruffians. Fortunately, the plump insect was quite formidable. Just as I was lost in thought, the door creaked open, and it fluttered towards me with its disproportionately delicate wings. I shot it a glare and it veered away, affectionately perching atop a stray tuft of hair on the narrow path. Old Zhao's face instantly turned the color of liver, clearly uncomfortable. We hastily retreated into the bedroom. I scoffed and asked, "Are you truly unaware of what you have done? Why pose such questions?" She feigned ignorance, replying, "I don't understand. You are all friends of Argon. Why have you intruded into our bedroom? A friend's wife is not to be trifled with." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and she playfully remarked, "Oh, Brother Lu, do you still recall what I just said? Look at you. So impatient. Just moments ago you were acting all refined, and now you have come seeking company. Hee. Do you wish for us to join forces?" I stepped closer, seizing her delicate neck without a shred of tenderness, delivering 4 resounding slaps that echoed in the air. As I withdrew my hand, her soft cheeks quickly turned a shade of bruised blue, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Bewildered at first, she soon erupted in fury, clawing at me, hurling curses that echoed from the neighboring room, proclaiming her readiness to fight back. I extended my arm, keeping my distance from her face, then gradually tightened my grip around her throat, constricting her breath and allowing her to experience the chilling sensation of mortality. Fear finally washed over her as she retreated from her fierce demeanor. She resembled a startled fawn, tears shimmering in her eyes. I eased my grip slightly, and she inhaled deeply, stuttering, "How could you strike a woman? You brute." The chill within me caused even my own body to tremble. Striving to adopt a more neutral tone, I remarked, "I find it rather peculiar that Arjun has not informed you of my expertise in raising venomous creatures. How is it that you dare to stand before me, attempting to seduce and provoke me? Is it sheer audacity, or do you wish to engage in a contest? Have you lost your senses? Throughout my life, I have never laid a hand on a woman, not once. I believe it to be a fundamental quality of manhood. Yet today, I find myself unable to contain the fury that simmers within me. You shall be the first woman I strike, perhaps even the first I may kill, for you have grievously harmed my friend." Upon finishing this declaration, I released my grip and forcefully shoved her onto the bed. Wang Shanqing fell onto the mattress, the springs rebounding beneath her, causing ripples across her chest. She reached out and roused Arjun from slumber. Indeed, I stood there alongside the bystander, the scruffy-haired youth, as if we were caught in an act of infidelity. I sighed. Wang Shanqing was astute, having awakened Arjun. There was no doubt that I could no longer strike her without reservation. I advised Arjun to don his clothing. He hastily pulled on the pajamas from the bedside and lunged at me, seizing my collar in a fit of rage, angrily demanding if I was the one who struck her. Wang Shanqing wept softly, remaining silent, yet her tears only intensified Arjun's fury as he tightened his grip on my collar. I regarded him calmly, saying, "We have been brothers for these past years. Cannot you allow me to explain?" He gasped for breath, forcefully pushing me away, exclaiming, "Then speak. If you cannot articulate a reason, then there will be no brotherhood left." A stunned Agan burst into laughter, exclaiming in jest, "Surely you jest. A proper young lady like Xiao Qing wouldn't dabble in such sorcery." Both I and the scruffy-haired fellow were struck by the absurdity of his words. Indeed, love's fervent gaze renders one blind to flaws. If Wang Shanqing is deemed a respectable young woman, what of the others who have strayed? The woman smiled, subtly yet unmistakably, her lips curling upwards. It was evident she believed that with Agan present we were at a stalemate. Ignoring Agan, I inquired of Wang Shanqing, "Where did you learn this love sorcery?" She feigned ignorance, claiming she understood not what I spoke of. The scruffy-haired fellow stepped forward, bowing slightly, and said, "Esteemed lady, do not squander my time. We are all perceptive individuals tirelessly occupied. If you confess, I shall grant you your life. Should you refuse, the grim fate of death by sorcery awaits you." She resolutely denied everything, while Agan stood protectively before her, his complexion pale and lips quivering, warning us not to overstep, threatening to call the authorities. I shook my head, sighing at the folly of self-inflicted suffering. With a sharp whistle, a plump insect perched atop the scruffy-haired fellow's head immediately darted towards Wang Shanqing, emitting a series of high-pitched chirps. The moment the golden silkworm appeared, both Agan and Wang Shanqing were taken aback, at a loss for words. Soon after, Wang Shanqing's face flushed crimson, her eyes a tumultuous mix of excitement and anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks, followed by an uncontrollable groan escaping from the depths of her throat. As the high and low moans escaped her lips, her nightgown writhed upwards, and that repugnant slug crawled along her body until it reached the open neckline, emitting a series of squeaks. While others might not discern it, I could sense within those sounds a tone of submission, fear, and pleas for mercy. Wang Shan lay limp on the bed, staring vacantly at the corpulent creature before her. Utterly bewildered by her own frailty, she murmured despairingly, declaring that once the heartworm was planted, it could never be undone in this lifetime. I scoffed, retorting with a disdainful remark about her fate. With her methods, she would hardly survive 2 years. This was not merely a love curse. It was a sinister concoction designed to siphon off Arjun's essence to prolong her wretched existence. How cruel! Who taught you such malevolence? Her face turned pale, Yet she remained obstinately silent. With a flick of my wrist, the golden silkworm spirit hovered before her chest, performing a dance akin to that of a bee, while the slug thrashed its head in agony, screaming in torment. Its suffering mirrored hers, as the veins at her temples throbbed in sympathy with the creature's pain. After a while, she wept, pleading for the incantation to cease. I exchanged a knowing glance with the scruffy accomplice. It seemed the golden silkworm spirit was proving its worth, swiftly bringing her into submission. I fixed my gaze upon her, demanding to know why she sought to ruin Arjun's life. Covering her face with her hands, she fell silent. Naturally, I found her silence unconvincing, merely scoffing as I turned to Arjun and inquired about his perspective. Agen was naturally in a state of disbelief, rendered speechless, his veins bulging with anger, though it remained unclear whom he was truly enraged with. We fell into a silence, yet the gluttonous insect seemed oblivious to the awkward atmosphere. It suddenly alighted upon Agen's face, crawling towards his eye, and after emitting a couple of chirps, 2 streams of purulent blood flowed from beneath Agen's eyelid, accompanied by bits of flesh that trickled down. Without any hesitation, it voraciously devoured the remnants, then flew to Wang Shanqing's chest, seizing the mucus from her cleavage as a chick would snatch up a worm, consuming it in a swift motion. Throughout this entire ordeal, Qing Gu remained utterly motionless, seemingly unfazed by the simplicity of it all. In an instant, the viscous concoction, having been processed through the stomach's mucus, dripped down the forehead of that wicked woman, rendering the scene both absurd and comical. The room, once infused with a faint aroma of bitter chestnuts, a scent born of intimate encounters, was considerably diluted by Agen's actions, now replaced by an unpleasant stench. I held my breath and took a step back, observing Wang Shanqing. Much like the original Gu, the Qing Gu thrived in symbiosis with its host. The insatiable golden silkworm Gu had consumed the Qing Gu, and thus, if Wang Shanqing were to survive this ordeal, she would surely shed a layer of her skin. Ignoring the limp figure of Wang Shanqing sprawled on the bed, I, Agen, and the scruffy-haired fellow retreated to the living room to deliberate on how to address this predicament. Ultimately, Agen, being a simple man at heart, despite the Qing Gu having been dispelled, found it difficult to sever ties with Wang Shanqing, with whom he had shared a fleeting bond over several months. His lingering concern led him to inquire about the woman's well-being. I remarked that it was nothing, yet the emotional curse resembles a miscarriage, leaving one weakened for months and plagued by misfortune. Should we report it to the authorities? I still possess the contact of Officer Ouyang in my phone. However, Arjun suggested against it, preferring to resolve the matter quietly. I love you, yet your heart belongs to him. Such is the tragic nature of most love stories in this world. I agreed, yet emphasized that the house was his hard-earned savings and could not simply be discarded. Afterward, I would offer him a talisman, imbued with the blood of the golden silkworm curse, to ensure protection from further afflictions of this kind. He consented with ease. That very night, we finalized the arrangements, compelling Wang Shanqing to sign the property transfer agreement, instructing Arjun to facilitate the transfer the following morning before sending her on her way. The next day, I remained in charge, assisting Arjun in resolving all matters, and after expelling Wang Shanqing, I enlisted a friend to procure 2 train tickets for our journey to Jinling in Jiangsu, from whence we would make our way to visit the family of Zamao Xiaodao near Maoshan. Before departing, I attempted to reach my tenants, Shang Yulin and Song Lina, who resided in the suburbs, but my calls went unanswered, so I abandoned that effort. Late February, shortly after the Lantern Festival, Zamao Xiaodao and I boarded the northbound train. I was indeed quite curious, eager to uncover how this woman had mastered the emotional curse. Was it truly taught by someone from the neighboring village? I believed it to be a foolish notion. Regrettably, during this sensitive period, I hesitated to provoke Arjun's wounded spirit and felt compelled to respect his sentiments, thus choosing to remain silent. Following the holiday, we encountered the peak travel season, the train crowded with passengers. After much effort, we finally settled into our seats as the bell rang, and the scenery outside receded into the distance. In the midst of these busy days, I found little opportunity to engage in meaningful conversation with my companion, the scruffy-haired fellow. Thus, I took a moment to exchange recent information. When I broached the subject of exterminating the diminutive mules, A sinister mark of disdain seemed to settle upon him. He gazed in astonishment at the blue imprint seeping into my skin, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He mentioned that he was aware of similar beings, yet the diminutive mules were traditionally confined to the vast mountains of the southwest, seldom seen, and thus he had never heard of them. Indeed, the world is a tapestry of diverse wonders, filled with the extraordinary. I opened my palm, smiling, and remarked that while I often attracted some malevolent entities, every situation possesses its advantages and disadvantages. With a shift in perspective, this hand, adept at dispelling spirits, could prove quite formidable. As we conversed, two young women across from us burst into giggles, unable to contain their amusement. They were university students. The one on the left was rather attractive, and when we greeted them, they promptly returned to their quiet discussion. The one who laughed was on the right, of average appearance, with a smattering of freckles and crescent-shaped eyes that lent her a certain charm. The scruffy-haired fellow, ever the extrovert, swiftly initiated a conversation with them. I learned that the lovely girl on the left was named Guli Li, while the one on the right was called Qin Wen, both students from a university in Wuhan. Dressed in a Taoist robe that belied a sage-like demeanor, he chatted for a while until the two girls eagerly requested him to read their palms. Without hesitation, he cheerfully took the young lady's delicate hand and began his divination. Meanwhile, I chose to remain aloof, closing my eyes to rest my mind. Nearby, a group of men had gathered, sharing sunflower seeds and engaging in casual banter. Individuals venturing beyond their homes, aside from discussing matters of national significance, often indulge in tales of the extraordinary. A man, with a distinct Hunan accent, sipped on a small drink and recounted a particular incident. He hailed from the Dongting Lake area in Yelang, Hunan, a flood discharge zone that frequently suffers calamities each time the dragon stirs in the waters. Despite its proximity to the city, the region remains impoverished, compelling him to seek opportunities elsewhere. Let us set aside these preliminaries and delve into the events of the Great Flood of 1998. What does it mean for a dragon to stir? The elders often claimed that within the mighty rivers lurked dragons. When the dragon turned, the waters surged, and when it moved, floods ensued. The catastrophic flood of 1998 is etched in many memories, with the Yangtze, Songhua, Min, and Pearl rivers witnessing devastating peaks. In this turmoil, countless heroic tales emerged alongside numerous shoddy constructions and corrupt officials. Yet, let us not dwell on these. Upon the retreat of the floodwaters in his hometown, news spread of a dead python on the riverbank outside Huangsha Street. Curiosity piqued, the villagers embarked to witness this spectacle. To their astonishment, the python measured over 20 meters in length, with a tongue extending 2 meters, its body cloaked in black, and its scales the size of a palm. Its head was as large as a water vat, exuding a benevolent aura, adorned with a fleshy protrusion resembling a horn. Superstitious elders in the vicinity immediately knelt in reverence, calling upon the dragon god, while some brought wooden platforms draped in red cloth, offering incense and candles in worship. At this juncture, someone interjected, inquiring whether strange and eerie occurrences still transpired in that region. He chuckled softly and replied that such phenomena had diminished, mentioning that the government was planning relocations to better resettlement areas, compensating each individual with 100,000, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. This is indeed a momentous occasion. He remarked that this was not his personal experience, but rather a legend from his wife's family. A multitude of police officers arrived, staking out the cattle farm for 3 days. On the third night, with their eyes wide open, the officers beheld a bipedal, furry creature leap through the window. This creature, now referred to as a werewolf, stood approximately 6 feet tall, covered in black fur, with the head of a wolf or dog and sharp claws. Upon entering the barn, all the cows were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. The werewolf proceeded to select its prey as if shopping at a market. Choosing one cow and taking a bite, the cow succumbed, and it began to feast quietly on blood and flesh. In a state of alarm, the officers opened fire to capture it. The werewolf was apprehended, yet tragically, 3 officers lost their lives in the process. The incident caused quite a stir, creating a considerable uproar, and it took significant effort from higher authorities to quell the commotion. After recounting this tale, He attempted to humorously exaggerate the ferocity of the werewolf, prompting laughter among the listeners, who found it too far-fetched to believe, dismissing it with skepticism. A young man from Sichuan seated in the front row chimed in, eager to share his own story about the Tomb of the Dead Mountains. He noted that ghost stories are prevalent worldwide, but in China, where are they most abundant? After some consideration, he concluded that it must be in the land of abundance, Sichuan, due to the staggering number of deceased, leaving behind countless bones. To eschew distant instances, let us consider two recent occurrences. The first transpired during the twilight of the Yuan dynasty and the dawn of the Ming. In the waning years of the Southern Song, Sichuan boasted a population exceeding 10 million. However, after enduring the Yuan dynasty for over half a century, by 1282, a mere 600,000 souls remained, the rest having perished in the throes of war. Secondly, following 3 centuries of recuperation under the Ming dynasty, the population barely reached 4 million by its end. Alas, the vaunted peasant uprising leader, Zhang Xianzhong, unleashed a massacre, leaving corpses strewn across the land. Subsequent surveys revealed a mere 400,000 to 500,000 survivors. The sheer magnitude of untimely deaths rendered it facile for vengeful spirits to linger. To illustrate, near Fengdu, later renamed Fengdu, there lies an unnamed mountain, known locally as Bao Aozi. During road construction in 79, 3 mass graves were unearthed. The exact number of interred remained unknown, yet the hillsides teemed with skeletal remains, scavenged by feral dogs with bloodshot eyes. In the absence of a virtuous individual to preside over the matter, these spirits were denied tranquility, resulting in hauntings that persist to this day. Those who traverse the area for business or leisure seek guidance from acquaintances and carry talismans procured from Qingqing Mountain to ward off disorientation or spectral entanglement, lest they be plagued by lingering spirits. Scoff not, for those who dare to test fate will find themselves ensnared. To this day, the number of individuals who have succumbed to disorientation in that locale exceeds the count of one's fingers. Amidst the cacophony of voices, everyone recounted their own supernatural encounters, which I listened to with amusement, remaining skeptical. The young woman named Gu Lily departed to prepare instant noodles, diverting Petty Mao's attention from the mundane Qin, one as he rummaged through his bag in search of water. Oblivious, Qin when inquired of Petty Mao, seeking confirmation of the veracity of their tales. Master, are you truly a practitioner of the Tao? Are you currently cultivating qi or establishing your foundation? The scruffy young man was taken aback by the question, clearly perplexed. Excitedly, Qin when interjected, sharing her knowledge of the 5 stages of cultivation: qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and transformation into God, each with 10 levels. May I inquire, esteemed master, which stage and level do you occupy? The scruffy young man's face darkened as he stammered, at a loss for words. Was this child's mind clouded? The money she spoke of was her tuition and living expenses. Observing her attire, it was evident that Gu Lily was not from a well-off background. Her red-down jacket was from years past, faded from wear. She was in tears, lamenting the sudden loss of something she had just moments ago. When we inquired about the timing of her loss, she sobbed, stating it must have happened when she went to prepare instant noodles. We offered her gentle reassurances and requested the other passengers to remain still. It was already past 9 in the evening, and it took the train police 10 minutes to arrive, appearing bleary-eyed. Upon hearing Gu Lily's distress, he shouted a few commands for the items to be returned. However, no one paid him any heed. The crowd was too dense to conduct individual searches. He felt helpless, merely wishing to take a statement from Gu Lily for record-keeping purposes. Their remarks reminded me of the film A World Without Thieves, prompting Gu Lily to cry even harder. The scruffy young man, having just gained a small fortune, was in high spirits and asked how much was lost. The girl replied with a figure of 5,000. He, in a grandiose manner, dismissed it, saying, "What is this mere sum? Do not weep or suffer. I shall cover it." With that, he began rummaging through his pouch of treasures. A thought struck me, and I stopped him, saying, "Wait, do not play the benefactor just yet. I have a plan." At this proclamation, all eyes turned toward me. Time had elapsed for about 20 minutes, and the carriage was crowded with passengers. This train lacked any surveillance footage, and all eyes were fixed upon me. What was I to do? I decided to give it a try, so I contacted the slumbering fat worm, rousing him from his sleep, and instructed Gully Li to empty her down jacket's pockets for me to take a whiff. The man from Yelang beside me chuckled, muttering about how this girl had lost her money while I was here sniffing around, as if trying to seize an opportunity. Despite his words, his expression betrayed a hint of envy, as if he longed to join in and catch a whiff himself. Gully Li blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed yet hopeful, and allowed me to inhale the scent. To my surprise, it was quite fragrant, a subtle aroma reminiscent of a young girl, devoid of any leather scent from the pockets. I inquired whether her lost wallet was made of fabric, to which she joyfully nodded and confirmed it was indeed fabric, sewn by her mother. The nearby conductor regarded me with astonishment, exclaiming that my nose was sharper than a dog's. He abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing he might offend someone, and sheepishly smiled, asking what I intended to do next. I replied that I would take a look around. Those who have traveled in hard-seat train carriages may understand that the air is far from pleasant. Foot odor, flatulence, and the fragrance of food amalgamated with the second-hand smoke wafting through the aisle, creating a murky atmosphere that renders any attempt to discern scents nearly futile. Fortunately, I possessed the golden silkworm Gu. Several individuals, their expressions unfriendly and menacing, caught my attention. Upon approaching them, a young man among them, irritated by my presence, scolded me, asking what I was staring at and warning me to step aside lest I face dire consequences. The middle-aged man among them appeared to be rather composed. Upon noticing the presence of the train police, he stood up and addressed the officer, stating, "We were merely having some fun, not gambling." The officer cast a puzzled glance at me, to which I pointed at the young man with the small braids who had been shouting at me and said, "He is the one." The officer, along with Gully Li, the scruffy-haired individual, and a group of onlookers, regarded me and him with confusion, uncertain whether I was jesting. As our group closed in, the young man with the braids became enraged, rising to his feet and seizing my collar with a furious shout, demanding to know what I meant by that. I was simply enjoying a game of cards. "What do you want?" he exclaimed. "Is it me you're after? Do you wish to die?" If I had encountered such a situation a year ago, I would have undoubtedly been terrified. Why? It is well known that the busiest hotspots for thieves are train stations, where the transient population is substantial. The crowds create chaos, complicating the reporting and handling of incidents, as travelers are often in a hurry, making them easy targets. Moreover, thieves aboard trains tend to operate in groups, exhibiting a characteristic of mobility and collaboration. Their numbers provide strength and unity, as they work in cohorts to avoid capture, while simultaneously intimidating timid passengers who dare not provoke them. Observing the 6 individuals, it was clear they were a collective. Had they chosen to escalate the situation, I would have been at a loss previously. However, now I felt no fear. With ease, I pushed the young man's hand away, executed a quick maneuver, and brought him to the ground. Upon searching him, I retrieved a small pink pouch stitched from scraps of fabric from his inner pocket, which contained a wad of cash. Gully Li, visibly excited, exclaimed, "It's mine, it's mine." As I stumbled upon the young lad with the small braid, all his companions rose to their feet, their eyes wide with astonishment. A few rolled up their sleeves. The train officer bellowed, "What is going on here?" The middle-aged man intervened, berating the young lad on the ground, exclaiming in disdain that he must be blind to have befriended such a miscreant who stoops to thievery. "Bah!" The officer promptly cuffed the young lad and instructed his companions to keep a watchful eye on the others. The middle-aged man, with a forced smile, claimed to have only recently met this fellow, stating that they had merely been playing cards, hence the newfound familiarity. I handed my cloth bag to Gully Li, advising her to keep her money secure. With the convenience of online banking, why carry so much cash? It was no wonder one attracted unwanted attention. When mentioned she would check on Gully Li and asked us to look after her luggage. I nodded in agreement and she departed. Within a couple of minutes, a man settled into the seat across from us. He was bald, with drooping eyebrows, around 50 years of age, his eyes red, thick-lipped, and clad in a cadre uniform. He initiated the conversation with a polite inquiry if he could sit here, then engaged us in discussion. Introducing himself as an associate researcher at a museum, he professed a fondness for metaphysics and claimed a modest understanding of mountains, medicine, fate, divination, and physiognomy. Upon observing us, he deemed us individuals of remarkable appearance and demeanor, virtuous souls, and could not contain his admiration. Thus he approached to forge a friendship. The scruffy-haired lad modestly replied that he too had only a cursory knowledge but valued the opportunity to converse with like-minded individuals. For in travels, the rarity of companionship is indeed cherished. I smiled and expressed my eagerness to listen. Upon his utterance, we all discerned that his previous remarks were mere drivel, with this singular statement being the crux of the matter. Yet, it is quite impressive that he could perceive the differences in me. I chuckled inwardly, recognizing that this fellow was once again boasting. However, Li Tangxing appeared utterly astonished, inquiring whether the Zamao Xiaodao truly possessed the golden seal and jade box. Xiao Keming, with a smile and a demeanor of mystery, calculated with his fingers and remarked, "Do not feign ignorance. Your claims of being a deputy researcher at a museum sound remarkably plausible. I shan't expose your charade. Does sincerity truly cost so much?" Upon hearing this, Li Tangxing's expression shifted several times as he stood, bowing deeply to the ground, declaring that he had gained insight and would seek counsel in the future if fate allowed. Ignoring the two young ladies beside him, he turned and departed. I inquired what this personage was truly about. Zamao Xiaodao took a deep breath and retorted, "Aren't you the one who prides himself as a fragrance master? Can't you detect the earthy scent?" Gu, Lily, and Qin when sat down, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, which we humbly declined, assuring them it was no trouble at all. The train journeyed relentlessly throughout the day, with passengers constantly embarking and disembarking. The two young ladies departed, replaced by a young couple. The businessman from Shandong sought Zamao Xiaodao's contact information, expressing his belief that he was a master and would reach out for assistance in the future. Throughout this time, Li Tangxing did not return, perhaps intimidated by Zamao Xiaodao's words and reluctant to provoke him. Day turned into night, and the scenery outside the window rushed by as we traversed a significant portion of China. The further north we traveled, the colder it became. With the interplay of light and darkness, I confided to Zamao Xiaodao that I was weary, and thus closed my eyes to rest, clutching the locust wood talisman tightly against my chest. Upon arriving at the Jinling railway station, we exited, and the scruffy-haired pathfinder, adept and familiar, guided me leftward towards the square to the eastern platform where we boarded the 309 bus. After reaching the passenger station, we purchased tickets for a direct journey to Jurong City. Perhaps due to a sense of trepidation upon nearing home, the scruffy-haired one appeared rather despondent, reluctant to engage in conversation. As I listened to the conversations around me, the local dialect of Jinling was melodious yet perplexing, eluding my comprehension. Having spent considerable time in the southern regions, particularly in the southwest Sichuan, Hunan, and Guizhou, I was accustomed to the various southern dialects. Yet, upon hearing this particular vernacular, I was struck by an overwhelming sense of estrangement. The ancient capital of the 6 dynasties felt like a place of disconnection. For northerners, it represented the south, while for someone like me hailing from the southernmost reaches, it was undeniably akin to the north. As we disembarked from the long-distance bus, dusk had already settled, the night creeping in with a chill. The scruffy-haired one lingered beside the platform, uncertain of his next steps. I remained silent, patiently waiting with my backpack. He confided that he had already experienced a rift with his family. His kin belonged to a prestigious lineage capable of crafting the legendary blood cow jade, a rare gem of which I had never heard. They were the orthodox inheritors of Taoist esoteric teachings. On that day, a sudden flash of lightning struck, and I found myself willing to believe that he was indeed a genuine disciple of Tao Jinhong, the 78th successor of the Maoshan sect of the Qing dynasty, though he might merely be an outcast from their ranks. After much hesitation, he gazed at me, clutching the Huai wood talisman tightly against my chest, and finally resolved to summon a taxi, providing an address before ushering me into the vehicle. Thus we traveled for over an hour. The city receded into the distance. Buildings became sparse, and on either side of the road, fields began to emerge. At last, the taxi entered a riverside village, halting before a grand residence adorned with gray walls and a slate roof. After settling the fare, we approached the entrance of this estate. The imposing gate featured a brightly polished mirror suspended above, encircled by crimson fabric. Zama Xiaodao inhaled deeply, then stepped forward to knock upon the door, while I observed his calves trembling in anticipation. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. He was overwhelmed with emotion, laughing and leaping, before embracing Zama Xiaodao tightly, exclaiming, "Elder brother, elder brother." Tears welled up in Zama Xiaodao's eyes. Before long, several women gathered at the entrance, calling out various terms of endearment. Some yelled brother, others elder brother, and some cousin. From the west side of the courtyard, a woman stumbled forward, perhaps in her 50s, her face etched with worry, crying out for her son. She flung herself into Zama Xiaodao's arms, prompting him, a typically carefree individual, to kneel before her, weeping loudly and lamenting, "Mother, I am an unfilial son." I stood to the side, burdened with my backpack, silently witnessing this poignant reunion. Soon, 3 stern-faced men emerged from the west room. One was an elderly gentleman with snowy hair and youthful features, another was sturdy with rough hands and feet, and the last was a young man, strikingly handsome, his brow arched and his gaze sharp as a knife. I could surmise that the first 2 were Zama Xiaodao's grandfather and father, though the identity of the handsome young man remained a mystery. The white-haired elder regarded the kneeling Zama Xiaodao with a cold, disdainful hum. Upon catching sight of him, the scruffy young man trembled all over, lifted his head, and gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, bowing deeply and weeping silently. From my vantage point, I could see his back heaving and his body quivering. After a moment, the atmosphere thickened with sorrow, and he raised his head to speak, "Grandfather, the reason I was expelled by my master is not entirely my fault. For years, I have wandered alone, afraid to return home, all due to a single utterance from Tai Chi Shinsuan Lu. I sought to shield my family from misfortune, which led to this predicament. I beseech you and my father to understand my heartfelt intentions." His grief was profound, rivaling that of Erkong. The weight of his words left me bewildered, realizing that this fellow indeed harbored a tale worth telling. Upon hearing these words, his grandfather's expression shifted several times as he gazed down at his weeping grandson. He sighed deeply and remarked, regardless of blame, that incident occurred 8 years ago. In retrospect, it is I who owe a debt to Tao Jinhong. Regarding the Huangshan Longmeng affair, his granddaughter perished, yet he obtained what he desired. The truth of this matter rests solely with Xiao Qian in the netherworld. As long as I am here, old Tao cannot lay a finger on the Xiao family. Alas, enough of this. Your grandmother has been ill for quite some time. You have arrived just in time. Go see her, for her days are numbered. The scruffy young man trembled anew, lifting his head to inquire where she was. His brother promptly led him toward the western wing, while his grandfather scrutinized me at the doorway, carefully examining the locust wood plaque on my chest and the furrow between my brows, asking, "And you, young friend, are?" I introduced myself as Xiao Keming's friend from the south, named Lu Zuo, and mentioned that I had recently encountered some matters that prompted my visit. He nodded in acknowledgement and suggested that we discuss further tomorrow, as he had pressing engagements today. He then instructed a handsome young man to accompany me to the parlor for a brief respite, while the others made their way to the west wing. Given that a family member was gravely ill, I did not expect them to entertain me, and thus I followed the young man to the parlor where I settled comfortably. The young man's name was Zhou Lin, a cousin of a local figure. He sat with me for a short while before directly inquiring whether I was a practitioner of the art of Gu. Taken aback, I asked how he had discerned this. Zhou Lin, with a sense of pride, explained that he had been well versed in the metaphysical arts since childhood, particularly in physiognomy, in which he claimed to possess considerable insight. With just a glance, he could accurately gauge the truth. I allowed him to boast, nodding in apparent admiration. After engaging in conversation for nearly half an hour, I felt the pangs of hunger after a long day of travel, my stomach grumbling uncomfortably. He seemed oblivious to my discomfort and continued to regale me with tales of his illustrious past, such as the time he had accurately predicted the fortunes of a certain dignitary, who then treated him with great respect and grandeur. He continued to boast and then curiously inquired about the type of Gu I raised, specifically which of the 11 varieties I practiced. His question irked me. Such personal matters felt inappropriate to discuss with someone I had only just met. I deflected his inquiry, and he, with a smile, shifted the conversation to other topics, mentioning that he had not seen his elder cousin in 8 years, and had noticed a significant change in his appearance. I then asked him why he had chosen to leave home and had not returned since. He shook his head and expressed his ignorance, suggesting that there must be some underlying reason, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics. I observed that among the residents of the shabby little house, while others were reticent, Zhou Lin was quite loquacious, possessing a sharp tongue. At that moment, someone called out to him from the front. He acknowledged the call and informed me that he would step away for a while before departing. With no one watching over me, I idly surveyed the living room of the shabby little house, which exuded a somewhat old-fashioned charm that transported me back to the Republican era. Just as I was lost in thought, a bird flew in from outside, its vibrant yellow-green plumage adorned with striking stripes, a formidable beak, and wings that spanned several decimeters, resembling a plump hen. It circled briefly before alighting on the coffee table, its eyes a pale yellow with a dark center, gazing intently at me. As it fixed its stare upon me, I reciprocated the gaze, bemused, and wondered whose bird it was that roamed freely without a cage. Then, an astonishing event occurred that made me tense up. It spoke. I was momentarily dumbfounded. Aside from the animated films I had seen in Hollywood, I had never imagined that there could truly be animals capable of speech in the real world, even though this plump hen-like creature was merely a parrot. It proclaimed, "I am not merely a bird. Please refer to me as Your Excellency." The cockatiel lord, young one, staring at this colorful, rotund parrot earnestly conversing with me, took me a while to regain my composure. I then inquired of the cockatiel lord, "Whose bird are you?" I asked in jest, not expecting a mere creature that spoke through conditioned reflexes to engage in a repartee with me. To my astonishment, it suddenly spoke. "Kid, I belong to no one but myself. I am the illustrious lord of the tiger-striped cat." Its manner of speaking was akin to that of Zhou Lin. I inquired of the lord of the tiger-striped cat if it comprehended the concepts of yin and yang spirits. Proudly raised its head, questioning whether I knew its identity. I shook my head, indicating my ignorance, to which it further probed if I was aware of the underworld. I admitted to possessing a smattering of understanding. It soared over my head, flapping its wings, exclaiming that merely understanding a little was insufficient. It had visited that place. Upon uttering this, it flew away. I was left in a state of shock, for it was uncommon to hear the scruffy little creature speak of its own kin. However, it indicated that if I wished for Duoduo to appear, it would be prudent to consult its family. I was already aware that it was somewhat of a dilettante and had not held out much hope, yet this revelation left me utterly astounded. Despite my inability to discern the merits of its family, the words of this yellow-green, plump parrot were sufficiently captivating to leave me spellbound. I had heard of individuals traversing the realm of shadows, yet never of birds doing so. This rotund creature, reminiscent of a plump hen, was indeed formidable, and it was no wonder it could articulate human language. I sat in trepidation for a while, uncertain of how the scruffy little creature was reminiscing with its family or what matters they were deliberating, but my stomach began to grumble audibly. At that moment, a gentle maiden entered, her appearance delicate and graceful. She approached me and inquired if I, Lu Zuo, would like to join her for a late-night snack. Tears welled in my eyes as I rose to follow her outside. Upon entering the kitchen, I took a seat at the dining table. After a brief period of preparation, she placed a bowl of tea-infused rice and a small dish of cured meat before me, smiling as she explained that she had hurriedly prepared this fare upon hearing from her elder brother that I had yet to dine. She apologized for the simplicity of the meal and urged me not to be discontented. Having felt quite famished myself, I dismissed any thoughts of complaint, expressed my gratitude, and picked up my chopsticks to eat. The late-night repast, though modest, was quite palatable and satisfying. She introduced herself as Xiao Keming, the younger sister from Zamao Shaodao, and mentioned that she was 18 years old. As our conversation unfolded, I learned that her family was rather large, consisting of 2 uncles, 1 elder uncle, and 2 aunts, one married and the other having retreated into the mountains for spiritual practice. There was also a great-grandfather who had passed away in his early years. Xiao Keming expressed curiosity about the present circumstances of Zamao Shaodao, posing various questions to me. I in turn chose my words carefully, opting to embellish the narrative rather than reveal any unsightly truths. Once we finished our meal, I found myself lingering, reluctant to part with the experience. But alas, it was over. Xiao Keming arranged a room for me to rest. The following morning, I was awakened by the sounds emanating from the courtyard. Peering out the window, I observed several individuals engaged in their morning exercises, some practicing the 5-animal play, others performing breathing techniques, and yet others engaged in the Yubu dance. Among them was Zhou Lin, the elder cousin of Zamao Xiaodao, seated cross-legged to one side, reciting incantations for A. The door creaked open, and Zamao Xiaodao appeared, inviting me to accompany him to meet his grandfather and father. I followed him to a hall where I encountered old Xiao, his father, and a man of the same generation, later introduced as his third uncle. After exchanging polite greetings, I took my seat. With such esteemed company gathered, I felt no need for reticence and proceeded to share the details of my situation with them. Much like the venerable elder who could turn the heavens upside down, old Xiao's grandfather, too, sought to behold the present form of Duoduo before making a decisive judgment. I articulated my concerns, to which he responded with assurance, stating he had his own methods. He then closed the doors and windows, lighting sandalwood incense in each corner of the room, placing it atop bowls of rice. I immersed my spirit into the locust wood talisman and began to chant the unsealing incantation. As my recitation approached its conclusion, the talisman grew lighter, and suddenly, a crimson shadow burst forth from my chest, lingering in the air. She possessed an angelic visage and a devilish figure. It was the little demon Duoduo, causing a violent twitch in my heart. Could it be that my watermelon-headed Duoduo had been consumed by this little sprite? The enchanting little demon was so stunningly beautiful that even old Xiao's grandfather momentarily lost his composure, then inquired if this was the little ghost I had mentioned. Doesn't seem so, does it? The little demon Duoduo licked her pink tongue across her lips, surveying the surroundings before her gaze settled upon my neck. Ignoring the family of the scruffy little path, she bared her teeth and remarked, "Why have you gathered so many old folks to deal with me? They are too ancient. Their flesh must be foul. You, however, are somewhat cleaner. I shall feast upon you. Remain still, for it has been ages since I last savored human flesh." She flew before me, wrapping her arms around my neck, and opened her small mouth to bite. I swiftly extended my hand and grasped her petite form. She was light, soft, her skin akin to that of an infant, warm to the touch. Captured by my cursed hand, she struggled fiercely, her cries loud and surprisingly powerful. Old Xiao's grandfather clicked his tongue in wonder, exclaiming, "How peculiar! This is not merely a little ghost. It is a ghostly sprite." The term ghostly sprite was one I had heard for the second time. The first was from Bong, who had been equally astonished and captivated. Seeing my confusion, old Zhao's grandfather explained to me that while ghostly demons are rare, they do exist, each one a formidable entity in its own right. We understand that a ghost is the essence of a soul that has departed from the mortal realm, while a demon is a collective term for sentient beings that are not human. The two are fundamentally different and typically do not intersect. Thus, the origin of these ghostly demons is peculiar, arising from serendipitous encounters, each a result of infinitesimal probabilities converging, making them exceedingly precious. This particular ghostly demon, just having taken shape, has yet to mature, its instincts overpowering its reason, hence its malevolence, ferocity, and craving for human flesh. I happen to possess a binding incantation passed down from my ancestors. Since you are a friend of Xiao Ming, you may take it and use it to properly govern and restrain this creature. His grandfather, astonished, fixed his murky gaze upon the raucous little demon, Do. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "How extraordinary! It is said that having two souls within a single body is remarkable. Yet, to have two consciousnesses within the same spirit is nothing short of miraculous." You are correct. The principal consciousness is still present, albeit in slumber, having been bullied, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, liable to extinguish at any moment. Nevertheless, it matters little. That soul is feeble and of little use. If it fades, then so be it. I shall impart to you the spell to properly care for this being. I interjected, resolutely objecting, stating that I did not desire this little demon, but only wished for Do, the obedient child she once was. He regarded me with curiosity, remarking how strange it was to neglect a powerful ghostly demon in favor of an ordinary ghost child. Although that little girl is a fortunate spirit, she is not particularly precious. She can only bring you a modicum of good fortune, far inferior to the direct and natural allure of this mischievous spirit. Have you truly considered this? Is your mind clear? He, along with old Xiao and his father and uncle, regarded me with a strange expression, as if observing a fool who would unhesitatingly choose a pickup truck over a Mercedes. I comprehend their astonishment. Perhaps from a pragmatic perspective, the little spirit Duoduo appears to align more closely with my interests. However, the bond between Duoduo and me transcends the mere relationship of a spirit and its caretaker. Initially, I merely took her in like a stray dog or cat, offering her shelter without much commitment, often bullying her. Yet, as time passed, her innocence, kindness, charm, diligence, and the occasional whims of a child gradually seeped into my being. Our emotions fermented like fine wine, and at some unforeseen moment, I found myself intoxicated with affection, unable to part with such an adorable little creature. How could I bear to leave her? At this juncture, it is not only she who relies on me. I, too, find it impossible to be without her. During the days of Duoduo's slumber, not a single day passed without my concern or anxiety. In this increasingly indifferent society, Duoduo shines like a warm sun on a winter's day, casting a beam of light into my heart. Amidst the scheming and deceit that proliferate like wild grass in spring, the presence of Duoduo warms my spirit and fosters a positive outlook. I have transformed her, and she has transformed me. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, only the scruffy little alleyway truly comprehends me. This is only natural. Anyone who has encountered Duoduo cannot help but be touched by her kindness and charm. She is like a refreshing stream that cleanses all the dust of the mundane world, making it impossible not to adore her. Observing my unwavering determination, old Zhao's grandfather fell silent, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The atmosphere grew heavy, as his father and uncle exchanged hushed opinions, their expressions revealing confusion and concern. After a moment of deep reflection, old Zhao's grandfather stroked his white beard and remarked that in this world, solutions often outnumber challenges. Thus, while a method exists, it is fraught with difficulty, and he questioned whether I possessed the resolve to see it through. Elated, I declared that I would persevere, even if it meant enduring death to achieve success. He shook his head, commenting on my stubbornness, noting that instead of taking the straightforward path, I preferred to wander down twisted avenues, which perplexed him greatly. He then indicated that he would elaborate further. Such circumstances are rare, but not entirely absent. Historical texts from the Ming dynasty recount similar occurrences, two souls inhabiting a single spirit. Temporarily, he could impart a binding spell to restrain this little entity, allowing it to coexist with its original consciousness. Otherwise, it would vanish into oblivion. When two tigers contend, one will inevitably be injured, and the vulnerable one will suffer. You possess a volume from the Chu Nan White Lotus sect, True Understanding of the Ghostly Path, which is indeed fortuitous, as it can aid in the training of your little spirit. However, these measures are ultimately short-lived. To resolve the matter conclusively, one must achieve soul separation. Confused, I inquired about the meaning of soul separation. He spoke of the frequent occurrence of twins being born with two heads, yet their bodies conjoined, necessitating surgical intervention for separation. Otherwise, they would surely meet a tragic fate over time. The soul is akin to this phenomenon. There cannot be two suns in the sky nor two sovereigns in a nation. Each consciousness bears its own unique imprint, a testament to its existence in this world. If the two remain tightly intertwined for an extended period, they will inevitably influence one another, leading to a consensus that results in one of two outcomes: assimilation or mutual negation, ultimately causing the magnetic field to vanish without a trace, marking the demise of this process, which may transpire in a span of mere months or extend over several years. The term soul severance refers to the act of detaching these two consciousnesses. You are you, and I am I, with no entanglement, thus ensuring longevity. Upon hearing his words, I realized the perilous nature of the situation. Time was fleeting and unpredictable, igniting a sense of urgency within me as I inquired about the method of soul severance. Old Zhao's grandfather shook his head and spoke of the 5 branches of metaphysics. mountains, medicine, fate, divination, and physiognomy. Their lineage specialized solely in mountains and physiognomy, with each discipline requiring focused mastery. The art of soul severance is one in which the Maoshan sect excels. I had an intimate friendship with Tao Jinhong of the Maoshan sect, and recommending you to him would have been a mere formality. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances arose years ago. Due to Xiaoming's recklessness, his granddaughter met an untimely demise, which led him to seclude himself in the mountains for 8 long years, rendering him inaccessible now. However, it is said that a wondrous entity exists in this world, known as the Qilan fetus, a type of soft, spiritual jade that can harbor consciousness, transforming into a placenta to nurture a demonic form. It is most suitable for the embodiment of such spirits, offering liberation for your ethereal essence. I furrowed my brow, for it is said to be an object of legend. In such a vast world, where shall I embark on my quest to seek it? However, given the circumstances, I have at least found a direction. If there are no paths here, surely I can search elsewhere. I bowed deeply, expressing my heartfelt gratitude. Old Zhao's grandfather dismissed my thanks, stating that since I am a friend of Xiaoming, there is no need for formality. In the presence of the little spirit, Duoduo, he imparted to me a spell for binding spirits. I attentively absorbed the incantation, the melody, the tempo. I concentrated, holding my breath, and began to recite. After only 2 rounds, the little spirit, whom I held in my grasp, began to weep, wailing and crying out in distress. In no time, her ethereal form had shrunk noticeably. Strangely, I was suddenly reminded of the tightening spell recited by the monk Tangsang in Journey to the West. Could it be that this binding spell bears a similar essence? I sighed inwardly, pondering that perhaps Wu Chang'en was somewhat acquainted with the mysteries of the occult. Otherwise, how could he have crafted such an extraordinary masterpiece? She expressed her reluctance, lamenting that after painstakingly returning to life, she would be condemned to slumber daily, which felt akin to death. Humph, if that is the case, you might as well recite the spell until you perish, I retorted. Looking at the little fox spirit, barely a meter tall, I asked, "What do you desire?" Her eyes sparkled like a galaxy of radiant stars as she regarded me, proposing a compromise. She and that simple-minded girl would each appear for half a day at most, which was her bottom line, or else there would be no negotiations. She was quite forthright, albeit rather naive. Even though I had to endure this little spirit, the thought of soon reuniting with Duoduo filled me with exuberance. It seemed that after all the arduous days of wandering, there was finally a resolution, and I eagerly agreed. She pouted her delicate, rosy lips in complaint, asking if I truly did not hold her in esteem. How unreasonable! With that, she closed her eyes. Then her ethereal form began to transform. Her chin rounded, her chest flattened, and her face became fuller. Her hair shifted to a neat fringe. After a while, she opened her eyes, revealing a blissfully innocent smile. She extended her chubby hands towards me, calling out my name, Lu Zuo, Lu Zuo. I embraced this child tightly. It had been so long since we last met. Felt as though we had traversed through time. Tears of joy welled up within me at the sight of Duoduo, and I laughed heartily. The scruffy-haired boy beside us wore an awkward and hurt expression, while I found immense delight in the moment. Just then, the door burst open, and Lao Zhao's sister rushed in, crying out that their grandmother was nearing her end. Everyone was taken aback, and his grandfather trembled, questioning how it could happen so soon. It shouldn't be this fast. Without a moment's hesitation, they all rushed out, and I wished to follow, but the scruffy-haired boy stopped me, saying it was not my concern and that I should wait here. With that, he hurried out. The golden silkworm, clearly sensing Duoduo's presence, suddenly emerged, fluttering affectionately before landing on her smooth, adorable face, chirping excitedly. The 2 little creatures, reunited after a long separation, were overjoyed. Duoduo no longer tended to me but leaped down, and the 2 began to chase each other, jumping and frolicking with sheer delight. My spirits lifted slightly, and I exhaled deeply. The road ahead may be long and arduous, yet for the sake of these 2 little beings, I would endure any hardship. As I was engrossed in my activities, a plump parakeet suddenly fluttered through the doorway. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it as the very budgerigar I had encountered the previous day. It soared towards me, its sharp claws poised to seize the golden silkworm. Alas, this chubby creature, while fond of insects, seemed to underestimate the nature of the golden silkworm. The moment it appeared, the silkworm heightened its senses and, like a bullet, darted to the beam above, glaring down at the rotund avian with its shining, ebony eyes. Dodo, startled by the commotion, scurried behind me, tugging at my garments, casting timid glances at this unexpected intruder. The parakeet cackled with glee, exclaiming how delightful this delectable insect must be, a scent it had never encountered before, so fragrant it was. It mused that if only it could be fried to a crisp, it would taste even better, though consuming it raw would suffice. With that, it flapped its wings and lunged towards the golden silkworm. I had heard that the golden silkworm not only feared the lowly mule but also the proud rooster, adorned with a crimson crown and yellow claws, raised for several years. I pondered the resemblance of this parakeet to a plump hen, raised in a humble abode. It seemed formidable enough to challenge the golden silkworm. As my apprehension grew, the two adversaries clashed. Indeed, the plump bird showed no fear of the silkworm's venom. One was my cherished treasure, the other a bird belonging to the old Xiao family. I found myself in a dilemma, as I would be troubled regardless of who suffered loss. Yet, I took a decisive step, swiftly capturing the parakeet by its splendid plumage, holding it firmly in my grasp. I implored it to refrain from any rash actions, for the fat insect was my fateful silkworm, and you two, being kindred spirits in the realm of rotundity, need not hasten to harm one another. The parakeet retaliated with a torrent of invectives, hurling a plethora of unflattering remarks without restraint. It is difficult to fathom how a parrot's mind could accumulate such a plethora of profane vocabulary, ultimately culminating in its utterance of foreign expletives like shit. However, I held it firmly, stroking its feathers, rendering it immobile. It could only chuckle awkwardly, claiming it was all in jest, and I thought it rather unsporting to take things so seriously. Observing its shifty, roving eyes, I found it amusing. This bird was indeed quite clever. I assured it that I would no longer pursue my little insect companion before releasing it. It fluttered to the spot where the elderly gentleman had previously sat, its yellow-green beak pecking at the cold tea leaves on the table. After consuming a few, it leisurely remarked, "You, my friend, are quite the fascinating individual. You have nurtured a crowned golden silkworm and a newly emerged spirit creature, rivaling my previous master. Yet, in comparison to him, you still have a considerable distance to cover. For he raised me, a paragon of wisdom and prowess, the illustrious budgerigar." I inquired about this former master, to which it replied that the individual was a poultry farmer, fortunate enough not only to have it but also a golden mouse. However, he lacked discernment and was eventually acquired by the Xiao family, who awakened its consciousness. I questioned it about the nature of this consciousness, but it shook its head in silence, consuming more tea leaves. Then, its eyes brightened as it turned towards Duoduo, exclaiming, "Ah, little lowly, you are my favorite. Come here, and play with your elder brother." I spat at it in jest, pulling Duoduo aside to evade the bird's lewd advances. It flapped its wings, cawing, "Am I not to properly curry favor with it? Otherwise, you shall encounter calamity within a year, a great catastrophe, and only then will you comprehend the beauty of the mortal realm upon entering the underworld." I gestured with a disdainful middle finger, dismissing the threats with a sense of superiority. What tempest could a mere bird stir? The playful tabby cat, seeking amusement, began to tease the plump silkworm. I anticipated a raucous commotion between the two. However, to my surprise, the carefree creature soon joined in the frolic with the rotund avian. Such a forgetful fool. I sat in my room, left undisturbed for some time. It was not until noon that I learned of the passing of Xiao Keming's grandmother, who had departed this world at the age of 82. The atmosphere in the courtyard shifted dramatically, becoming heavy with sorrow as the sound of women's lamentation filled the air. Old Zhao's grandfather appeared to age several years in an instant. His face turned ashen and his brow etched with an abundance of new wrinkles. It is a solemn truth. Regardless of one's mastery in craft, no one can withstand the ravages of time. Dust returns to dust. Throughout history, how many noble souls have sought immortality, yet how few have found release. Grief is a burden that one must bear within, for with death comes the necessity of mourning. Several elderly relatives, now advanced in years, took charge of the arrangements, leaving the minutiae to the younger generation. I found myself caught in this web of duty, compelled to lend a hand, bustling about without regard for the two little ones, Duoduo and the plump worm, who, in their own discontent, I left to entertain themselves in the room. The tasks at hand were numerous. Issuing the obituary, gathering family and friends, procuring provisions and funeral supplies, purchasing a coffin, crafting floral wreaths, and engaging a troupe for the funeral rites. These responsibilities were intricate and required meticulous attention. The Xiao family had a multitude of relatives and friends, especially on the third day, when many donned Taoist robes and gathered around several tables, as the villagers claimed they had come down from Maoshan. I have long harbored a profound curiosity regarding the Maoshan Taoists. Contrary to popular belief, these practitioners are not solely resident on Maoshan. Rather, the term Maoshan Taoist serves as a collective designation for the majority of those who capture demons and spirits. Much like how martial prowess is often attributed to the Shaolin Temple, nearly all itinerant Taoists of some skill bear this appellation. Upon my investigation, I discovered that the esteemed leader atop the mountain is not the individual referred to as Tao Jinhong by the miscellaneous Taoists, but rather another figure altogether, likely due to a desire to evade the scrutiny of the public. Following the passing of his grandmother, old Zhao's grandfather has remained in a state of mourning, seated before the coffin, reciting scriptures to guide his late spouse's spirit, utterly indifferent to those around him. In my own state of distraction, it was only on the day of the burial that I discreetly inquired with the miscellaneous Taoist about the matter of the budgerigar. He expressed astonishment at my claim of having encountered this plump bird. I replied, "Indeed, it now resides in the room with Duoduo daily, playing with the golden silkworm. What is there to be surprised about?" His demeanor turned grave as he informed me that this bird has been a resident of their household for over a decade, shrouded in mystery. Typically, a budgerigar does not survive beyond 7 or 8 years, yet this particular avian is said to be over 20 years old and remains lively. Since you are already aware, I shall not withhold the truth. This bird was once human. Do not be startled. It indeed was a person who perished in the 1940s and was likely a formidable character. As I previously mentioned, I have read half of the Jinzhuan Yuan, and this portion was transmitted through its beak. Would you not agree that is remarkable? I inquired further about the essence of Jinzhuan Yuan and what makes it so extraordinary. He appeared astonished and exclaimed, "Do you not comprehend the significance of the golden seal and jade box? This extraordinary tome is said to be a secret manuscript left behind by the Yellow Emperor, and throughout China's illustrious history, it has been successively studied by eminent figures such as Zhang Taigong of the Zhou dynasty, Giguzi, Wang Chan Laozu, during the Warring States period, as well as his disciples Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Sun Bin, and Pang Wan. In the Han dynasty, Zhang Liang acquired the manuscript from Huang Shigong, and during the Three Kingdoms era Zhuge Liang, followed by Zhu Shi in the Song dynasty and Lu Ji in the Ming dynasty, all of whom were outstanding and charismatic heroes of their times. This book, having traversed for millennia, has undergone disintegration and modification, ultimately branching into 5 arts: mountain, medicine, destiny, divination, and physiognomy, which form the very foundation of metaphysics. I expressed my astonishment, saying, "Is that so? This matter seems rather esoteric." The eccentric figure, with disheveled hair, smiled silently. The day after the funeral, the Xiao family received a long-distance call. The woman on the line urgently conveyed alarming news. Xiao Yinggu had gone missing in the mountain woods to the west of Baokang County, and this was the 3rd day since his disappearance. Who was Xiao Yinggu, you may ask? He was the younger uncle of that eccentric figure. Within the realm of the metaphysical, individuals of capability are typically categorized into 3 types of inheritance. The first encompasses renowned sects and schools, including the prominent Taoist sects of Maoshan, Laoshan, Longhushan, Wudong, Zhengyi, as well as Buddhist traditions and Tibetan Buddhist monasteries. These lineages are continuous and yield gifted practitioners. The second pertains to master-disciple relationships, often involving unconventional individuals who traverse the land, seeking out promising talents to take as apprentices. The final category is family lineage, where blood ties are paramount. The eccentric figure, Xiao Keming, embodies a synthesis of both the first and last types. He was once a promising talent but, due to unforeseen circumstances, became a wanderer in the world. Upon hearing this news, even the usually reticent elder was stirred, promptly convening a family meeting. After considerable deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Uncle San, along with myself and my cousin Jolin, would journey to Baokong in search of my younger uncle. With no pressing matters at hand, I found myself at a loss as to where to seek the mythical Qilin fetus. Given the elder's kindness in bestowing upon me the demon binding technique, I resolved to accompany them. Unable to wait for the following day, we procured a vehicle and set off that very night towards western Hubei. As we embarked, I took with me Duoduo and the golden silkworm Gu, while the beloved tiger-striped cat, reluctant to be left behind, flapped its wings in a bid to join us. This pampered creature had been well catered to within the Xiao household and seldom faced dissent. After some contemplation, the elder realized that having it along might significantly enhance our chances of locating the younger son, and thus he acquiesced. The plump bird swiftly hopped into the carriage, finding a cozy spot behind the back seat, curling up to blissfully doze off. After bidding farewell to his family, I sat in the back seat with the scruffy little Dao, and we began to converse about Baokong in western Hubei, both of us unable to shake off our concerns. While the name Baokong may not be familiar to many, its neighbor Shenangjia might evoke recognition, leading many to exclaim, "Ah, so that's south the place." Indeed, it is the sole well-preserved oasis in inland China and the only verdant treasure in the mid-latitude regions of the world. It boasts the only intact subtropical forest ecosystem in such latitudes today, characterized by rugged mountains and a complex, diverse terrain. Within its dense forests lie countless secrets and mysterious legends, waiting to be uncovered. I made a phone call to Mr. Gu Shenxiong, requesting his assistance in locating a type of jadeite known as Kirin. This exquisite stone possesses a milky white luster and, in its uncarved state, naturally resembles a Kirin. On the other end of the line, he expressed his difficulties and inquired whether I had ceased my search for the elusive 10-year soul grass. I confirmed that I was still seeking it, but emphasized that the Kirin was of utmost importance. If he came across any, I implored him to keep an eye out for me. He agreed, noting that he had numerous acquaintances in the jewelry industry. Furthermore, he mentioned that Shuerwei's father, Li Jiahua, was also involved in the jewelry business and could lend a helping hand in the inquiry. I expressed my gratitude, and he pondered before stating that this was no trouble at all. He then broached the subject of a distant relative we had previously discussed, mentioning that the hauntings had escalated significantly, despite the efforts of several masters he had hired. He asked if I could provide assistance in this matter. Given that I had requested his help, I felt it inappropriate to decline. Instead, I merely indicated that I was currently occupied, as I needed to travel to Shenangjia. I promised to revisit the issue once my schedule allowed. After hanging up, Xiao Xiaodao inquired if this concerned the distant relative of Mr. Gu. This prompted me to recall that I had indeed referred the matter to Mr. Gu during our last conversation, and I was unaware of the subsequent developments. I affirmed his inquiry, asking if he had not attended the previous meeting. Xiao Xiaodao chuckled and asked if I remembered the female ghost we encountered when we first met, the one who jumped off the building in red clothing. His words struck a chord, and I vividly recalled that ghost had frightened me to the core, marking the first time I had experienced such terror. However, the situation ultimately did not resolve favorably. It escalated, and we were left to manage the aftermath. Not only was the ghost not exorcised, but Xiao Xiaodao also dispersed its spiritual essence, leaving it to vanish without a trace. I pondered, as the scruffy-haired individual nodded with a sly grin, remarking that the female specter was none other than the second concubine of old Gu's distant relative. Indeed, this world is rife with coincidences. It is astonishingly small. I lamented that since the female ghost had already been dispersed, who then was entwining themselves with him? The scruffy-haired individual shrugged, expressing his ignorance, suggesting that perhaps it was a malevolent spirit, clinging to him, and that those afflicted by such ailments are often frail, susceptible to malevolent entities. Who could say if something had latched onto him? After all, there was someone right in front of us requiring rescue, and none of us were inclined to concern ourselves with a stranger miles away. We ought to seize the moment and rest our eyes. As we traveled, we took turns resting and driving, swiftly arriving at the city of Baokong in western Hubei. She remarked that we were among the first to arrive. We proceeded to consult with the local authorities regarding the matter. They informed us that they had mobilized a team for search and rescue, but thus far, there had been no sign of the individuals. West of Baokong lies the Shenangjia Forest region, where the terrain is exceedingly intricate, characterized by towering mountains and dense forests, with numerous caves and valleys. If they ventured there, they would find themselves at a loss. After quite some time, we sensed we were being misled, so we exited and sought out the woman to inquire about the companions of Xiao Yinggu. She answered each question in turn, revealing that aside from Xiao Yinggu, there were 4 others, a local guide and 3 fellow travelers, all acquainted online, who were intrigued by the area and had joined upon his call. After scrutinizing the topographical map, we resolved to retrace our steps into the mountains in search of old Xiao and his uncle. After making up our minds, we procured the necessary equipment for our mountain expedition in the county town, including climbing backpacks, hiking boots, provisions, a wolf fong flashlight, a hunting knife, and various other tools, such as ropes and a first aid kit. The woman expressed her desire to join us, but old Zhao's uncle flatly refused, stating that a girl would merely be a burden on the ascent, exhausting herself and complicating the efforts of others. Tears welled up in her eyes, but we chose to ignore her. Instead, we hired a seasoned guide familiar with the Shenangjia Forest District at a steep price, and set off on the morning of the 2nd day after arriving in Baokong. Transitioning abruptly from the bustling city to the tranquil embrace of the mountains, the melodious chirping of birds perched on branches immediately calmed our spirits. Prior to our departure, Zhou Lin had consulted a turtle shell for divination, foretelling great misfortune. Though he later manipulated the interpretation to signify good fortune, a shadow of apprehension lingered in everyone's hearts. Our guide, Old Jiang, initially hesitated to venture out during the first month of the lunar calendar, but out of respect for Chairman Mao, he seized his hunting knife and led us with a fierce local dog in tow. As we progressed, I felt quite at ease on the mountain paths, having traversed many of my homeland's terrains over the past 8 years. My uncle, robust and vigorous despite his age, exhibited considerable spirit. However, Zhou Lin, who typically appeared vibrant and full of life, unexpectedly found himself panting and leaning against a tree after merely 20 miles, exclaiming his exhaustion and the need for a brief respite. As he spoke, he suddenly let out a piercing scream, distressing in its intensity. We leaned closer to investigate, only to find the tree swarming with countless black ants, voraciously gnawing at its bark. In his previous lamentations, he had not anticipated the horde of ants that would soon descend upon him. He vigorously shook his hands, cursing the wretched forest. Upon examining his hands, I noticed they were covered in a multitude of tiny red welts and bumps, quickly turning inflamed and unbearably itchy. Old Jiang promptly offered a small bottle filled with a green herbal concoction, claiming it would alleviate the bites. He urged us to avoid provoking these diminutive creatures in the wilderness, emphasizing that while one might not fear ferocious beasts, it is the tiny insects that pose a true threat. Once they latch on, they are relentless. He then distributed a homemade ointment, purported to repel snakes and insects. While my companions accepted, I declined, stating that I had no need for such remedies, particularly with the presence of the golden silkworm, which, like a gluttonous fish in the ocean or a bird soaring through the skies, voraciously consumed any bewildering insect it could find, even resting atop the brow of a tiger-striped cat, having enjoyed a complimentary flight. Old Zhao's uncle, accustomed to marking trails only understood by their kin, meticulously scanned the path for signs of previous travelers. Following the route they had charted, we trekked over 20 more miles, eventually halting before a ravine cloaked in dense vegetation. Standing upon the ridge, gazing down at the lush jungle and the sheer rock face, Uncle San calculated with his fingers and, inhaling the gentle afternoon breeze, proclaimed that Yinggu should indeed be right here. I cast my eyes over the verdant expanse below, catching sight of a silvery thread meandering through, the shallow brook glistening in the sunlight. The ridge loomed high and perilous, shrouded in misty clouds, and as the guide Old Jiang informed us, this place is known as Pawagu, belonging to the realm of primeval forest. Apart from a handful of herbalists, very few venture here. Even he had only heard tales from the elders, never having set foot himself. The mountain trails were non-existent, merely paths forged by wild beasts. After a prolonged search, we finally discovered a passage leading down to the gorge. At that moment, old Jiang suddenly expressed his concern, cautioning that there might be snakes below, insisting we should not descend. The reason for his apprehension was soon revealed. Peering into the depths of the gorge, overgrown with weeds, ferns, and brambles, a tranquil sound of the brook's flow reached our ears, as serene as a celestial paradise. He swallowed hard and recalled that Pawagu was indeed a treacherous place. He knew of someone whose father had perished here. How did he die? A multitude of snakes had devoured him, leaving only a skeletal frame upon recovery. How perilous it was. The elders spoke of a deity residing here, revered as Shennong, who was said to have the snakes guarding his tomb. Thus, descending was ill-advised. We laughed, inquiring about who Shennong was. He is none other than the legendary Yan Emperor, a solar deity in Chinese mythology, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a figure from millennia past, reputed to have established his capital in Ciufu, Shandong, and revered as the god of ancient Chinese medicine and agriculture. Although it is said that Shennong once tasted 100 herbs in this area, to assert that his tomb lies within the Shenangjia region would surely meet with disapproval from the people of Ciufu. My uncle admonished us not to dwell on such matters and suggested adding another 10,000. If that were agreeable, we would proceed. If not, we would descend on our own. Old Jiang pondered for a significant while before bashfully acquiescing. Initially, I held a degree of respect and fondness for this honest man from Hubei, yet his sudden price hike swiftly extinguished any admiration I had. As we ventured down the narrow path, steep and treacherous, the newly enriched old Jiang exerted himself vigorously, leading the way with a hunting knife to clear the underbrush, carving out a passage for us. The local dog bounded about joyfully, yet it kept its distance from me, observing from afar and avoiding closer contact. This creature displayed a certain sensitivity, though it was unclear whether it was due to Duoduo or the golden silkworm poison, or perhaps both. Indeed, as we traversed this trail and beheld the accumulation of branches and thorns by the roadside, it became evident that others had recently made their way down here. This revelation sparked a thrill within me, yet it also caused an oscillation of emotions between disappointment and hope, leaving me increasingly apprehensive. My uncle, who possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, continuously enlightened Zhou Lin and us about the properties of various plants along the way, detailing which could be used as herbal remedies and their respective benefits, tirelessly sharing his insights as we walked. Whenever he encountered a particularly fine specimen, he would gather it into his pouch. It was then that I realized Zhou Lin's presence was primarily due to his master, the eccentric Xiaoyang's uncle, Xiao Yingguan. After a considerable duration of over half an hour, we finally reached the valley floor, where a small stream meandered through. On the pebbly shore beside the stream, we discovered a heap of cold ashes from a campfire, which, upon inspection, seemed to have been extinguished several days prior. The previous day's drizzle had rendered the surroundings damp and further obscured our search. In addition, we stumbled upon discarded plastic food wrappers, remnants of instant noodles, and a solitary cotton sock. Zhou Lin inquired whether our uncle had indeed ventured here before. Our third uncle nodded affirmatively, suggesting we continue our search in hopes of uncovering further clues. Thus, we scoured the area. I followed the stony bank of the stream, pondering whether there might be any traces leading to the opposite shore across the 3 to 4 meter wide brook. After 10 minutes, Lao Jiang called out to us from 20 meters downstream, beckoning us to come and take a look. We hurried over and encircled him, whereupon we noticed several footprints imprinted in the shallow mud by the stream's edge. They resembled human tracks but were considerably larger and bore sharp claws. I crouched down to scrutinize these prints, attempting to glean some hints or clues. However, perhaps due to the rain, my vision was limited to the verdant stream, akin to a piece of emerald glass, surrounded solely by white and blue pebbles. Where could any further evidence be found? Our third uncle also searched diligently, hoping to locate any signs left by his younger brother. It was Zhou Lin, with his keen eyesight, who extracted some grayish fur from a nearby branch by the stream, presenting it to us for examination. We gathered around to deliberate on the origin of this fur. Several of us speculated that it might belong to a primate, considering the notable presence of monkeys in the Shenangjia area, such as the endangered golden snub-nosed monkey. However, Lao Jiang inexplicably became filled with terror, trembling as he exclaimed, What do you mean by golden monkeys? This is clearly the wild man of Shenangjia, without a doubt. The wild man of Shenangjia? This entity is quite renowned. As far back as over 2,300 years ago, the illustrious poet Chu Yuan described it in his poem Nine Songs, Mountain Spirit. In the 60 years since the founding of the nation, at least 400 individuals have claimed to have witnessed the wild man of Shenangjia. Yet to this day, no organization or individual has ever captured a living specimen. Amidst the clamor, there remains a conspicuous absence of substantial evidence, adding an air of fantasy, mystery, and captivating allure to this forested region. Upon hearing Lao Zhang's words, Zhou Lin, rather, felt a surge of excitement. What is there to fear? He said. If it truly exists, we should capture it. Once the media gets wind of it, you will gain considerable fame, and we could also make a handsome profit. Lao Zhang looked at Zhou Lin in alarm. How can you say such a thing? What is the wild man? It is the beloved of the mountains, the guardian of the mountain spirits. If you capture it, how will it ever have a good life again? By then, it might not even achieve fame. Who knows what fate would befall it? Perhaps its bones would be nothing but bleached remnants. The mention of the mountain spirit stirred my heart. Another mountain spirit? If it were merely a common mountain creature, I would not be afraid. However, if this wild man of Shenangjia were like a cunning little mule, capable of beguiling and warding off pests, I would certainly withdraw for my own safety, regardless of what others might think. I inquired as to why the wild man is referred to as the guardian of the mountain spirit. One moment you speak of the divine Shenong, and the next moment of the mountain deity. What is the meaning of this? Zhou Lin concurred, stating that the funds had already been increased once and could not be augmented a second time. Money is hard-earned, and one cannot afford to be frivolous. Such good fortune is rare indeed. Given that we had already hit rock bottom, old Jiang found himself in a precarious position and could only murmur, insisting that we should refrain from speaking ill of others and approach the mountain's treasures with reverence, lest we provoke the mountain spirit. Seeing his earnestness, we decided to ease the tension, agreeing that no sane person would utter vile words without cause. Old Jiang led the local dog to the fire, allowing it to sniff before releasing it. The creature darted away like a streak of yellow, barking as it bounded upstream. Old Jiang hurried after it, exclaiming that the dog must have made a discovery, running as fast as if it were chasing rabbits. We followed suit, tracing the stream back to where we had come from. After a moment of sniffing, he questioned, "What is that smell?" His inquiry triggered an immediate realization within me. The air was thick with a foul stench, the odor of decaying flesh, a putrid aroma that assaulted the senses and threatened to churn the contents of my stomach. Of course, it was merely a thought. I had encountered similar scents countless times before, and over time I had grown accustomed to them. Following the scent, we climbed the great tree, but before we could discern anything, we heard voices calling out from above, "Damn, what bad luck! Truly unfortunate. It is the chubby parrot, Master Tiger Skin Cat, that is speaking. Just a moment ago, it had scurried off to an unknown location, but now it has emerged once again." Upon hearing its words, we instinctively knew that what lay ahead would not be pleasant. As we turned over the fallen log and peered down, we beheld two lifeless bodies, a male and a female, lying prostrate in the grass, approximately 4 to 5 meters from the stream. Both were headless, their limbs, hands, and feet entirely missing. The pallid skin of their abdomens was grotesquely slit from neck to groin, the flesh flayed to reveal a gruesome array of bloodied entrails and hollow chests, devoid of organs. Recent rains had rendered the flesh a ghastly white, while the ground was stained with semi-coagulated blood, reminiscent of pig-s blood from a market. White maggots writhed upon the decapitated corpses, while in the winter's chill, a swarm of flies buzzed about, their origin a mystery. Black carrion beetles and maggots competed for their morbid feast, and above, crows cawed dismally, their cries steeped in despair. Not far away, from the thicket of thorns, came the faint sound of slithering, perhaps the retreating patrons of this ghastly banquet. Zhou Lin could no longer contain himself, kneeling upon the log and heaving violently, expelling the remnants of last night's and this morning's meals. Now a putrid concoction, having festered in his stomach for over 6 hours, mingling horrifically with the stench of decay. The guide, old Jiang, succumbed to the horror as well, tumbling down from the tree, bracing himself against the log, joining Zhou Lin in a shared bout of retching. The scruffy little path and his third uncle stood upon the tree trunk, as a gentle breeze carried the stench of decay, yet we remained unfazed. Whose bodies could these be? As I pondered this question, a local dog, which had been barking wildly at this end of the trunk, suddenly whimpered. We then heard a splash, and hurriedly turned to see that the dog had been seized by a peculiar creature, nearly 2 meters in length, with dark brown and black hues, which clamped its jaws around the dog's neck and dragged it into the creek. The creature's surface was smooth and slick, its limbs short and squat, while its nearly 1 meter long tail stirred the water into a froth before it sank below the murky surface, obscuring its form. Gold? Gold. Old Jiang hastily scrambled up the trunk and dashed toward the creek's edge recklessly. However, there was no trace of the dog named Gold to be found. Instead, the muddy water erupted in gouts of crimson blood, staining half the creek red. An unusual disturbance rippled beneath the surface, and unable to contain his anger, Old Jiang picked up a fist-sized pebble and hurled it into the water. Yet, with his broader experience, the scruffy little path shouted for Old Jiang to come back, urging him not to throw. Old Jiang, undeterred, threw again. At that moment, the creature lunged from the water, jaws agape, aiming for Old Jiang. With a loud thud, Old Jiang was forcefully flung 2 meters away by his uncle, landing heavily on the grass with a cry of dismay. The creek varied in depth, shallow in parts at 1 to 2 meters, but plunging deeper than 3 meters in others, and soon it became a mere void. We all jumped down, and the scruffy little path aided the shaken Old Jiang, inquiring if he was unharmed. Old Jiang sobbed, a grown man reduced to tears like a child. After venting, Zhou Lin felt a surge of annoyance and exclaimed, "Why are you crying? If it comes to that, the dog money can compensate you." Lao Zhang's eyes instantly turned red as he rushed forward, grabbing Zhou Lin and declaring, "Do I care about your money? I cherish it dearly. If you could return my family's gold to me, I wouldn't trade it even for a mountain of gold. If my third child discovers the gold is missing, he would jump into the river." I remained silent, uncertain whether Lao Zhang wept for the sentiment attached to the gold or merely to extort more money. However, seeing him so genuinely emotional, with tears streaming down his face, I preferred to believe in his sincerity. I turned to my uncle, who was gazing at the stream now beginning to clear, and respectfully remarked, "Uncle, your throwing knife is truly impressive, rivaling that of a firearm." He waved his hand dismissively, his expression turning somewhat grave as he replied, "Not at all. An ordinary person with a gun can take a life. My skill requires over 30 years of refinement to achieve any degree of accuracy. Moreover, this is not a throwing knife. It is a dart." I nodded, acknowledging his words, yet I couldn't help but compare it to the throwing knife I had encountered in Phoenix Ancient City. To be frank, in terms of sharpness, that knife was far superior, exuding a menacing aura. As the commotion subsided, my uncle climbed onto a log, draping a white cloth over his face, then donned a pair of rubber gloves before approaching the 2 corpses. He waved away the flies and began to meticulously examine the bodies. His scrutiny was intense and focused. After 5 minutes, he washed his gloves in the stream and returned to us, his demeanor notably serious. The scruffy man inquired about the identities of the 2 individuals. He was evidently anxious, but thankfully, my uncle quickly provided the answer. They were not his younger uncle. However, it is highly probable that these 2 individuals are among the 3 companions of the younger uncle. He had previously inquired in detail with the adventurer who remained at the county hospital and learned that among the 4 who traveled together, 1 was a local guide, while the others included 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was short and plump, 1 man was frail, and the other was tall and robust. The characteristics of these 2 corpses closely resemble those of the short, plump woman and the frail man. Of course, this is merely a preliminary assessment. In any case, they cannot be his uncle, as his uncle bears a crescent-shaped birthmark on his posterior. The skins of these 2 corpses have only been removed from their chests, while their posteriors remain intact. Our critical task now is to locate Lao Zhao's uncle, for both of his companions have met with a tragic fate, and the assailant calmly severed the heads of the deceased, hacked off their hands and feet, opened their chests, and skinned them. The reasons behind this series of actions remain a mystery to us, but one thing is certain. His uncle is undoubtedly in grave danger, and this peril may be quietly lurking here, awaiting us. We all drew our hunting knives, gripping them tightly in our hands. Lao Jiang, reluctant, exclaimed that it was too perilous. People had already died here, and following suit might lead to our demise as well. He had come to earn a living, not to sacrifice his life. He claimed we had angered the mountain deity, and with the arrival of the ominous fog, death was imminent. He declared he would only accept half of the service fee and insisted on leaving at once. His agitation was palpable, and his hands waved animatedly. The scruffy man scoffed, stating that he could leave, but why not ponder the possibility that if there were indeed ghosts or wild men, would they target a group or an individual? After saying this, he tightened his backpack on his shoulder and pressed onward. Sanshu also moved ahead, disregarding him. As I traversed the grassy expanse, passing two decaying, headless corpses, I moved upstream alongside Zhou Lin. Old Jiang wore a troubled expression, remarking that if we could remember, it would be advantageous. My third uncle, an adept tracker, could often discern the path ahead from the faintest traces left upon the ground or amidst the trees. We continued our journey, fording a gentle stream, and proceeded towards the opposite banks upstream. I inquired about the formidable beast, more ferocious than a crocodile, that had lurked in the waters earlier. It appeared that both he and my uncle were well aware of its nature, which did not surprise them. He smiled and asked if I was familiar with the term giant salamander. I shook my head, indicating my ignorance. He then queried whether I had heard of the baby fish. My eyes widened in shock as I exclaimed, "Goodness, that 2-meter-long creature is a baby fish?" Astonished, I pondered the fact that we had similar creatures in our region, though none grew to such an imposing size. The largest were merely a few dozen centimeters and quite docile. He shook his head and explained that I had been misled by the name. The giant salamander is a carnivorous beast, inherently savage, that enjoys lying in wait among the rocky shores at night, striking suddenly without chewing its prey, swallowing it whole. Remarkably, can survive without food for 2 to 3 years, yet can also gorge itself, gaining nearly half its body weight in a single meal. In times of scarcity, they even resort to cannibalism. Isn't that fearsome? Typically, a giant salamander measures just over a meter, but this one exceeds 2, adorned with a dark stripe along its back, an anomaly that hints at something otherworldly. I felt a shiver at his words, as I recalled crossing the water moments ago. Had that creature emerged unexpectedly to take a bite, I would surely have met my end. We walked for 20 minutes along the slippery path, and nearly everyone stumbled several times, particularly Zhou Lin, whose fair complexion was marred as he fell, leaving him disheveled and muddy. The sky darkened. Heavy clouds loomed like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire firmament, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. We intended to seek refuge beneath a large tree to escape the rain. Unexpectedly, a rumble of thunder erupted, and from the west, a flash of lightning cleaved the sky. Suddenly, Uncle San grew anxious, urging us all to run forward without pausing beneath the trees or using our phones. Striding ahead, he gazed at the ominous display of nature's fury, instilling a sense of trepidation in us. Without contemplating why we should move forward, we hurriedly followed, stepping carefully onto patches of grass and black moss. As we ran, the rain intensified, and Uncle San abruptly veered left onto another narrow path. We followed, feeling the downpour drench us more heavily. I, possessing good stamina, was second to reach him, reminiscent of long-distance running during school days, fixated on the back of a fellow runner, determined to keep pace. Suddenly, Uncle San halted, and I could not stop in time, colliding into him. He steadied me and said, "We can take shelter here." Only then did I realize we had arrived at an open cave, with Zhou Lin and old Jiang rushing in behind us. Outside, the rain poured as if from a bucket, forming a continuous cascade. The view was a misty white, and the sound of rain striking the ground resembled the popping of beans, heavy and urgent, turning the earth into a muddy expanse filled with small pits. In my lifetime, I have rarely encountered such heavy rain. Before venturing into the mountains, we deliberately checked the local weather forecast, which predicted overcast skies transitioning to clouds. Naturally, if weather forecasts were accurate, they would not be called forecasts. The plump parrot cast him a disdainful glance, as if to say, "What business is it of yours?" My uncle and I exchanged a knowing look and peered into the open cave. It was shrouded in darkness. We unzipped our waterproof backpacks and retrieved a wolf-tooth flashlight, illuminating the interior. The first sight we beheld was 2 scattered backpacks, their contents strewn across the ground. As we stepped inside, we found ourselves in a small slanted chamber of about 100 square feet. At the center of this chamber stood a naturally formed stone platform. When we directed the flashlight beam onto the stone table, we were taken aback, nearly dropping the flashlight in shock. Upon the stone table lay 3 severed heads, 2 male and 1 female, each bearing expressions of sheer terror, their eyes gouged, tongues severed, and skulls laid aside. It evoked a chilling resemblance to a clay pot serving chicken soup, with the lid cast aside. Zhou Lin and old Jiang felt their stomachs churn, the bile rising, and the sounds of dry heaving filled the air. Of course, that was just their reaction. My uncle, the scruffy-haired companion, and I were primarily concerned with identifying whether the heads belonged to old Zhao's uncle, Xiao Keming. We hurried forward, and after scrutinizing each head, my uncle turned to us and declared they were not his. There was a hint of tension or excitement in his voice, the final syllable quivering. This indicated that even someone as composed as he was experiencing a tumultuous emotional roller coaster. While they focused on the faces, I was absorbed in the arrangement before us. Upon this table, alongside 3 decapitated skulls arranged in a row, lay severed hands, dismembered feet, and various internal organs including hearts, spleens, stomachs, lungs, kidneys, and several meters of intestines. These grotesque remnants stained the stone surface a sticky, dark crimson hue, forming an oddly sinister tableau. How shall one describe this formation? At first glance, it resembles a topographical map, with its undulating elevations, yet upon closer inspection, it evokes the image of some terrifying beast, claws bared in a menacing display. Regardless of perspective, an unmistakable aura of malevolence permeates the scene, instilling a sense of unease and melancholy within the observer. My uncle and the scruffy-haired lad were busy gathering the scattered remnants, attempting to uncover some clue, while I stood frozen, my limbs growing cold. A thought struck me. I had witnessed a similar scene within a cave in my hometown of Qingshanji. According to the words of the captured Luolongzi, this was the work of the diminutive mule, performing a ritual to summon the Great Black Sky. What is the Great Black Sky? He never elaborated, leaving me in ignorance. Yet the parallels in method were astonishing. Who could possibly orchestrate such a grotesque and barbaric spectacle akin to that of the diminutive mule? Among the scattered remnants were magnolia bark, tea thorns, and the fragrant wood of the incense tree, precisely the herbs that the 4th uncle sought. Responding to my uncle's call, I ventured deeper to observe, discovering an array of peculiar plants strewn across the ground. Though I did not recognize these herbs, one could surmise that, given Xiao Yingwu's dutiful nature, he would not discard them carelessly unless in dire circumstances. The herbs, appearing as if recently trampled, bore a freshness that suggested they had been disturbed within the last day or 2, rendering them particularly unsightly. Both my uncle and the scruffy little path bore expressions of grave concern. As I gazed into the abyss of the dark, profound cave, an inexplicable fear surged within me. Ever since the incident involving the eradication of the dwarfs in the cave of the Qing Mountain realm, I have harbored an unaccountable aversion towards subterranean passages. This aversion is not only rooted in a fear of the darkness but also reflects a profound sense of insecurity, compelling me to resist entering. Yet, the tortoiseshell cat leapt forward, calling out into the cave, insisting that the 4th brother was inside. Its conviction heightened our tension, and my uncle remarked that it was indeed plausible. In such an open cavern, it would be a fitting refuge for him. I found myself perplexed by his words, prompting the scruffy little path to explain that the cave's undulating terrain and expansive mouth, when interpreted through the principles of the 13 mountain viewing techniques, indicated it to be a land of fortune, capable of transforming misfortune into good, a sanctuary from calamity. However, the presence of severed heads at the entrance suggested a malevolent practitioner, whose wickedness had tainted the entire atmosphere. The saying goes, a proud dragon will regret, abundance cannot endure, foreboding ill fortune. I pondered the fate of my uncle within, contemplating whether to venture inside. I shook my head, sighing at the encroaching darkness, confessing that the mere thought of entering such a dim and winding cave caused an involuntary, prickling discomfort throughout my body, tightening my very core. The scruffy little path expressed understanding and conferred with my uncle, who asserted that regardless of whether they were alive or dead, kinship necessitated that we investigate further. There were 5 individuals present. The scruffy-haired Xiao Dao and Uncle San decided to venture inside, while Zhou Lin appeared somewhat reluctant but ultimately conceded to the social pressure and agreed to join. However, Lao Jiang resolutely refused to participate, opting instead to remain where he was. He lamented his misfortune, bemoaning his fate for being assigned such a grim task, constantly encountering the dead. Were it not for the meager pay for this job, he mused, he might very well be at home, comfortably asleep beside his wife. The plump parrot flapped its wings and unleashed a torrent of invective, deriding the 2 cowards, particularly Lu Zuo, who, despite possessing genuine talent, was astonishingly timid. Little lowly, such a leader is not worthy of your allegiance. Come with me, come with me. This chubby bird was relentless in its insults, striking me with embarrassment. As I watched the 3 figures fade into the darkness, a sense of emptiness enveloped me, as if I had committed some shameful act.
Lao Jiang, Unfa,
pulled out his pipe from his bag, rummaging for matches, and after igniting it, took several deep puffs. He then distanced himself from the stone table, squatting on the ground with his bare back exposed, gazing into the curtain of rain, lost in thought. I squatted beside him, and he glanced at me, offering his pipe and inquiring if I wished to partake. I smiled and declined, admitting I did not smoke. Oh, best not to, he replied, falling silent as he continued to puff, staring ahead. I asked if he was thinking of his dog. Yes, he confirmed. Goldie has been with us since he was a pup, for 5 years now. He has 3 offspring. The eldest 2 are female unfortunate creatures, while the youngest is a son. This year he turns 12, but he has some issues. Doctors say the child is autistic. What is autism? How has this affliction of privilege befallen his family? A year has passed without uttering a coherent word. The timid soul, emboldened only by the glimmer of gold, wore a semblance of a smile in solitude. Alas, the treasure has vanished, dragged away by the monstrous waters. How shall he explain this to his beloved son? He puffs on a cigarette, furrows deepening on his brow, his face a portrait of despair. I remain silent, for the hardships of life have transformed this once formidable hunter of the mountains into a timid, ordinary villager. Gazing at the white curtain of snow outside the cave entrance, the sky hangs heavy and low. This cave, perched high, remains untouched by the rising waters, yet the mud before it has become a quagmire. Rabbits scurry in the grass, and the burrows of field mice, inundated, force these little creatures to flee, oblivious to our presence, as they swiftly burrow into the dry shelter of the cave. Outside, the sounds of nature crackle and pop, heralding the arrival of spring in 2008, a season of growth. Before me lie the mountains, and I contemplate the 12 paths to subdue their grandeur. I chuckle. These mountains are indeed mountains. Though shaped by tectonic movements, their undulating forms stand in stark contrast to the fleeting century of human existence, embodying eternity. What audacious confidence it requires to think one might tame them. Since last August, I have fancied myself possessing profound insights into certain matters. Yet how many secrets of this world remain concealed from our insignificant humanity? The answer eludes me, thus my reverence for nature deepens. Old Jiang, chilled to the bone, wraps himself in the tent cloth from his pack, grumbling about this wretched weather and this cursed place, lamenting his inability to find kindling for warmth. I offer him a flask of white liquor, suggesting that it may warm his spirit. He had consumed some alcohol, his complexion slightly flushed, trembling as he spoke of the existence of wild men in the vicinity, claiming they were the legendary Gandharan, asserting that the tale held truth. Indeed, it is said that these wild men reside upon the lofty peaks at elevations of 2,000 meters, nestled within the primordial forests. However, this ravine is different. The elder spoke of a path that leads directly to the shooping of the Daba Mountains. There is something peculiar about this gully. Old corpses lie here, and over a decade ago, rumors circulated about the presence of the Shenong tomb nearby, along with the Erlong tomb and the tomb of General Baya. A horde of grave robbers, 7 or 8 groups in total, flocked here, only to meet their demise, their spirits lingering heavily. These Ganjurans serve as the gatekeepers of the mountain deities. On a day like this, how delightful it would be to engage in a lengthy conversation with Huang Fei over the phone. I pondered how long it had been since I last called her. 4 days, or perhaps 5. Is that normal for two individuals deeply in love? Could it be too prolonged? Is she upset with me for being away for so long, or perhaps for my habitual forgetfulness in reaching out? Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, yearning for that beautiful, innocent little policewoman. Lost in my thoughts, I was abruptly jolted by a horrifying scream. I turned to see the old man Jiang, who had been squatting on the rocky ledge smoking, suddenly propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Upon impact, his skull shattered, and his brain matter splattered across the ground, much of it hitting me. In that moment, I stood frozen, watching a vibrant life, just moments ago engaged in casual conversation with me, transform into a lifeless body, its head gruesomely shattered. Shock engulfed me, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, a tightness gripped my heart, compelling me to instinctively roll aside. Bang! As I rolled on the ground, I witnessed the spot where I had just landed being struck by a rock, roughly the size of a rugby ball, which produced a thunderous sound reminiscent of a catapult. Terrified, I dared not linger and swiftly darted behind a stone pillar near the cave entrance. 2 massive boulders narrowly brushed past me, sending shivers down my spine and raising the hairs on my body. Heart pounding with trepidation, I concealed myself behind the natural stone column and could not resist peeking out. Through the curtain of rain, 3 crimson figures emerged. Towering over 2 meters, their robust limbs were rendered even more imposing by the cascading white rain, which slicked down their reddish-brown fur. Their portly backs and bellies were adorned with 2 dark, fleshy pouches that hung low. When I glimpsed one of their faces, my heart lurched in terror. The face, a murky hue, bore an unsettling resemblance to a human, with disproportionate features that rendered it more akin to a person than a monkey or an ape. Could these be the wild men? Were they the ones who killed old Zhao's uncle's companion? Armed only with a hunting knife, I had scant means of defense. If I had a Type 56 submachine gun, I might have dared to confront these legendary creatures, but with merely a hunting knife, I felt it prudent to escape the potential onslaught of stones that could be hurled with catapult-like force. At this perilous moment, I could no longer afford to consider old Zhang's corpse. Looking towards the dark mouth of the cave, it seemed that my only option for refuge lay within its depths. Venturing into the cavern was a maneuver to exploit its precarious terrain, for straying into the woods would have rendered me an easy target for the 3 nimble gaunt giants. I shudder to think I'd have been seized within mere strides, destined to become their repast by afternoon, devoured with gusto. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, I seized my Wolffang flashlight, clutched my bag as a shield behind me, and in a few swift bounds, cleared the stone table adorned with the skulls of the deceased. I sprinted into the mountain's maw, brooking no delay. A frenzied dash it was, with the perpetual sensation of an impending stone hurtling toward the back of my head. Fortunately, none came. True brute force brooks no defiance, only flight. My heart lamented the formidable adversaries I consistently encountered. Perhaps only the likes of Wang Shanqing, dabbling in petty sorcery, were within my capacity to contend with. After all, the art of, akin to poisoning, ranks among the more refined crafts of the unorthodox. Alas, I am fated to a life of ceaseless toil. A sudden constriction in my back, a coppery taste in my throat, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Mercifully, the backpack absorbed the brunt of the force. Otherwise, my spine would have surely snapped. I had been struck, my body seemingly disassembled. Before I could rise, I sensed a reek of carrion wafting from behind, the very air stagnating. As I inwardly bemoaned my predicament, a pair of hirsute, colossal hands seized my waist, hoisting me aloft to face my captor. Suspended in mid-air, a meter above the ground, I strained against the force, gazing upon the behemoth. It gazed at me with a beaming smile, its rain-soaked fur cascading down its body, long and unkempt. Its face was peculiarly broad, with wide brows, and on its chest were 2 gourd-sized breasts, adorned with a makeshift garment woven from leaves around its waist. This was a female, and her laughter rang out, innocent and joyous, reminiscent of a child who has just received a new toy. Yet, I was overwhelmed by the rancid odor emanating from her mouth, which made me feel nauseous. In a fleeting moment, I found myself ensnared in her embrace, my waist gripped tightly. With nimble hands, I swiftly turned on my Wolf Fong flashlight to its maximum brightness and directed it towards her eyes. She let out a piercing scream, tears splattering as she angrily hurled me against the rocky wall. The force of the impact was formidable, akin to being struck by a stone. I thought to myself in despair, how could my frail body withstand such a collision? Surely, I would be shattered. As I stood there, momentarily stunned, I heard a sharp, childish voice calling out. Looking down, I saw the little Demon Duoduo appearing before me. Her form contorted as she pressed against me, fiercely cursing, "You scoundrel, taking advantage of me." A cold sweat broke out on my brow, and I quickly stepped aside. She stood up with her hands on her hips, her voice feeble, clearly affected by the earlier impact. With a playful laugh, Duoduo remarked, "So you call it a wild man? Indeed, it resembles a human, albeit endowed with immense strength yet utterly foolish, merely existing to serve others." Just as she spoke, the female wild creature lowered her hands from her eyes, revealing irises ablaze with fury. In an instant, she lunged towards me, her foot propelling her forward with astonishing speed. Her hands were enormous, like fans, creating a gust of wind as she approached. I crouched down to seize my hunting knife, intent on striking, but she kicked my wrist with such force that it sent a jolt of pain through me, and I could only roar in agony. It bared its teeth and let out a tremendous roar, extending its arms towards me. The little demon, Duoduo, had already soared into the air, her cherry-red lips murmuring a spell. I rolled onto the ground to evade it once more, rising to my feet with my left hand still tightly grasping the Wolf's Fong flashlight, which I raised to dazzle its eyes. To my surprise, the female wildling did not pursue me any longer. Instead, she knelt submissively on the ground, gazing up at the floating Duoduo. She chuckled, her lips parting wide enough to reveal her nostrils, resembling a complete fool. I was momentarily taken aback, while Duoduo exuded an air of pride and arrogance, twirling in circles. I inquired about the wildling's behavior, to which she responded with irritation, stating that it was an owl spirit. An owl spirit. I have it under my control with the soul-departing spell. Impressive, isn't it? Would you like to learn? I nodded enthusiastically, expressing my eagerness to learn from her. She replied affirmatively, yet added, "Pay the tuition first." Truly, she was an exceedingly cunning little girl. I asked her what kind of tuition she desired, noting that with her current state she likely needed nothing at all. She ground her teeth and declared that she wanted to feast on my flesh. She was ravenous for human meat. Pointing at the kneeling owl spirit, I asked why she did not consume its flesh instead. Duoduo shook her head, explaining that these creatures that crawled from the earth had rancid meat. Consuming them would leave a foul taste. If she were to eat, it must be my flesh. HMPF. You are biased, giving Duoduo whatever she desires while denying my requests. She shook her head, insisting it was impossible. This creature had taken considerable effort to subdue, and it would not last long. If another one appeared, she would have no choice but to flee. In my heart, disappointment brewed, and I could not help but voice my grievances regarding her incompetence. What kind of rare ghostly demon is she, unable to even contend with a fool? Enraged, she leaped and berated me, claiming that had she access to wood fungus and yellow essence to consume daily, she would not be so feeble. Even in the absence of these, human flesh would suffice. I chose not to argue with this immature child and instead illuminated the path ahead with my flashlight. I summoned the golden silkworm to tentatively confront the creature before us under the ominous sun. Yet it proved ineffective. The little demon Duoduo mockingly remarked that the creature was akin to a short mule, merely an outsider on the fringes of the spirit realm, and thus it would not fear poison. Helpless, I realized that my only course of action was to rendezvous with the scruffy little path and my Uncle San, seeking a solution. After all, with Uncle San's extraordinary skill in throwing darts, perhaps we could eliminate the two creatures guarding the entrance. The plump little worm flitted about in the air, evidently intrigued by Duoduo's alternate form, and flew onto her, attempting to burrow into her cleavage. Having known this troublesome creature for some time, Duoduo had no means to rid herself of it. She merely grasped it firmly to prevent its intrusion. I communicated with the golden silkworm, requesting it to lead me in search of the scruffy little path and my companions. Reluctantly, it took to the air, sniffed around, and surprisingly flew ahead. She refused to divulge any information, and I did not press further. Who knows what she truly comprehended about these matters? The authenticity remained uncertain. The stone door bore unmistakable marks of human craftsmanship. It was ajar, modest in size, standing at a height of 1.80 meters and a width of half a meter. My lack of education rendered me devoid of any artistic appreciation, yet I could discern that these carvings were ancient, exuding an overwhelming sense of historical gravitas. Firstly, they either resolved all matters and awaited my arrival, or they failed to do so and anticipated my rescue. With this thought, I finally discovered a reason to venture forth. Allowing the little spirit, Dao Dao, to illuminate the path ahead with her flashlight revealed a meticulously constructed corridor, likely the fabled ancient tomb. Such a place may be fraught with traps. No matter my audacity, I could not risk my life. Dao Dao, being an ethereal being, was unafraid. She protested, expressing her reluctance, suggesting that Xiaoyang should come instead. I glanced at the towering figure beside me, a corpulent giant standing over 2 meters tall and weighing around 300 pounds. To my astonishment, this hefty fellow was indeed too large to fit through, no matter how hard he tried. My frustration mounted. Why did the builders of this corridor make it so narrow? Resigned, I pondered that since the others had already ventured ahead to probe the path, what was there for me to worry about? Thus, I decided to leave that motherly Xiaoyang outside and proceeded through the slightly ajar stone door. The corridor proved to be exceedingly cramped. At first, I could walk upright, but after only a few dozen meters, I had to stoop low, painstakingly shuffling forward. Upon reaching the end, I encountered a stone hollow that necessitated crawling. I crouched down and shone my flashlight into the hollow, revealing distinctly damp marks. These moisture stains were remnants of the water from the shoes of the others. Such traces would dry quickly unless one stood still for an extended period. In contrast, the water on wet clothing persisted, which explained why they left such markings when they crawled inside. However, I find myself grappling with a question. Why did they come directly here? Do they possess sufficient evidence to suggest that his uncle resides within this rocky den? Should I venture inside or refrain? My mind teeters on the edge of uncertainty, echoing the words spoken by the scruffy path to old Zhang. Is it safer for one individual or a collective? This inquiry, in truth, is a false dilemma. The affairs of this world are fraught with ambiguity, and it is this uncertainty that renders life intriguing. Yet, humans invariably exhibit a propensity for conformity, often feeling a sense of security only in the presence of the multitude. Of course, those with formidable inner strength are exceptions to this rule. Ultimately, I belong to the majority, and after much deliberation, I resolved to climb in and join them. After venting my frustrations, a profound silence ensued, and I felt my anger dissipate, replaced by a sense of relief as I continued my ascent. Unexpectedly, after scaling merely 2 meters, a sharp pain in my rear end caught me off guard. That little imp had bitten me fiercely, causing a searing sensation that felt as though it might draw blood. With my free right hand, I reached behind me and grasped her. She refused to relent, her bite persisting. In her struggle, she emitted a pitiful whimper, and despite my warnings to cease, they proved ineffective. Only when I recited the binding spell did the biting subside. After reciting a significant portion, the pain in my rear alleviated considerably, and she finally released her grip. The air, momentarily tranquil, was soon pierced by her wailing, punctuated by sobs as she accused me of being fierce and chose to ignore me. Gazing upon her face, which bore a striking resemblance to Duoduo's, I felt an involuntary affection and could not bring myself to continue with the spell. Instead, I offered her a warning. She nodded, looking as remorseful as a little wife, and retrieved fishbone powder from my bag to tend to my injury. I remained uneasy and, in my trepidation, cast my travel bag down with a thud, stirring up a cloud of choking dust. At that moment, I felt a sense of relief, reassured that the moment I leapt down, I would not encounter a bed of spikes awaiting me. I curled my body and cautiously maneuvered, gripping the jagged rock face with both hands, gradually pulling myself indoors. Upon releasing my grip, my feet landed upon the backpack. Unfortunately, they struck an object within, and I lost my balance, tumbling to the side, my flashlight rolling away from me. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Only the beam of my flashlight illuminated a few objects within. The room was of moderate size, approximately 40 square meters with irregular rock walls, and in the corners lay blackened bones. I retrieved my flashlight and scrutinized my surroundings. The only means of entry and exit was a small door on the western side. Was this a tomb? I pondered, hoisting my backpack onto my shoulder. A small sprite, named Duoduo, fluttered down, circling the room while pinching her nose, exclaiming about the foul stench, a scent she detested. I inhaled deeply, detecting only a musty odor, likely due to prolonged exposure to darkness. I cautiously approached the small door to the west, taking a few steps, my mind filled with dread of encountering traps akin to those in Tomb Raider. Yet, to my surprise, nothing of the sort transpired, granting me a modicum of comfort. The door, constructed of stone, pushed open to reveal a rectangular chamber. As my flashlight illuminated the space, I found no coffins or accompanying burial artifacts as I had imagined. The area was stark and empty, save for a long, narrow slab of blue stone measuring 1 meter by half a meter on the floor. In several conspicuous corners, the presence of light stands, reminiscent of iron fixtures affixed to the walls, can be discerned. At both ends of the elongated chamber, corridors extend infinitely. I inquired of the little sprite, Duoduo, about our course of action. She appeared somewhat perturbed by my earlier incantation to bind the spirits, opting for a nonviolent form of resistance and remaining silent. With no alternative, I resolved to follow the dictates of my name and ventured leftward. The sturdy bluestone tiles led me to the corridor on the left side of the hall, where I encountered several forks in the path. I keenly observed a door marked with an inverted triangle, a symbol I had previously encountered while traversing the mountainous terrain today, likely one of the insignias of the Xiao family. Without hesitation, I advanced, flashlight in hand. After passing through a bridge-like passage, I arrived at the threshold of a chamber, within which numerous dark banners hung. In the left corner stood a colossal stone tripod, towering at 2 meters, its rectangular body adorned with 2 upright ears and supported by 4 cylindrical legs. The grandeur of the stone tripod was imposing, its intricate design splendid. I was intrigued and yearned to step closer for a better view. However, as I reached the center of the room, an abrupt rotation of the world ensued. The front and back seemingly reversed, and the entire chamber began to tremble. This sensation resembled the instability one experiences during an earthquake, leaving me bewildered as I collapsed to the ground. My flashlight slipped from my grasp, swallowed by the encroaching darkness, vanishing from sight. The floor continued to quake and undulate beneath me, and in a panic, I pressed myself against the ground as a series of electric-like vibrations coursed through the earth into my body, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. Ah! Within mere moments, I was startled by the anguished screams of the little demon dodo echoing in the darkness, seemingly emanating from my left. Yet the heavens did not collapse, and the tremors subsided. In my line of sight, the walls and objects of the room vanished, revealing 8 doors. They were named Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Kansas. Alternatively, they could be referred to as Xiu, Shang, Shang, Du, Si, Jing, Jing, and Kai. My articulation may be flawed. This does not truly represent 8 doors in the conventional sense. Rather, these are not doors at all. In the obscurity, 8 ethereal wisps of mist swirled, each embodying various hexagrams. When enveloped in complete darkness, distinctions fade. Yet, these hexagrams emerged with remarkable clarity throughout the entire space. Apart from the darkness and these symbols, nothing else was visible. All that once existed, the stone doors, walls, stone cauldrons, banners, and even the ceiling had vanished. Only the blue bricks beneath my feet remained, stretching endlessly to the limits of my vision. In the cosmos, there existed only my true self. A pang resonated within my heart, and I thought, this is dire. How have I found myself in such a place? However, this Bagua Soul Lock formation evolved from the Demon Duoduo's celestial board, leaving me utterly bewildered. It is worth noting that formations are predominantly derived from the I Ching, and ancient military formations were similarly orchestrated. Yet, Those adept in the arcane arts have crafted numerous astonishing formations based on this doctrine, integrating practical weaponry and mechanisms to achieve lethality far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The most renowned among them is Zhuge Liang's 8-formation diagram, known to nearly all. However, the formation here is not as miraculous as depicted in later melodramatic television series. One should not hastily associate the term Demon Duoduo with the legendary steeds of Daizong from Water Margin, for they belong to entirely different realms. This formation is merely a manifestation of the designer's understanding of the Book of Changes, an ingenious amalgamation of ancient wisdom and the principles of arithmetic and mechanisms, creating a wondrous entity that straddles the line between science and sorcery. Each step is fraught with intricate devices. I am uncertain whether I am experiencing an illusion or some other transformation, yet I am acutely aware that with each step I take, the scenery before me shifts correspondingly. If I fail to grasp the subtleties within this enigma and respond with composure, I risk being struck by a falling stone or perhaps tumbling into a pit. Ultimately, I may find myself hopelessly ensnared in this place. Fearful and immobile, I remain rooted in my spot, contemplating a way to break the spell. Yet the little Demon Duoduo has vanished. The echo of her piercing scream reverberates in my ears, igniting a sense of urgency within me. After all, Duoduo shares a singular spirit with me. What could have possibly captured her? A sharp pain seizes my head, and my heart aches with unbearable intensity. Grief washes over me like an unstoppable tide. But wait, this defies logic. Why have I become inexplicably feeble upon entering this realm? The higher I stand, the more devastating my fall. Even this external force is intricately linked to my very essence, the fateful golden silkworm Gu. This is a dimly lit chamber arranged according to the principles of Demon Duoduo, intricately woven with the wisdom of the I Ching, mechanisms, architecture, chemistry, and visual studies, all harmonized through the designer's contemplations and experiences, culminating in a final creation. The central tenet revolves around the dialectical unity of the yin and yang elements, depicting the transformations of all things in the world, thereby allowing those within to perceive myriad changes and lose their intrinsic essence. If one were to distill this concept, the simplest approach would be to respond to countless changes with unwavering constancy. In other words, remaining still while awaiting an outsider to overturn the focal point of the formation and assist in unraveling the predicament. However, the disappearance of Duoduo left me with no alternatives, for I was unaware of what Duoduo had endured during my wait. Could she have perished? Various thoughts raced through my mind. I took a deep breath, calming myself, and after a prolonged moment, I finally sensed the profound energy of the room. This was a realm imbued with potent qi. What step should I take next? Anxiety began to creep in, as this situation felt akin to a middle school graduate who could merely solve quadratic equations, suddenly thrust into an examination of spatial analytical geometry and calculus, with the expectation of achieving a perfect score. Could I manage such a feat? If only Zimeo were here. Having been nurtured in a family steeped in Taoist teachings, he would navigate this with ease. As for me, my proficiency lay primarily in the practical aspects of the 12 methodologies. The esoteric realm of destiny and fate often lulled me into slumber after only a brief perusal. Should I confess that I barely scored 59 in mathematics during my college entrance examination? With my eyes closed, I pondered the focal point of this room, which most likely resided within that stone cauldron. It was also quite plausible that it was responsible for the disappearance of Duoduo. Positioned in the left corner, if I could manage to destroy that cauldron, I should be able to dismantle this formation. Taking a deep breath, I rose and turned towards the left. There, I encountered two swirling mists, taking the shapes of Sun and Li. Could this be the auspicious gateway? The gateway of life resides in the Sun Palace, while the Li Palace signifies great fortune. These are two starkly contrasting choices. By common reasoning, one ought to select the Li gateway. Yet, if it were merely that simple, what formidable power could this formation possibly possess? Might it instead operate in opposition to conventional wisdom? Who could possibly fathom the designer's intentions? Gazing towards the left, the entire world appeared shrouded in darkness, with only the indistinct Bagua swirling before me. Sun and Li. Which one should I choose? One step towards the celestial king, another towards death. Never before have I faced such a daunting and weighty decision as I do today. Gritting my teeth, I took my first step towards the Li gateway. An inexplicable chill surged from the ground, causing my spine to tremble and shake. It was cold, and I felt a peculiar twitch between my brows, sensing the surrounding darkness shift, as though I stood upon the precipice of a sinister abyss. No, this cannot be right. According to the hexagram, Li symbolizes solidity on the outside yet holds danger within, outwardly stable yet concealing ominous signs. Conversely, Sun, associated with the wood element, embodies the warmth of spring, gentle breezes, and vibrant life. Indeed, my intuition cannot lead me astray. Once I made my decision, my heart settled, indifferent to the swirling tempest around me. I strode directly towards the door marked with the character Sun. With each step I took, I sensed the surrounding darkness receding slightly. By the fourth step, a hazy azure enveloped me, reminiscent of a winter morning shrouded in thick fog, revealing ahead a gigantic cauldron towering above me. My heart steadied, and I leapt onto the cauldron, which stood 2 meters away, gripping its stone rim and peering inside. Within the white mist, I discerned something struggling desperately. Since acquiring the golden silkworm charm, my night vision had become remarkably acute. As I focused, I realized that the writhing forms in the mist were none other than small spirits, resembling delicate flowers. The little creature appeared to be drowning, her hair floating like wild grass. I hastily reached out to grasp her flailing hands, my fingers plunging into the mist, which proved thick and viscous like paste. My anxiety intensified. With one hand securing my position, I exerted all my strength to pull the little spirit free. The white mist within the cauldron seemed to possess a powerful suction, making my task arduous. Yet, painstakingly, I managed to extract her head from the clutches of the mist, sticky and simultaneously beautiful yet repulsive, evoking a complex array of feelings. The white mist muffled all sound, so as soon as she emerged, I was met with her cries, an unmistakable display of terror. While I comforted her, I continued to pull her entirely out. At last, her feet broke free from the mist, and I cradled the little spirit, leaping down from the colossal cauldron. Upon landing, I sensed her body had grown significantly heavier. Clearly, she was traumatized by her recent ordeal, trembling and offering no words in response. I held her tightly, fully aware that she was a spirit, yet still yearning to impart a semblance of warmth and solace. After a brief moment, she ceased trembling and softly called out, "Brother Lu Zuo, it's all right now." As I caressed one of the legs of the stone cauldron, I reflected on its purpose. Could it be an artifact used for sacrificial rites? How else could it have drawn Duoduo within? Moreover, what was the nature of that ethereal white mist? Touching the damp form of the little Demon Duoduo, it felt akin to paste or perhaps mucus. The presence of such substances on a spirit must surely hold significance. Regardless of these thoughts, I silently recited the most adept of the 9-character mantra, gripping the little Demon Duoduo with fervor, fearful of her being drawn away once more. How might I dispel this formation? For ordinary objects, a mere shift in position would suffice, but this stone cauldron weighed several tons. I was no Optimus Prime, incapable of moving it. However, a spark of inspiration ignited within me, and I retrieved a bag of black dog-s blood from my backpack, a preparation made prior to my arrival. I opened the bag and poured the blood over the stone cauldron, then circled it once. Upon completion, the entire space quaked violently. At that moment, a warm yellow light emerged from behind me. Turning swiftly, I beheld the scene of the stone chamber reappear, and at the entrance stood a well-dressed man holding a torch. It was Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin. Upon seeing him, an overwhelming joy surged within me, and I hurriedly approached him, inquiring where they had been. But where were Uncle San and old Xiao? I found it peculiar that he was alone. He shrugged and mentioned that his uncle and the others were scouting ahead. He said they had heard some commotion from this direction and had sent him to investigate, only to discover me. He seemed indifferent to the death of old Jiang, even mocking it, asserting that those who are most afraid of death tend to meet their demise sooner, while the ones who survive are merely the audacious. This sentiment proved effective not only on the battlefield but also in this desolate place. Afterward, he inquired why I was lingering here. I widened my eyes in horror, for the stone cauldron had vanished. The spacious room was devoid of the stone cauldron, the azure bricks, and the flags that had accumulated on the ground. Nothing remained. Not even the wolf-tooth flashlight I had just dropped. It was utterly vacant. Zhou Lin questioned whether I was experiencing a hallucination. I retorted, how could that be? Just moments ago, I had drenched it with a bag of black dog blood to dispel the formation. And what about Duoduo? She had just been drawn into the great cauldron, nearly suffocated by the viscous white mist inside. Hadn't she, Duoduo? The little sprite Duoduo, still shaken, nodded and recounted her near demise. Zhou Lin laughed heartily, incredulous, stating that how could a ghost, a spirit, possibly drown? Although he specialized in divination and fate, he was not foolish. I explained that while Duoduo was not a spirit, she had fortuitously transformed into a ghostly creature, possessing some tangible properties. He did not contest my assertion but merely asked how many bags of black dog blood I had brought. I replied 3 bags, as did we not each carry 3? I rummaged through my backpack to show him. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. 3 intact bags of dark crimson liquid lay neatly before me, silently contradicting my earlier words. I was left in a state of shock. Could it be that the circumstances I encountered earlier in the formation were merely an illusion? Upon stepping into this room, I sensed an oddity. The orientation, the visuals, the very air around me coalesced into a formidable field of energy, ensnaring me within a deceptive trap. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could 8 doors of divination symbols manifest in the darkness? Akin to a 3D film? I mentioned my dizziness and the hallucinations I experienced here. It was undeniably peculiar, for even the golden silkworms dared not reveal themselves, and the spirits seemed ensnared as well. I felt as if I were under constant restraint, which was quite distressing. I suggested that we hasten to reunite with our third uncle and exit this place forthwith. I could not endure remaining here for even a moment longer. Zhou Lin acquiesced, and we proceeded out the door, advancing down the corridor. The passage was tranquil, with the torches burning quietly, emitting no sound of grease nor warmth. We walked in silence, almost able to hear the rhythm of our own heartbeats. Unable to withstand the stillness, I inquired if he had found our little uncle. He replied that he had not, but there were leads ahead, suggesting that they had ventured into a location further on, where our third uncle and cousin were tying knots, intending to explore below. There should be no cause for concern. His words struck me as curious. He was not my little uncle, yet he had taken it upon himself to reassure me, which elicited a chuckle. I suddenly found Zhou Lin to be rather intriguing. After walking for a few minutes, I sensed something amiss and halted, declaring that something felt wrong. He turned back and asked what was the matter. I remarked that we had traversed 100 meters, yet there was still no sign of our third uncle and the others. Did they truly trust you to come alone from such a distance? He was utterly indifferent, stating that there were only 3 individuals engaged in the rescue, questioning who else could be sent if not him. What do you mean by saying that? He continued to stride forward, and upon noticing my hesitation at a corner, he urged me, saying, "Come on, it's just ahead. A few steps. Stretch your legs and you'll be there. Don't complain about fatigue." I refused to move, lifting the suddenly quiet little, and asked, "Are you Zhou Lin?" He paused, gazing at me as if I were a lunatic, and queried, "Why do you say that?" I remarked on his pristine and orderly appearance, which compelled me to question how he could transform from a drenched, muddy creature into the leading man of a romantic drama within an hour. Such a transformation was hard to fathom. He glanced at his attire, touching the fabric, and inquired if there was a problem. "What do you think?" I responded. He raised his head, his eyes glowing with a crimson light, and his face contorted into an expression of sheer ferocity. Without uttering a word, he lunged at me, pinning me to the ground. Although I was somewhat prepared, I did not anticipate his immediate change in demeanor, as he pressed me down with considerable force. This wretched individual was indeed formidable, surpassing even that Japanese fellow, as he held me down, panting heavily, shouting for me to move forward, to advance. Why the incessant chatter? He bore down on me with a weight akin to that of a bull, and as I lay there, my head spinning and struggling to breathe, I wondered what madness had overtaken him. Or rather, was this Zhou Lin truly Zhou Lin? The little was cast aside, standing up and looking at me as if I were a stranger, with a smug expression, reveling in my plight. After his tirade, Zhou Lin reached out, grasping my neck with a fierce grip. His hands were like a pair of colossal pincers, gripping me tightly and rendering me breathless. I felt my consciousness gradually descending into the abyss. Words failed me. Am I to perish? Fei Chunzi Duoduo, am I to meet my end? The terror of impending darkness and death surged through me, igniting an immense power within me at that very moment. I bent my legs, exerting all my strength to twist and dislodge him, rolling aside and pressing against the wall of the corridor to draw in fresh air, allowing my lungs to expand. Zhou Lin was remarkably agile. With a sudden, springing motion, he leaped up, blocking my escape route. The cruel smile plastered on the pale face twisted with malice as he lunged towards me, muscles contorted. I swiftly dodged back, urging Duoduo to flee. Yet, the little demon Duoduo remained motionless, an indifferent spectator to our life and death struggle. With no other choice, I sprinted down the corridor, Zhou Lin in pursuit. It was no wonder he had directed me forward. He intended to lead me into the depths of despair. By the time Zhou Lin caught up, I barely had time to react. As I retreated, I felt a collision with him. This guy, once merely a tall, slender, pretty boy, had transformed into a figure reminiscent of Stallone, his physique remarkably robust. He seized me, throwing me to the ground and gripping my neck with a vice-like hold. I clamped down on his wrist, striving to prevent him from exerting force. He was as stubborn as an ox, gradually pushing me toward the precipice ahead. I struggled fiercely, striking him with my knees, but to little avail. Ultimately, my head dangled precariously over the edge of the dark abyss. With the last vestiges of breath in my chest, I strained to ask him, "Who on earth are you?" He paused, his strength slightly diminished, gazing down upon me with an air of superiority, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as he let out a sinister laugh. "You, a man marked by the insignia of hatred, dare to ask me who I am? Those branded in such a manner are foes of all things spectral. Your fate is sealed. Only death awaits you, a death that shall cleanse you of the sins you have committed." His voice thundered, the expression upon his face far beyond the mimicry of any mere mortal. Was he possessed, or had some malevolent spirit taken hold of him? The grip around my neck tightened, as if forged from steel, leaving me in disbelief at the fragility of my own neck enduring such torment. My face turned crimson, my upper body nearly suspended in mid-air, all the blood pooling in my head, throbbing. I could only imagine my eyes were likely bloodshot. I could do nothing but use my hands to fend off his tightening grasp, struggling for the slightest breath of air. The lack of oxygen dulled my thoughts, and I felt as though I had forgotten something crucial, yet could not recall what it was. What could it be? Little demon Duoduo, do you truly wish for my demise? Was it merely because I recited a binding spell? Or had her favoritism towards me reached a boiling point? As I pondered, Duoduo materialized before me, and my heart leaped with joy, only to plummet moments later. This little demon, enveloped in a crimson aura, adorned in a strikingly vibrant floral dress, gazed at me coldly, her eyes reflecting a hatred that rivaled that of the malevolent creature before me. Her complexion was a deep shade of ashen blue, and her mouth, filled with jagged fangs, dripped with repulsive, viscous slime. This noxious substance, black and emitting wisps of white vapor, lunged toward me as she prepared to bite. Helpless in my final moments, I could only summon the golden silkworm curse to attract the maggots. If you do not emerge now, then my companion and I shall be bound to the underworld together, should such a realm truly exist beneath this abyss. Suddenly, Zhou Lin released me from the grasp of the little demon, Duoduo, and gently nudged me forward. In an instant, I felt myself plummeting downward with alarming speed. The enchanting yet cruelly smiling Duoduo, Zhou Lin's malevolent grin, and the stone wall at the end of the path all seemed to float upward in an ethereal dance. The overwhelming sensation was akin to the taste of death, surging through my heart in a fleeting moment. I sank into darkness, a moment stretching into eternity. I could not discern whether I had crossed into death, for at that moment, scarcely a thought flickered through my mind. No contemplation, no vitality. Everything was merely an eternal existence, tranquil and unperturbed. How long did this endure? Perhaps a year, perhaps eons, or merely a fleeting instant. Is death confined to a single dimension? Does time cease to exist or become devoid of meaning? Am I dead? No, I am not dead. I can still think, and I remember everything. I remain the sole inhabitant of this world. I have not perished. The towering tree that occupies my consciousness is the essence of the golden silkworm curse, calling out to me, Lu Zuo, Lu Zuo, awaken. Then, I sensed myself as a bubble birthed from the depths of the ocean, swiftly ascending toward the surface without a moment's pause. I am not dead. I shall continue to live well, for all those I hold dear. As I opened my eyes, a grotesque visage came into view, that of a scruffy individual. I swiftly sprang to my feet, cautiously observing him, and realized I remained in the same room ensnared within the gossiping soul-locking formation. The stone cauldron, the tattered flag, the green brick walls, and my flashlight and backpack on the floor were all still present. The scruffy individual let out a deep sigh and remarked, "You have finally awakened." Someone nearby chimed in, Indeed, you have been unconscious for half an hour." Turning my gaze, I saw my uncle and Zhou Lin. Alongside them a haggard middle-aged man, clad in rags, with his left arm severed at the elbow, bandaged in blood-stained cloth. Zhou Lin, wearing a teasing smile, approached to pat my head, jesting if I had been indulging in a spring dream. My body tensed, and as his hand reached out, I swiftly seized it, lunging forward to firmly encircle his waist. With a powerful thrust, to my astonishment, I lifted the towering figure of 1.80 meters off the ground. He exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" The scruffy individual looked equally astonished, saying, "Lu Zuo, what are you doing?" Hearing this, my uncle approached, squatted down, and inquired if I had indeed entered the 8 trigrams soul-locking formation. I nodded and affirmed, yes. Inside the formation, I encountered that rascal Zhou Lin, who led me to a dark abyss and then pushed me down. He expressed his admiration, helping me to my feet, saying, "Lu Zuo, you are truly remarkable. Your resolve is astonishingly steadfast." The soul-locking formation, as recorded in our Xiao family archives, reveals that most who venture into this array are deceived by illusions, believing themselves to be deceased, their souls unwittingly returning to the nether realm, leaving behind soulless shells that perish from starvation within days. I must credit the golden silkworm Gu. Had it not been for the incessant cries of this plump creature, I might have genuinely believed I was dead. This formation is astonishingly lifelike and ferocious, capable of breaching one's mental defenses. I, for one, harbor a profound fear of darkness, coupled with acrophobia, and this array masterfully combined both terrors. My third uncle chuckled, attributing our escape to Xiaoming's efforts. Had he not valiantly shifted the array's core? Rest, life, injury, severance, death, scene, shock, opening the 8 gates, we might have been trapped indefinitely. That lad possesses remarkable strength, indeed justifying the great effort the old man expended on him in days gone by. I gazed at the stone cauldron, and indeed, there lay a long, dark mark, the trace of the movement. After recounting these events, my uncle introduced me to the one-armed Yang Guo, revealing him to be his 4th brother, Xiao Keming's uncle, Xiao Ingwu. He had been ensnared within one of the eye-like structures of this subterranean complex for over 4 days before they finally located him. I greeted him, and he managed a strained smile. The corners of his lips darkened, and with a bitter tone, he expressed his gratitude for our efforts. I inquired about another individual, asking if he had not been found. He shook his head, explaining that he had become separated from De Zhuang in the tunnels, and while he had followed the clues to this location, he remained uncertain of De Zhuang's fate. My uncle then asked how I had managed to enter, as I had been waiting outside with Lao Jiang. I recounted the events that had transpired earlier, and his expression turned icy as he revealed that my uncle had fled here due to being pursued by the Gandharan. I had heard tales of those brutes before. They were not known for their viciousness. Yet, how had their temperament transformed so violently upon arriving in this ravine? I shook my head, expressing my disbelief that such gruesome acts as beheading and disemboweling could be attributed to the likes of the Gandharan. Furthermore, the matter of the severed head as an offering, Duoduo mentioned that the Gandharan were only capable of menial tasks. As I spoke, I suddenly halted, a wave of terror washing over my heart. My third uncle and the others, noticing my abrupt pause, inquired about my distress. Trembling, I asked if they had seen Duoduo. They all shook their heads, stating they had not. Upon arriving, they had only seen me lying on the ground, my flashlight and backpack scattered about. Where could that little girl be? My heart filled with hope as I delved into my memories of the Huai talisman. But to my dismay, it was empty. Despair enveloped me. It seemed that when I stepped into the formation, something had whisked away the little sprite, Duoduo. I turned my gaze towards the stone cauldron. In the illusion within the formation, I had sought Duoduo there. Could she not also be in reality? Ignoring the others, I retraced my steps to the left corner, tracing the intricate patterns along the legs of the stone cauldron, climbing up to peer inside. What lay within was a stone trough, its bottom layer coated with grime and dust, devoid of anything else. A profound sense of loss struck me, and I slid down from the cauldron, leaning against its base, my face betraying an unmistakable sorrow. The anxious figure approached me, inquiring whether Duoduo had vanished. I nodded, a bitter smile adorning my lips, one that resembled a silent cry. Taking a deep breath, I turned to my uncle and the others, asking what the underground structures within this cave truly were. They shook their heads, suggesting that if it were a tomb, it lacked a coffin. Instead, it appeared to be a concealed armory or perhaps an altar. Of course, they were not professional tomb raiders, so their knowledge was limited. I declared my intention to search for Duoduo, asserting that I would not leave without finding her. My uncle nodded in agreement, acknowledging the natural course of events. Since I had come for their sake, Duoduo's disappearance bore a share of our responsibility, and together we would embark on this quest. After all, an extra pair of hands would bolster our efforts, and for Duoduo I would not hesitate. I recounted all that had transpired within the room, from beginning to end. My uncle shook his head with a wry smile, revealing that the mark he had made indicated that this room was exceedingly ominous and ill-suited for entry. After a thorough search yielded no results, he retrieved a red copper compass from his pack. It was adorned with 54 concentric circles, intricately inscribed with traditional characters in the spaces between. He held it aloft in his palm, reciting a few incantations to invoke the spirits. Subsequently, the black magnetic needle at the center of the compass began to sway and spin erratically. His younger uncle leaned in to observe, joining in the investigation. After a while, my uncle paused, declaring that there was indeed a spiritual presence here. However, the formation was too potent, suppressing many fields not of its own nature, making it difficult to ascertain. Based on the current clues, aside from Duoduo, there existed another formidable spirit, one that was the key figure orchestrating this 8-trigram soul lock formation. Gu, what do you perceive? The weary expression on my uncle's face belied the brilliance in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and affirmed. He revealed that for the past few days, he had been ensnared by this malevolent entity. Otherwise, he would have extricated himself long ago. An urgency surged within me as I inquired whether they implied that the tomb housed a spirit, which had not only imprisoned my uncle but also abducted Duoduo. This place, belonging to the Li Palace, exuded a juxtaposition of harshness and softness, warmth and coldness, suggesting the presence of a malevolent spirit. His words, though cryptic, began to resonate with me. Indeed, there existed a ghost here, an ancient specter of considerable peril. Very well, if a ghost indeed lurked here, what did it intend with Duoduo? Did it intend to make her a captive or devour her? Fundamentally, all entities are composed of energy, and among spirits of similar attributes, there exists the potential for consumption. I could hardly contain my impatience and urged my third uncle to lead me in search of her. Secretly, I recited the 9-character mantra, repeatedly forming the inner binding seal, with a particular focus on the heart character. As we proceeded, we arrived at the corner within the illusion. Upon crossing it, we found ourselves not at an abyss but in a dimly illuminated hall. The air was imbued with a delightful aroma of fragrant oil, subtle yet enchanting. My third uncle produced a small vial from his pocket, shook it, and after inspecting the liquid's hue, nodded in reassurance that all was well. We then surveyed the hall's decor. To my astonishment, I noticed intricate patterns adorning the walls and ceiling. As I approached, I was struck with awe. The murals, predominantly composed of red and black tones, featured bold, simplistic lines, whether horizontal, vertical, or curved, devoid of adherence to realism, presenting a unique artistic style all its own. These paintings depict celestial phenomena such as heaven, earth, yin, and yang, along with the 5 elements, divine creatures, and ceremonial chariots, all interwoven with architectural splendor. Each artwork stands alone as a unique entity, yet intricate patterns and motifs unite them into a cohesive tapestry. What astonishes me within this tapestry are the figures portrayed, identical to those I encountered in the murals of the Qing Shan realm. Tiny beings with 3 eyes, their foreheads adorned with square-shaped eyes. Similarly, the murals depict a sacrificial scene, where countless diminutive figures leap into the flames, their souls transcending. Though Shenangjia and Qingshan lie over 1,000 miles apart, they are miraculously intertwined through this singular mural. Suddenly, I recall the tale recounted by Luo Longzi, a story about a vast and hidden kingdom known as Yelang. Is this place perhaps the ancient land of Yelang? Historically, was there truly a dynasty that flourished here, even extending into the heart of the Han dynasty? Or is it merely a remarkable coincidence? And how should one interpret the arranged skulls and entrails upon the stone platform at the cave's entrance? Gazing at these intricate, shifting patterns, I find myself breathless, as if the weight of millennia of history bears down upon me like a mountain. Aside from the murals, this grand hall is adorned with numerous stone basins, platforms, lotus imprints, and other sacrificial artifacts. At the center stands a platform elevated 1/2 meter above the ground, serving as an altar, upon which rests a stone cauldron, encircled by 8 stone lamps shaped like human figures. In comparison to the stone cauldron in the room of the Bagua Lihun formation, this one is taller and more substantial, standing at a full yard high, approximately 3 meters and 3 centimeters. Its appearance is strikingly similar, except for the metallic gleam atop its 2 handles. Surrounding this altar lies a chilling array of white bones, intricately interwoven yet remarkably well-preserved, capable of assembling into complete human forms. The entire hall is illuminated by 4 copper lamps, their flames flickering erratically. My uncle inhaled deeply and remarked that this is oil from the black-scaled merman, a substance with a low ignition point. Just a single drop can burn for several months. Candles made from the oil of the black-scaled merman serve as everlasting lights, worth their weight in gold, yet regrettably, this resource has been excessively harvested, making it a rare find today. The presence of such valuable items here indeed suggests that this place is extraordinary. Is there a magical formation present? My uncle took out a compass, recited an incantation, and bowed in all directions, declaring that there was none, at least not beneath the altar. Zhou Lin felt an emptiness in his stomach along with a wave of nausea. He fought to contain it and inquired about the era of this place, questioning its barbarity. My uncle shook his head, admitting he was also uncertain, noting that the inscriptions were not part of the Chinese pictographic system, which he did not understand. My younger uncle interjected, suggesting it might belong to the Han dynasty, possibly the Western Han. Observing the metal atop the stone cauldron, which appears to be bronze, he concluded that its style likely corresponds to the Han period. We continued our examination, noting that there were primarily large artifacts, with very few smaller items present, leaving us to wonder if tomb raiders had ravaged this site, thus explaining the scarcity. After this, he expressed his astonishment that while they had been exploring the area to the right, they had been unaware of such a remarkable scene on this side. I find myself in a state of urgency. Our pursuit has led us to this place, not to merely witness the dust-covered annals of history. I inquired about Duoduo's whereabouts. My uncle pointed to the colossal cauldron on the altar, asserting that if the compass had not erred, she would be located there. As I leaned forward to advance, he restrained me, advising me to first observe what lay atop the altar. Peering into the dim light, I noticed an elevated edge on the surface of the altar, revealing a layer of accumulated dark substance that lacked the texture of ordinary stone. I speculated, is it lacquer? He shook his head, declaring it was not. It was blood, human blood. The white bones beneath were the offerings of this blood. What manner of altar demands such a multitude of living sacrifices? It must be dedicated to an exceedingly malevolent deity or perhaps a demon. This cauldron, historically the most prevalent yet enigmatic of ritual vessels, symbolizes royal authority and is a national treasure. Why, then, does it appear here? Have you pondered this? I shook my head, inquiring about the reason. His expression turned grave as he revealed that they had just encountered another such cauldron in the corridor to the right. Though I struggled to grasp his meaning, Duoduo was so near, and I could not turn a blind eye. I insisted on investigating further. He furrowed his brow, cautioning that the formation here was perilous, rooted in the principles of yin and yang, embodying life and duality. The arrangement of the altar suggested a dangerous formation devoid of manifestation, fraught with peril, life or death. He cautioned that not even he, nor his esteemed elder, nor Tao Jinhong, the master of the Maoshan sect, could navigate the array without a mere 50-50 chance of survival. He advised me to think carefully and refrain from reckless actions. I smiled broadly, responding, "My life has been a winding path filled with adversity. It has always been fraught with challenges. Yet, in my moments of despair, I have invariably encountered benefactors, and fortune has turned in my favor. Perhaps I am fortunate enough to encounter this sinister shadow, towering over 2 meters, drenched in blood, resembling a creature that has been flayed. It leaves behind dark crimson stains upon the ground, a grotesque spectacle of gory splendor, accompanied by an unsettling cacophony of anguished howls that oscillate between cries and laughter. Fiend, cease your torment!" My uncle and the scruffy youth shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons as they surged forward. My uncle wielded a lightning-struck jujube with sword, while the scruffy youth brandished a commonplace hunting knife. Yet the swiftest among them was my uncle Xiao Keming, who, with a sudden leap, positioned himself before the two, a dagger glinting in his intact right hand, aimed at the blood-soaked creature's throat. However, in the ensuing chaos, the three became entangled, indistinguishable in their struggle. Zhou Lin cried out in agony, and soon they tumbled onto a stone cauldron in the hall, the monstrous creature crashing against it with extraordinary force, toppling the vessel. This cauldron, resembling a ding yet smaller, with a rounded base and slender feet, stood 1/2 meter tall. Its fall did not threaten the lives of those present, but the viscous remnants of human fat, long preserved within, cascaded over the two. The chilling scream that pierced the air was not Zhou Lin's, but that of the bloodthirsty monster in pain, as the human fat dripped upon it, and the rolling red flesh emitted tendrils of black smoke, grotesquely morphing into ghastly visages. Even this beast, with its coarse nerves, could not endure the torment. It relinquished Zhou Lin and began to pound its chest in a frenzy, howling like a wild gorilla. With its skin flayed and bones exposed, even a beast would scarcely possess such tenacity. Zhou Lin finally caught his breath, only to be seized by the scruffy little path and dragged out. His uncle swiftly wielded a dagger, severing the tendons of the struggling Xiaoyang with 2 quick strokes. However, in retaliation, Xiaoyang kicked him, striking him in the groin. Though the blow lacked significant force, Zhou Lin's uncle, already injured, instantly lost his combat capability. Just as I was about to rush forward, my third uncle bellowed for us to remain still. We all turned to him, and he gazed gravely at the thrashing Xiaoyang, uttering the ominous words, "It has arrived." At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped me, and all my questions found their answers. It has arrived, or rather, it has always been present, which is why we are ensnared, why Xiaoyang would go to such lengths, even risking its own flesh and blood, to penetrate this tomb. It is here, controlling Xiaoyang, thus masking the overwhelming pain, compelling it to assault us. There exists a possibility that this desolate ravine, notorious for its scarcity of visitors and frequent fatalities, as well as the presence of the guardian Xiaoyang, is all due to its existence. What is it safeguarding? Surrounding the bloodied Xiaoyang, a dense black mist swirled, and the ghastly visage continued to flicker in and out of existence. My third uncle glanced at the scruffy little path and the two injured on the ground, shouting, in times of crisis, "If the enemy perishes, we may survive. All who can breathe, rise, form the heavenly gang 4 symbols formation, recite the Miao Mountain exorcism incantation, Taishang Lao Jun, swift as the law commands." At his command, Zhou Lin, who had been moaning on the ground, and my uncle, drenched in cold sweat, staggered to their feet. Though their movements were slow, they executed the peculiar steps and actions with remarkable proficiency, advancing in measured strides, alternating between yin and yang, synchronizing the beginning with the end. The 4 individuals moved in unison, like marionettes, their expressions reverent as they traversed the space with deliberate steps. With their movements, the atmosphere shifted inexplicably, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, ripples expanding outward. The realm of energy surged, vibrating and resonating with a distant existence above. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty creature, drenched in human oil, finally ceased its frenzied self-beating and calmed down. It opened its eyes, blood-red like the sea, dark as a dungeon. Ha ha ha! The creature laughed heartily, reminiscent of a night owl or a roaring baboon, its upper lip curling back, revealing fierce intent as it lunged forward. Its target was not the individuals bound by the celestial formation, including my third uncle and the scruffy little Taoist, but rather me, the one closest to the altar. My right hand firmly gripped the hunting knife from Baokong County, well prepared. As it charged at me with a strange gust, I did not falter. I sidestepped to avoid its onslaught, swinging the knife toward its outstretched hand. Moments ago, my uncle had severed its tendons, yet it remained agile, shifting its stance with ease, its hand extending suddenly as it aimed to grasp my crown. Lu Zuo, retreat into the formation, my uncle shouted, with a pre-existing intention to withdraw. I swiftly turned and dashed toward the crowd. The bloodthirsty creature pursued closely behind, its sweeping hand nearly grasping my garments on several occasions. In its final attempt, it seized my backpack, yanking it with such force that I nearly flew backward. However, I possess a certain quick wit. Like a golden silkworm shedding its cocoon, I rolled away and successfully concealed myself amidst the crowd. As I entered their ranks, the 4 individuals stepped forward in perfect unison, and my uncle brandished the lightning-struck Jujube sword, thrusting it forward while bellowing a resounding break. Inexplicably, within the stillness of the chamber, his powerful shout erupted like thunder, causing a shower of dust to cascade down. As the bloodthirsty creature extended its hand to strike the blade's tip, a shiver coursed through its entire being, akin to a flash of electricity. Every hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and I was rendered speechless. To my astonishment, the wooden sword that the scruffy fellow had spoken of was indeed real. According to him, this lightning-struck Jujube sword was crafted from a Jujube tree over 50 years old, sourced from a peak in Zhejiang. Jujube wood, known for its hardness and durability, is capable of inscribing characters upon stone tablets. During the War of Resistance, our military's underground factories even utilized aged Jujube wood to manufacture machine bearings. The crafting process typically occurs in spring, around the time of the awakening of insects, when a lightning rod is affixed to the tree. As the spring thunder rumbles, one waits for the Jujube tree to be struck by lightning, allowing the energy of the lightning to accumulate within the tree's core. From the massive trunk, only the core is selected and skillfully shaped into a sword by a master craftsman. The number of lightning strikes determines the quality of the wooden sword. Each strike counts as a turn, with a higher count indicating greater strength, the optimal being 9 turns. However, it must not exceed 10. For if the tree is overwhelmed, it becomes entirely carbonized, rendering it unusable. The intricacies of this process rely on both human skill and celestial forces, as the heavens and earth resonate with one another, and fortune plays a crucial role in the creation of such a lightning-struck Jujube sword, an artifact far more formidable than a century-old peach wood sword. It is said that my uncle's sword has withstood 6 turns of lightning strikes. Initially, I believed that the small path was merely boasting. However, today, witnessing my uncle leaning against the formation, reciting incantations, he effortlessly repelled the formidable blood Hawk Yang with a single strike, accompanied by the might of thunder and lightning. I scrambled backward towards the rear door, anxious not to disrupt their formation. Observing the 4 individuals maneuvering with the grace I once dismissed as mere decoration, I marveled at their ability to engage the ferocious blood Hawk Yang. Indeed, it is no surprise that in the Central Plains, among the esteemed sex, each individual is a master in their own right, far beyond my humble capabilities as a mere insect tamer from the Miao region. Truly formidable, the quartet, led by my uncle, exhibited a harmonious rhythm of advance and retreat, akin to a well-coordinated dance, steadily alleviating the savage ferocity of blood Hawk Yang, which was akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Despite its deafening roars, it seemed ensnared in a quagmire, rendered powerless. Each time it targeted an opponent and unleashed its strength, it was invariably met with a black and yellow wooden sword, which sent it wailing in distress. It is challenging to articulate this spectacle. One might envision a scene where a powerful little bird inadvertently becomes ensnared in a spider's web within the forest, struggling desperately to free itself. Yet, the more it struggles, the tighter the web ensnares it, until exhaustion claims it, leading to its demise. As the movements of blood Hokyong gradually slowed, it faltered, only to be met with unrelenting and fatal strikes. The celestial four symbols formation resembled a relentless meat grinder, with the vigorous and wild-haired youth and the third uncle serving as the sharpest blades. Every minute, they inflicted one or multiple wounds upon the bloodied figure of Xue Xiaoyang, unceasingly, until his throat was sliced open, gaping like an infant's lips, with blood spurting forth. Subsequently, the third uncle leapt up and swung his sword fiercely, decapitating him. The head soared high before the lifeless body crashed to the ground. Although a considerable amount of blood had been spilled, this final strike unleashed a torrent of crimson, akin to a high-pressure water jet. The headless Xue Xiaoyang knelt on the ground, offering a tribute towards the altar. Blood pooled upon the altar, saturating the massive stone cauldron. The scene was chilling and horrific. The third uncle, gripping his wooden sword, drew 3 horizontal lines and 4 vertical strokes, then suddenly bellowed, "Oh, you wicked spirit, why do you not reveal yourself at once?" At that moment, the headless Xue Xiaoyang trembled, and a viscous black mist, thick as ink, erupted, swirling rapidly before striking the stone cauldron upon the altar, spiraling around the 2 metal cauldrons. What was this entity? I squinted to observe, and with a single glance, a surge of fear and fury engulfed me, intertwining within my heart, as a myriad of malevolent thoughts flooded my mind, compelling me to submit beneath the weight of this colossal cauldron. Infinite Celestial Lord, the third uncle and the wild-haired youth chanted in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, penetrating deep into the soul. In that moment of clarity, I realized that this malevolent force had been the source of all the disturbances. A formation is meticulously arranged, yet without the spirit of the formation, it is as futile as a computer lacking a CPU, incapable of functioning. The malevolent entity in question, which we shall refer to as the tomb spirit, is an eerie creation left behind by the ancients of this land. It lingered for a few seconds above the great cauldron, causing the entire room to tremble, accompanied by a grand sound that resembled human speech yet was distinctly different. Upon closer listening, it did not resemble Mandarin but rather. All eyes turned towards me, for it was the Miao language, the ancient Miao tongue. The scruffy-haired youth, wearing a pained expression, coughed and implored, "Little Toxin, could you assist with a translation?" I too managed a wry smile and shook my head, admitting my unfamiliarity with the Miao language. I explained that the children of my generation are only somewhat acquainted with it, occasionally grasping bits and pieces, primarily in the context of daily life, eating, drinking, and passing dishes. Yet, this tomb spirit clearly had no intentions of inviting us to a meal. They exchanged glances, refraining from uttering any further demoralizing words that might embarrass me. Unable to communicate, it seemed we were left with no choice but to confront one another with weapons. My uncle remained unperturbed, stating, "Xiaoming, I recall that the esteemed elder Li Daozi provided you with 3 talismans, one for wind, one for exorcism, and another for dispelling. The latter 2 would be effective against this fiend. We have reached a critical juncture. Consider wisely which one to employ." The scruffy youth dared not meet his uncle's gaze and cast a glance in my direction. I bowed my head, finally comprehending why that detestable Taoist had appeared so vexed when using the talismans, his expression akin to one who had lost their beloved kin. Just as we were embroiled in our dispute, the dark, mist-like tomb spirit flickered in and out, reminiscent of the eternal lamp upon the wall, morphing like fireworks. Abandoning the debate, my uncle retrieved a pouch of black dog blood from his backpack and without hesitation, hurled it forth. The black dog blood, known for its ability to dispel evil, failed to adhere to the stone cauldron, as if it were coated in a layer of wax, merely trickling down through several small channels. Suddenly, I was startled by the soft, mournful cries of a child. Raising my gaze, I beheld a familiar visage slowly emerging from within the vast stone cauldron. It was Duoduo, with her watermelon-shaped haircut and cherubic cheeks, who began to float upwards, seated upon the rim of the cauldron, weeping. Her sorrow was palpable, reminiscent of the little match girl, weeping in solitude, while dark mist swirled above her head. The grave spirit glided down her neck like water, washing over her entire being. Upon witnessing this, my uncle shouted in alarm, recognizing the impending danger. The grave spirit coveted Duoduo's ghostly form and sought to possess her. This spirit was neither ghost nor demon nor immortal, but a manifestation of the accumulated resentment of all departed souls, a malevolent force, a fiend. If this little demon were to seize Duoduo's spectral essence, it could cultivate itself, devouring the essence of the sun and moon, and grow rapidly. If we did not vanquish it now, it would undoubtedly become a great calamity in the future. The entire room began to tremble, the ground slanted, and the scattered bones on the floor clattered to the left. I cried out in despair, "What shall we do?" My uncle closed his eyes and replied, "That creature's domain lies upon the altar, within the immense stone cauldron. It refuses to descend, leaving us powerless against it. If it succeeds in its possession, we shall all be trapped, and will have no choice but to descend into the netherworld together. However, the peril of seizing control is formidable. It may lack the energy to preside over the formation. What nonsense is this yin-yang duality without form? I am resolved. Lu Zuo and Xiao Keming, follow me." With this declaration, he leaped onto the altar without hesitation. With my uncle's words echoing in my mind, I felt no hesitation and swiftly ascended. Once I entered, I was enveloped by darkness. This was not mere darkness, but rather a profound obscurity filled with the scent of blood swirling within an endless fog, a scent that seemed conscious, able to evoke vivid imagery of crimson in my mind. Everything around me spun, while I remained the still center of this chaotic space. Or perhaps, I was merely rotating with all that exists. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. In the world of yin and yang, there exists both black and red. Truly, it is a wondrous place. Before I could finish my reflection, I heard the voice of the scruffy little path nearby. "Little toxin, stay close to me." My uncle, not far from me, explained that this was normal. In the primordial chaos of the universe, during the initial unfolding of existence, this yin-yang duality without form simulated that very state. Through the enigmatic calculations of the mysterious art of Qi Men Dun Jia, it deprived the senses of sight, smell, touch, and taste, rendering the vacuum unrepresentable, thus preserving the sense of hearing. No matter, having entered the formation, I could decipher some of its mysteries. I possess the five senses text penned by Lu Xiujing of the Southern Song dynasty, and I will recite it. The ultimate Tao is pure and void. The canonical texts are simple and unadorned, tranquil and effortless. This is its essence. I dared not slacken. With each line he recited, I echoed after him, accompanied by the harmonious voice of the scruffy little path beside me. As I recited until the end, I suddenly became acutely aware of the presence of a foul wind. I hastened my chant, reaching the conclusion, and in that moment, everything was rendered clear. I beheld Duoduo kneeling upon the stone cauldron, her expression one of anguish as she clutched her neck. The dark mist, a malevolent spirit, coiled around her like a relentless knot, manifesting three heads resembling serpents, striving to invade her mouth, eyes, and ears. Duoduo did not cry out, yet her distress was palpable, and the sorrow reflected in her eyes could melt the hardest of hearts. Before the mist could dissipate, I swiftly approached the stone cauldron, scaling its ornate patterns, and reached out to grasp Duoduo's foot. She was not corporeal, so I was not concerned about her falling. I pulled with all my might. She felt heavy, but ultimately, I managed to bring her down. Forming the great Vajrasil with my hands, I fervently recited the heart mantra of the King of the Three Realms, drawing upon the energy from the surrounding space. Then, extending my pale blue cursed hand, I sought to capture the loathsome dark mist. In an instant, I recalled the sensation of the white mist encountered within the Bagua Soul locking formation. The resemblance was striking. Was there a connection? The moment I seized the dark mist spirit, it writhed violently, its form twisting and rolling as the surrounding black mist took on a tangible quality, morphing into numerous serpent heads that gaped wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, viciously biting at my palm and arm. The pain was excruciating, radiating through my marrow and spreading to my brain's nerve center. The golden silkworm curse, which had lain dormant within me since entering the tomb, finally stirred. I felt a continuous surge of heat emanating from the lower dantian, spreading through my hands, intensifying their searing warmth. The golden silkworm Gu remains hidden, likely suppressed by this formation. However, within my body, it exerts an even greater influence. The scruffy-haired little path and my third uncle appeared by my side, silently observing as they recited the exorcism incantation, the Deng Injin Ju. My third uncle even performed the U-step, fearing that the incantation might fail to purify this malevolent entity. All the dark mist dissipated from Duoduo's ethereal form, causing her to gently slide down. The scruffy-haired little path crouched on the ground to support her. I uttered a single word to summon the talisman and repeatedly recited the heart mantra of the King of the Three Realms. The struggling force of this dark mist-tomb spirit gradually diminished, becoming tranquil. The scruffy-haired little path held the trembling Duoduo, squatting there, feeling somewhat unsettled, remarking that this Yelang two instruments form, which was said to be capable of reversing black and white and altering space, could be so easily dismantled by a mere few lines of the Dong Shen Ling Bao Wu Ganwen. How peculiar. Is it a case of misinformation? So, how did this formation gain such renown? As he spoke, a shadow leapt from the massive stone cauldron, landing on its edge and scattering a cloud of dust, startling the three of us. Upon closer inspection, I realized, to my astonishment, that it was none other than Lord Tiger Skin Cat, the plump parrot. I wondered why I hadn't seen it appear along the way, only to discover it had burrowed its way in here. Cackled, saying, "Little Taoist, did you truly believe things would proceed so smoothly? Had I not taken precautions early on at this formation's core, this tomb spirit would certainly have utilized the Yelang two instruments form to eliminate you all, relishing in your demise." My third uncle displayed great deference towards this plump creature, clasping his fists in greeting, expressing concern over not having seen it since our entry. The tiger-striped feline advised me not to chant the incantation just yet, as this malevolent entity would prove of no use to us, but rather serve as a nourishing boon for itself. It then conveyed to my third uncle that upon entering this domain, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere, reminiscent of the architectural layout of the ancient Yelang Zongguo sacrificial temple from a millennium ago, coupled with the presence of spiritual entities. To the right lay the place where the fourth was ensnared. Absent the tomb spirit, unraveling the mystery would be a straightforward endeavor. Thus, it boldly ventured into the dragon's lair to engage in a struggle with the primary tomb spirit. This spirit, however, was astute, opting to evade direct confrontation with the tiger-striped feline, instead favoring a strategy of evasion. It concealed itself within the heart of the formation, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As anticipated, in a moment of urgency, it finally delivered a decisive blow, achieving remarkable results. All of this was its achievement, so take heed, young ones. Initially, we were filled with astonishment. Yet after this proclamation, skepticism clouded our expressions. This creature, truly a master of exaggeration. Upon concluding its speech, the tiger-striped feline descended and perched upon my arm, its claws gripping tightly, as it leaned forward to peck at the black mist-tomb spirit in my grasp. As it pecked, it boasted that this diminutive creature embodied both the righteous essence of the deity and the malevolence of a living sacrifice. It was devoid of consciousness, driven solely by duty, having languished in this tomb for nearly a millennium without any advancement, merely knowing how to eliminate intruders. Just look at the tomb craftsmen who managed to escape, and the grave robbers, each a testament to its handiwork. If it were to be granted to Duoduo, it would undoubtedly be a deadly poison. However, for my esteemed tiger-striped feline, this little demon was indeed a delectable delicacy. It continued to peck, its nostrils on its beak seemingly inhaling the mist like smoke. The black mist specter, after being devoured in such a manner, let out a series of squeaks, trembling violently, and then mournfully cried out, resonating words in the air that were robust and high-pitched, yet we could not comprehend their meaning. The tabby cat, enjoying its meal, chewed contentedly while threatening us. "Do you need me to translate?" it inquired. Speaking of which, I once knew a fellow long ago by the banks of Dongting Lake who could converse in the Miao language. It declared itself a great suppressive entity in the eyes of Shinnong, the gatekeeper against the abyss, warning us not to consume it, lest we regret the decision. What a feeble threat, akin to that of a little girl. As the mist in my hands dissipated, the tabby cat finally finished its meal, burping and proclaiming its fullness. After this feast, it had partially restored its strength. What the devil, I thought, as I heard the curse of that little demon, feeling an inexplicable unease, as if something were amiss. Before it could finish speaking, the entire space trembled violently, causing us to rise quickly. Before we could comprehend, the ground beneath us gave way, and the stone bricks of the altar crumbled with a resounding crash. The scenery vanished, and we were suddenly yanked down by the force of gravity into an endless abyss. Darkness enveloped us as we plummeted rapidly. I could still hear the incessant squawking of that plump hen echoing in my ears. Oh heavens! I screamed at the top of my lungs, feeling as if my very soul were dispersing upwards in this swift descent. In the dark, I sensed a tangible existence, the howling wind piercing through, the cold air filling my lungs with a stinging pain. For an indeterminate number of seconds, I felt as though my back had exploded, colliding heavily with something that was water. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, my bottom struck the riverbed, and a deluge of water began to surge into my mouth and nostrils. Subsequently, a tremendous current propelled my body downstream. I struggled to swim towards the surface, gasping for air. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, yet there was a faint glimmer of light. I could discern a figure floating on the water's surface, seemingly unconscious. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged beneath the surface, grasping him. Upon touching his face, I realized it was a scruffy-haired lad. He bore a heavy backpack which proved cumbersome. I unfastened the bag and, with great effort, began to pull him towards the riverbank. The tumultuous sound of rushing water filled my ears, overwhelming yet punctuated by a voice calling out behind me. Xiao Keming, Lu Zuo. It was my uncle. I responded affirmatively. He anxiously exclaimed that Xiao Keming was a poor swimmer and questioned why he could not see us. I reassured him that I had secured the boy and was swimming towards the shore. As I spoke, I exerted all my strength to navigate through the turbulent underground river. At last, my raw power surged forth, and I managed to grasp the rocky wall. With one hand clinging tightly to the stones, I maneuvered my body and pulled the scruffy-haired lad closer to me. At that moment, a hand seized me. It was my uncle who had reached the bank. He, along with others, frantically pulled us up, appearing utterly distressed, his shouts echoing like a mournful wolf, filled with desperation and rage. In a state of bewilderment, yet gritting my teeth, I ultimately managed to bring the scruffy companion ashore with his assistance. Upon climbing onto the bank myself, I gently touched the scruffy one's head, only to find it bleeding. Startled, I realized that during the earlier fall, he must have struck his head against a rock, rendering him unconscious. My uncle, still burdened with his backpack, swiftly retrieved a waterproof first aid kit, meticulously drying the wound and illuminating it with a flashlight. The injury, though minor, required dressing. I assisted him, and eventually we managed to tend to the scruffy one's wound. As I gave him a gentle pat, he stirred and inquired about his surroundings. I exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, and chuckled at my uncle, who, typically so composed, appeared quite flustered today. With an expression devoid of emotion, my uncle handed me the flashlight, gesturing for me to look downstream. Taking it, I noticed a dark object slowly moving in the river's center. Upon shining the light, I discovered it was the large stone cauldron. When we fell, it had tumbled down as well, narrowly missing our heads. A fortunate escape indeed. Perhaps its presence upstream had caused the water flow here to be somewhat gentler. As the flashlight followed the stone cauldron downstream, it suddenly flipped over and vanished into the darkness. I dashed along the riverbank and soon found myself at the edge of a dark, seemingly endless cliff, with an abyss yawning below. A chill coursed through me as I finally understood my uncle's unease. I lingered at the cliff's edge for what felt like an eternity, but the sound of the stone cauldron hitting the ground never reached my ears. Perhaps the roar of the subterranean river's waterfall was too overwhelming, or it might indeed be a bottomless pit. My uncle took back the flashlight, offered a faint smile, yet his face had turned pale, and remarked that now I understood his urgency. I nodded, acknowledging the situation. I realized that plummeting from such a height would likely result in death from sheer terror. Venturing nearly 100 meters upstream, I discerned a faint yellow aperture suspended in the air, marking the location of the altar from which we had fallen. A fluttering of wings echoed in the darkness, drawing closer until an object was tossed in my direction. I caught it. It was light, unconscious, alighted upon its injured head, squawking, "You reprobate! How dare you fail to secure my little?" Had she perished, what recompense could you offer? Turning to me, it reassured, fear not. The little shall awaken shortly. Still reeling, clutched his head and glared at the corpulent bird. Had you, you gluttonous avian, not devoured the tomb spirit, none of this would have transpired. It is entirely your fault. Retorted, nonsense. Had I not consumed the tomb spirit, that little viper would have undoubtedly destroyed it. It continued, speaking of which, you little scamp seem to have inadvertently benefited, acquiring a pair of hands akin to branding irons. Common specters should pose little threat to you now. The corpulent parrot ascended, soaring to a considerable height. I nodded, but my countenance immediately darkened. I feared that they might once again augment the offerings upon that stone table altar with 2 complete sets of sacrificial victims. I surmised that shared my apprehension. With a grimace, he sighed, certainly possesses a knack for finding such places. These medicinal ingredients, while obtainable elsewhere, he inexplicably discovered here, needlessly costing so many lives. I stood in silence, overwhelmed by the multitude of events that had transpired over the past few hours. My mind had yet to fully comprehend them. Reflecting upon it now, my uncle's 3 companions and a guide have met with dire fates. 3 have perished and 1 is missing. In our journey, our guide Old Jiang has also succumbed to death. While I am unfamiliar with the others and shall refrain from discussing them, Old Jiang, a man who resembled a little old man, hailing from Hubei, was only 46, the very pillar of his family, with both elders and children depending on him. It is tragic that he met his untimely demise in such a senseless manner. Though the assailants were those enigmatic Gan giants, the Xiong, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. It weighs heavily on my conscience. The chilling memory of the moment when the Gan giants took lives sends shivers down my spine, for the brutality and directness of such slaughter among the non-kindred is harrowing. Yet, it is not solely the Gan giants who are to blame. Among humanity, such carnage is all too prevalent. Consider the historical accounts of city massacres during various invasions in China, or the transatlantic slave trade and the extermination of Native Americans in the Western world. Within human nature resides both the most ruthless of demons and the kindest of angels. This is the essence of humanity, with all its complexities. Lost in thought by the riverbank, I was stirred from my reverie by the shouts of my 3rd uncle and the scruffy little path. Turning around, I noticed they had moved a dozen meters away from me. I inquired about the matter, and the scruffy little path gestured for me to come over, his voice tinged with an unusual emotion. I hurriedly scooped up Duoduo and rushed to their side, where I found them standing at the edge of a large pit. As I approached to peer inside, I was met with the sight of numerous white bones amidst the crusted earth. The skeletal remains, both large and small, may have fused together over the ages to form fossils. Yet, some are strikingly distinct, especially at the edges, where I observed several enormous skulls, their dimensions far exceeding that of any human, even outmatching the great owl. In other areas, complete desiccated corpses were present. This locale, situated near a subterranean river, should not have harbored such remains. To our astonishment, these were not human cadavers but rather the black-scaled mermen previously mentioned by my 3rd uncle, discarded here after their bodies had been rendered for oil. This place served as a vast necropolis, illuminated by our lights, revealing numerous deep pits in the darkness. Was this indeed the site that the tomb spirit sought to suppress? My uncle continued his search with a flashlight, and at last, we discovered a grand altar to the south. This altar was substantially larger than the previous one, featuring a 4-meter-high rectangular stone cauldron at its center, adorned with 2 upright ears and supported by 4 cylindrical legs, arranged almost identically to the last. As we approached, we hesitated to step upon it. My uncle retrieved a compass, wiped away the moisture from its surface, and began to chant a spell for divine illumination. I leaned in closer, observing the black magnetic needle trembling violently. I could not comprehend the relationship between the needle's direction and the compass itself, nor did I understand the significance of the characters inscribed upon it. Yet, seeing the pallor on my uncle's and the scruffy boys' faces unsettled me, prompting me to inquire about the cause of their distress. The scruffy fellow chuckled, his stiff face contorting as he mentioned 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. He inquired which I preferred to hear first. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I opted for the good news. The scruffy fellow gestured towards the black magnetic needle of the compass and declared that the good news was that this altar, more accurately referred to as a monument, was devoid of any aggressive formations. However, the bad news was that the resentment here was so dense it was terrifying. The swirling black mist heralded the presence of malevolent spirits. My uncle offered a wry smile, remarking that at such a time, banter was still in order. "Let us proceed and take a look. Perhaps we shall uncover some answers," he suggested. We entered in single file onto the altar, which was an earthen platform adorned with 6 intricate carvings. We examined each one in turn, engaging in discourse about the abstract images and lines. The first painting depicted void and chaos, a dark abyss cradling the world in a womb. The second illustrated the emergence of mountains, encircled by the sky, with dense forests and giants looming among the towering peaks. The third painting portrayed tiny figures with 3 eyes upon a floodplain nestled between 2 mountains. They established a realm where they farmed, hunted, fished, and performed rituals. The fourth painting revealed a chaotic darkness beneath the earth, teeming with terrors and countless creatures depicted in intricate lines. The fifth illustrated the ravages of war, where homes were laid to waste by light and fire, and corpses sprawled across the land. The sixth painting showcased the construction of the altar, where the 3-eyed beings triumphed over darkness, and those with wings ascended to kingship, establishing 4 great cauldrons to suppress the dark focal points across the mountains. The scruffy fellow swallowed hard, pointing to the 6th image, and asked whether the very place we stood upon was indeed one of those focal points. "Isn't that a stretch? Are we delving into myth?" I remained silent, lost in contemplation, haunted by the image of the dark, bottomless pit beneath the cascading waterfall. A sense of dread envelopes me as I ponder what lies at its depths. Each culture possesses its own mythos, yet rulers, driven by self-interest, often inflate truths and fabricate countless fictions, leaving us with a fragmented understanding of our world. To disbelieve is unacceptable, yet to accept everything uncritically invites folly. In such a place, the emergence of a terrifying altar begs the question: what does it signify? Is this colossal stone cauldron truly the focal point suppressing the dark passage? The expanse around me is vast and desolate. With our equipment lost, we possess only my uncle's flashlight. We huddle together and search the surroundings, yet our efforts yield little except for the discovery of a hidden stream. This tributary, gentle and unassuming, pales in comparison to the roaring river upstream. Along its banks lie numerous stones, and peering through the gaps reveals white objects scattered about. Quickening our pace, we approach to find that they are eggs. These eggs, comparable in size to a baby's fist, are densely clustered along the riverbank and upon the rocks. Turning over a large stone, I gaze out to see a vast expanse of white. Everything possesses a limit. When abundance turns to excess, it elicits an eerie sensation. Are these the will-o'-the-wisps? Could the multitude of corpses in the hall have generated phosphine, igniting spontaneously? Yet why does this occur precisely at this moment? There is something amiss. A shiver coursed through my body, and I was instantly enveloped in an overwhelming sense of trepidation, my calves quivering uncontrollably. The scene before me was undeniably terrifying.
Imagine.
If you will, a vast, dark abyss, teeming with shadowy creatures lying in wait, their cold, unblinking gazes fixed upon you. The air was thick with impending peril, and the ghostly flames flickered like the manifestations of some infernal specter, while countless restless souls trembled in the gloom. Suddenly, I felt a weight on my shoulder and turned to find my uncle, his expression stern. He urged me to remain calm, assuring me that the Xiao family possessed a method to dispel the ghostly flames, rendering us untouched. He continued, "If these are merely spirits, we 3 practitioners of the way can steady our hearts." With that, the scruffy-haired young man began to recite incantations. As he chanted, the ethereal blue-green flames transformed, resembling blooming blue lotus flowers, vibrant and undulating, as if they were flowing orbs of fire drifting ever closer. It felt as though I were ensnared in a dreamlike realm. The sea of flames advanced toward us, imposing even from a distance, compelling us to retreat step by step until we found ourselves near the riverbank, scattered with white eggs. Suddenly, my uncle grasped both my arm and that of the young man, his face etched with concern. "Wait," he said, "do you hear something?" Despite the formidable appearance of the ghostly blaze, it emitted no sound. the atmosphere tranquil as if we were watching a silent film, with only the echoes of our voices and footsteps breaking the stillness. I could even hear the strong rhythm of my own heart thundering in my chest. Yet, at my uncle's prompting, I inexplicably discerned a fourth sound, akin to the crackling of burning castor bean stalks or the shattering of eggshells. Upon their birth, they emitted the plaintive cries reminiscent of infants, and in an instant, countless reptiles emerged, writhing in a dense mass upon the rocky ground. The sound evoked an illusion of being in a hospital nursery. Yet, a more horrifying spectacle unfolded. Deprived of sustenance in their nascent state, these creatures began to turn upon one another, engaging in brutal attacks. Any wounded or deceased among them drew an immediate swarm of their kin, who hastily descended to feast upon the remains. This gruesome scene persisted, the throng of writhing bodies inducing a visceral shudder. These reptiles, as the scruffy fellow assured me, were giant salamanders, also known as mud puppies. However, the situation was perplexing. A single female salamander lays approximately 300 eggs, each exceedingly small and dissimilar to those before us. Thus, the multitude of eggs scattered across the ground suggested that at least 100 adult salamanders must have been present to produce them. Yet, the question arose, where were these adult salamanders? As soon as I posed this inquiry, my uncle and the scruffy fellow reacted swiftly. My uncle shouted for us to run towards the wall. No sooner had the command left his lips than a 2-meter-long giant salamander darted forth from the shadow of a large rock, resembling a stealthy assassin in the night, its maw agape and lunging towards us. My uncle, displaying remarkable vigor, was the first to respond, brandishing his lightning-fast Zhongmu sword with the intent to strike the oncoming salamander. The scruffy fellow, though unarmed, was not to be outdone. He crouched low, and with the agility of a yellow dog relieving itself, propelled his right foot like a cannonball towards the airborne salamander. Only I, taken aback, stared blankly, pondering whether this creature was the very giant salamander that had dragged my old ginger dog, Jeansy, away from the stream. With a sword strike and a powerful punch, I struck the beast, the blade finding its mark upon its body, the fist landing upon its head. Yet this creature, slick with mucus, evaded my grasp with a twist in the air, breaking free from my hold and hurtling towards me. At that moment, I was cradling the unconscious Duoduo in my arms and dared not confront it head-on. Instead, I sidestepped. To my dismay, its tail lashed out like a whip, striking my right arm with a resounding crack. I was sent flying at an angle, crashing heavily to the ground. With Duoduo in my arms, my back against the earth, a tremendous force surged through my chest, compelling me to cough up blood. The metallic scent hung in the air like a catalyst, and as it wafted about, the juvenile salamanders, engaged in their own fray on the nearby stones, abruptly ceased their squabble, turning en masse toward me. It was as if a command had been issued. The dark tide beneath surged forth in unison. Seeing this scene, my uncle and the scruffy little boy, who had been battling the giant salamander, lost all desire to continue the fight. My uncle shouted, "The wind is fierce. We must flee," feigning a move before swiftly turning to run. I scrambled to my feet, clutching Duoduo tightly as I dashed away. As I ran, memories of educational films flooded my mind, recalling the voracious golden ants of the African savanna, which left nothing in their wake. Even the mightiest lions and tigers could do little but witness their territory transformed into a landscape of bare bones within mere minutes, devoid of any flesh. I was filled with dread at the thought of being ensnared by the multitude of monstrous salamanders and small reptiles, fearing that in an instant, I would become a mere skeleton. My heart raced with terror, prompting me to hasten my steps. Yet, in this darkened expanse, fierce salamanders lurked by the riverbank, while within, eerie will-o'-the-wisps danced with the wind, leaving no refuge to escape. With no alternatives, we were compelled to flee downstream along the river. The water, murky and tumultuous, resembled a boiling cauldron, suddenly erupting as yet another adult salamander leaped forth. It darted like an arrow, its serrated teeth a menacing sight. We merely caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by. As my footfalls faltered, it crashed heavily against the rocks ahead, splattering blood as it struck. Yet it continued to writhe in agony, emitting a sound akin to an infant's cries, lifting its head before crouching and springing back up. We evaded it and pressed on, as at least 20 adult salamanders surged from the dark waters, some measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, others shorter yet equally ferocious, as if we were the prey of a relentless monk determined to devour us. In the final encounter, a scraggly path was trampled, and my head struck the rocks with a heavy thud, splitting open and releasing a torrent of blood. I delivered a powerful kick to the salamander, while my uncle thrust his thunderstruck jujube with sword into its maw and twisted it within, then cast aside the lamenting creature, exclaiming that it was too much, urging us to venture further into the depths, to the altar where spirits could be subdued, and malevolent forces could not encroach. Remember to recite the incantation to dispel the will-o'-the-wisps. I propped up the almost unconscious scruffy youth, and upon examining his face, I found it nearly covered in blood, his eyes drooping as his pupils instinctively cast downward. Panic surged within me. This rogue priest might be on the brink of death, and that simply could not be allowed. I freed a hand and pinched his rear with considerable force, twisting him in a complete circle. Gradually, his spirit revived a little, and he disdainfully pushed me away, mumbling as he stumbled forward. I let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, if things went awry, we would be perilously close to the embrace of death itself. My uncle bellowed, "I will hold them off. You all must flee, quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, he was knocked to the ground by a gargantuan giant salamander, its force akin to that of a heavy truck. The thunderclap of his treasured sword was sent flying by a flick of the creature's head. My uncle, almost in tears, shouted, "Run, you damned fools! Who dares to linger? I shall haunt you even in death. Damn! This monster is truly massive." Before he could complete his thought, the upper half of his body was viciously clamped by the giant salamander's jaws. Yet my uncle was a man of remarkable resilience. Despite the excruciating pain, he managed to rise to his feet, shouting, "O Erlang Shun, lend me your strength. Protect your people." Upon uttering these words, golden light seemed to emanate from his body, and astonishingly, he matched the strength of the 5-meter-long giant salamander. The two engaged in a fierce struggle along the riverbank. The giant salamander was accompanied by countless minions, swarming forth to form a veritable mountain of flesh, appearing as an enormous sphere at first glance. As I contemplated a rescue, the scruffy youth tugged at me, his voice tinged with desperation. "We must go. My uncle is sacrificing himself. He does not want you to accompany him to the grave." As he spoke, he limped forward. Although the majority of the adult giant salamanders were drawn to my uncle, we were not entirely devoid of allure, as a dozen or so of the creatures swiftly approached us. The terrifying whimpering sound sent shivers through my very soul. The primal instinct of animals to seek advantage and evade danger overshadowed my sorrow, compelling me to flee. Yet, after just a few strides, my backside was seized by a giant salamander, inflicting a sharp, excruciating pain. I rolled to the ground, seizing a stone and violently bringing it down upon the creature's flat head. As I ran while attacking, I struck one of its eyes, causing it to burst with a wet pop, and it fell to the ground, crying out. A tremendous roar erupted. It was my uncle, who had somehow lifted a nearly 3-meter-wide mass of black flesh, rolling towards the abyss, and with a resounding splash, he vanished into the dark river of ink. The surface of the river shimmered as a dozen giant salamanders thrashed about, leaving my uncle's fate uncertain. We continued to run, and in the midst of our conversation, we had already approached the fringes of the will-o'-the-wisps, with dozens, if not hundreds, of adult salamanders still in pursuit. The will-o'-the-wisps, when observed individually, were indeed beautiful, a ghostly azure, reminiscent of the ethereal quality described in Su Wei's song Blue Lotus. However, when confronted with hundreds of these eerie blue flames hovering before us, a chill ran down our spines. One giant salamander leaped past us and into the cluster of will-o'-the-wisps. Before it could regain its footing, it was immediately ensnared by the flames, and within 3 seconds, the blue fire consumed it utterly. It continued to chant incantations to dispel the ghostly flames, yet the fire remained unrelenting, igniting it further. The disheveled path, unable to endure the searing agony of the flames engulfing it, let out a piercing cry to the boundless heavenly sovereign and abruptly changed its course, sprinting towards the left. To the left lay a torrent of water, a river that plunged into the depths of the earth. Gazing at the serene yet enchanting ghostly fire, reminiscent of an optical illusion, I was struck by its ability to ignite a person in an instant. I watched as the disheveled path, now a mere conflagration, darted past me, and my heart surged with terror to its zenith. Never had I imagined that in my lifetime I would encounter such a harrowing ordeal. How terrifying is death! Would the underworld be a realm of eternal silence? Clutching the ethereal figure of Duoduo, I was overwhelmed with sorrow. On one side loomed the indifferent mutated giant salamander, while on the other danced the ghostly fire that could sear both soul and flesh. Did I have a choice? Following closely behind the fiery incarnation of the disheveled path, I exerted all my strength to race towards the riverbank. If I were to perish, so be it. As long as Duoduo existed as a spirit, my presence in this world would not be in vain. The wind howled past my ears, whipping the ghostly fire into a frenzy as it sped toward me. Yet faster still was the giant salamander. These reptilian creatures excelled in the art of lethal ambush, lying in wait among the stones of mountain streams, ready to pounce upon any unsuspecting prey. Their speed surpassed that of my waning strength, and before I could reach the riverbank, I was ensnared by 4 or 5 crocodile-like giant salamanders. Pain coursed through me, nearly robbing me of consciousness, compelling me to hurl Duoduo into the river, safeguarding her spirit from the encroaching flames. At last, the relentless ghostly fire made contact with me. I felt as though my very soul was igniting. What is this sensation? Not merely my entire body, but seemingly every cell within me was subjected to this searing heat. I envisioned my skull ablaze, engulfed in a brilliant crimson hue. Then, the world dimmed abruptly, and I heard a faint crackling sound, the crystalline lens of my eye shattering. Soon after, the sound faded, as my eardrum succumbed to the flames. Suddenly, I slipped beneath my feet, only to be enveloped by an icy chill as torrents of frigid water surged into my lungs, rendering me breathless. The giant salamander, still clinging to me, relentlessly gnawed at my flesh, while the rushing waters of the dark river swept my body downstream. Countless salamanders tore at my skin, detaching themselves from my form. In a particularly turbulent stretch, all the salamanders ceased their assault, gripped by fear of plummeting into the abyss. I remained uncertain of Duoduo's fate, a flicker of concern lingering in my heart. Yet, in this moment, I could neither look, nor listen, nor cry out, nor move. I was on the brink of death, utterly powerless to safeguard Duoduo any longer. Had my uncle, who fell into the river, perished? What of the fiery-haired Taoist? And what of me? In that fleeting instant, the faces of all those who had left an imprint on my life flashed through my mind, only to vanish as I plummeted rapidly. What awaited me below? Was it the eternal darkness, or the nearly uninhabitable underworld, perhaps the spirit realm or the netherworld, or the end of the tale? How much time had elapsed? Perhaps a year, perhaps eons, or merely the blink of an eye. When I awoke once more, a dim, flickering light surrounded me, casting its glow upon my eyelids. It seemed that a sound reached my ears, though indistinct, and then a cold hand caressed my face, soft and plump. Struggling to open my eyes, I beheld Duoduo, the child with a head resembling a small watermelon, gazing at me with an anxious expression, calling out, "Lu Zuo, Lu Zuo." I was not dead. I remained alive. As the realization dawned upon me, I did not immediately seek to ascertain the veracity of my surroundings, whether they were real or mere illusions. Instead, I embraced the small form of the child tightly, all my fears and trepidations dissipating like mist. Thank goodness for Duoduo. Even if all of this were but a fantasy, I would not mind. What, after all, is the essence of my world? This question suddenly surfaced in my mind. Was Zhuangzhou the dreamer, or was he the butterfly? After a while, I became aware of a heaviness upon my head, as though it weighed several pounds. I shook it vigorously, and a flurry of sounds erupted, cawing like a raucous bird. Looking up, I discovered it was the striped cat, a creature with a flat coat, perched leisurely on the edge of a stone cauldron, meticulously grooming its lovely feathers. I stood, holding Duoduo, and surveyed my surroundings, only to realize I was in that grand hall adorned with murals on every wall and the ceiling. The oil from the black-scaled merman continued to burn quietly, while beside me lay two figures, my uncle, whom I had thought perished, and the scruffy little Taoist. I found myself on the altar, while my younger uncle and Zhou Lin sat cross-legged in a clean corner below, eyes closed in tranquil meditation. Was this a hallucination, or was it real? I felt a sense of bewilderment. I inquired if I could descend from the altar. It proclaimed its consent, questioning the necessity of so many inquiries. Upon finishing its words, its azure eyes twirled with curiosity, surveying the two individuals on the ground. After a moment, it soared to perch upon my uncle's head, settling in a rather indecorous manner, its rear undulating in a rather lewd fashion. Is this what it referred to as summoning souls? Even amidst my skepticism, I could not entirely dismiss the peculiar discomfort that gnawed at my heart. Cradling the obedient Duoduo, I descended from the altar, only to witness the bloodthirsty creature we had vanquished being dragged into a corner. My younger uncle opened his eyes and smiled at me, inquiring whether I had awakened. He remarked on the perilous nature of the yin-yang formation, noting that it appeared you all succumbed to the ground within mere minutes, ceasing to stir. We had been quite worried for your safety, but fortunately, the esteemed tiger-striped cat was present, ensuring your well-being. This place is exceedingly strange, and only a being as sagacious as it could navigate the complexities of the formation with such ease. The old gentleman truly possesses remarkable foresight, thus inviting the tiger-striped cat along for this occasion. After all, it had never ventured beyond Jurong before, making this an unprecedented exception. His words brimmed with admiration for the plump hen. Such blind adulation is rather intolerable. After all, it is merely a bird. Zhou Lin remained motionless, seated in silence, his face intermittently contorted with pain, as though something were amiss. Noticing my gaze upon Zhou Lin, my younger uncle explained that Xiaolin had injured his tendons, but fortunately, he had received treatment and was now practicing to absorb the medicinal properties. He lifted his severed left hand, recounting how a shadowy figure had cleaved it with a stone knife, expressing gratitude that, thanks to the medicine, he had not bled to death. He had become disabled, and the Xiao family lost yet another member. Zhou Lin could not afford to further diminish the already esteemed Xiao lineage, which held a notable reputation within the southeastern circles. Their roots must not be severed. I inquired about the shadowy figure. Was it human? He nodded, then shook his head, explaining that while attacked in the cave, he could not discern clearly. It appeared to be a person, swift in movement. Despite having severed a hand, he endured the pain and drove 3 steel nails into the body of that shadow. The figure fled in another direction, while he staggered and found his way to this tomb. I humbly remarked that having once faced death, I possessed a modicum of experience. The wonders of the world, one cannot truly believe without personal experience. As we conversed about the recent events, Maoshan Taoist awakened, stretching languidly and exclaiming how delightful the sensation was, far surpassing the pleasure of a massage. Observing him, I realized he was attempting to mask his fear with the most engaging topic. Duoduo, discontent with my embrace, wriggled free and soared into the air, wrapping her arms around my head to massage the back of my neck. Lord Tiger-Striped Cat cast a jealous glance before darting into the stone cauldron, emerging with a beetle the size of a fingernail, resembling a dark green tortoise shell. The creature flailed and struggled before being devoured by the plump bird. Then, he inquired if we knew what the creature was. We all shook our heads, expressing our ignorance and inviting his guidance. Satisfied by our eager demeanor, with Duoduo even bowing respectfully, Lord Tiger-Striped Cat, feeling a surge of vanity, abandoned his pedantry and directly asked if we were familiar with the term 10 fragrant insect. We naturally shook our heads in ignorance, and it immediately opened its mouth, proclaiming our lack of culture. After a display of superiority, it asked if we were familiar with the 9-scented bug. I couldn't help but smirk, remarking that it could simply refer to it as the fart bug. Why complicate matters? To my surprise, it did not dispute my statement, conceding that the 10-scented bug indeed belongs to the same order as the fart bug. The additional scent, known as heart scent, allows it to emit gases that simulate reality, ensnaring one's heart in a dreamlike state, rendering escape nearly impossible. This, it declared, was the crux of the formation. It is a master of illusions, surpassing even the corpse flower in its potency. Despite the prowess of your plump little fellow, the crowned golden silkworm, which roams freely. It ultimately fears this bug, a testament to its formidable nature. However, as an expert in resolving complex ailments, both gynecological and internal. Never mind, the 10-scented bug has been consumed. Is it over? We exchanged glances, having died twice in one day. I could no longer restrain myself and collapsed onto the ground, grasping Duoduo's hand and exhaling deeply. Life feels like a fleeting dream. After resting for half an hour, we finally regained our composure from the illusion. These two encounters with death in the illusory realm have instigated a shift in my perspective. At times, we engage in various pursuits, thinking, there's no need to excel so greatly. Opportunities will always arise. For instance, we often tell ourselves that family reunions can be postponed, that there will always be time in the future, or when with our loved ones we say we are too busy and will attend to it later. Yet, life is ephemeral, and the ways of fate are unpredictable. Myriad uncertainties abound. Therefore, living in the moment is paramount. I believe it is essential to seize the present and cherish the small joys we possess. Thus, one can attain happiness each day. I always sensed something peculiar about that immense cauldron, as if dark vapors were emanating from it. After organizing our belongings, having previously consumed some provisions, I felt somewhat rejuvenated. My third uncle meticulously polished the thunderstruck jujube with sword, demonstrating its prowess against the softly flickering eternal lamp. He cautioned everyone that the items here exuded a sinister aura and urged us not to touch them, reminding us that we were not mere treasure hunters and should refrain from such endeavors. The scruffy little rogue righted the overturned stone cauldron, asserting that its contents held ancient significance, being antiques of considerable scholarly value, and questioned why we should not seize them for monetary gain. Despite his words, he did not pilfer anything. Zhou Lin appeared innocent, tightening his backpack, exclaiming, "How could I dare? Uncle, you have already warned us." "That is well," he replied. Upon hearing this, we all felt a chill of fear and took off running ahead. Zhou Lin led the charge, followed closely by my little uncle, with me trailing behind. It wasn't long before we reached the stone door. The corridor behind us began to collapse due to inadequate support, and my third uncle, who was last, shouted for us to hurry as it was about to give way. We dashed through the stone doorway. However, just as we reached the threshold, my little uncle suddenly yanked Zhou Lin down to the ground. Zhou Lin fell with a cry, and I witnessed half an ear soaring through the air. The tabby cat shouted, "Watch out, little ones, there's an ambush." My little uncle almost rolled out the door, leaping up the moment he touched the ground, his dagger slicing forward. I too dashed out, only to behold a faint shadow in the darkness, entangled in a fierce struggle with my uncle. The speed of this shadow was nothing short of astonishing. In mere moments, it had forced my uncle back with a swift swipe. At that instant, we all surged forward, when a stone hurtled towards us at great velocity from a distance. My third uncle reacted instantaneously, wielding his sword with the circular force of Tai Chi, deftly redirecting the stone away. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly drew a dart from his pocket, which embedded itself into the eye socket of the instigator with deadly precision. Fueled by a surge of determination, I swung a hunting knife at the shadow ahead. My strike missed its mark but produced a resounding crack in the air. Surrounding us were the rugged paths and my third uncle, all converging on the scene. The sheer number of us was overwhelming, yet the shadowy figure showed no signs of hesitation. With a hiss, it unleashed a long, forked tongue before leaping to the top of the rocky wall, disappearing in mere moments. We pressed onward, arriving before the enormous creature that my uncle had struck in the eye, confirming it to be the formidable owl. My uncle, a master of combat, though his left hand was severed, exhibited agility akin to that of the legendary character from the Once Upon a Time in China films, leaping 2 meters into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the owl, which was clutching its injured eye and howling in agony. The force of his strike was so immense that it sent the half-ton beast crashing to the ground. I witnessed blood gushing from its mouth like a burst pipe, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Then, from the depths of darkness ahead, a figure of around 1.5 meters and a towering giant of 2 meters swiftly fled from our view. At that moment, the earth trembled, and none of us had the presence of mind to continue the fight. We all raced for our lives, as the majestic tiger-striped feline called out in urgency, urging us to hurry, lest we lose our very lives. We have grown accustomed to the relentless pace, running headlong into the unknown. Zhou Lin, with half an ear severed, clutched a piece of cloth around his head. As he sprinted, tears streamed down his face, lamenting that prior to this ordeal, divination had foretold dire omens. Indeed, his fears were realized. Uncle San inquired of his younger brother, questioning whether the dark figure was the one responsible for severing his elbow. The younger uncle confirmed, feeling the scar on his left hand as if caressing a beloved. He gazed at the two silhouettes fading into the distance, pondering the nature of this entity that mingled with the Xiong, seemingly in a position of authority. What could it possibly be? The scruffy-haired youth suggested it was merely human, to which the younger uncle vehemently shook his head, asserting that this creature could ascend sheer rock faces with ease, something no human could accomplish. Perhaps it was a being from the spirit realm. The moment they mentioned such entities, I recalled the dwarf mule, with its vengeful, spiteful gaze. We continued our flight. The sounds from behind grew louder, then faded, eventually coming to a halt. Squinting towards the cave's mouth, we found no trace of Xiong. At that moment, Uncle San queried the whereabouts of the striped cat, and we realized that this loquacious, rotund creature had not kept pace with us. After a brief wait, a tall figure emerged from the depths of the cave, advancing slowly, leaving distinct footprints. Our nerves were taut. Uncle San's hand had already ventured into his cloak, his body tense, while we all clutched our weapons tightly, poised for the arrival of this deliberate visitor. Illuminated by the flashlight, the blind-eyed Xiong emerged slowly, and just as Uncle San was about to draw his weapon, a voice halted him. "Old San, do you think I look handsome?" We followed obediently behind, feeling considerably reassured by the imposing figure that absorbed the brunt of the danger. It occurred to me why the mischievous little Yao Duo referred to Xiaoyang as a fool. A glance confirmed my suspicion. First, it was little Yao Duo, then came Lord Tiger-Striped Cat. Any individual with even a modicum of skill could easily manipulate and control its mind, truly a fate befitting a laborer. I pondered whether the golden silkworm Gu could also exert control if it were to make a concerted effort. Dezhuang. At the platform leading to the cave entrance, we heard a booming shout from my uncle. Then, this man, standing at 6 feet tall, suddenly collapsed to his knees, pressing his forehead against the rocky ground, weeping uncontrollably. His mournful cries pierced our hearts like a knife, leaving us bleeding within. Upon the large stone lay 5 severed heads, their eyes gouged out and tongues cut off, their skulls brutally opened. Among these, alongside the previous 3, were 2 fresh ones, one being old Jiang and the other an elderly man with a bushy beard, his brain still warm and exuding wisps of steam. Among the 4 who had accompanied my uncle to this place, only he had survived, albeit with his left arm severed at the elbow. Old Jiang, who had come with us, sat barebacked on the ground, smoking a pipe when a rock suddenly flew through the air, striking him dead. In his final moments, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of his son, who suffered from autism, uttering not a single farewell. We silently approached the cave entrance, gazing at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, their chests flayed open, blood pooling around them. The stone table was piled high with severed heads, entrails, and dismembered limbs. Witnessing this brutal scene, my heart raced wildly. I wished fervently to remain ensconced in a dream, believing this was merely a nightmare. Yet, it is indeed true that reality often proves to be more brutal than nightmares. My uncle continues to weep. This man, whose companions perished without exception, finds his journey rendered utterly meaningless by the sudden death of his mother during the days of his entrapment. However, remaining ensconced in sorrow is not a sustainable state. My third uncle, grasping a winding path, remarked that the vengeful spirits here are too fearsome. It is essential to pay respect to the deceased, lest we inadvertently summon malevolent spirits. We ought to prepare and conduct a simple ritual. Thus, the 2 of them retrieved incense, candles, and ritual implements from their bags, initiating a modest ceremony for the departed. I stood nearby, vigilant, gazing at the ominous sky outside the cave. My spirits darkened. Who could be responsible for all this? Following the heavy rain, the creek swelled, transforming the shallow brook we had previously traversed into waters reaching waist-deep, the current now fierce and impassable. My third uncle, however, devised a solution. He summoned the aid of the striped cat, which fetched a rope and secured it to the trunk of a large tree on the opposite bank, tautly fastening it to a tree on our side, creating a makeshift zip line. We cautiously made our way along the rope. The formidable owl, under the striped cat's command, boldly crossed the water. I remained apprehensive about the possibility of a giant salamander surfacing to bite it. Yet, none appeared. Perhaps it was too sated, for the creature that had consumed gold never showed itself again. As we passed the two corpses, my uncle was once more overcome with grief. We ascended the slope, emerging from the ravine as darkness gradually enveloped us, stumbling along the rugged mountain path. Although the ground was muddy and damp, fortunately, it did not rain again. We arrived at a nearby village by 9 o'clock at night. Near the village office, we found the vehicle we had driven earlier and expressed our gratitude to the person who had watched over it, offering a small sum of money. The individual, initially engaged in conversation with us, suddenly caught sight of the imposing figure of Xiaoyang crouching nearby. He promptly rejected the money, shouted in alarm, and fled in a panic. We watched him dash frantically into the village, shaking our heads in disbelief at his lack of composure. What should we do? Our only option was to drive to the local police station to report the incident. Unfortunately, there were scarcely any officers on duty that cold night. It was unclear where they had taken refuge. We managed to find a young man, engrossed in watching television while eating instant noodles, and recounted the details of our situation. At first, he thought we were joking, but when the formidable silhouette of Xiaoyang appeared in the station, he finally believed us. Trembling, he called his superior for guidance. This demonstrated that, indeed, Xiaoyang was a formidable presence. We sat in the reception area for a while, and eventually, four officers, reeking of alcohol, arrived. The leader among them, a robust man in his 40s, upon seeing Xiaoyang, instinctively recoiled, his inebriation dissipating almost instantly. Although he was in charge, he dared not make decisions unilaterally and quickly reported to the county for instructions. After all the commotion, someone assisted us in taking our statements. After concluding our business, we expressed the need for injured personnel to seek treatment at the county hospital. The leader hesitated momentarily but ultimately consented, assigning an officer to accompany my uncle, Zhou Lin, and my other uncle to the hospital. Meanwhile, the scruffy-haired fellow and I took residence in a guest house in the village, awaiting the decision from above the following day. The creature, Xiaoyang, was left at the police station, confined to a separate room. The officer in charge remarked that it wouldn't remain subdued for long, so we resorted to binding it tightly with various ropes. One curious officer took out his phone to capture the moment, but the scruffy-haired fellow cautioned him against spreading information prematurely, as the higher-ups had yet to classify the incident. He warned that such actions could render the authorities in a precarious position, potentially leading to warnings or even dismissals, a consequence that far outweighed mere curiosity. Reluctantly, the officer put away his phone, expressing his gratitude. Upon returning to the village guest house, the scruffy-haired fellow and I each occupied separate rooms. After a refreshing shower, I lay on the bed, reflecting on the day's surreal events. My mind was weary, yet the golden silkworm within me stirred, writhing about before fluttering to the locust would plaque on my chest, beckoning Dodo to come out and play. The two little creatures engaged in their playful antics, and I, indifferent to their commotion, surrendered to slumber. The following morning, I awoke to a cacophony echoing from outside my room. I agreed, and he responded, stating that the creature known as the Wild Man of Shenangjia was our discovery. Previously, the forestry department had issued a reward notice indicating that we met the necessary criteria to apply, and the county would also express its stance on the matter. However, it was essential to further confirm that the deceased had no connection to us. I comprehended his intent. He wanted us to lead the way to the scene of the incident. The scruffy individual consented, declaring that we would forego the reward, allowing it to be granted to the family of the deceased. Without their sacrifice, capturing this wild man would have been utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Lord Tiger Stripes pouted and called him a fool. The following noon, my uncle arrived from the county town, joining us along with personnel from various departments, including the Public Security Bureau, Forestry Bureau, Tourism Bureau, Township Government, and County Television Station, to return to the scene for investigation and evidence collection. This time, the group was considerably larger, with nearly 20 armed police accompanying us. The journey was relatively calm, though a few officials accustomed to a life of luxury stumbled in the mud, lamenting their plight. On the return journey, the giant salamander reappeared among the distant stones, spotted by someone. The delicate television host let out a shriek, startling it away, causing it to vanish into the stream. The photographer grumbled, lamenting that not a single shot was captured. It was indeed a missed opportunity for a significant news story. What could be done? We could only approach the survivors, seeking any financial compensation we could obtain, as it was preferable to returning empty-handed. Ultimately, my uncle promised the families that once the reward was granted, it would be equally distributed among them, which quelled some of the anger. On the third day, we arrived at a small mountain village in Maqiao town, where we found the family of Lao Jiang. They were in the midst of mourning, with the sound of music and lamentations filling the air. A white canopy was erected outside, and an elderly woman knelt before the coffin, weeping inconsolably. A young boy, clad in mourning attire, sat vacantly, his gaze fixed on the flickering candles on the altar, as if he had stumbled upon some intriguing spectacle. Our arrival provoked a hostile reaction from the villagers. Lao Jiang's numerous uncles and brothers surrounded us, brandishing knives in a menacing manner. Fortunately, third uncle had brought some money, which he discreetly handed to Lao Jiang's wife. Her hysterical cries subsided somewhat, reduced to soft sobs. There were only 3 of us. Myself, the scruffy-haired Xiao Dao, and third uncle. It was noon, and while we were dining, they did not invite us to stay. After offering our respects at the altar, we prepared to leave. Suddenly, third uncle halted in front of Lao Jiang's son. Onlookers were taken aback, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Eventually, Jiang Bao became third uncle's apprentice, inheriting his teachings. An orphan, he chose the path of monastic life. Third uncle nodded silently, saying nothing, as he departed with his one-armed nephew, the earless Zhou Lin, and the reticent Xiao Jiang. This matter seemed to have concluded, but 2 months later, I received a call from third uncle. At the time I received his call, I was planning my journey to Hongshan in the southern province. After making a donation, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and feeling famished, I rushed to a street lined with food stalls, devouring 2 bowls of rice tofu garnished with duckweed and spicy peppers. Just as I was settling the bill, third uncle's call came through. Upon answering, he sighed deeply. I find myself at a loss. Everything I encounter is real, it exists, and thus it is reasonable, even though I cannot articulate it. My uncle mentioned that he has been dreaming incessantly these past few days. What does he dream of? He dreams of the phantoms within the yin-yang formation of the Yelang Shrine, always envisioning a vast abyss where a door slowly creaks open, releasing torrents of dark mist. The formation is shattered, revealing vulnerabilities in the suppressed eyes. The shrine collapses, and the mountains shift, with dragons and tigers traversing eastward, extending all the way to the Longmen Mountain Range and the Chonglai Mountains. The flutter of a butterfly's wings can indeed precipitate monumental calamities. I was rendered speechless, saying to my uncle, "Perhaps you are overthinking it? The ways of heaven are unpredictable. Natural disasters and human misfortunes occur year after year. This is commonplace. Do not shoulder such burdens upon yourself, lest you stray from your path." My uncle sighed and replied, "Lu Zuo, a person devoted to self-cultivation and nurturing one's character does not frequently experience such dreams. This dream serves as a warning from the heavens." I fell silent, letting out a deep sigh. After conversing with my uncle, my spirits remained low. I did not find his reasoning compelling. However, his inclination to bear the weight of all matters upon his shoulders felt somewhat presumptuous and left me worried, fearing that his psychological burden might overshadow his happiness in life. Although in my heart, I believe someone like my uncle would not succumb to such despair, the ties that bind us can be a source of fear. In a sense, this is akin to an inner demon. After finishing my meal, I walked along the river to the intersection of Xian Street, gazing at the house I had purchased a few months prior, my steps heavy and hesitant, unable to take a single stride. Ultimately, I find myself unable to come to terms with the emotions I shared with Huang Fei. Every detail lingers vividly in my mind, causing me profound sorrow. This tale begins in early March 2008, upon my return home. My companion, whom I shall refer to as the scruffy-haired one, expressed uncertainty regarding his recent thoughts. He sought a place that attracted a bustling crowd, as it promised financial gain. Additionally, he desired a plethora of charming young women, a sentiment that requires no further elaboration. "Let us wander and pause," he said, "for the world is vast, filled with countless breathtaking vistas and delightful ladies to engage with." He believed he would venture northward to explore the capital. I recalled an unfulfilled wish and proposed we embark on this journey together. We took a train northward, parting ways in Zhengzhou. I transferred to another train bound for Shangqiu, and with limited information, I navigated my way to a place called Huiji Township. At last, I arrived in a village, where the locals guided me to the father of Xiaomei. As per our agreement, I had come to visit Xiaomei during the time when winter had not yet fully passed and spring was beginning to bloom, when wildflowers would be in bloom. However, to my dismay, I discovered that Xiaomei was not laid to rest upon a sunlit hill, where she could witness the sun's daily ascent and descent. Instead, she was interred in a damp and desolate graveyard, long neglected and overrun with weeds. Xiaomei's father had remarried and even constructed a new house. When I sought him out, a village child pointed to the finest dwelling in the village, declaring it to belong to Uncle Jiang. I knelt before Xiaomei's grave, placing a bouquet of pristine white lilies upon the azure stone slab. Gazing at the familiar photograph on the gravestone, alongside the name Jiang Yingmei, a profound sorrow enveloped my heart. Alas, she has departed from this world. The day was overcast, and in the distance, Xiaomei's father crouched on the ground, smoking. I remained quietly at the grave, silent, closing my eyes to connect spiritually with the departed soul. Duoduo sat beside me in companionship. Despite my aunt's disdain towards me, I still made a phone call to inquire about my uncle. Fortuitously, he was at home and not out tending the forest, so I decided to visit him directly. After a brief conversation at my uncle's house, I expressed my concern regarding the situation with the short mule, but he remarked that since our last encounter, there had been no further issues and everything was well. He then lamented about his own children, furrowing his brow as he spoke of his son Xiao Hua, who had become excessively playful. He had made a girlfriend at school and was spending money frivolously, constantly asking for more from home and concocting various excuses. Had it not been for my uncle's inquiry with Yang Ming, a classmate from his son's school, he would have remained unaware of the boy's antics. Alas, they were not a wealthy family to begin with, yet they seemed to enjoy competing for appearances. I chose not to speak further. Every family has its own struggles, and excessive discussion might breed discontent. In the afternoon, Huang Fei called to ask where I was. I informed her that I was in the county, at my uncle's house. She laughed and suggested that I should visit the house on New Street, which was only half renovated, to offer my advice. I replied that such minor household matters were naturally best managed by the lady of the house, and as a man, I found it inappropriate to interfere. She playfully scolded me, saying she had come to pick me up so we could dine together. She mentioned that her father was visiting, and it would be a perfect opportunity for me to meet her parents. Her words filled me with a sense of unease. After only a few days of our relationship, I was to meet my future in-laws, a rather swift progression. Yet, alongside this apprehension blossomed a wave of happiness. The fact that Huang Fei was willing to formally introduce me to her parents undoubtedly required more courage from her than it did from me, indicating the depth of her affection and her desire for a lifelong commitment with me. With this realization, my anxiety began to dissipate significantly. I stood to bid farewell to my uncle, who insisted that I stay for dinner, questioning why I would leave without eating when a meal was already prepared, especially with the delicious cured meat at home. I declined, explaining that I was off to meet my girlfriend's parents. He cheerfully responded, eager for me to bring her along for him to see. As I descended the slope and approached the intersection, I spotted Huang Fei in the distance, adorned in a pristine white woolen coat, still as radiant as ever. Gazing into her bright eyes and the delicate beauty of her flower-like face stirred a profound tenderness within me, prompting me to embrace her tightly. She blushed and playfully wriggled free from my hold, teasingly exclaiming that I smelled awful. Afterward, she bashfully took my hand, pinching my waist with the other, asking where I had wandered off to for so long. I took a moment to assess my own scent. After days of travel by train and bus without a shower, I indeed did not smell pleasant. Not wanting to delve into the events at Shenangjia, I brushed over the topic. She seemed unconcerned, suggesting I find somewhere to freshen up and change into nicer clothes to make a good impression on her parents. For how could we maintain a relationship otherwise? I followed the gentle guidance of Huang Fei to the commercial street of the county town, where I purchased a fine suit from 7 Wolves. To my dismay, when it came time to settle the bill, I realized that my wallet was nestled within my luggage, which was left at my uncle's house. With a beaming smile, Huang Fei graciously covered the cost and teased me about my apparent transformation into a kept man. I retorted, asking if she had ever encountered a dandy with a scar upon his face. She shook her head, inquiring about the origin of the scar and why I hadn't employed scar removal ointment to erase it. Upon reflection, she remarked that I indeed resembled a little rogue. This scar came about as a result of an encounter with the monkey belonging to Lu Zuo, whose claws were laced with potent venom. Due to a lack of timely treatment, even the capabilities of the golden silkworm Gu could not eradicate it, leaving me with this lasting mark. Such tales are complex and difficult to convey fully in a brief moment, so I opted for a light-hearted approach, asking if I had become a source of her disdain. She playfully pinched me in response. Around 6:30, having changed into a fresh outfit, I accompanied Huang Fei to meet her parents. The meeting place was unexpectedly the Shanjing Grand Hotel. As we traveled, Huang Fei explained that her parents were divorced, and neither home was suitable for such a gathering. Thus, they had settled on the restaurant as a neutral ground that was convenient and acceptable to both parties. I inquired if anyone else would be present, perhaps her stepmother. Huang Fei asserted that this would not be the case, as her mother would undoubtedly clash with that woman. I nodded in agreement, relieved that a 3-way interrogation was averted, which I would find rather challenging to endure. As I gazed upon the lobby of the Shanjing Grand Hotel, Huang Fei grasped my hand, her smile sweet and encouraging as she urged me to do my best. I nodded, inhaling deeply. Soon, I would face my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. The level of trepidation I felt, in some respects, was perhaps not dissimilar to confronting a zombie, a wild man, or a ghost. At least, that is my perspective. How do you perceive it? In the spirit of courtesy, we arrived early. Huang Fei's father had already reserved a private room, and after a brief wait, her parents began to arrive. Huang Fei's father was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, bespectacled and refined, who greeted me with polite decorum. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I could sense an undercurrent of subtle detachment. This was, of course, understandable. Although he did not live with Huang Fei, their father-daughter bond was undoubtedly profound. The sudden emergence of a stranger poised to become his daughter's partner would naturally elicit a degree of unease. In stark contrast, Huang Fei's mother made her disapproval abundantly clear. She did not take kindly to my unexpected presence. Although I greeted her courteously, she responded with a tense expression, as if I owed her a debt. Perhaps, in their eyes, I was merely the villain who had whisked Huang Fei away. Observing their demeanor, I felt a sinking sensation in my heart, realizing that the evening's gathering was likely to be a treacherous affair. Navigating it unscathed would prove to be a formidable challenge. Indeed, after I had raised 2 toasts and began to introduce myself, Huang Fei's mother, a leader in the Women's Federation, seized the opportunity to challenge me directly, inquiring about my current occupation. I cast a glance at Huang Fei, whose face was flushed with a deep crimson. In her sparkling eyes, there was a mixture of remorse and a silent plea, perhaps hoping for my understanding regarding her mother. Naturally, I am not oblivious. I tread carefully around her parents. I nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her that it was of no consequence, for I still possessed some savings and intended to embark on a small business venture at home. Huang Fei interjected, affirming my words, mentioning that Lu Zuo had purchased a house last month over at New Street, planning to develop it for the long term. However, Huang Fei's father remained unmoved, shaking his head and asserting that conducting business is far from straightforward. Setting aside the daily struggle for survival, aspiring to achieve substantial success is no easy feat. It requires connections, capital, and experience. Moreover, the market is perpetually saturated, and discovering opportunities necessitates keen insight. Young Lu, I fear you might find. Her mother curled her lips slightly, remarking that engaging in business is never as secure as a civil service position, which offers greater stability. She then inquired about my educational background and whether I had considered participating in the upcoming civil service examination. Should I have any intentions? She indicated that she could leverage her connections to assist me. I offered an awkward smile, confessing that while I did contemplate it, the educational requirements for civil service are quite stringent, as I only graduated from high school and might not meet the criteria. The moment those words escaped my lips, the expressions on both elders' faces shifted dramatically, astonished, as if they had swallowed a frog whole. Huang Fei's father repeatedly glanced at her, his gaze revealing both confusion and disappointment. The atmosphere at the gathering had grown somewhat strained. His parents inquired about my family background but soon lost interest in probing further, reverting to a distant politeness. We exchanged several rounds of toasts, primarily with Huang Fei's father accompanying me, yet the insincerity of the ambience weighed heavily upon my heart. Unable to contain herself, Huang Fei interjected on my behalf, asserting that Lu Zuo was a man of ideals and experience. They merely smiled, offering no further engagement. Feeling a pang of discomfort, I politely excused myself to the restroom, to which they nodded in acknowledgement. Once in the restroom, I turned on the faucet and gazed into the mirror. To be candid, aside from my initial year in the South, I had never felt inferior, for my efforts had yielded the respect I rightfully deserved. However, the conversation with Huang Fei's parents profoundly highlighted the chasm between her world and mine, rendering any potential for harmony exceedingly challenging. A small figure emerged from the locust wood pendant on my chest, drifting towards me with a worried expression. It was Duoduo, who gently wiped the sweat from my forehead. I found myself pondering the complexities of existence. The realm of the soul is intricate, and I am but a novice, grappling with my naivety. I turned to Duoduo and asked, "Will I find happiness with your cousin?" She nodded vigorously, her tiny fists clenched in affirmation. I smiled, realizing that as long as Huang Fei and I were in love, what could the mundane world present as an obstacle to our union? Indeed, while I may lack a conventional occupation, I possess an array of remarkable skills. Although I do not hold an advanced degree, my life experiences are far richer and more colorful than those of the average individual. Even if I were to strip away everything else, I would still retain a heart filled with the responsibilities of a man and deep affection for her. That alone is sufficient. As I returned to the private room, an angry yet deliberately subdued voice emerged from within the slightly ajar door. "I disagree." I paused in my tracks. It was Huang Fei's mother speaking. Her words flowed rapidly, reminiscent of a passionate address, fervently articulating her indignation and uttering some harsh remarks. The implication was clear. She accused me of exploiting Huang Fei's innocence and kindness, deceiving her affections, and seeking to ascend socially by leveraging their family's connections. Huang Fei's father also weighed in, acknowledging that while I appeared composed, the complexities of the world outside could not be overlooked after so many years of struggle. Furthermore, he pointed out the disparities in our backgrounds, family environment, lifestyle habits, and educational upbringing, elements that tend to remain obscured during the fervor of romance, yet could lead to insurmountable conflicts once married. Fei, he cautioned, love and marriage are lifelong commitments. Sometimes, one cannot simply follow whims or emotions. Huang Fei's mother reiterated her concerns, questioning why, with so many outstanding young men vying for her attention, she had chosen someone like me. Look at Lu Zuo, lacking wealth, possessing a modest education, and a troubled family background, not to mention that scar on his face. He hardly seems a man of good character. It is quite bewildering. Fei, if you wish to pursue romance, allow me to introduce you to an array of exceptional young talents, ensuring your heart is well catered to. As for Lu Zuo, perhaps it is time to part ways? His father concurs, acknowledging the wisdom that comes with experience. My father is searching for suitable candidates for you in Shenyang. Huang Fei, in a fit of indignation, called out to her parents, asserting her genuine affection for me, declaring that no amount of persuasion would sway her resolve. Upon hearing her words, a warmth enveloped my heart, prompting me to create some noise before entering and apologizing for my prolonged absence. Their expressions were awkward, clearly aware that I might have overheard something. Yet, being individuals of discernment, they wore faint, reserved smiles. With Xiaohua off to university, a room had become available. My uncle insisted that I should not sleep outside, claiming there were accommodations within the house, and that to decline would be akin to disrespecting him. His stance was resolute, leaving me no choice but to acquiesce. Later that evening, I found myself in Xiaohua's room, perusing his old textbooks, utterly perplexed. My uncle's daughter, Xiao Jing, entered, carrying a thick quilt for me. This girl had not acknowledged me since the incident with my uncle, but now, her anger had dissipated, and a smile graced her face. We exchanged a few words, and she seemed more willing to converse. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Huang Fei. She inquired if I had gone to bed yet. Upon my reply in the negative, she suggested I step outside for a chat. I agreed, changed my clothes, and made my way to the appointed spot near the rain bridge. I queried her, "Do I truly come across as foolish?" She scrutinized me earnestly and replied, "Indeed, you do. One glance at you reveals a person of pronounced pride, unwilling to tolerate even the slightest criticism. It is precisely your obstinacy that captivates me. Yet, for my sake, you are willing to cast all of that aside. I am deeply touched." Her expression was dreamy, her delicate face flushed with shyness, and her sparkling eyes glistened with a tender affection akin to water. I held her hand tightly, remaining silent. The wind on the bridge was strong, and I suggested we not cross over but instead find a CAF to sit and warm ourselves. She insisted otherwise, determined to proceed and see the old willow tree across the river. It bore a mark she had carved years ago, which she wished to show me. I acquiesced, taking her hand as we walked. Her hand was smooth and cool, reminiscent of soft jade. Holding it evoked a feeling of togetherness, as if we were destined to grow old together. The wind and rain bridge was adorned with beautiful colorful lights at night, and as we walked, it felt akin to traversing a wedding red carpet. This type of bridge is a traditional architectural style in our region, featuring intricately carved eaves and lacquered wooden railings, adding to its scenic charm. Despite the gusty winds, couples nestled against the railings, groups of rugged men gathered, and solitary figures watched the river flow by, creating a lively atmosphere. As we reached the end, an unexpected shiver coursed through me, a chilling sensation akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. Instinctively, I turned my head, only to see a flash of light as a projectile hurtled towards my face. In a split second, I tilted my head aside, and the flying knife grazed my temple, severing a few strands of hair. This knife confirmed my suspicion. It was from that assailant who had previously attacked me in Fenghuang, Xiangxi. Just as I had arrived in Jinping, trouble had found me once again. I forcefully pushed Huang Fei aside, shouting for her to follow, and leaped forward. To my surprise, she grasped my arm, urging me not to act recklessly. At that very moment, the solitary man by the bridge's railing released his second flying dagger, which whistled through the air, narrowly striking my chest. The blade lodged itself firmly against me, refusing to penetrate further. My chest bore the carved piece of locust wood, a relic crafted with great effort by the ragtag gang, who had cunningly pilfered the heartwood of a century-old locust tree along the riverside. It was exceptionally hard, and he had fortuitously hit the mark. This impact scattered my spirit, strengthening the resolve of that young rascal. I shook off Huang Fei's grip and strode forward, sprinting 4 or 5 meters, when he hurled another dagger my way. I sidestepped just in time, and I seemed to hear a delicate cry, but I did not dwell on it. I clenched my fists, ready to engage in combat with that assailant. He was a middle-aged man, bearing scars upon his face and a stubbled jaw, slightly shorter than I. When he saw me approaching, instead of being alarmed, he laughed mockingly and drew another dagger, wielding it like a dagger, lunging towards me. As I rushed towards him, I abruptly halted to evade his strike. Being a professional adversary, his close combat skills were undoubtedly formidable. In my fury, I had nearly succumbed to recklessness, intending to confront him head-on with my own limitations. Realizing my folly, I retreated 3 steps and shouted for the golden silkworm Gu to manifest. The man's expression shifted, clearly aware of the potency of my little creature, as he turned and vaulted over the bridge railing, launching his dagger at me while leaping down. My mind was intensely focused. As he raised his hand, I rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the blade. The sharp knife with a crimson tassel sparkled with brilliance against the bluestone pavement. Rising to my feet, I leapt onto the rail, only to witness a tumultuous spray of water surging beneath the bridge. Gazing at the river's flowing currents, a surge of fury consumed me. How could it possibly escape so easily? A fleeting glance at the golden silkworm drone hovering above revealed it nodding before darting towards the depths below the bridge. Turning my head, I was met with the sight of several individuals gathered around a figure lying on the ground. It was Huang Fei. Terror gripped me, and I rushed over, crouching beside her. A flying dagger was embedded in her left chest, blood oozing from the wound and staining her clothing a deep crimson. My heart raced with anxiety as I hastily called Ma Haiba, informing him of the situation and urging him to summon an ambulance. He promptly agreed, assuring me he would dispatch a vehicle and send someone to the scene. I gently laid Huang Fei's head flat, fearful to move her, as blood continued to flow from the injury, soaking a large area of her shirt. In a reluctant manner, the drone attached itself to the dagger's wound, writhing as it examined the injury. Incredibly, it soon burrowed into Huang Fei's chest. A wave of indignation washed over me. This wretched creature dared to intrude upon her. Onlookers craned their necks, murmuring their astonishment, while some even called friends to come and gawk. I urged them to keep their distance for the sake of air circulation, but they stubbornly pressed closer, one nearly stepping on Huang Fei. Rising to my feet, I shouted at the intruder to back off, demanding, "What are you looking at?" The young man, grinning impudently, replied, "Just enjoying the view." I was filled with fury and charged at him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. The man scrambled to his feet, shaking his fists and rushing towards me, while several of his companions, sleeves rolled up, stepped forward to lend their support. Witnessing the impending brawl, the onlookers instinctively retreated, fearing for their own safety. Although I was no match for those skilled in martial arts, dealing with these ordinary men was a trivial matter. However, at that moment I had no time for brawling. I seized the young man's advancing hand tightly and locked my gaze upon him, demanding to know if he was affiliated with the murderer from earlier. I had already contacted the authorities, and should he choose to escalate the situation further, he would be apprehended alongside me. The young man appeared bewildered, his expression shifting multiple times, but ultimately, the fear of being embroiled in a homicide case loosened his rigid stance. I released him, and he spat on the ground before hastily beckoning his companions to depart. Not long after they left, an ambulance arrived at the foot of the bridge. This pedestrian bridge, equipped with steps, saw several individuals in white coats rushing towards us with a stretcher. I noted that it had taken less than 6 minutes. Clearly, Ma Haiba was effective, for had I called the hospital myself, I could have faced an indefinite wait. A fat insect emerged from Huang Fei's chest and flew into my pocket. The flying knife was poisonous, but it had absorbed the toxin. The doctor approached me, crouching to examine Huang Fei, and inquired with surprise how the blood had already coagulated, and why the wound was healing so rapidly. A bystander pointed at me, claiming that I had a bug that had flown into the girl's wound. The doctor cast a glance at me without uttering a word, and then several individuals hoisted Huang Fei up and began to push her away. I trailed behind the doctor, anxiously inquiring about her condition. Ma Haiba gazed at the towering wind and rain bridge, unable to suppress his admiration, remarking that true professionals are indeed remarkable. This audacious individual leaped from such a height without a care for the possibility of landing on hard ground. He instructed his subordinates to investigate along the river and then turned to me, asking if Huang Fei was injured. I shook my head, replying that I did not know. He sighed and dialed a number to inform Huang Fei's parents. Shortly thereafter, her parents arrived in succession. I stood up and greeted them, addressing them as uncle and aunt, but her father merely regarded me with icy indifference, while her mother scolded me sternly, questioning how I could be so inept as to be unable to protect Huang Fei while being with her. I felt utterly humiliated, and apart from expressing my remorse, I remained silent. I feared that the more I spoke, the greater their disdain would grow. Yet, within my heart, the seeds of hatred only deepened. Who was this scoundrel determined to make my life miserable? What animosity could compel someone to repeatedly seek my demise? The surgery lasted nearly an hour, and when the lights in the operating room dimmed, the doctor emerged. We all gathered around, asking about the outcome. The doctor removed his mask and stated that the operation had been a success, but the patient had been administered anesthesia and would require rest. Who would handle the admission procedures? He looked my way, as the consent form had been signed by me. However, Huang Fei's father stepped forward, claiming he would take care of it, then patted my shoulder, urging me to follow him. I followed him to the corner, where he spoke to me in a low voice, revealing that he was already aware of the situation. This time, Fei was harmed because of me. He did not wish for a repeat of such an incident, nor did he want me to approach Huang Fei again. This matter no longer concerned me, and he urged me to leave. I attempted to explain, but he waved his hand dismissively, earnestly advising me to let Huang Fei go and to cease my pursuit of her. You are from different worlds, he stated. I fell silent, fully aware that Huang Fei's father must now view me as the principal culprit, and even I found it difficult to forgive myself. Knowing that Huang Fei was unharmed, I realized my presence here was merely a source of annoyance. It would be better for me to depart and return once she regained consciousness. I bowed to him, expressing my apologies and assuring him that I would provide an explanation for this matter. With that, I disregarded his astonishment and left. As I exited the hospital, I received a phone call from Ma Haiba, informing me that the man who threw the knife had been located, lying unconscious on the rocks by the riverbank. I inquired about his whereabouts and stated my intention to come immediately. He suggested I take Yang Yu's car, as they were also heading to the station. While we spoke, I heard a car horn behind me, with Yang Yu calling out my name. I ended the call and got into Yang Yu's vehicle. Upon our arrival at the station, a police officer named Luo Fuan was waiting for us. The moment we stepped out of the car, he led us directly to the interrogation room. The poison in question was derived from the golden silkworm Gu, a slow-acting toxin capable of causing myocardial infarction without resulting in death. I certainly would not allow this individual to die easily. If we were unable to unearth the mastermind behind this, then the wound Huang Fei sustained would have been in vain. I cannot recall which film I watched, but it spoke of every assassin possessing a lethal poison capsule hidden either in their collar or behind their molars. I checked and found none. That was a relief. He still had a fine set of teeth, yet one could surmise he lacked the courage to end his own life. I summoned the golden silkworm, a creature well known to Ma Haiba, while Yang Yu found it quite intriguing. Reminded of his own tragic past, he instinctively tensed. The plump worm circled in the air a few times before abruptly burrowing into the unfortunate man's nostril. After a while, Mr. Unfortunate opened his eyes and stirred awake. In truth, he had awakened long before, even while his eyes were closed. He first assessed his surroundings and, upon realizing there was no chance of escape, opened his eyes to regard us with an expression of innocence. I gazed at him darkly, noting the bulging veins in his neck, which betrayed the tension concealed beneath his seemingly nonchalant demeanor. Leaning closer, I fixed my gaze upon him and slowly inquired, "Why do you wish to kill me?" He feigned ignorance, claiming he did not comprehend my meaning, insisting that he merely fell into the river. Ma Haiba chuckled nearby, remarking, "Flying Knife 7. Now that you are here, you might as well cease your stubbornness, as if we could mistake you for someone else. Your criminal record is a thick stack. Do you truly believe us to be fools?" Ma Haiba was referring to the man's notorious alias. This individual was known for his stealth, leaving no trace behind after his deeds. He was often seen with 7 flying knives, striking swiftly before vanishing, and had earned considerable infamy in the counties straddling the borders of Hunan and Guizhou. He possesses a modicum of rudimentary disguise skills, essentially, makeup, ensuring that no one recognizes his true visage. Enigmatic yet boasting an impeccable record in his profession, he has thrived in this line of work. Over time, those in the know have come to refer to him as Flying Dagger 7, a moniker that carries considerable weight. When Ma Haiba unmasked him with a single utterance, the fellow, unperturbed, leaned back in his chair and leisurely remarked, "Officer, one must consider evidence in an investigation, you know?" I chose to disregard his banter and, once Yang Yu completed the necessary procedures, I directly inquired who had instigated the attempt on my life. He fell silent, bowing his head and closing his eyes, exuding an air of defiance. Realizing he had been cornered, Flying Dagger 7 adopted a demeanor akin to Su Shu entering Chaoying, head lowered and lips sealed. I stepped closer and pressed him, demanding whether he would speak. He opened his eyes, gazed at me defiantly, and warned that coercive interrogation would be a breach of the law. I offered him a disarming smile and replied, "How could that be? I would never resort to such tactics." With that, I raised my hand and delivered 3 resounding slaps across his face. After the blows, my palm burned with heat. Flying Dagger 7 spat blood, mingled with a molar, his back tooth. He stared at me, astonished, and exclaimed, "You actually dared to strike me?" Unfazed, I rubbed my hand and retorted, "I truly had no intention of coercing you. Those slaps were merely retribution for my girlfriend's injury." I reiterated my question, pressing him one last time for the identity of his puppet master. He remained silent, a look of disdain flickering in his eyes. I discerned his meaning. Even among those of his ilk, divulging the identity of a client is the gravest transgression, a violation of the unspoken code. In truth, the underlying rules in this matter are profoundly intricate. Should he speak out, he would render himself incapable of ever returning to this profession. However, there lies a possibility he may not have considered. Once he enters, will he ever be able to escape? Or perhaps break free? Under the glaring light, Fei Dao Qi gazes at his own shadow in silence. Am I truly intimidated by such a hardened individual? I began to communicate with the golden silkworm Gu, urging it to prematurely unleash the effects of the 24 days of heartbreak Gu. This tormenting ordeal is precisely what the loathsome fat worm relishes. Responding to my command, it reveled in its task, beginning to scuttle through Fei Dao Qi's body. With a snap of my fingers, Fei Dao Qi's wails echoed within the confined space, each cry surpassing the last, a haunting lament that tugged at the heartstrings, filled with excruciating agony. Perhaps it was the anguish inflicted upon Huang Fei that rendered my heart icy and vengeful, akin to a ferocious beast roaring. Upon hearing this pitiful sound, I inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction, as if reveling in the lamentations of the weak. As Fei Dao Qi's cries gradually turned hoarse and feeble, I suddenly awoke to my own cruelty. How could I become so merciless, even towards an adversary? Have I changed? Ma Haibao approached, placing a cloth over Fei Dao Qi's mouth, then turned to me, stating that if this continued, the fellow might truly resort to biting his own tongue and ending his life. He urged me to pause. I regained my senses, communicating with the golden silkworm Gu, instructing it to cease its torment. Fei Dao Qi exhaled deeply, his eyes wide open, filled with sheer terror. Beads of sweat adorned his brow as he remarked on my prowess, acknowledging me as the worthy successor of Long Lao Lan's legacy. I find myself somewhat intrigued. So, you claim to be acquainted with my grandmother? He nodded, mentioning that he had encountered her a few times, thus considering her a familiar figure. He stated he knew several practitioners of the art of poison, yet none rivaled my prowess. If death were to befall him, he mused, it would be a swift end in my hands, and that would hold some value. Enraged, I retorted, questioning why a familiar acquaintance would pursue my demise. He chuckled softly, asserting that in this profession, it is money that binds relationships, not camaraderie. As long as one can afford the price, he would not hesitate to take the life of anyone, even a familiar face. Your words are truly navi, he remarked, his passion for his vocation evident. Observing his silence, I recognized him as a man of fortitude, raising my thumb in genuine admiration, declaring that to reach such heights in his line of work speaks volumes of his dedication. He beamed with pride, stating that while others label him a killer, in truth, we are merely merchants trading in lives. In times of poverty, we wander this world in solitude, but when fortune smiles, we conduct transactions, guiding souls to the netherworld. I exclaimed, "Ah, truly a man of honor." Following that proclamation, I snapped my fingers. In the second round, the flying knives tore at his lips, yet he persisted. In the third round, the knives severed the wooden stick wedged between his teeth, a stick 2 fingers wide. As I prepared for the fourth round, this self-proclaimed toughest man shed tears and mucus, lamenting when this relentless cycle would conclude. I replied, "I do not know. It will end when you confess. If you do not, we shall continue while hooked up to glucose." He was overwhelmed, exclaiming that such games were intolerable and endless. Had he known, he would have confessed during the first round, sparing himself from such turmoil. Fei Daoqi had relayed that a familiar acquaintance facilitated the introduction. This individual was one of his several recruiters, and the employer had provided relevant information along with an advance payment. All he needed to do was eliminate me. In addition to the commission from the recruiter, he would receive the remaining balance. When I inquired about the recruiter's identity and origin, he candidly admitted that the recruiter hailed from Zhening and was one of the more renowned recruiters in the region. However, the economic conditions here were poor, resulting in limited business. Fei Daoqi informed me that my price was 420,000 yuan, which piqued his interest. I was at a loss for words, uncertain whether to deem it exorbitant or a bargain. Observing this once formidable man now slumped in his chair, I instructed Ma Haiba to prepare black fungus and white fungus in water for a 3-day regimen to eliminate the poison. After the interrogation, Ma Haiba informed me that he had already sent a letter to Yelang County to assist in the investigation, though he could not guarantee an arrest. Navigating the complexities of grassroots operations, Ma Haiba understood the underlying patterns. Nevertheless, the capture of Fei Daoqi granted me a temporary sense of security for my life. Ma Haiba chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted, remarking that this individual bore the weight of several bloody incidents, potentially revealing even greater insights. I shook my head, expressing that without uncovering the mastermind behind this, I would find no peace. I told him I intended to make a trip to Zhening to track down Lao Wai and expose the one who had orchestrated the assassination. Ma Haiba gazed at me and inquired whether it was absolutely necessary to make the trip. I nodded affirmatively, stating that there was a venomous serpent constantly preoccupied with me. How could I possibly turn a blind eye? This time, the attack was directed at me, yet it inadvertently harmed Huang Fei. I could not help but ponder whether, in the future, he might employ Huang Fei or even my parents as leverage against me. Eradicating the roots of such malevolence is imperative. A spring breeze may give rise to new growth if left unchecked, and I am resolute in my zero-tolerance policy towards such matters. Ma Haiba acknowledged my sentiments and mentioned that he had an alumnus at the Zhening County Bureau, providing me with a phone number to seek assistance when the time came. I compiled all the information regarding Lao Wai, a 50-year-old man of genteel appearance, yet with rough, powerful hands, reeking of tobacco, conversing in the local dialect of Zhening. He frequently utilized a Huaihua phone card to communicate with them and resided on the street in Yangchang Town, Zhening County, where he had contracted a scorpion breeding farm. This information was already quite comprehensive. If the Zhening County police collaborated effectively and acted promptly, there should be no issues. However, given that this old rogue had been engaged in shady dealings for decades, one must question whether he would be easy to handle. Having agreed on the plan, we dispersed to take action. Yang Yu sought Ma Haiba's approval, designating him as the coordinator to accompany me to Zhening to investigate Lao Wai's dealings. Ma Haiba consented and even arranged for a vehicle from the team for our overnight journey. We made our preparations. Ma Haiba intended to send a letter to the Zhening County Bureau that very night and to contact his old classmate. Meanwhile, Yang Yu had some matters to attend to, so I seized the opportunity during the half-hour to sneak a glance at Huang Fei through the door at the hospital. The young lady's complexion was ashen, a symptom indicative of excessive blood loss. Her mother kept vigil, and upon seeing me, she gritted her teeth and scolded me in a hushed tone, questioning my audacity to return and my lack of shame. As Huang Fei's mother, I naturally yielded and said little, respectfully nodding before departing. After a while, Yang Yu came to fetch me and we took turns driving through the night towards Zhening, in search of a man known as Old Wai, a collector of patrons. Yang Yu inquired if I had offended anyone recently. I replied that I had not angered many, though I could count the number of vile creatures I had crossed on one hand. He seemed quite intrigued and bombarded me with questions about raising spirits, along with various common supernatural occurrences, such as sleep paralysis, midnight knocks, and ghostly wall slapping. As we conversed while navigating the dimly lit mountain roads, which were fraught with sharp turns, we drove cautiously. During this time, the two little creatures could not remain idle. First was the plump worm, which wriggled forth and climbed onto Yang Yu's face, leaving a damp trail as a sign of goodwill. Yang Yu, having never encountered it before but having heard tales within the team of its nocturnal escapades, recognized it as the source of his previous misfortune and dared not provoke it, gazing at me with sheer terror. The plump worm, finding him dull, took to the air, ignoring him. Before Yang Yu could regain his composure, the eager little sprite, Duoduo, began reciting poetry and leaped out from the locust wood talisman hanging from my chest. Yang Yu's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow 2 duck eggs. No, 3. Fortunately, he was not driving at that moment. Otherwise, our fate would have surely been catastrophic. The plump worm was a born diplomat, able to engage with anyone, a mischievous spirit even dogs would find annoying. Together with the little sprite, Dodo, they often engaged in a game of hide-and-seek, where the golden silkworm would conceal itself while Dodo searched for it. Upon discovery, a playful tap on its rear would ensue. This delightful game captivated the 2 little beings for a full hour, until the golden silkworm's tail became exceedingly swollen, prompting a cessation of play. Bored, Dodo then turned her attention to tormenting Yang Yu. Utilizing her innate illusions, she presented Yang Yu with a 4D cinematic experience that left him oscillating between sheer terror, frantic screams, and unexpected bursts of infatuation, leading to a rather embarrassing accident. Thankfully, he was secured by a seatbelt. With the addition of these 2 mischievous companions, the journey transformed into an experience both fleeting and interminable, utterly upending Yang Yu's worldview. We arrived in Zhening at 3 in the morning. Having made prior arrangements, we were met by a middle-aged police officer named Yin Shang. After explaining our intent and the circumstances, he informed us that the situation might prove somewhat challenging. Every matter must adhere to a specific protocol. Police investigations, arrests, case filing, and inquiries all require their due processes, without which one would be in violation of the law. Would they not? When we inquired about the quickest possible timeline for these procedures, he responded that it would take at least until tomorrow, as it was late at night and not a particularly grave case. We suggested proceeding to Yangchang town to monitor the suspect, Old Y, fearing he might flee. He acquiesced, promising to remain on standby, and summoned a young detective named Wang Jun to accompany us. We did not linger any longer and set off towards Yangchang town. With an outsider present, I refrained from allowing the 2 little beings to cause any mischief. Upon entering the vehicle, Wang Jun sniffed the air, revealing a peculiar smile, while Yang Yu wore an expression of acute embarrassment. Exhausted from a long day, I permitted Wang Jun to take the wheel while I reclined in the back seat. Succumbing to slumber, I acknowledged this arrangement with a nod. The notorious figure known as Lao Wai was referred to as Guowaxi. Yang Yu inquired whether we could request assistance from the local police, but Wang Jun dismissed the notion, stating that no official case had been filed yet, rendering such action procedurally inappropriate. Nevertheless, he suggested that we could enlist the assistance of the police to ascertain Lao Wai's whereabouts. Resigned to the situation, we instructed Wang Jun to make contact, while Yang Yu and I remained in the vehicle, awaiting news. As I sat in the car, I felt ensnared by an invisible web woven by the presence of these officers, rendering my movements cumbersome. Yet, upon reflection, I realized that without such regulations in place, ordinary citizens would likely feel even more vulnerable. After a short while, a knock on the window jolted me from my thoughts. It was Wang Jun, accompanied by another man. Wang Jun introduced him as the on-duty officer from the station and relayed an intriguing development. Curious, we inquired about the nature of this incident. The officer informed us that indeed, there was a person named Guowaxi, a veteran in his late 20s, who had taken to cultivating scorpions in the wilderness, a figure well known in town for his shrewdness and entrepreneurial success. This individual bore no resemblance to the physical description we had provided. A chill coursed through me, and skepticism arose. The officer seemed well prepared, inviting us to the station to review the documentation. We rose and followed him inside, and upon viewing the computer records depicting a principled young man, it became evident that we had been deceived by that scoundrel known as Fei Dao Qi. The audacity of fabricating such falsehoods had led us to traverse 300 miles under the cover of night. My frustration reached a boiling point. As I gazed at the mugwort hanging at the entrance of his home, a seed of doubt began to germinate within me. Mugwort is both a food and a traditional Chinese medicinal herb. However, in the regions of Xiang and Qian, it is regarded as a herbaceous plant used for repelling insects and warding off evil spirits. Each year during the Qingming festival, households either purchase or gather fresh green mugwort to hang above their doors, on rooftops, and along walls, serving as a deterrent against mosquitoes and malevolent entities. Yet, As summer approaches, it is typically removed, with only the remarkably indolent families allowing the dried mugwort to remain until the autumn equinox. At the onset of spring, upon observing the dried mugwort that has been hanging for nearly a year, my initial reaction is not to ponder the laziness of the family, but rather to sense an underlying mystery. Within the dried mugwort resides a compound known as isopentyl acetate, also referred to as Mi Su Yao. This substance is uniquely favored by one creature, the scorpion. Having consumed this Mi Su Yao, 12 scorpions are placed within a large urn to engage in combat. Fed with sweet rice wine, also called Lao Zao, every 3 days, while being worshipped day and night with incense, 3 sticks in the morning and another 3 at night. After a period of 27 days, a piece of moldy blood tofu is cast into the urn as an offering, left to steep overnight, and subsequently ignited with the dried mugwort, producing a singular living creature that emerges, resplendent and glistening, having shed its exoskeleton. This entity is known as Scorpion Gu. There are specific rituals associated with this process. The dried mugwort must be placed at the front and back of the house for a full year, absorbing human essence and dew. The extraction of the Scorpion Gu must occur precisely on the day of the Jingjia, Awakening of Insects, festival, no more, no less. The preparation of Scorpion Gu is straightforward, hence its limited applications. It is primarily utilized for its excrement to poison individuals. The afflicted initially experience diarrhea, halitosis, fever, and facial flushing, while severe cases witness a tumultuous agitation within the limbs and internal organs. Within 30 days, death is inevitable. This type of sorcery belongs to the branch of the Yin snake Gu, characterized by its venomous potency, also known as life not exceeding 30. To avoid mistakenly accusing the innocent, I circled the house for a week and discerned many traits indicative of a Gu cultivator. Mirrors suspended on the side beams, walls devoid of cobwebs, and the ground tiles in front of the door pristine and new. Moreover, there was an unmistakable chill in the air. Gu can be classified into yin and yang. The majority of those brewed in urns are of a yin nature, with a mere handful being yang, such as the golden silkworm Gu. Of course, everything has its limits. The golden silkworm Gu, while inherently yang, is ultimately a semi-spiritual entity. It can traverse freely under the sunlight, yet it harbors a deep-seated fear of the utmost yang and unyielding force of thunder and lightning, retreating far from its presence. This is due to the fact that thunder and lightning represent a fusion of light and wave, posing the greatest threat to spiritual beings. Thus, on stormy days, visiting households that nurture golden silkworm Gu carries no risk, provided one refrains from consuming anything. A lingering doubt occupied my mind. How could a seemingly respectable household engage in the breeding of such malevolent sorcery? What a conundrum! I crouched across from Guowaxi's home, deep in thought. Just then, the residents behind me opened their door, setting up a breakfast stall, preparing to commence their daily activities. Noticing me squatting by the entrance, the male head of the household inquired about my presence. I replied that I was merely a traveler who had arrived early and was quite famished, seeking something to eat. At that moment, dawn broke, and he seemed unperturbed, offering that his family's bone soup noodles were a specialty of the town, suggesting I might like a bowl to warm myself. I agreed, and he fetched a long bench for me to sit on while he stoked the fire and busied himself with preparations. Meanwhile, Yang Yu called, asking where I had wandered off to. The bowl of rice noodles arrived, brimming with glistening broth and vibrant green scallions. The proprietor inquired if I desired any chili, offering a selection of fiery varieties. The tongue-tingling chow tian pepper, the tangy sour chili, and the classic red chili. I shook my head in refusal. Though I typically relish spiciness, the golden silkworm charm abhors such pungent stimuli. I have often pondered why, in the realm of stimulation, numerous biological toxins are not deemed more provoking than mere chili peppers. Such reasoning seems illogical. Yet, it is as it is, and I must adjust my culinary preferences accordingly. As I savored my meal, I engaged the owner in conversation, mentioning that I had heard of a scorpion breeding farm in our town. I curiously inquired how such creatures are raised. Dipping my spoon into the noodles, I took a hearty sip of broth and asked how many people resided in Guowaxi's household. I observed a small spirit, a mischievous entity, darting from my embrace toward Guowaxi's home, and I muttered, "Indeed, it is quite chilly." I conversed with the breakfast shop owner about the local culture and customs, relishing 2 servings of bone soup noodles, lingering for nearly half an hour. Eventually, I could no longer contain my restlessness. After contemplating for a moment, I settled the bill and made my way to Guowaxi's doorstep. I raised my hand to knock on the door. A minute later, it creaked open, revealing a face etched with countless wrinkles, eyes reddened and crusted with sleep. He scrutinized me warily and asked whom I sought. I examined him in return. He appeared to be an elderly man, perhaps in his 70s or 80s, with a visage marked by the passage of time and a faint musty odor clinging to him. I straightforwardly stated that I had lost something and had come to inquire about it. He did not fully open the door but regarded me with a flat gaze, as if assessing a wayward child. I reciprocated his scrutiny, and from the yellowish-white crust gathered in his eyes, I became increasingly convinced of his identity as a practitioner of the arcane arts. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke. The Guoxiong blossoms 36 branches, scattered across the southeast and northwest. May I inquire which cluster you belong to, and which flower are you? His words were a form of dialect unique to the 36 Miao Gu caves, a legacy of the ancient Yelang Kingdom's priests, interwoven and disseminated over millennia. During the Song dynasty, there were those who compiled these 36 caves, and now, after 1,000 years have passed, several have become extinct, while others have withered, their existence now a mystery. Nevertheless, this dialect has persisted through generations of tradition. I tied the Miao Gu secret seal and claimed to hail from the Clearwater River. He glanced towards the door and inquired, "Is it just one person?" I nodded affirmatively. He opened the door and said, "Then come in." He picked up a bowl of oil tea from the table, stirred the fried rice and oil soup with his chopsticks, and sipped it slowly, offering no invitation for my company. The oil tea was scalding hot, and he drank it at a leisurely pace while I observed him intently, narrowing my eyes. Eventually, the bowl was emptied, and he set it aside, fixing his gaze upon me, asking, "Was that ghostly creature yours?" I affirmed, and he nodded seriously, stating that he wanted it. I chuckled, retorting, "You seem to have calculated your desires quite well. Why should you simply take what you wish?" As I spoke, I examined the arrangement of the room, searching for the source of control over the little demon. He allowed my scrutiny, grinning, his lips glistening with oil. This old fellow was audacious indeed. He laughed, parting his lips to reveal the few remaining teeth, clearly delighted. He remarked, "The Miao Gu from your Clearwater River, like that of Zhening, is scarce. However, there are still some formidable techniques such as the Golden Silkworm Gu. The Golden Silkworm Gu, once an ordinary entity, is rarely passed down when refined to become a vital possession. If you possess such knowledge, I would appreciate your sharing it, as we could then engage in a fruitful discussion." I furrowed my brow, acutely aware that this individual must have uncovered my secrets. Otherwise, he would not have broached this topic so directly. This implies that Fei Daoqi has indeed spoken the truth. The old man resides here, but he is not Guo Waxi. Rather, he is the father of that old fellow. This clarification elucidates everything. Yet, I am left pondering the capabilities of this elder, who managed to subdue the little demon duo with such ease and silence. Truly astonishing. What am I to do? Nevertheless, since the matter has been laid bare, I shall no longer conceal my inquiries. I directly asked him whether he had sent Fei Daoqi to take my life, and for what reason, as well as who orchestrated this plot. He chuckled softly, remarking that I seemed to misunderstand my predicament. "It is no longer I who seeks your favor, but rather you who seeks mine. Do you comprehend? Your words imply I am akin to a criminal. Let us dispense with the trivialities. If you are sensible, reveal the method of nurturing the Golden Silkworm Gu. Should you be uncooperative, you may leave unaccompanied." I rose and surveyed the surroundings, inquiring if there were not others present in this abode. "Why not summon them all?" He smiled, disregarding my question, and remarked, "Did you not notice that this hall has been specially arranged?" I cast a fleeting glance, and, indeed, in each of the 4 corners of the main hall, there lay 4 mounds of dog excrement. Upon the altar rested a deity figure, a small black statue adorned with golden edges, crafted from wood, featuring 3 heads and 6 arms, with faces of a deep blue-black hue, spewing fire in a wrathful naked form. It struck me as familiar, as if I had encountered it recently, yet despite my earnest efforts to recall, the memory eluded me. The incense smoke enveloped the altar, where a small copper bowl filled with water was placed at its center. I remarked that it was indeed ominous, but what of it? The elderly man, squinting, recounted hearing tales of the utmost mastery of curses, claiming that the pinnacle of such arts lay in the flying head. Conversely, the highest form of raising a spirit was said to be the golden silkworm. This notion had grown tiresome to my ears. Yet, the truth remained elusive. I had long desired to find someone well-versed in the intricacies of spirit manipulation to engage in a contest, to ascertain whether his ancestral skills surpassed the renowned prowess of the golden silkworm. When two tigers contend, there are bound to be missteps. Caution is advised. I discerned that this statement hinted at a desire for rivalry. He began to chant incantations in the Miao language, the rhythm of his words oscillating with purpose. Before long, a small, translucent pink scorpion materialized upon the table. It was no larger than an adult's thumb, resembling a peepa in shape, soft and delicate, with a pair of tender pincers reminiscent of fresh buds in early spring, while its elegantly arched tail swayed like a willow branch in my direction. This scorpion spirit was entirely supple, save for the singular sharp spike at the tip of its tail, which was unnaturally hard and keen. There are many forms of spirit contests, and this was a clear confrontation. A so-called open contest stands in stark contrast to the covert methods of spirit manipulation. Typically, the concept of poisoning with Gu refers to the practice wherein a practitioner of Gu employs their craft against an unsuspecting novice. In cases of chronic affliction, if the victim is unable to locate the practitioner responsible for their plight, they must seek the expertise of another. This intermediary is, in fact, another practitioner, tasked with alleviating the effects of the Gu. Once the remedy is administered, a clandestine struggle ensues. This method generally entails a prolonged incubation period. Should the healer possess great skill, they may succeed, but a novice could inadvertently cause harm or, if successful, provoke the ire of the original practitioner. Such animosity runs deep, as it jeopardizes the livelihoods and crafts of those who nurture Gu. There also exists a more overt confrontation, akin to the present scenario, where two Gu practitioners openly engage in combat, reminiscent of cockfighting or cricket battles. This form of contest is straightforward and decisive. The prowess of each contender becomes evident through the struggle, leaving little room for ambiguity thereafter. This method harks back to ancient traditions, yet it demands a high level of expertise. As previously mentioned, most Gu primarily exist in forms of powder or poison, with tangible manifestations being exceedingly rare. Hence, those capable of engaging in open combat are typically formidable figures. Upon witnessing this, I could do naught but clasp my hands in reverence, inviting the golden silkworm Gu to reveal itself. The plump creature emerged vividly before the elder, its posterior slightly swollen, a result of being playfully prodded by a mischievous sprite during its hide-and-seek escapades. It ought to have been in a deep slumber, recuperating, yet now it presented itself with an air of reluctance. However, upon catching a whiff of the air, it began to scan its surroundings, eventually spotting the crystalline scorpion Gu poised for battle upon the table. Upon this encounter, a remarkable transformation occurred. Its obsidian eyes ignited with an unparalleled brilliance, akin to a young monk having fasted for a decade, beholding a sumptuous platter of aromatic braised pork, or perhaps like a famished fly, stumbling upon a pile of excrement. The allure was undeniably potent, and I surmised that this plump creature was likely salivating in anticipation. It fixated on the scorpion charm, its delicate wings fluttering gently, reminiscent of a tiger unleashed from its confines. Meanwhile, the scorpion charm regarded it with a menacing demeanor, swaying its tail like a ravenous wolf. The two locked eyes, one soaring above, the other grounded below, each able to perceive the insatiable greed reflected in the other's gaze, an insatiable yearning that no ocean could extinguish. The old man appeared nonchalant, yet the flaring of his nostrils and the flickering light within his murky eyes, akin to shards of glass, betrayed his anxiety entwined with the stakes of the soul. Absent my command, the golden silkworm charm remained still, hovering in the air, occasionally casting its obsidian gaze upon me. Filled with longing, I felt a profound connection with it, sensing a deep hunger emanating from its being. Counting on my fingers, I realized it had been many days since I had fed this unfortunate creature. Having followed me, its fate resembled that of a gluttonous ghost, with only one substantial meal since the encounter with the Shura's flower. Yet, even in the presence of temptation, it refrained from acting impulsively. This restraint was a testament to my training over the past 6 months. Though it occasionally displayed minor tempers and playful antics, it showed commendable composure in moments of significant consequence. The old man inquired if we could commence, to which I replied that we should first discuss the wager. I have lost. Here is the method for cultivating the golden silkworm Gu. You have lost. Return my precious Duoduo to me, and reveal who truly seeks my demise. I had anticipated he would embark on a discourse regarding professional ethics, yet he did not, nodding in acquiescence instead. After our conversation, we simultaneously snapped our fingers. In but a fleeting second, both fell to the ground. A smile emerged upon the old man's visage, a terrifying sight when juxtaposed with his aged features. However, soon his smile became rigid. Under the watchful gaze of both myself and the elderly Gu, the two diminutive creatures that plummeted to the concrete floor were not the ferocious scorpion Gu that had successfully struck, but rather the plump golden silkworm Gu. This little creature did nothing but flutter over, only to be pierced by the scorpion Gu, its blood spilling forth, infecting the scorpion Gu and causing its demise in a manner so simple. It writhed upon the scorpion Gu, indulging itself without a hint of decorum, lacking any sense of being a guest. Its gluttonous demeanor, reveling in its feast, filled me with a sense of embarrassment. Nevertheless, it asserted its royal status in the most splendid manner, exuding an air of dominance. Elder Gu sank into his chair, shaking his head and sighing, expressing disbelief at the vast disparity. His countenance appeared wilted, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. I still required his cooperation in releasing Duoduo, so I feigned concern, asking Elder, "Are you all right?" He stared at me blankly, his expression suddenly transforming into one of benevolence, his brow unfurling, which struck me as rather peculiar. He let out a long sigh and remarked that the scorpion venom requires a year of nurturing, another year of warmth, and only after 3 years does it truly reveal its brilliance. As for your golden silkworm venom, do you have any idea how many years it has endured? I shook my head and confessed my ignorance, explaining that this golden silkworm venom was cultivated by my grandmother, and I had never taken the time to count its years. Old Gu extended his hand, raising his thumb and little finger while the other 3 fingers remained together, proclaiming 60 years. When he first met your grandmother, she had already resolved to cultivate such a formidable golden silkworm venom. I sought it from her, but she refused, claiming that it was intended as a dowry. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have elapsed since that hasty farewell. I was taken aback. He actually knew my grandmother? He chuckled heartily, stating that in the Miao village by the clear waters of the river, who is not aware of the illustrious reputation of Long Laolon? Yet, as the years have passed, you younger generations seem indifferent. In those days, your grandmother was renowned as the golden phoenix of the Miao village, with countless young men singing love songs beneath her stilted house night after night, many shedding silent tears in the darkness. Little did anyone expect that fate would have her marry your grandfather, a humble farmer, and slip into obscurity. Life is indeed marvelous, is it not? He paused for a moment, shaking his head with a long sigh, lamenting that such a remarkable woman as your grandmother would choose to remain hidden in a small village. It is no easy feat. All her life's devotion has been poured into this golden silkworm venom. I remained silent and inquired why he suddenly brought up these matters. Could they possibly be related to me? Old Gu sighed regretfully, noting that it was not the case, merely a reflection prompted by nostalgia. I let out a cold laugh and remarked that both the Flying Knife 7 and you claimed to know my grandmother, suggesting that we were all familiar acquaintances. However, if that were indeed the case, why have you repeatedly come to hunt me down? Old Gu clapped his hands, and a middle-aged man entered, dressed like a rustic farmer, lacking refinement and reeking of smoke and fire. His rough, calloused hands spoke of hard labor. This man was the so-called Old Y, who assisted Flying Knife 7 in attracting business. Surprisingly, he did not attempt to conceal himself. Was this confidence or ignorance? Old Y approached, first saluting my father, then taking a seat to introduce himself as Guxiu, a local recruiter. The contract to kill me had been passed down to him by his subordinates. Initially, he was not well acquainted with my background, but after flying Knife 7's failure in the ancient city, he intensified his information gathering and discovered that I, too, was a keeper of the Gu poison, as well as the grandson of the renowned Long Laolon. I inquired whether my grandmother bore any enmity towards them. Old Y shook his head, indicating that there was none. Perhaps feeling a bit awkward, he began discussing the current market downturn and how, in our impoverished rural area, there were few lucrative opportunities, making it difficult to back out once engaged. Furthermore, he added, if even the grandson of Long Laolon could not escape the pursuit of flying Knife 7, what purpose would it serve to remain in this world? He insisted that as a mere business recruiter, entangling oneself in too much animosity would only tarnish his reputation. I waved my hand, urging him to cease his ramblings and release Duoduo first. Old Man Gu nodded approvingly as he paced towards the shrine, carefully removing the bowl of water that had been offered. He placed the bronze bowl upon the table for my observation. Leaning closer, I beheld the reflection within the water, where little spirits, like playful sprites, were leaping and calling out, desperately attempting to break free from the surface. Yet, it seemed as though an invisible barrier, akin to a glass pane, held them captive beneath the water's surface, preventing their escape. Noticing the bewilderment in my eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment lit up Old Man Gu's face. He extended his left hand, dipped his index finger into the water, and began to inscribe crooked runes upon the table. As he drew, he recounted that this bronze bowl was a treasured artifact passed down through generations, known as the Copper Sea, with the poetic appellation of endless echoes in the smoky veil. Silence reigns in the celestial void. It serves as a quintessential protective talisman against malevolent forces, filled with pure water, capable of ensnaring any spectral beings or spirit entities within. Upon completing his intricate symbols, he raised the bowl to his lips and took a sip, subsequently spraying the water onto the vacant ground. With an exclamation of surprise, the little spirit tumbled onto the floor. Old Man Gu pointed at the prostrate sprite, remarking on its considerable fortune in encountering this ghostly entity. However, he noted that this little creature, with its nascent intelligence, possessed little beyond the rudiments of illusion. He cautioned that in the realm of cultivation, stagnation leads to regression. Without proper guidance, even the most promising talents could be squandered over time. Furthermore, he admonished against carelessly dispatching the spirit into others' domains for reconnaissance, for never had he witnessed such a Na'vi ethereal being, who so foolishly leaped into the bowl. Little, with a face full of indignation, stood up with her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "You old coffin, you're the foolish one, you belong in the bowl, your whole family belongs in the bowl." I hurriedly covered the mouth of this little fool. This impudent girl, having spent a few days with the tiger-striped cat lord, had not learned anything else but had certainly picked up a repertoire of profanities, cursing without repetition. Old Gu chuckled, asking if I understood why she spoke so much. I shook my head, lifting up this little troublemaker from the ground, then directed the fat worm to burrow under her neck. With the fat worm's playful intrusion, Little momentarily forgot her curses, reaching out to catch the worm, giggling with glee. Old Gu sighed deeply, reiterating his earlier words. The golden silkworm Gu was the lifelong effort of your grandmother, and even as an observer, one hopes you can live long and ultimately escape the fated choices of raising Gu, which are solitude, poverty, or premature death. The earlier attempt to kill you was to witness your fortune, and now, in the spirit of camaraderie, he offers guidance. What is Gu? It is a means of self-destruction leading to victory, inherently imbued with malice, which, when used to harm others, inevitably erodes one's blessings. The Tao is ethereal and elusive, yet heaven remains above, overseeing all. Evil deeds bring about karmic retribution. Good deeds sow the seeds of virtue. I listened to his ramblings, which meandered in a wide circle before finally arriving at the crux of the matter. He stated that the flying Dagger 7 had been ensnared. This man, originally a robust individual, could not withstand the torment of the Gu poison, which is why I found myself here. He confessed. Yet the information was scant and the evidence insufficient. Thus it surely could not be attributed to his son. In contemporary society, which is grounded in a robust legal framework, a lack of evidence precludes a conviction. Naturally, it would be preferable if I could keep this matter to myself, to avoid any complications. After a moment of contemplation, I agreed, but stipulated a condition. Should anyone pose a threat to me or my family, I must be informed without delay. The old man, Gu, turned to his son, Lao Wai, who nodded in acquiescence, affirming the agreement. I eagerly awaited the revelation of the name of the mastermind behind it all. He opened his mouth and uttered 3 words, Zhang Haiyang. From that moment onward, our paths diverged, yet I could never have anticipated the depth of his animosity towards me. From the assassination in Fenghuang ancient town to the ambush at the Jinping Wind and Rain Bridge, it had occurred twice. A chill enveloped my heart. Zhang Haiyang's intentions were undeniably malevolent. Merely due to a rivalry over a romantic interest having failed, he resorted to extreme measures such as hiring a hitman over a trivial personal grievance. Does he possess no sense of morality? Is there no regard for the law in his mind? Can one, merely by virtue of being a wealthy second-generation scion or a privileged offspring of officials, act with impunity? I fixed my gaze on Lao Wai and inquired whether he was certain. Lao Wai presented me with a printed bank transfer record, stating that this individual was indeed generous. In our vicinity, a murder typically costs around 100,000, making this a significant transaction. Behold, a total of 500,000, with us set to receive 16%, and he had already paid half as a deposit. Of course, this is merely for our eyes. You cannot have it. We will not testify in court either. I nodded and said I understood who was scheming against me, which was sufficient. This fool, without a hint of caution, truly does not grasp that my grandfather runs a dyeing workshop. Old Gu raised a bowl from the table and inquired if I would like a bowl of oil tea. I shook my head, declining, stating that I had already experienced enough and would take my leave, hoping for another opportunity to meet in the future. Lao Wai stood up to greet me, asking if I had any interest in becoming one of their facilitators. Their principle was to share profits with frontline employees. Thus, the commission was minimal, merely 16, with the majority of the earnings allocated to the frontline facilitators. If I was interested, I could add his QQ for future correspondence. I noted down his QQ, stating that while I did not wish to enter this line of work, I would appreciate being informed promptly of any news concerning me. He smiled, affirming that this was the essence of friendship. Throughout the encounter, I did not catch a glimpse of Guowaxi. After waiting by the roadside for a while, a car arrived, and Yang Yu and Wang Jun beckoned me to get in. I settled into the back seat and promptly fell asleep. Upon our arrival in the county town, Ma Haibao's classmate, Yin Shang, warmly welcomed us, mentioning that he had received a call from old Ma and was now aware of the situation. It was indeed a comical misunderstanding, yet it was not easy to come all this way, so he invited us to a meal, a modest display of hospitality. As I drove, navigating the winding road ahead, I casually remarked to Yang Yu, "Surely you must also be aware of the mastermind behind the assassination plot, correct?" Yang Yu's face shifted through shades of pale and green as he looked at me, speechless. I ignored his silence and continued, stating that the mastermind possessed most of my information, even knowing about my involvement with raising poison insects. Fortunately, this time it is merely a man who wields throwing knives and possesses an unwavering confidence in himself. Had he been a gunslinger, Yang Yu, would you still have the chance to meet me again? The corners of Yang Yu's mouth twitched, attempting to form a smile, yet the expression remained rigid, resembling a visage of sorrow. After a moment, he laboriously articulated that it was not his intention to disclose such information. Rather, he merely sought to caution that individual to be more vigilant and to avoid provoking those who should not be trifled with. Is that so? I turned to him, inquiring whether that meant he was aware of who was behind this. Yang Yu struggled to respond, suggesting it might be his cousin Zhang Haiyang. I pressed him for clarification. Yang Yu cradled his head and snared in a tormenting struggle. Eventually, upon hearing from the cavalry that I had been attacked in Fenghuang ancient town, he grew anxious. He checked his company account and discovered that Zhang Haiyang had siphoned away 500,000. Instantly, he recognized something was amiss and confronted Zhang Haiyang with intense scrutiny. To his dismay, the wretched fellow vehemently denied any wrongdoing, claiming it was merely a loss from gambling. Zhang Haiyang, being the only son of his uncle, had always been excessively pampered, receiving everything he desired, and no one dared to oppose his whims. When this matter reached his uncle's ears, he administered a severe beating to Zhang Haiyang and subsequently grounded him, contemplating sending the boy abroad for some discipline, lest he languish in this small town, becoming a mere shadow of himself. After recounting this, Yang Yu looked at me, asserting he had no evidence, only speculation. He harbored some small doubts, believing his cousin could never engage in such ludicrous and reckless behavior. Thus, he followed me to confirm the truth personally. I gazed at Yang Yu and asked, "Can I still place my trust in you?" Yang Yu placed his hand upon his chest, asserting with the integrity of a police officer that if it truly was Zhang Haiyang, he would be the first to apprehend the scoundrel and bring him before the court for judgment. I expressed my approval of this sentiment and proceeded to recount in detail the tribulations faced by the Gu family in Zhening. I acknowledged that although the Gu family had implored me not to expose Gu Shiyu, the murderer, and his accomplice Lao Wei, I had acquiesced to their request. However, as a conscientious citizen, I felt it was my prerogative and duty to inform the police of the matter, leaving the subsequent actions to their discretion. I had received my answer. The puppet master was indeed Zhang Haiyang, and I advised him to refrain from relaying my words to the Gu family through any means. As I continued to drive, Yang Yu contemplated the situation and contacted Ma Haiba, informing him that his cousin, Zhang Haiyang, might be the hired killer. Initially skeptical, Ma Haiba demanded confirmation, only to curse under his breath and descend into a flurry of activity upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Along the way, I replenished my energy and felt more invigorated than Yang Yu, thus taking the wheel. We arrived in Jinping County around 11 o'clock in the morning and drove directly to Yang Yu's workplace, where we found the busy Ma Haiba in his office. Upon our entrance, his expression was one of perplexity, prompting Yang Yu to inquire about the matter. Ma Haiba replied that his cousin, Zhang Haiyang, had already left the country. Yang Yu, taken aback, asked when this had occurred, expressing his surprise at being unaware of such news. Ma Haibo rubbed his nose and explained that he had only discovered this information that very morning during a summons. The young man departed from the city yesterday afternoon, embarking on a flight to the United Kingdom. By this morning's flight, he has likely already left the country. My anger surged. This scoundrel dares to employ the ruse of a golden cicada shedding its shell? I inquired about the nature of his departure. Was it for tourism, study, or immigration? Yang Yu informed me it was for study, as his uncle had previously arranged for self-funded overseas education. To my surprise, he had left just yesterday. Could it have been premeditated? Both Ma Haiba and I turned our gazes toward Yang Yu, who hastily gestured in denial, stating he had been with me throughout the night. How could that be possible? Upon reflection, I concurred. Given Yang Yu's promising future, he had no reason to engage in such antics, and moreover, he was not particularly fond of his cousin. I asked Ma Haiba if leaving the country meant we could no longer deal with this fellow. He replied affirmatively, yet noted the difficulty in navigating the procedures. His implication was clear. There was little hope. I sank into my chair, enveloped by a profound sense of disillusionment, as if expending great effort only to strike air. Was this the curse of nurturing a venomous creature? Often, I find myself preoccupied with the pursuit of vengeance. However, reality resembles an intricate web. So long as I have loved ones to protect, I must continually accept compromise. Take the Gu family of Zhening, for instance. I have always harbored a deep aversion toward those who exploit others' lives for their own gain. Yet, fearing the threat they pose to my family, I chose not to confront them directly, instead passing this dilemma on to Yang Yu. Why? The Gu family has maintained its foothold for decades, undoubtedly benefiting from certain local interests that shield them. To believe that a few words from the likes of Fei Daoqi could topple them is something I, as well as Ma Haiba, find utterly implausible. Moreover, the testimony of Fei Daoqi is derived from my coerced confession under the influence of my poison, which, from a legal standpoint, is fundamentally untenable and unworthy of credence. A serpent not slain will surely retaliate. Thus, they can only harbor suspicions towards me, lacking certainty and daring not to act rashly. Perhaps this is the only recourse available to me. My insignificance renders me acutely vulnerable. I clutched the quilt tightly, as the weariness of the day finally surged upon me. After a solitary half-day, it was now Duoduo's turn. As soon as the golden silkworm appeared, it began to play with Duoduo. Compared to that alluring vixen, the plump little creature seemed to prefer this watermelon-headed child, whose cherubic cheeks I cannot quite articulate the reason for, perhaps it is merely due to familiarity. The plump little creature is inherently nostalgic. In my uncle's home, where the sound insulation is rather inadequate, I naturally refrained from allowing the two little ones to indulge in raucous play. I seized the plump creature, instructing it to remain quietly aside, and then commenced explaining the contents of the true interpretation of the ghost path to Duoduo. Before locating the Qilan fetus, I must ensure that Duoduo becomes sufficiently strong, so as not to be washed away by the sinister winds or dissipate due to magnetic resonance. Clearly, the scroll of true interpretation of the ghost path obtained from the tumultuous household in Fenghuang, Xiangxi, is the unequivocal key to her gradual development. As for its intricate nuances, I must admit my own comprehension falters. Although I recognize each character, their collective meaning eludes me, rendering me somewhat bewildered. Illiteracy is indeed a terror. I had always steadfastly believed that Duoduo was an astute and clever child. This impression likely stemmed from her understanding and obedience. However, after approximately 2 hours of explanation and training, I realized that this little girl was indeed a bewildered simpleton. If she had been like this before, it would have been even more perplexing. I had long since mastered these concepts. Were I able to transform into a spirit, I could practice them incessantly without a moment's pause. Yet, although Duoduo had attended kindergarten and recognized a few characters, as well as drawing ducks and elephants, it was evidently unrealistic to expect her to grasp the principles of cultivation methods. Death may transform one into a ghost, yet knowledge does not necessarily undergo a metamorphosis. The state one was in previously often remains unchanged, and perhaps even regresses with no possibility of surpassing it. After countless attempts, I finally relinquished my hopes of Duoduo being a prodigy, understanding that comprehending the true essence of cultivating the ghostly path could not be achieved overnight. It required painstaking effort and meticulous instruction. It dawned on me that the room had poor sound insulation, and my commotion might have alerted Xiao Jing, prompting me to apologize, claiming I was merely speaking in my sleep. After uttering these words, I cast a stern glare at Duoduo, who sat aggrievedly by the window, cross-legged, inhaling and exhaling towards the half-moon above. I captured a plump insect that had flown by and assigned it a grand and noble task: to oversee Duoduo's diligence and ensure she did not indulge in laziness or trickery. Should she fail to persist, the insect was to inform me, and I would impose a penalty upon her. The plump insect accepted the command and promptly flitted to Duoduo's side, resting on the frosted glass of the window, wriggling with its little black eyes filled with anticipation. I extinguished the light and took a deep breath, contemplating the exhausting nature of being an early childhood educator. Worrying about Duoduo, I awoke at 5 in the morning. Glancing towards the windowsill, I beheld the almost ethereal figure of Duoduo, seated in the void, her outline faintly discernible. With her little hands clasped before her chest, she directed her breath towards the moon, which had succumbed to the encroaching darkness. It was evident that she had not entered a meditative state. As I approached, her bright black eyes opened, and with a pout, she expressed her dissatisfaction. My heart softened as I lifted her into my arms, only to have her tug at my hair in complaint, declaring that meditating was utterly unamusing and utterly exhausting. A tinge of melancholy washed over me. Duoduo, with her innate love for play, posed a formidable challenge in imparting the significance of diligent practice to this little one. I pondered how my former teacher had instilled in me a passion for reading. As for the golden silkworm, that wretched creature had long since vanished without a trace. In the early morning, I diligently practiced the 12 methods of mountain suppression, a technique mentioned in the teachings of solid forms. This method resembles a martial art, yet it is unlike conventional forms with fixed routines. Rather, it serves to stretch tendons and strengthen bones, akin to modern yoga. After completing this regimen, I was drenched in perspiration. I found it imperative to be more industrious, for through numerous trials, I had uncovered a significant issue. Despite possessing greater strength and agility than the average person, I still fell short when facing a seasoned practitioner. I contemplated whether I should seek out a martial arts school or a master to systematically study the art, lest I find myself helpless in similar situations in the future. However, it is not so easy. Our region does not uphold martial valor, as we are merely farmers scraping a living from the soil. The valiant heroes from earlier times, who once forged paths, have since been absorbed into the governance after liberation, and the commendable tradition of collective action has not been passed down. If one wishes to learn, one must venture to the martial arts schools in first-tier cities or perhaps to places like the Shaolin Temple. Yet, permit me to be audacious, since the esteemed CEO, Master Lu Yingcheng, his Dharma name shall remain unelaborated, took charge of the temple under the organization's commission. I wonder if there exists anything beyond mere flashy moves and postures? Well, indeed there is, but that is a discussion for another time. It may seem cliché, yet at times it proves quite effective. I strolled into the street. The small county town was not large, and I walked leisurely. As I approached a CAF, a group of individuals came into view, and as they brushed past me, the leader suddenly blocked my path. Caught in a whirl of my own worries, I was startled by the interruption, initially mistaking him for an acquaintance or a former classmate, only to discover it was a young man I had never met, his face brimming with arrogance and insolence. This lad, no more than 16 or 17, was at that age when one is most boisterous and unrestrained. He seized my garment and unleashed a torrent of foul language. It was only when those around us encircled that I recognized him as the young man I had kicked away 2 nights prior. I had no desire to engage in a contest of wills with these youngsters. He was holding my clothes, and I simply allowed him to do so, calmly observing him and inquiring straightforwardly what he truly intended. He cast a sidelong glance at me, stating that he would not make things difficult, suggesting instead that I accept his apologies, and that he would host a banquet at the Zhejiang Grand Hotel, along with a generous red envelope for his friends. I laughed, reaching out to grasp his hand that clutched my clothing, and with a sudden force, it tightened around him like an iron band. He cried out in distress, tears streaming down his face, and called for others to swarm and strike me. I abruptly turned my head, glaring at the eager youths who looked ready to pounce, my inner fury erupting in an instant. Perhaps my gaze was too fierce, or perhaps my demeanor too intimidating, for not a single one dared to approach. He held his head high, feigning ignorance like a fool. I raised my hand and delivered a sharp slap that echoed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yesterday, in a moment of crisis, he had witnessed my commanding presence over the golden silkworm poison. Yet this boy, foolishly audacious, stubbornly pretended not to see. I struck him several more times, his face swelling, a tapestry of red and blue. As he attempted to resist, I seized him by the throat, restraining him. The other boys fidgeted restlessly, but I towered over them, my strikes fierce, and without a leader among them, they dared not approach. Gripping the boy, I inquired if he had come to his senses. After a moment of silence, he admitted he understood and apologized. At that moment, a black Audi pulled up beside me, the rear window sliding down to reveal half a face that called out to me, "Lu Zuo, get in." It was Huang Fei's father. I responded affirmatively, releasing the unfortunate group of children and entering the car. Huang Fei's father asked me what had transpired with the kids. I explained the situation, elaborating that at this age, children are prone to impulsive thoughts, believing themselves invincible. Without experiencing setbacks, how could they possibly learn? Who knows what mischief they might commit in the future? Huang Fei's father smiled and remarked that my approach was ultimately misguided. I dared not dispute him and merely nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the CAF, we entered and settled into a secluded corner, each ordering a cup of steaming coffee. Huang Fei's father then candidly broached the subject, stating that he was well aware of my circumstances. He had heard from his brother, Huang Jianxie, commonly known as Huang Laowa, about my true identity. In principle, he held great respect for individuals like myself, who possess genuine skills. However, as a father, he harbored reservations about his daughter marrying a man who merely drifts through the world without a stable profession, fearing instability and undue worry. I replied that I was not a professional practitioner of the arcane but simply lent a hand occasionally. I still intended to utilize my capital to engage in small business endeavors to support myself. Huang Fei's father took a sip of his coffee, looked up and said, "Lu Zuo, do you think I am unaware of the 3 fates of those who raise poison? What are the fates of such individuals? Loneliness, poverty, and premature death. Raising poison involves bringing together unrelated toxic entities to engage in mutual destruction or invoking malevolent intentions to achieve personal ends, which ultimately contravenes the harmony of nature. Thus, One is destined to either live in solitude until the end of their days, face destitution, or meet an untimely demise. This is the fate of those who raise poison. For millennia this has been the case. Yet is it truly so? I have never held such a belief. Perhaps, spending years in the deep mountains, engaging with serpents, insects, and vermin, inevitably cultivates a certain darkness and distortion within the heart. Moreover, with limited interactions with others, one's communicative abilities may falter, leading to an inability to find joy, or the experience of a warped sense of happiness, resulting in profound loneliness. Furthermore, upon acquiring power, one may feel compelled to seek conflict. As the adage goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and the competition among individuals can be ruthless, potentially culminating in one's demise. Such scenarios are indeed plausible. Perhaps it is due to the abuse of one's own power that one angers the heavens, concentrating all grievances upon oneself, thus attracting a barrage of misfortunes. Character shapes destiny. This encapsulates my most logical perspective and explanation regarding the paths of solitude, poverty, and untimely death. My grandmother, Long Laolan, dedicated her life to virtuous deeds, living healthily into her 80s, surrounded by her children. Although my grandfather passed away early, bringing her close to the notion of solitude, in her final days, she was accompanied by many descendants, which, in my view, was not solitude at all. After her passing, she appeared to me in a dream, imparting 3 significant messages, the last and most crucial of which was to accumulate virtue and do good, encapsulated in the 8 characters. Accumulate virtue and act wisely. These words are pearls of wisdom, reflecting my grandmother's life and have become my personal motto and guiding principle. One must act with the understanding that the heavens are ever watchful. Only by ensuring peace within oneself can one provide assurance to others. I quietly observed Huang Fei's father as he casually remarked, "Is that so? What then?" He shook his head, recounting how Huang Fei had always been an obedient and sensible girl, the only instance of rebellion being when she independently made choices regarding her college applications during the college entrance examination. Throughout her life, she had never endured hardship or injury. Yet, behold, just yesterday, she was assaulted by a professional assassin. My precious daughter, how could such a calamity befall her in this lifetime if not for your presence? She is a delicate flower, sheltered within a greenhouse, incapable of enduring the harshness of rain and wind, nor the biting chill of adversity. I nodded, assuring him that I would safeguard Feifei. Huang Fei's father scrutinized me with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery, questioning how I intended to care for Feifei with my sorcery, perhaps, or through my adversaries. I asserted that such an incident would not recur. I had already apprehended the perpetrator from the previous night, and I had traced the mastermind behind it without delay. This was merely an unfortunate occurrence, one that would not repeat itself. He nonchalantly traced the rim of the cup on the table, asking, "Is that so? Are you certain?" His tone carried a hint of derision, rendering my assurances painfully inadequate. Indeed, his skepticism was entirely justified. Ever since I ventured into this realm, I have scarcely found a moment's respite. Life before engaging with these elements was as bland as tepid water, leading one to feel as though they would simply fade away. However, my grandmother's bewitchment seemed to open a door to a myriad of bizarre phenomena. Mystical arts, spirits, zombies, curses, mountain spirits, and wild beasts, all of which were accompanied by incessant troubles. Though reluctant, I often found myself at odds with various individuals, unable to resist the tide. Huang Fei's father stoked the flames further, asking if I had genuinely contemplated what course my life should take from here on. Do you truly believe, as you claim, that you can simply engage in minor enterprises here? Can you truly find peace in this small place and stay until old age? Surely not. If that were the case, why would you bother nurturing this curse? It is not something I wish to cultivate either. I interjected, but he waved his hand and sincerely said, "I am different from Feifei's mother. She has grown accustomed to being a leader, looking down her nose at those she deems inferior, which makes her regard you as unworthy of Feifei. However, I am not like that. To be frank, you possess immense potential, and your relationship with Feifei is one where she is the one elevated by you. The real issue lies in whether you currently possess the ability to safeguard Feifei. Have you ever contemplated this?" I furrowed my brow. Alone? What capability do I have to protect Huang Fei? I recalled my inexpensive mentor Wang Luaha and the enigmatic Ba Song, pondering how many such shadowy figures lurk in the darkness. The adage holds true. A visible threat is easy to confront, but a hidden one is insidious. Even if I remained by Huang Fei's side day and night, I could not ensure her absolute safety. Moreover, I am merely a novice, incapable of even protecting myself. Why must a man bear such a multitude of responsibilities upon his shoulders? Huang Fei's father raised his cup from the table and drained it in one gulp. He said, Lu Zuo, you are an exceptional young man, and I personally have a fondness for you. However, it is evident that your involvement with Fei may be detrimental to her. Do you understand? My opinion is this: either you become sufficiently strong to protect her, or you should refrain from causing her concern. You must realize that a girl's most beautiful years are but a fleeting few. Do not allow yourselves to hinder one another. I lowered my gaze, recalling the faint smile that graced Huang Fei's lips, warm and comforting as a ray of sunshine on a winter's day. Should I concede? I asked myself earnestly, and the answer resounded within me. I cannot. In the realm of love, selfishness reigns supreme. I cannot fathom deriving joy from the thought of Huang Fei nestled in another man's embrace. Such relinquished love may be noble, worthy of admiration and reverence. Were I that other man, yet I am no demigod. I lack the sanctity of spirit to relinquish such a beautiful, gentle, and understanding soul to another's arms, coolly proclaiming, "This is for your own good." Before striding away, my solitary silhouette elongated by the setting sun. Alas, this world is rife with masochists, but I am clearly not one of them. I dread the moment I must witness Huang Fei hand in hand with another man, singing the lament of my sorrow, abandoning you, forsaking love, shattering dreams, stifling my despair, believing it to be an act of fulfillment, while she claims her own discontent. Is fate not merely a tool for others to shatter? Why must I ensnare myself within this vicious cycle, unable to extricate myself? Why can I not, like the audacious protagonists of television dramas, raise my voice to the heavens and declare, "My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by fate"? Why can I not? I raised my head to meet his gaze, only to find a glimmer of undisguised satisfaction in his eyes, evidently believing he had swayed me. Then I uttered an apology, and his countenance instantly fell. Huang Fei's father appeared to be in a considerably better mood, his gaze fixed upon me as if attempting to discern my true thoughts from my expression. I maintained a stoic demeanor, resembling a natural fool. Eventually, he conceded, stating that it was for the best. My departure would alleviate the trouble. He expressed a desire for my strength, suggesting that if I could demonstrate my capability to protect Huang Fei, he would not mind having a son-in-law of such caliber. Thus, he urged me to conduct myself accordingly. Furthermore, he inquired whether I could promise not to initiate contact with Fei during the upcoming year. I was taken aback, questioning why I should refrain from reaching out to her. He too was surprised, noting that I had previously mentioned a year-long absence. During this time, he insisted it would be prudent to let her be, granting her the freedom she deserved. I closed my eyes, feeling disheartened. It seemed that my future father-in-law and I had some communication barriers to overcome. I had hoped that my ambitions would resonate with him, yet he remained skeptical, fixating on my impending departure. Do not underestimate a young man's potential. The world is round, and I am determined to carve out a path that will catch the old man's attention, proving to him the caliber of person I, Lu Zuo, truly am. I inquired about Fei's well-being, to which he replied that she was fine, fortunate not to have sustained any serious injuries. There was a hint of awkwardness in his tone, and I too felt a bit uncomfortable. The fact that Huang Fei was unharmed was somewhat attributable to her enviable physique. Indeed, a girl of her stature possesses advantages in many respects. I suggested visiting Huang Fei, and after a moment's hesitation, her father acquiesced. As we exited the CAF, I ventured to a nearby florist to procure white lilies and pink carnations, before accompanying Huang Fei's father in his vehicle to the hospital. Huang Fei resided in a private room, and upon our arrival, her mother happened to be present, sharing a meal with her. Upon entering, Huang Fei joyfully called out to me as Lu Zuo, while her mother regarded me with a chilling gaze, as if I were the very perpetrator who had harmed her daughter. With an icy demeanor, she inquired, How dare you show your face here? Clutching the bouquet of flowers, I dared not retort, treading carefully in my demeanor. Fortunately, Huang Fei's father intervened, pulling her mother aside to whisper a few words, after which she cast a skeptical glance in my direction before they both exited the room. Once Huang Fei's parents departed, the immense weight upon my heart seemed to dissipate. Huang Fei attempted to rise, but I gently restrained her, placing the flowers on the adjacent table. I then moved a stool closer, taking her delicate, warm hand, as white and translucent as jade, and gazed at her intently. Huang Fei's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, her full lips tinged with a faint pink hue. Yet, her natural beauty, unadorned and striking, was breathtaking. Feeling my gaze upon her, she blushed shyly, averting her eyes to the flowers on the table, exclaiming, "Wow, Lu Zuo, this is the first time you've given me flowers. How memorable! Could I truly offer this enchanting girl before me romance and happiness?" Pondered, my grip tightening around her hand, fearful that if I let go, I might never hold on again. We sat in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Observing my hesitant expression, Huang Fei cautiously inquired, "Lu Zuo, are you planning to leave me?" My complexion was pallid, and my hands trembled, a fact that did not escape Huang Fei's notice. The girl wept softly, her momentary display of sorrow and solitude striking me like a bolt of lightning in the night, piercing my already fragile heart. I felt as though my heart was gripped tightly by a small mule, a pain so acute that it seemed unbearable. How could I let my beloved suffer such despair and shed tears? I opened my mouth, yet my mind was a blank canvas, devoid of words, unable to articulate the anguish within. Observing my state, she grasped my hand and brought it to her lips, her flushed mouth parting as she bit down hard, her grip so fierce that my wrist instantly became swollen. Moments later, blood began to trickle forth. I winced, not in shock at her cruelty, but rather in fear that the little creature within me might not recognize its future mistress and recklessly unleash its venom. Then the consequences would be dire. I hastily reassured the restless creature, soothing it, and then leaned down to cradle Huang Fei's curled form, freeing my other hand to stroke her lustrous, cascading hair, akin to caressing a kitten. Gradually, her emotions began to settle. She opened her mouth, revealing my blood, streaming down her exquisitely beautiful face, now a canvas of tears. Like a pear blossom after the rain, she smiled at me. Her smile was as innocent as the lilies atop the table, reminiscent of a naive child. With a triumphant grin, she lifted her head to gaze at me, proclaiming, "Dare you abandon me? I shall bite you to death." Having said that, she extended her delicate, rosy tongue and gently licked my bleeding wound, soft and slippery. I sighed and remarked, "Fei, it's hard to believe you're a police officer with such naivety. Do you know who wishes to end my life?" She looked puzzled and asked, "Who?" Huang Fei was astonished and exclaimed, "How could it be him? Surely not." While he often appeared refined and cultured, albeit somewhat self-centered, it seemed inconceivable that he would resort to murder. Wasn't that a bit extreme? Huang Fei's series of exclamations made me realize that Zhang Haiyang's facade was indeed convincing, leaving even Huang Fei in disbelief. What could others possibly think? In truth, I found it hard to believe as well. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths over a mere heartbreak? In times of peace, one must wonder how cruelly self-centered a person must be to commit such atrocious acts, even to the extent of fleeing to distant lands. Yet, as I turned my gaze upon Huang Fei's fair skin and exquisite features, it all seemed rather justified. The saying, "Beauty brings disaster," could well describe her. To utter a rather scornful phrase, perhaps this was how Zhang, the young master, perceived the situation. Although he had never shared anything with Huang Fei, the desire for revenge over a stolen wife might have consumed him. People often find themselves trapped in dead ends. In 2008, I needed to assist Duoduo in locating the Qilan fetus, drawing forth the little demon attached to her. Otherwise, both little ones could face obliteration. I cherished Huang Fei, but I could not sacrifice Duoduo for my own love. Both were dear to my heart. I could only choose the lesser of two evils. For time was on my side, and there would always be opportunities to unite in the future. Thus I shall depart for a year, having pledged to her father not to engage in any form of communication with Huang Fei. This is not merely a test for me, but for her as well. Love is not a leisurely affair filled with sweet nothings. It is inevitably fraught with trials. Without the winding paths of hardship, how could one ever hope for a radiant and beautiful tomorrow? Once I finished speaking, Huang Fei fell silent. She closed her eyes, her breath quickened, her face slightly flushed, and her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. With a hint of shyness, she whispered, "Kiss me." Upon hearing her heartfelt plea, disregarding the potential surveillance outside, I cradled the delicate girlish head and gently, tenderly, yet resolutely pressed my lips against her soft, rosy ones. Before I could comprehend the moment, a slippery fish darted into my mouth, sweet and smooth, imbued with a faint metallic tang and the briny taste of tears, and I was intoxicated. She recounted how in my absence, Huang Fei's friend had visited her and my father twice, each time bearing gifts, nutritional supplements, warm clothing, and the like. Truly, she is a dutiful child, is she not? After all, you both have reached the age of marriage. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? She held up an old calendar, showing me that March 13th, the 6th day of the second lunar month, is an auspicious date for marriage and welcoming new members into the family. A perfect day indeed. Furthermore, she had consulted the stars, claiming our destinies aligned and that we would surely find happiness together. I could only manage a wry smile, questioning whose fortune had been told. My mother, hands on her hips, chided me for belittling her. Having been with my grandmother for so many years, she had certainly not lived a sheltered life. Calculating a fortune and determining a propitious time was but a trivial task, surely not something that required troubling others. Indeed, I suspected it was her venerable self who was pondering in the solitude of her chamber. I shook my head, choosing not to engage in that topic. Having departed from home at a tender age, I have been perpetually occupied in my endeavors. Thus I have yet to truly relish a life of such leisure. Each day, aside from preparing my parents' 3 meals, I am scarcely burdened by other concerns. However, that statement lacks precision. My primary focus has been devoted to the education of Duoduo, this precocious preschooler. I ventured to the town's bookstore and procured illustrated writing books, while also rummaging through the storage room to unearth many texts from my elementary school days. Gazing at the childish and innocent handwriting of yore, I was inevitably swept back into the joyous memories of my childhood. The companions of my youth, particularly that girl in the white dress, who stood before hundreds of children as a flag bearer. Ah, what a verdant and youthful time it was, as fleeting as the wind. Beyond grocery shopping, I also procured offal and ergotu. It is no wonder that most practitioners of this arcane art reside in the countryside, some even retreating to the depths of secluded mountains, likely due to the nature of the Gu and their sustenance. Duoduo's learning is also progressing diligently. As she shares the ethereal control with the little sprite, she must rest within the locust wood talisman during the vibrant daylight hours. Thus, it amounts to a lesson every other day, allowing me some respite. When the little sprite is present, I prepare my lessons and take the opportunity to revisit the long-neglected 12 methods of mountain suppression, a tome rich in both practicality and theory. Each session of study yields new insights, broadening my perspective and deepening my understanding. It is worth noting that after the Flying Dagger 7 cast a dart at the hewwood plaque, it remained unscathed, though one of its ornate edges was diminished. I found myself somewhat anxious and sought the counsel of a dubious character far away in the imperial capital. After requesting a detailed description of the plaque's condition, he assured me, much like a customer service representative for a health supplement, that there was nothing to worry about. Following this, he chuckled and inquired about my progress with the policewoman, to which I retorted, "Why don't you calculate that?" After a prolonged silence on the other end, he declared with certainty that we were doomed to part ways, citing incompatible destinies and a deficiency of earth in the 5 elements, leading to a lack of cohesion. I scoffed at his words, calling him a harbinger of misfortune, and urged him to take his leave. He remained jovial, remarking on the warmth of the people in the capital, particularly in the service industry, truly embodying the spirit of our great nation. At this juncture, he became animated, expressing his sole desire to visit a certain nightclub, a revered establishment among the people, which, after its closure in 2010, became a sensation online. While he reveled in his carefree existence, I remained in my hometown, diligently pursuing my plan to cultivate my ghostly lowly. Meanwhile, Huang Fei, in a fit of pique, ceased to reach out to me. We both lingered in anticipation of a rendezvous predicated on the intricate dance between time and trust. Fate, it seems, has a way of delaying such encounters, an annual promise. The youthful romantic of yesteryears, lean and yearning, waits in vain for the beloved of his dreams. The dichotomy of ideals and reality, love and compromise, forms an eternal theme and a persistent battleground, wherein the victors savor mutual triumph while the vanquished suffer mutual ruin. I have always cherished Che Guevara's words, urging us to remain true to our ideals while confronting reality. Departing from Huang Fei does not equate to relinquishing my aspirations. For many, including myself, Huang Fei's beauty is simply dazzling. She embodies the divine, the ultimate dream of every man. Since her heart is already mine and we have become the most ordinary of lovers, why should I relinquish her? Yet, the harsh reality is that I am unable to provide her with the security she deserves, and I inadvertently bring her troubles and even peril. Thus I must depart, resolve all matters and fortify myself. Only then, akin to the celestial maiden Xixia from a Chinese odyssey, shall I gracefully descend upon her upon a cloud of vibrant hues, to claim her as my own. That is my most sincere desire. I have procured vermilion and ink from the Phoenix region of Shaanxi, a wolf hairbrush from Jiangxi, and unique yellow talisman paper from a local spirit offerings shop, along with silk and my homemade bamboo incense sticks. In the cluttered shed of my backyard, I have set up an altar, dedicating it to the Southern Red Emperor and the formidable General He Xia. The altar may be dedicated to various deities, such as the Green Emperor, Red Emperor, White Emperor, Black Emperor, as well as the Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu, or local land gods, mountain deities, and city guardians, as per the tradition I inherit. I honor the Southern Red Emperor and General He Xia, the former being Shinnong, while the latter is variously identified as a descendant of the Jili tribe who battled the Yellow Emperor in the Jiu Plains. Jiu. Incense is lit, candles are kindled, and 3 platters of fresh fruits, along with 3 cups of tea and rice wine, are arranged. I cleanse myself, don fresh attire, and purify my face and hands, rinsing my mouth thoroughly. After preparing the tools for drawing talismans, I join my hands in prayer, wishing for blessings, clearing my mind of distractions, and with focused intent, I lift the wolf hairbrush and begin to inscribe the talismans. Throughout the entire process, one must engage wholeheartedly and with unwavering focus, immersing oneself in the realm of Qi, envisioning the proud existence of the deities worshipped and their omnipresent power. As one meticulously reproduces the decree symbols, nearly 1,000 times from the scanned images of the broken texts, the act of inscribing must be accompanied by breath, while the left hand, unencumbered by a writing instrument, must form the necessary seals: the Sun Lord's incantation, the Moon Lord's incantation, the Celestial Framework incantation. From inception to completion, it is essential to achieve this in one fluid motion with a single stroke. During this process, any momentary distraction or hesitation would render all efforts futile, akin to spilled water that cannot be retrieved, resulting in a collection of utterly useless talismans. Pursuing this absolute mental tranquility is, in essence, a form of cultivation, path unto itself. Yet, it is frustrating that the former can be remedied by merely uttering a few incantations, while the latter yields results 100-fold inferior to a mere sedative. Holding these 5 solitary yellow talismans amidst a room filled with thousands of discarded papers ignites an impulse to curse. The disparity between investment and output is astoundingly vast. It seems that my endeavors in the mystical arts, in pursuit of perfect mastery, remain a long and arduous journey, fraught with trials and unfulfilled aspirations. Moreover, beyond the yellow paper that bears the symbols, there exist peach wood, bamboo slips, wooden tablets, silk, and even the art of inscribing with one's tongue, along with various intricate practices that delve into profundities which could consume a lifetime of effort without full comprehension. This craft demands the expenditure of time and life itself, with no shortcuts in sight. To compound my plight, I am a hapless child devoid of a mentor, burdened with unmitigated resentment. I recalled certain melodic phrases from the white-haired girl. Others' daughters wear flowers in their hair, while my family, with meager means, cannot afford such luxuries. Each household faces its own circumstances, diverse and varied. Beyond the act of drawing talismans, my primary focus has been devoted to nurturing Duoduo. Though still somewhat naive, Through the passage of time and diligence, Duoduo has finally learned to absorb the ethereal essence of moonlight and the vibrant energy of the stars, thus solidifying her form. Even without my daily ritual of striking her spirit with branches dipped in rootless water, reciting 10 minutes of the purification mantra, binding seals, or chanting the Tibetan mantra of Padmasambhava, she is capable of navigating her days with composure. This is progress. Indeed, this signifies advancement. At this moment, Duoduo can wield not only a fruit knife but also a kitchen knife or an axe with ease, effortlessly observing the spiral with a mere flick of her wrist. I always engage in practice alongside her. She studies the true explanation of the ghost path, while I delve into the 12 methods of mount suppression. Each being has its own path, whether through the resonance of sound waves or the communion of spirit with deities residing in certain spaces above. The stimulation of energy within, honing the strength of organizational cells, constitutes a practical method. Initially, I found this trifecta tedious and mundane. However, once I truly entered a realm of profound mystery, ineffable and sublime, I experienced unparalleled joy. How can one articulate this sensation? It is akin to awakening from slumber in a cramped pigeon coop, a mere 7 or 8 square meters barely accommodating a bed, only to be greeted by the exhilarating realization of boundless possibilities. Walking from the bedroom to the kitchen took over 10 minutes in such spacious surroundings. It was akin to being a destitute wanderer subsisting on a mere bun and a bowl of thin porridge, suddenly thrust into the opulence of a grand banquet, indulging in abundant delights. Alas, forgive my humble words, for they fall short in capturing the essence of this experience, and thus I shall digress. The little fox spirit, known as Yao Duoduo, has never been one to remain idle since her emergence into this world. Day in and day out, she stirs up trouble, clamoring for human flesh. Yet, to date, apart from a single bite taken from me in her lair, she has not partaken of any meat, which fuels her complaints about her desire to join the gluttonous worms in their feasting on human flesh. She is quite selective. Aside from yearning for my flesh, she insists on consuming only the meat of young maidens, deeming it pure. Thus, every time she makes an appearance, I am left exasperated, either by her attempts to seduce me or her incessant nagging. Finally, one day, she promised me that she would refrain from causing disturbances, would not engage in mischief, nor consume human flesh, and instead, she would accompany the gluttonous worms to catch some fresh air. I granted her permission. Upon her return, the worms were brimming with pride, having feasted well, while she appeared pallid and wan. From that day forth, I resolved never to let this little fox spirit venture outside again. Unexpectedly, my reputation began to spread through the mouths of the local idlers, gaining notoriety far and wide, which was undeniably irksome. Before long, people began to arrive at my doorstep, seeking remedies, praying for divine intervention, requesting auspicious omens, interpreting dreams, seeking romantic connections, and desiring offspring. Initially, I was somewhat displeased. However, considering the bonds of kinship, I felt that turning them away with a scowl would not be prudent. Thus, I adhered to the 12 methods of healing, using them as practice, while simultaneously learning and experimenting. In the rural expanse, though much of it is merely a product of one's own fears, there invariably exist peculiar occurrences that beckon my intervention to unravel their mysteries. There are myriad tales worth recounting, yet for now, I shall refrain from delving into them, promising to elaborate at a later date when the opportunity arises. Having touched upon the mischievous spirit, I turn my attention to my mother. In the past, during my wanderings, she oscillated between yearning for my presence and chiding me incessantly, wishing to tether me to our home. Yet, when I finally settled within its confines, her discontent grew. Particularly after Huang Fei ceased her visits, she incessantly lamented the plight of youth idling at home, warning that stagnation would lead to decay. She insisted that one must seize the vigor of youth to venture forth and explore the world. As the number of visitors seeking my expertise in incense gradually increased, her disapproval intensified. In her eyes, dabbling in the mystique of shamanism was ultimately beneath dignity. Exhausted by her incessant nagging, I received a call in early May from my fellow townsman, Lan Xiaodong, who had previously leased my fast food establishment. He informed me of his plans to open a larger restaurant in Hongshan and sought my partnership to manage the venture, as he could not undertake it alone. Without hesitation, I acquiesced and swiftly packed my belongings, preparing to journey southward. The most sorrowful to part with, perhaps, was my beloved pet, Fat Worm. Reluctant to leave the bountiful town that had nourished him into rotundity, he sought refuge in the corner of my kitchen, making him a challenge to locate. In his simple understanding, departure signified the onset of a journey fraught with hunger. Yet one must inevitably pursue life's endeavors, mustn't one? After several months, I found myself returning to the southern lands once more. Before my departure, I had secretly visited Huang Fei. After her discharge from the hospital, she took a prolonged rest and had yet to return to work. However, I noticed a young gentleman, undeniably a paragon of talent, in a suit, escorting her for a meal. I chose to remain unseen, merely observing in silence before turning away. Trust is essential between individuals, particularly for a woman of Huang Fei's caliber, who requires it even more. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake off a sense of melancholy. How would we all appear a year from now? On that day, I happened to be participating in a fundraising event for earthquake relief in the county when I received a call from my third uncle. It was also on this day that I stumbled upon a rather distressing revelation. My younger uncle's daughter, my cousin Xiao Jing, had entered into a premature romantic relationship with the very troublemaker I had previously confronted. The adage holds true. Men are often deemed unworthy. Hence, women do not love them. I could not intervene, and all I could do was inform my younger uncle. Rather than heading directly to Hongshan, I first made my way to Dongguan, as I had several matters to attend to there. The apartment in Nanqing has been successfully rented out through an agency, with the rent deposited into my account monthly, offsetting my mortgage. However, a curious issue has arisen. The tenants of the suburban property have failed to pay rent for 2 consecutive months. The last time I visited Dongguan, I was in a hurry, and my calls initially went unanswered, eventually resulting in disconnection. Although I had extended my best wishes to the tenants, Shang Yulin and Song Lina, and considered them friends, our relationship ultimately remained that of landlord and tenant. From the perspective of dialectics, this constitutes the principal contradiction. As Huang Lao's brother-in-law once remarked, no one's money comes from the winds. Currently, I find myself with scarcely any income, relying solely on this rent to cover my mortgage. Their sudden disappearance has placed me in a rather precarious situation. Therefore, I must communicate with them. If they are facing genuine difficulties, they should feel free to discuss it with me. Late or delayed payments can certainly be negotiated. However, if they possess the means yet refuse to pay, wishing instead to reside without cost, then they are welcome to leave. There are plenty of others eager to rent this place. I am not a fool, swayed by a mere semblance of affection or some tragic love story that moves me to tears. Do they truly perceive me as a sentimental young girl? I am indeed that person, so do not attempt to deceive me. Upon arriving at Dongguan, the territory of Aegon, my first priority is to locate him. It is said that women are schools for men. Following the incident with Wang Shanqing, he has matured significantly, exhibiting a demeanor far removed from his previous scholarly airs, displaying a much broader perspective. Nevertheless, I am concerned, for in our brief exchanges, I can discern a lingering knot within his heart that he struggles to unravel. I inquire whether he feels intimidated by my newfound prowess as a friend. I chuckle and pat Aegon on the shoulder, encouraging him to relax. I recall that Aegon has always idolized his cousin. As we speak these words, we find ourselves in our usual bar, where Aegon, having indulged a bit too much, begins to reminisce about the hardships of his entrepreneurial journey, ultimately bringing up Xiao Mei once more. He mentioned that it was Xiao Mei who interviewed him at the time, a girl both clever and charming, possessing beauty and eloquence. Sighing, I recounted my visit to Xiao Mei's grave in March, where I placed a bouquet of lilies. Arjun gazed at me, his eyes clouded with emotion, and asked if I regretted standing before her tombstone. I lowered my gaze, allowing my eyes to linger in the shadows, masking my feelings beneath the erratic beams of stage lights. Taking a sip of wine, the warmth surged through my throat. I shook my head and confessed to him that, to be candid, I had always regarded Xiao Mei as a younger sister. You may chastise me or accuse me of hypocrisy, but that is the truth. However, I must admit that I regret having made promises to her without focusing my thoughts on her, leading to her untimely demise. For this, I feel guilt-ridden. Arjun shook his head and sighed, remarking that I was a magnet for romantic entanglements. Observing his demeanor, I noted it had deteriorated even further since my last visit. I reached out to grasp his left wrist and inquired if he still carried the talisman I had given him. He replied affirmatively, saying he kept it in his wallet every day. I studied his face for a moment. There was no dark aura surrounding him, merely a pallor that suggested weakness and malnourishment. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he was not cursed. Perhaps I am overly sensitive. Is this a symptom of my profession? In this forest of steel and concrete, we each envelop ourselves in a formidable facade. Yet, is this truly the case? A sense of belonging. Perhaps this is the unwavering pursuit that drives many throughout their lives. I did not utter a word. How could one capable of cultivating such a thing as love poison merely be a simple fallen woman? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought that I kept to myself. Listening to the tone of Argon, it seemed his resentment outweighed any lingering affection, which brought me a sense of relief. Thus, I pointed to the enchanting lady in the dance floor, swaying her youthful body with abandon, and suggested to Argon that he should unwind a bit, perhaps indulge in a one-night stand, which might alleviate his sorrow. Even if it did not, it could at least assuage the melancholy of your fifth daughter. Argon offered a bitter smile, raised his glass, tilted his head back, and downed the drink in one swift motion, drowning in his grief. The following morning, Argon went to the shop while I took a leisurely stroll down the street. By mid-2008, the global financial crisis triggered by the American subprime mortgage debacle had begun to spread, wreaking havoc on export-oriented enterprises along the southeastern coast, particularly small and medium-sized businesses that were collapsing in droves. The streets were filled with itinerant workers from distant lands, burdened with backpacks and clutching water bottles, desperately searching for employment, a stark contrast to the labor shortages that would emerge in the years to follow. Unbeknownst to me at that time, what I witnessed were numerous young women from factories, those with a hint of beauty, succumbing to the allure of the nightlife, transforming into sirens beckoning patrons, adding a grotesque charm to the city's glamorous or shadowy sides. As I drove, appreciating the morning return of songbirds, I occasionally encountered faces so youthful they evoked a sense of pity, while I made my way toward the suburbs. Though referred to as a suburb, it is merely adjacent to several sizable industrial parks, which attract a considerable number of young laborers and professionals within related service industries. In terms of vibrancy, it rivals that of ordinary small cities, bustling with life. Upon my arrival around noon, I was not in a hurry to seek anyone out. Instead, I opted to find a renowned local eatery nearby and ordered a bowl of clay pot noodles, serving as both breakfast and lunch. The reason I initially chose to acquire a property here, apart from the attractive prices due to the recent development, was the presence of a relative who frequently visited, expressing fondness for the area, which is one of the few charming spots in Dongguan. Since that relative has long since departed, I often find myself wandering here, having grown fond of the place. After finishing my noodles, I entered the residential complex, took the elevator to my floor, and approached the door. Retrieving my keys from my bag, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. Immediately, I was met with a faint musty odor, subtle yet perceptible. I had spare keys for both individuals' rooms, which I took out and proceeded to unlock in succession, only to find them unoccupied. However, their luggage and clothing remained, leaving me puzzled as to what had transpired. It was indeed peculiar. Leaning against the door, I contemplated the situation. Their belongings were untouched, as if the owners had just stepped out momentarily. My initial instinct was that something had happened to them. I promptly contacted the accounting firm of Mr. Song, where a man on the other end vehemently berated the female tenant, accusing her of absconding with several thousand yuan. I inquired if they had reported this to the police. With a disgruntled mutter, he dismissed me, impatiently ending the call. Indeed, they had vanished. Yet why had no one alerted the authorities? Even though the institutions they work for offer such explanations, exhibiting a lack of accountability and initiative, what about their friends? What of their families? What of the property management in this community? Do they truly remain so inconspicuous that no one in this world has noticed the disappearance of these two vibrant individuals? Even I, as their landlord, have become aware of the situation. Look at the chaos this has caused. Merely collecting rent has evolved into this predicament. Is it their misfortune? or mine? Upon entering the room of Shang Yulin, a technician in the factory, I discovered something astonishing. The computer was still on, the monitor displaying a game login interface. Clearly, prior to this moment, they had been idly playing a game. Observing the arrangement of the large bed, it seemed evident that two individuals had been cohabiting. Unable to contain my frustration any longer, I descended the stairs and approached the property management to inquire about this matter. When might we receive approval from above? I was met with an apologetic, I don't know. Well, I suppose I have failed. I promptly dialed her number, and after a brief wait, the call connected. I was exasperated, expressing my bewilderment. I was referring to the situation involving Song Lina. Am I permitted to utter a curse word in my frustration? With nothing else to occupy my time, I took to driving aimlessly, only to find myself at the old locust tree mentioned in the ramblings of the local gossip. He had claimed that once the core of the tree was removed, the great tree would inevitably wither. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it had been reduced to nothing but a stump. What a tragedy. As evening approached, I went to pick up Xia Mingjia. She arrived punctually, accompanied by a tall man, presumably her boyfriend. As they approached, I greeted her, but the man regarded me with a hint of hostility, while Xia Mingjia remained warm and amiable. Shall we find a place to talk? I proposed. She agreed, and thus we made our way to a nearby dessert shop and settled into a seat. Ignoring the man with crossed eyes beside us, I directly inquired of Xiao Xie about the whereabouts of Lao Shang and accountant Song. Xia Mingjia replied that she was also unaware. Since the last week of February, Sister Song had not been seen at the company, and her phone was unreachable. Initially, it was thought that her absence was due to a dispute with her supervisor, but as time passed, attempts to contact her family yielded no results. The company even contemplated reporting her missing, yet news of her faded away. Subsequently, it was rumored that Sister Song had reported a superior for financial misconduct and then absconded with a significant amount of money. Of course, this was merely hearsay. Some claimed she took over 100,000, while others suggested it was only a few thousand. The exact details remained uncertain, as higher-ups suppressed any further discussion regarding the matter. Sister Song had been with the company for only a short while, approximately 6 months, and tended to be quite solitary, with few friends. It was said that she had only a stepmother left at home, with whom she had long ceased communication. As for Lao Shang, he had indeed resigned. Their factory was struggling, having laid off a considerable number of employees before the new year and again afterward, and unfortunately, he fell into the second round of layoffs. After conversing for a while, I found no substantial information. It seemed that accountant Song had not been well liked. Consequently, I suggested that we report her disappearance to the authorities. Xia Mingjia appeared reluctant, clearly finding the prospect troublesome. I spent quite some time analyzing the pros and cons to persuade her. Interestingly, her boyfriend seemed more reasonable and supportive in this endeavor. After much discussion, she finally consented, but insisted that I take the lead. We arrived at the nearby police station, where I recounted the incident to the on-duty officer. His immediate reaction was one of surprise at the delay in my report. After a lengthy explanation, they accepted my complaint and agreed to dispatch an officer to investigate. Upon arriving at my home, I elucidated all the suspicious details within the room. Faced with such a scene, their skepticism waned, as it was evident that there had been no intention of a prolonged absence. They proceeded to investigate the room for a while, taking photographs and compiling a statement. In the room belonging to the elderly gentleman, the leading officer, a stout man, pointed to a brass mirror resting on the dressing table and inquired about its origin. I leaned down to inspect it. The surface gleamed with a warm yellow hue, smooth and reflective, while the frame exhibited a verdant patina of rust. The back was lacquered to a brilliant sheen, adorned with intricate patterns, where intertwining serpentine designs danced across its surface, etched with numerous uneven inscriptions, some of which were barely legible, suggesting it had aged considerably. The mirror was modest in size, roughly equivalent to the span of 2 adult hands, and the wooden stand beneath it seemed newly crafted, painted in a striking red and black. Upon his inquiry, I noticed that the mirror distorted reflections, akin to a funhouse mirror. I confessed my ignorance, explaining that aside from the primary furniture and appliances I had purchased, the remaining items belonged to the previous tenants. If accountability were to be sought, it would surely rest with the employers of those two lodgers. The stout officer nodded in understanding, advising me to keep in touch with them. After their departure, Xie Mingjia expressed her dissatisfaction with my actions, lamenting that my report might lead the police to her workplace, where she could coincidentally be present, thus causing her undue trouble. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have refrained from accompanying me. I find myself somewhat vexed. What manner of individuals are these, that they are so fearful? In the face of such disappearances, no one has reported the incidents, nor does anyone seem to care. Is this not an excessive demonstration of human indifference? I have previously spent time in factories and companies where, if the system were even slightly robust, corresponding measures would be enacted. Yet here, the populace behaves otherwise. Alas, it seems that those who wander from their homes are deemed less valuable, their lives as insignificant as blades of grass, and their deaths go unnoticed. A wave of melancholy washes over me. Xie Mingjia's boyfriend attempts to console, remarking that in such a vast industrial park, teeming with tens of thousands, there are merely a handful of police officers and a few community safety personnel to oversee matters. It is conceivable that they have grown weary of addressing the issues at hand. If the populace does not raise alarms, the authorities will not act, unless perhaps the families involved wield some influence. Otherwise, one can only observe. After they departed, I tidied the sofa, turned on the television, and released Duoduo and Faichongzi. Today it was Duoduo's turn. I did not instruct her to practice the true explanation of the ghost path, but merely asked her to tidy the living room and my bedroom. I might stay here for a couple of days before renting the house out again. Duoduo is remarkably obedient, indeed a natural maid, finding more joy in labor than in meditation. Singing nursery rhymes, she cheerfully wielded a cloth and a feather duster, immersed in her task. Faichongzi flitted about in circles. I settled on the sofa and called a dong to inquire about the progress of our negotiations regarding the shop. After a lengthy conversation, fatigue overcame me, and I unknowingly drifted into slumber. At midnight, as if awakened by an alarm, I opened my eyes, sensing that something was amiss. Something felt amiss. An unsettling sensation coursed through me, sending chills down my spine. I rose to my feet and made my way directly to Lao Shang's room, taking a seat on the stool before the vanity. This vanity, purchased by Accountant Song, was of rather poor quality, adorned with an array of cosmetics, none exceeding 200 yuan, a haphazard assortment. The most captivating object upon the table was undoubtedly the copper mirror. I refrained from turning on the light. The door was ajar, allowing a dim glow from the living room to seep in, sufficient to discern my surroundings. The yellowed surface of the mirror reflected my visage, a blurred countenance marked by indifference and apathy, twisted into an inexplicable grotesqueness. Having studied physics in my youth, I recalled that the peculiar effect of the funhouse mirror stemmed from its uneven surface and curvature, causing the light to refract. I extended my hand, pressing against the mirror in an attempt to smooth its surface. Yet, upon contact, my hand felt as if electrified, a tingling sensation surging through me, followed by a chilling aura emanating from the mirror, creeping up my arm. This icy sensation spread from my tailbone to the crown of my head, raising every hair on my body, my fingers stained crimson. I beheld the reflection of a figure within the mirror, laughing, a chilling smirk that seemed to stretch unnaturally towards the edges of its face. Though the figure smiled, its eyes were devoid of warmth, starkly cold, akin to chilled mineral water, while the facial muscles twitched rhythmically. Is this truly me? The eyes, brows, nose, and mouth. All these features are so familiar. Yet, when pieced together, they appear remarkably bizarre and foreign. The reflection in the mirror reveals a stranger, evoking a sense of terror within me. I grasp my face tightly, feeling the muscles twitch uncontrollably, as if they do not belong to me. At that moment, the golden surface of the mirror blurs, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that shimmer and dance, first rapidly, then gradually slowing to a halt. Eventually, an image emerges upon the glass, a woman of exquisite beauty, clad in a qipao, her era indistinguishable, be it the Qing dynasty or the Republic. She seems to be seated before the mirror, delicately combing her cascading black hair with a white ivory comb. Her hair, so long it nearly reaches her waist, requires considerable time to groom from the crown downwards. She meticulously styles her tresses, fashioning them into an elegant chignon. Then she takes a piece of red paper, moistens her lips, and presses them against it, breaking into a sweet yet peculiarly unsettling smile. Her mood appears bright. Her thin lips continuously close, as if humming a gentle tune. Subsequently, she paints her brows with a slender black brush, applying it with great care, her eyes widening in a mesmerizing gaze. Those very eyes lock onto mine, in this moment, as she gazes into the mirror. Yet, on this side, it is I who reflects. What an extraordinary phenomenon this is, a scene steeped in mystery. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierces through the chest, blood splattering in a violent arc. All disputes had come to an end. As the woman lay feebly on the table before the mirror, blood gushing from her mouth in torrents, each spurt reminiscent of the gushing waters of Jinan's about to spring, all splattering onto the mirror's surface. Her complexion was pallid, and her raven-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, accentuating her ghastly appearance. Coupled with the blood trickling from her lips, she epitomized the classic image of a vengeful spirit. The man, in a fit of frenzied laughter, exhibited spasms across his face, his features conveying a chilling blend of madness and murderous intent. The woman was clad in a strikingly red qipao, its brilliance almost blinding, with sharply pointed nails. It was then that I sat down, pondering a question that had eluded me until now. I had failed to contemplate this seemingly straightforward matter, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a matter of course. This was undoubtedly perplexing. Just as I was mulling over this conundrum, the reflection in the bronze mirror became blurred, ripples emerging once more, endlessly proliferating. Suddenly, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The smooth surface of the mirror began to soften, resembling water or a delicate membrane. It was as if the mirror had been pierced, and a pristine, elegant hand emerged, small and supple, yet with long, sharp nails akin to those of Empress Dowager Cixi, red and pointed like 5 glistening daggers. Her long, black hair flowed like silk, obscuring her visage. Slowly, she lifted her head, revealing a face that was cold, numb, and pallid, her eyes black as if they harbored an abyss within. She suddenly erupted into a chilling laughter, a series of giggles that exposed blood-stained white teeth. Then, a thunderous shriek resounded, crashing into my very soul. Ah! Duoduo gazed at me with a face full of anxiety, on the verge of tears, calling out, "Lu Zuo, Lu Zuo." Fat little insects flitted around me in circles, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the black bean-like eyes of these tiny creatures were brimming with malicious delight. Is this a dream? I pondered in confusion. At that moment, the electronic clock in the living room chimed loudly, and as I looked up, it struck 12. I took Duoduo's small hand. This adorable little caretaker was trembling with fear, pointing at the technician's room and saying there were ghosts. There were ghosts. I was at a loss for words. She was a little ghost herself, yet terrified of phantoms? Ironically, she had a penchant for horror films. Initially, I felt a twinge of trepidation, but Duoduo's charming demeanor soon made me chuckle. Holding her hand, I retrieved a talisman I had once drawn from my backpack and approached the door to old Shang's room. It had been left ajar since my entry in the afternoon. Standing at the threshold, I gazed into the copper mirror atop the vanity. At first, I felt no unease. However, after that harrowing nightmare, the scene appeared increasingly unsettling, almost identical to the one I had witnessed. I turned on the light and seated myself before the vanity, staring into the copper mirror at my own distorted reflection. A chilling, viscous aura clung to the surface of the mirror. This essence did not merely linger on the surface but emanated from the world within the glass. I realized that within this mirror resided a spirit. What is a mirror spirit, you may ask? I had alluded to it earlier when discussing the spiritual arrangement for Huanglao. Legends of such beings are woven throughout the fabric of the world. They are spirits, yet they do not belong to the realm of souls, but rather to the realm of aberrant, malevolent entities. The essence of the spirit and the soul diverges, as previously expounded, for it retains little of humanity, predominantly embodying malice and instinct. Should the visions I experience unveil the origins of this mirror spirit, it follows that the malevolent essence of this woman must be steeped in profound resentment. Consequently, The disappearance of my 2 lodgers is undoubtedly intertwined with this copper mirror. Midnight, the hour when the mirror spirit's power reaches its zenith, is universally acknowledged. A brief note: there exists a long-standing rumor that gazing into a mirror at midnight may reveal phantoms lurking within, or render one's visage grotesque and stiff. One might even perceive a presence behind them or witness ghostly faces reflected. This legend bears some truth. The realm within mirrors is an enigmatic and independent domain, often attracting wandering souls and malevolent spirits. While not absolute, such occurrences are not uncommon. Hence, I advise all to cherish life and refrain from such experiments. The piercing scream resonated powerfully, penetrating my very core. Even I, a person seasoned by myriad experiences, succumbed to terror in that fleeting moment. I swiftly formed the inner lion seal, chanting the mantra of Vajrasattva to dispel malevolent forces, and bellowed a resounding ha. As the wave of fear receded, I found myself unable to steady the copper mirror. The wooden stand beneath began to tremble, and with a series of cracking sounds, the red-black frame splintered, revealing jagged wooden remnants. The copper mirror fell to the ground, rolling amidst a shroud of black mist. This was the opening of the Sutra of Mysterious Essence, the most pragmatic of the 12 forbidden spells, specifically designed to subdue entities of spirit. 2 familiar presences surged within my heart. Within this mirror resides a myriad of mottled essences, varying in intensity. Among them, 3 powerful forces emerge distinctly. One is a formidable resentment, struggling desperately for release, while the other 2 evoke a profound sense of familiarity. As I close my eyes, their faces materialize vividly in my mind: Shang Yulin and Song Lina, my 2 missing tenants, whom I often refer to as Old Shang and Accountant Song. In addition, the mirror reflects some faint essences, as fragile as a candle's flame in the wind, some of which have already extinguished, leaving behind mere imprints. These essences represent the essence of one's spirit. It has been previously mentioned that a person's spirit consists of 7 components. The first, Tian Chong. The second, Ling Hui. The third, Qi. The fourth, Li. The fifth, Zhong Shu. The sixth, Jing. And the 7th, Ying. This is in accordance with Taoist teachings. In Tibetan Buddhism, these 7 spirits correspond to the 7 chakras located along the central channel of the body, extending from the crown to the perineum, encompassing 7 energy fields. The soul embodies the yin while the spirit embodies the yang. The life soul serves as the foundation of the 7 spirits. The 7 spirits are the branches of the life soul, each complementing the other. Both are indispensable. Should one be lacking, the result may range from mere disorientation and physical frailty to severe mental instability, leading to madness. In the gravest scenarios, the soul and spirit may disperse, resulting in death and departure from the mortal realm. I cannot ascertain which spirit this bronze mirror has absorbed, rendering Shang and Song utterly elusive. Gripping this object, I feel a wave of trepidation, fearing I might inadvertently scatter the essence contained within. My expertise lies in nurturing and detoxifying through the art of insect cultivation. I possess only a rudimentary understanding of talismanic incantations, leaving me somewhat at a loss in this situation. After a moment of hesitation, I recalled a somewhat reliable professional. I picked up the phone and dialed the number for the eccentric Xiao. After 3 attempts, the call finally connected, and the voice on the other end was accompanied by the labored breaths of a disheveled individual, interspersed with faint, alluring moans. I inwardly lamented the timing of this conversation, contemplating hanging up when I heard him inquire, "In this endless night, deprived of sleep, dear little poison, shall we indulge?" A suppressed giggle echoed nearby, enticing and captivating. I grimaced and spat out a response, asking if he was busy, suggesting I could call back in half an hour. He replied that it was unnecessary, stating, "I am but a humble wanderer, living each day as it comes. Feel free to share your thoughts." With great effort, I endured the auditory onslaught and recounted the events of the day. After finishing, I summarized my thoughts on the bronze mirror. Firstly, I considered using scriptures for the liberation of wandering souls, ensuring no lingering karmic ties. Secondly, given that this mirror possesses a spirit and is believed to have caused numerous fatalities, it is indeed a malevolent object. Keeping it poses a threat, while disposing of it could be perilous. I contemplated finding a furnace to refine it, which would be a beneficial course of action. However, I remained uncertain about how to handle the essences of the late Mr. Shang and Accountant Song. What do you think, Brother Xiao? Suddenly, a powerful roar erupted from the disheveled individual, followed by an array of inappropriate sounds emanating from the phone. Magical artifacts. The chaos around me faded as those two words distinctly captured my attention, for their implication was irresistibly compelling. Typically, in the realms of Buddhist and Taoist practices, be it among monks or lay practitioners, these terms encompass various tools used for prayers, rituals, offerings, and ceremonies, including items like prayer beads, staffs, and thankas, collectively referred to as magical artifacts. It serves as an instrument of practice, as well as a tool for practitioners to perform rituals and navigate life, embodying the essence of their spiritual pursuits. This connection is deeply intertwined with the essence of various religious traditions, be it Taoism, Buddhism, shamanism, Christianity, Islam, or the myriad of faiths across the globe, all of which possess sacred implements. These instruments are tokens, artifacts, or vestments inherited from our ancestors, passed down through generations. Each item is imbued with the blessings of the most esteemed among our forebears. Although they may carry a predominantly symbolic significance, can we truly reduce them to mere symbols? I have encountered but two such sacred implements. The first is the 6-turn thunderstriking jujube with sword wielded by Wen, the uncle of the eclectic Taoist. It is as resolute as cold iron. When enchanted with incantations, it wields the might of thunder and lightning, fierce and tempestuous, causing even the most audacious to cower before its brilliance. The second is a copper bowl adorned with intricate lotus patterns, enshrined at the Gu family altar of the Miao gourd in Zhening. When filled with pure water, it not only dispels malevolence and wards off curses, but also ensures that any ethereal entities that approach the dwelling are inevitably drawn into the bowl, unable to escape its confines. These two artifacts alone are enough to evoke a profound sense of reverence within me, leaving me awestruck and at a loss for words. He cautiously elucidated the nuances of cause and effect, promising that upon his return from his celestial and earthly explorations, he would seek me out without fail. Just as he spoke, an unexpected voice interjected. "Little toxic creature, await my arrival. I have traversed to the imperial capital and shall soon journey to the southern lands, where I will meet you. Please take good care of my little lowly. There must be no neglect. Additionally, convey my regards to the little plump one and let it wait patiently. For one day it shall undoubtedly become sustenance for me. Ha ha ha." A bead of sweat cascaded down my face. It is one thing to have a scruffy little path leading to the tiger-striped feline, but allowing it to witness such inappropriate acts. This is rather peculiar, is it not? My apologies, I have lost my composure. After concluding the call, I became acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the situation. I retrieved the heart-purifying talisman, set it ablaze, and allowed my emotions to settle. As I entered a state of ethereal tranquility, I extended my right hand, pressing my thumb against my ring finger, while my index and middle fingers touched the surface of the bronze mirror, intoning the incantation of the ancient scripture, quietly attuning myself to the collision and friction of language with the air around me. I sensed a swirling mass of cold black mist within the realm of the mirror. This is the mirror spirit, the very essence of the woman in red who had been fatally pierced by the dagger of the braided man in a past life. Red is a color of great auspiciousness, a ward against malevolence, and a harbinger of fortune. Hence, ancient Chinese customs have long employed marriage to dispel misfortune, hoping for the health and well-being of ailing elders or young men in the household. Why is this so? The cycle of heavenly principles suggests that perhaps the divine desires humanity to dwell and flourish upon this earth, as dictated by the rules of existence. Thus, the newlywed couple, embarking on the path of human relationships, also engages in the most potent acts of warding off evil. This practice is advocated in Buddhist esotericism and by ancient sorcerers such as the Yellow Emperor. However, if one's birth and death dates are misaligned, and one passes away enveloped in red garments, the lingering resentment may manifest, inevitably transforming into a vengeful spirit, unable to return to the realm of the dead. Such a spirit will not find solace in its rightful destination, leading to unrest for both the living and the departed. As time flows inexorably by, this copper mirror has existed for countless years, and the essence within it remains unaware of the many dynasties it has witnessed. The passage of time has wrought havoc on numerous owners, consuming countless souls. Presently, the world within the mirror is adorned with a myriad of twinkling lights, no fewer than 100, each representing a soul's indelible imprint. The chilling mist swirls within this mirrored realm, with the central light, akin to a sun, governing all others as they revolve around it. If we were to liken the spirit of the mirror to the sun, then the essences of Shang and Song would resemble the moon, while the remaining imprints would twinkle like starlight in a darkened sky, nearly faded beyond recognition. I am troubled as I witness the mirror spirit employing its own methods to gradually consume the essences of Shang and Song. Although the process is slow, if I do not intervene, even if they continue to exist in this world, their lives may be tragically short. Fortunately, the recitation of the profound incantation proves effective against this mirror spirit. After 3 repetitions of the scripture, the chilling mist solidifies and ceases its swirling. You big fool. Such a colossal fool. In the stillness of the night, this sudden exclamation startled me, and as I turned, I was astonished to see Duoduo transformed into a little demoness, hands on her hips, scolding me. I freed my right hand to caress her alluringly delicate face, inquiring why she had unexpectedly assumed a different duty today. The mischievous little creature pouted, swatting my hand away with a fierce reprimand. Stop taking advantage of me, or I shall devour you. Afterward, she proudly declared her understanding of the mirror, and upon conferring with the other, she enlisted her to assist me in resolving my predicament. The agreement was made with remarkable ease. What a foolish little girl, I mused quietly, asking, do you truly comprehend? Following her guidance, I endeavored, and indeed, the spirit of the mirror appeared like a timid groundhog, pleading for mercy. With a grimace, I remarked, you little vixen, barely 3 months old, must you refer to yourself in such a manner? It sounds exceedingly awkward. She glanced at me, her enchanting eyes shimmering, pursed her crimson lips in contemplation, and replied, I, the young mistress. A night passed without further conversation. I had anticipated that matters concerning Shang and Song would require considerable time, as I held little faith in the efficiency of the relevant authorities. To my astonishment, however, at 10 o'clock the following morning, I received a call from the police station. They informed me that at the rescue station in Jiaomenxinhui, 2 individuals bore a striking resemblance to Shang Yulin and Song Lina, the missing persons I had reported, and they urged me to come and verify, assuring me they had already made the necessary arrangements. I hung up the phone, still struggling to believe such efficiency was possible. Upon arriving at the rescue station in Jiaomenxinhui, I found Shang Yulin and Song Lina. The 2 of them appeared filthy and gravely emaciated, their eyes vacant and staring blankly ahead, as if they were wooden figures. Even when I stood beside them, they did not acknowledge my presence. The only solace I found was in the fact that their fingers were tightly interlocked, never once loosening their grip. The staff at the shelter informed me that these 2 individuals were found beneath the bridge on Dixie Road just last week. Prior to this, they survived by scavenging and begging. I observed Lao Shang, a man nearing his 30s, with disheveled hair and gaunt cheeks, clad in an ill-fitting long-sleeved shirt. His eyes rolled upward, devoid of life, the whites of his eyes evoking a sense of dread. The staff beside me explained that since his arrival, he often rambled nonsensically, speaking of impending doom and the arrival of some terrifying deity. Apart from that, he remained mostly silent, unwilling to bathe or have his hair cut. The woman beside him was no different. She would eat if offered food, but would go hungry if not, sitting motionless for an entire day, unresponsive to any encouragement, exhibiting peculiar behavior. They possessed no identification, and it was impossible to locate their families. I nodded in acknowledgement, thanked the staff, and inquired if he could provide me with an empty room, as I needed to attend to some matters. He looked at me, seemingly perplexed. I smiled and insisted without further explanation. He acquiesced and led us to a room, describing it as an unoccupied shelter space. As I surveyed what resembled a student dormitory, I requested him to leave. He regarded me with confusion for a moment, muttering a few words before leaving the 2 individuals behind and closing the door. Lao Shang and Accountant Song stood there, dazed and silent, their expressions void of emotion as they fixed their gaze ahead. They neither stirred nor made a sound, resembling 2 soulless puppets. After concluding my chant, I clasped my hands together, forming a seal, and ignited a talisman for purifying the mind. Holding it between my fingers, I proclaimed with fervor, "Return, spirit. Come back, soul." By decree of absolution. Upon uttering these words, the space trembled, and two visibly discernible waves of air surged into the foreheads of Shang and Song, causing them to pause abruptly before collapsing, spewing forth dark, viscous blood. Prior to this, I had already prepared. I stepped forward and gently laid them flat upon the ground. At that moment, the door swung open with force, and a staff member, donned in black-rimmed glasses, glared at me in fury, demanding to know what I had inflicted upon them. It turned out he had been observing us from outside, unable to trust our solitude, and upon noticing the commotion, rushed in. Upon seeing the lit incense on the table, his anger intensified, and a barrage of inquiries and reproaches ensued. Nevertheless, being a refined individual, his reprimands were devoid of vulgarity, lending him an endearing, scholarly demeanor. I found his distress amusing and inquired what exactly troubled him, suggesting he take a closer look first. He reached out with his sleeve to wipe the blood from their mouths, seemingly unconcerned about the mess, his eyes welling with tears as he implored me to clarify my actions. I remained unperturbed, stowing away the mirror, and then seated myself on the bed. The bespectacled man shouted towards the outside, calling for assistance. As he did so, Lao Shang stirred, awakening. In less than a few minutes, had a man he deemed foolish now regained his senses? Was this a moment of witnessing a miracle? Once the clamor subsided, and the door was shut, the four of us, myself, the bespectacled gentleman, Lao Shang, and accountant Song, began a conversation. I chose to withhold the details of the mirror incident and recounted the events of the past 2 days. As the bespectacled man elaborated, upon mentioning the plight of the two beggars, Song Lina could not suppress a wave of retching, repulsed by the stench of her own decaying body. The bespectacled man inquired if they recalled anything, pondering how they had traversed from Dongguan to Jiangmen without bringing anything along. He wondered what they had been engaged in during these past months. Shang Yulin remained blissfully ignorant of the circumstances. Accountant Song, unable to endure the filth and the pungent odor permeating his being any longer, suggested they take a bath. Old Shang concurred, and thus the bespectacled man guided the two of them outside. I tidied up the incense and candles on the table before stepping into the courtyard to await their return. After a brief interval, they emerged clad in a set of worn clothing, escorted by the bespectacled man. Old Shang remarked that the clothes belonged to Xiao Shen and requested that I lend him some money to repay Xiao Shen. The bespectacled man repeatedly declined, asserting it was unnecessary. I urged the two to get into the vehicle and then produced 500 yuan, stating it was to cover their accommodation and meals. The bespectacled man remained steadfast in his refusal, even when I insisted it was a donation to the shelter. However, he did ask me to leave him a phone number. When I inquired about the purpose, he explained that he recognized me as a capable and resourceful individual, distinct from the fraudsters, and sought the number in case he might need assistance in the future. I chuckled and provided him with my number, expressing my appreciation for his kindness towards my friends. Nevertheless, I sincerely hoped he would refrain from reaching out to me, for once he sought my help, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications, truly troublesome. He nodded in acknowledgement, chuckling to himself. At the end of February this year, he was laid off from his factory job, unfortunately becoming one of the casualties of the downsizing. This event plunged him into profound despondency, anxiety, and a sense of instability, leading him to roam the streets daily in search of employment. One evening, he spotted a vendor on the Guantai Road overpass and, with a single glance, was captivated by a bronze mirror. His cousin, Lao Shang, was engaged in the antique trade and had seen many such pieces. He deemed it authentic. Upon inquiry, the vendor insisted on a price of 4,500 yuan, refusing to budge even a fraction. After some negotiation, he managed to settle on 4,100 yuan. At midnight, a woman with long hair emerged from within the mirror, dragging them into a realm encased within its depths. Despite their fervent attempts to resist, their efforts proved futile. Subsequently, he remained in a daze, fragmented memories surfacing in his mind. One particularly vivid moment revealed two men in uniforms standing before him, stating they had arrived in Jiangmen and that they should remain there until June. Then, as he spoke, a sharp pain coursed through his head. I turned to the accountant, Song, who sat in a stupor behind me, and inquired about her experience. Her account mirrored his, though she recalled a particular phrase uttered by the two men in black uniforms, indicating they had reached Peng City and should stay until April. After that, her memory faded, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself here. I truly could not comprehend the situation. Upon returning to Dongguan, I accompanied both individuals to the police station to report the case, and afterwards, I discussed matters with them, suggesting they could defer their rent for a few months until they found employment. Henceforth, they must exercise caution in all endeavors. They nodded gratefully, expressing their appreciation. As I prepared to leave, Song cautiously inquired about the whereabouts of the mirror. With a smile that danced between amusement and seriousness, I replied, "What? Do you wish to wander for a few more months?" She quickly shook her head, asserting that the object was too sinister and that it would be best to destroy it to prevent harm to others. I nodded in agreement, stating that I had already shattered its malevolent enchantment and discarded it. To acquire my first artifact, I found it necessary to weave such a fib, considering it a modest compensation for my recent labors. With matters settled here, I chose not to linger any longer. After refueling my vehicle, I set off directly toward Hongshan, seeking my fellow townsman, Lan Xiaodong, at a designated plaza within the ancient town of Hongshan City. From a distance, I spotted this rather unsightly fellow. Lan Xiaodong, my compatriot, whom I affectionately refer to as a Dong, hails from Shangtuan village in Dedunzi town and is 8 years my senior, turning 30 in 2008. Previously, he had taken over my fast food establishment, engaging in stock trading during his leisure, and had managed to earn a tidy sum. Those familiar with the tumultuous stock market of 2008 will understand the trials faced by investors. However, he managed to withdraw early, thus liberating himself from its clutches. Through a mutual acquaintance, he learned of an opportunity to acquire a restaurant in this vicinity, which piqued his interest, albeit his funds were insufficient, prompting him to enlist my assistance. Clad in baggy shorts, he squatted in the plaza, bearing little resemblance to a proprietor, more akin to a down-and-out individual. Upon my arrival, his keen eyes immediately caught sight of me, and he scampered over with glee. "Lu Zuo, you have finally arrived," a Dong exclaimed joyfully, clasping my hand with a sigh of relief, his expression brimming with excitement. Yet, scarcely had we exchanged a few pleasantries when he suggested we visit the restaurant. I was puzzled and inquired about his urgency. Observing the bustling street filled with passers-by, I noted that the foot traffic appeared ample. I candidly expressed to a Dong that my time was limited, and I could not oversee the establishment continuously. The intricacies of its management would need to rest upon his shoulders, as my role was solely to provide the investment. A Dong acknowledged with a casual demeanor, indicating that everything was fine. In truth, this arrangement was most suitable. He could work more freely on his own. However, as a shareholder, I felt compelled to ensure proper oversight. Upon arrival, we found ourselves at a rather sizable restaurant, spanning 2 levels. An expansive hall and kitchen on the first floor, complemented by private rooms on the second. The decor exuded an ancient charm, with 2 large wine jars prominently displayed at the entrance. A sense of unease crept over me. The scale of this establishment was indeed considerable, and I began to question whether a Dong and I could manage it. A Dong had already informed the proprietor of our arrival, who awaited us in the hall. The owner, a man from Sichuan in his 40s with a notable tuft of facial hair, immediately struck me as a quintessential shrewd businessman. Once seated, a Dong introduced me to Mr. Yu, the owner. It became clear that he and a Dong had been in discussions for several days, hindered by insufficient funds, preventing the completion of the transaction. With my presence, Mr. Yu saw an opportunity to showcase the establishment. He offered to give me a tour, discussing the restaurant's operational status and presenting the recent financial records. Overall, the place appeared promising, with adequate facilities, suggesting potential for growth. However, I couldn't help but notice the sparse number of patrons. Inquiring with the staff and chefs about their absence, Mr. Yu explained that due to personal matters, he had opted to downsize, resulting in the dismissal of most employees. I glanced at a Dong, who nodded, indicating his awareness of the situation. As discussions neared conclusion, Mr. Yu proposed that we sign the contract the following morning. Adong looked to me for confirmation, and I nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the establishment, Agen invited me to stay the night at his rented accommodation, with plans to search for a place tomorrow. I shook my head, declining the offer. Accompanied by two little ones, it was naturally unsuitable for me to blend in with Adong. Consequently, I sought out a nearby business hotel. Upon entering my hotel room, I raised my lingering doubts, inquiring why the rates were so remarkably low. Something unusual must be amiss, I remarked. Adong, you are a discerning individual. Speak candidly. I pressed further. Is this truly the case? He affirmed. Indeed, it is. Nodding in acknowledgement, I concurred, and we proceeded to discuss our investment proportions. Adong would spearhead the restaurant's operations, having invested his entire fortune to secure a 65 stake, while I would contribute all my remaining funds for a 35 share. With our agreement established, we began to strategize for the future of the restaurant. Agen expressed his desire to rename the establishment, which was originally called Shu Xiang Lu, specializing in Sichuan cuisine, a rather ubiquitous offering. Sichuan and Hunan dishes were plentiful in Hongshan, lacking any distinctive flair. He proposed a new name, Miao Borderland, emphasizing the charm of minority ethnic cuisine. In addition to maintaining the signature spicy flavors of Sichuan cooking, we would also highlight the unique sour and fragrant dishes from our region, such as Shifan, Tong Yi Ba, Chi Meng Swan Yu, Shui Ba Ye Zi,
Yu Kai Chao Ge Niang La Ru, Xuan Tang Iu, Chu Yu Fu, and Yu Cha.
These distinctive snacks and dishes would be featured prominently, ensuring we garnered attention and acclaim online. Furthermore, in the realm of advertising, it is imperative to establish more connections with schools, factories, and office buildings, actively hosting gatherings, birthday celebrations, and banquets. We should also introduce a classic takeaway service. Additionally, we could implement a communal dining model during lunch and dinner, whereby 8 strangers share a table and split the costs. This approach not only allows for the enjoyment of a variety of dishes but also minimizes expenses. Simultaneously, we ought to offer an affordable wooden bucket rice option, actively attracting nearby businesses and pedestrians to address their lunch and dinner needs. I conversed with Adong for nearly 2 hours. His familiarity with the catering industry far surpasses mine. However, the previous establishment was too small, and many operational models were constrained by its scale, thus remaining unexploited. He spoke eloquently and convincingly, instilling in me a sense of reassurance. It appears that his market research has been quite thorough and insightful. In terms of capability, I do not believe I could outperform him. This is quite satisfactory. Adong mentioned that he had also visited Master Li in the hospital. The doctor diagnosed a gastrointestinal infection with abdominal distension, persisting for over 2 months without improvement, leaving his fate uncertain. How to invite him? Naturally, if we can extend an invitation, it would be ideal, preserving part of the original charm. However, it is wise to prepare for contingencies. I agreed, stating that after signing the contract tomorrow, I would visit Master Li and offer him some encouragement. After discussing these matters, Adong took his leave. In my room, I made several phone calls home to Zameo Xiaodao and to Agen, explaining my current situation. Finally, after a moment's hesitation, I decided to call Boss Gu, inquiring about the condition of Qilin Tai. Boss Gu mentioned that he had inquired with numerous jewelers, all of whom professed ignorance. However, some suggested that there were indeed rumors circulating from Myanmar regarding this matter. Since 1993, Myanmar has tightened its control over jade exports, permitting only 2 grand trade fairs annually, in February and October. Naturally, there are also medium-sized auctions held each month, and he promised to have a friend keep a watchful eye on any updates, ensuring that I would be informed should any news arise. After sharing this information, he urged me to visit Hong Kong when time permitted, to introduce me to his distant relatives. I replied that I was currently engaged in a business endeavor in Hongshan, and once it reached fruition, I would call him to discuss the visit, though the matter of his relatives was secondary. It was essential to maintain appearances. Boss Gu was pleased and responded affirmatively, stating that he would ask Qin Li to come and fetch me when the time came. The following morning, we signed the contract, officially becoming the proprietors of the establishment. Setting aside trivial matters, When we inquired if the original staff of the restaurant wished to remain, astonishingly, none expressed interest. This was indeed peculiar. When we probed further, they all indicated a desire to seek new opportunities, no longer wishing to continue their employment here. Dong was indifferent. It was perhaps preferable that no one stayed. He was already well-versed in this field and had a network of acquaintances, enabling him to easily assemble a capable team. After meticulously auditing the restaurant's finances, Dong commenced the renovation process. He was a capable and efficient individual, having brought in several associates from Jiangxing, relieving me of any burdens. With little to occupy my time, I chose to visit Master Li in the hospital. To be frank, if I could persuade him to stay, I would gladly offer a higher wage. Accompanying me to the hospital was a foreman from the restaurant, Xiao Zhang, who had yet to leave the ancient town and was already acquainted with Master Li. On the way, I inquired why he was reluctant to remain here. Was it the unfamiliar temperament of the new boss or the meager wages? He shook his head, stating that neither was the case. He hesitated, and upon my encouragement to speak freely, he finally revealed that the primary reason was the haunting of the restaurant. My brows furrowed in surprise. Why did such matters seem to follow me everywhere? He explained that the restaurant had always been bustling, regarded as the #1 in the area, but since the new year, misfortunes had begun to plague it. Dishes infested with bugs, soot in the pots, flies buzzing about, inexplicable shortages of ingredients, tasteless meals, and a sign that almost fell and struck a patron. A colleague who kept vigil in the restaurant at night reported hearing ghostly knocks at the door and waking up inexplicably at the entrance. The situation escalated when Master Li fell ill without explanation, causing a wave of anxiety among the staff. This was the true reason behind the shop's decline. I scoffed. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. A sense of discomfort washed over me, but then I thought, doesn't this perfectly align with my research on supernatural phenomena? Upon arriving at the hospital, we found Master Li. I suggested we take our time and assess his condition first. They were astonished, asking if I could indeed diagnose ailments. Without responding, I lifted his hospital gown to examine his swollen abdomen, round and resembling that of a few months' pregnancy, surrounded by dark, grimy streaks as if he hadn't bathed in weeks. When I pressed my hands against his belly, I sensed 2 hearts beating within, each pulse tugging at Master Li's very nerves. Master Li gazed at me with an expression of eager anticipation and asked, "What do you think?" I grimaced and replied, "At the onset of pain, one yearns for meat, yet upon consumption, it induces nausea, akin to devouring human flesh. The taste is both sour and fishy, provoking a profound sense of revulsion, compelling one to expel the acidic contents of the stomach." He nodded in agreement. I inquired further, "Is there not a mass within your abdomen, small yet restless, gnawing at your flesh, causing both pain and itchiness, while nightmares plague you, as if you are being dismembered and devoured?" Tears instantly welled in his eyes, and he grasped my hand, exclaiming that I was truly perceptive and pleading for my assistance. Little Zhang, observing from the side, looked on in astonishment. I handed him 10 yuan, instructing him to procure a packet of betel nut from a nearby shop, the kind that is smoked, to alleviate Master Li's pain. Once he departed, I earnestly addressed Master Li, stating that he had fallen victim to a malevolent curse. What kind of affliction could this be? Judging by the symptoms, it resembles a form of hex known as gujiang. This particular curse is notably sinister, akin to a pregnant woman's torment. Such a hex is prevalent in the Indian region, cultivated through centipedes, spiders, and cockroaches, accompanied by vengeful incantations that affix themselves to the victim. The malevolence of this pregnant woman's curse lies in its ability to subject. The origins of this form of sorcery are said to trace back to the women of the Brahmaputra River basin in India, who employed it to punish unfaithful husbands. Its principles are straightforward, making it relatively easy to learn. I personally believe that the secrecy surrounding this practice likely stems from its simplicity. If too many individuals were to master it, societal order would become increasingly difficult to maintain. The curse that Master Li has fallen victim to has only manifested over the course of 2 months, remaining inconspicuous thus far. As I recounted these details, Master Li grasped my hand tightly, refusing to let go, pleading for my assistance. He repeatedly murmured a couple of phrases, then vowed that if I were to save him, He would diligently fulfill his duties at the restaurant as a way to repay me. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble. Such matters are simply part of human experience. I inquired whether he had encountered any unusual occurrences lately, or if someone had approached him with a job offer. After a moment's hesitation, he mentioned that a restaurant had indeed sought him out at the front door, requesting that he take on the role of head chef, but he had declined the offer. I asked which establishment it was, and he replied that it was the 8 Dishes restaurant. From my backpack I retrieved incense ash, red thread, and candles, using the red thread to tie a knot around the sickbed. This knot, known as the 36 celestial knot, serves to sever all ties with the outside world. I mixed the incense ash with water and evenly applied it to his abdomen, then dripped wax from a red candle along his lower belly, covering it entirely while leaving only the navel exposed. This procedure is called locking the energy. Once this was completed, I ventured out to procure black dog blood, buplurum, vermilion, scorpion, and motherwort, among other ingredients, and had someone prepare a bowl of black broth. This broth is known as the minor merit soup, intended to resolve all karmic ties. Master Li drank it down and let out a cry of despair, leaping from his bed without even donning his shoes, and rushed straight to the restroom. He remained in the toilet for an extended period, intermittently producing sounds akin to thunder, while Xiao Zhang and I exchanged bewildered glances outside. After a considerable time, over half an hour had passed, when he called out, lamenting his thirst. I instructed Xiao Zhang to fetch him some water, but upon entering, Xiao Zhang nearly fainted, collapsing onto the floor. Emerging with a pallid complexion, he exclaimed of the horror within, describing numerous blood clots, with a mass the size of an egg writhing in the center. That grotesque mass was the result of Master Li's misfortune. I cautioned him not to dispose of it, but rather to incinerate it completely to dispel the curse. Though I said this, I harbored another thought. It was essential to eradicate the foul object responsible for the hex. After more than an hour, Master Li finally staggered out. The golden silkworm, insatiably drawn to the grotesque mass, attempted several times to leap forth and consume it, causing a wave of revulsion to wash over me, prompting me to hastily depart. The priority was to identify the object associated with the curse. Setting this matter aside, I assisted with the store's renovation until night fell and everyone had left. I then released the golden silkworm. This little creature circled the air before darting toward the storeroom in the back kitchen, halting in front of a certain locker in the staff changing room. It emitted a series of chirps, directing its head toward the door lock. Sensing something amiss, I scrutinized it closely. A dong extended a set of keys to me from behind, indicating a number for me to unlock. Upon opening the cabinet, I discovered a collection of old clothes and towels, which excited the fat little worm, who swiftly burrowed into the garments. My shoulder tightened. It was a dong, his hand trembling. It then dawned on me that he had never encountered the fat worm before, which stirred a sense of unease within me. He asked, "Is this a curse?" I nodded. He inquired further, "Is this the legendary golden silkworm curse?" I nodded again. A dong, this 30-year-old man, could not help but feel a surge of compassion, cautiously reaching out with his thumb to stroke it, while expressing his concern, "It won't bite me, will it?" Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a dong had also leaned in to touch the worm's jade-like, plump body. It seemed rather delectable. My hand, clutching the cloth bag, began to turn a pale blue, becoming hot and flushed, as blood quickly pooled in my palm. I understood that the bag contained poison. This object must be the source of the restaurant's gradual misfortunes and the various supernatural occurrences. I took a step back, and a dong looked at me, asking what was wrong, whether the situation was dire. I shook my head, explaining that the one who performed the incantation was not particularly formidable, merely that the method was somewhat sinister. Both the bag and the brick bore runes. I was unsure of their nature, but their effect was to gather negative energy, attracting all manner of malevolent entities to create chaos, which we could simply incinerate. Just as I spoke, a sudden dripping sound emanated from the kitchen. In the stillness of the night, the noise was jarringly out of place, and a dong and I exchanged glances. Could it truly be that what we spoke of was manifesting? A dong looked at me, his eyes wide with alarm. We both understood that something was amiss. Aside from the two of us, there was no one else in the restaurant, yet the faucet in the kitchen began to drip, echoing its rhythmic sound. What could be the meaning of this? I have already developed a professional habit. I immediately set aside the piece of cloth in my hands and swiftly dashed into the kitchen, just a door away. The dimly lit room was filled with an unusual sound. My vision in darkness had significantly improved, and as I focused intently, I discerned a peculiar figure crouched at the sink where water dripped from the faucet. The entity, roughly the size of a rabbit, was a dark, furry mass that quickly sought refuge behind the cabinet upon noticing my presence. How could I allow it to escape? Grabbing a plate from the table, I hurled it with great force, and the porcelain transformed into a streak of white light, zipping towards the leaping shadow. To my astonishment, the plate passed right through it, crashing against the countertop with a resounding clang, shattering into pieces. A wave of panic surged within me. Could it be that I was confronting a spiritual entity? A ghost? Perhaps. If it were indeed a ghost, I felt emboldened. As a person well acquainted with the world, possessing an identity, I advanced a step forward, my left hand bracing my lower dantian to gather energy, while my right hand formed a pointed gesture, aiming at the escaping figure in the air. I shouted with authority, "My companions, do not be misled by my encounters with the supernatural." The essence of this situation revolves solely around the 9-character mantra, a customary approach that seemingly lacks progress. Yet this is not entirely true. As I have previously mentioned, each character in this mantra embodies unique significance, representing all the principles of existence. The ancient text once proclaimed, "Those who engage in battle shall advance in formation." This should always be regarded, for there is no aspect of existence it does not dispel. Mastery of this 9-character mantra, when distilled to its simplest and most profound essence, can eradicate all malevolence, ensuring success in every endeavor. As I gazed upon this ghastly creature in my hand, I could not help but murmur inwardly, "Alas, this wretch truly resembles a tasteless entity from the realm of spirits." It bore a hideous skin akin to that of a toad, as though it had been doused in sulfuric acid, its body awash with blisters, a dark mass devoid of eyes, yet covered in a slick, repugnant fur resembling a grotesque doll. Its mouth was astonishingly large, occupying over half of its corpulent form. Suddenly, recognition dawned upon me. This was the gluttonous ghost. This specter ranks among the 37 varieties of spirits, having perished in life due to insatiable hunger. In death, its relentless obsession with food binds it to the mortal realm, causing it to drift through the world of the living. Typically, such spirits are bereft of family and worshippers, deprived of offerings, and thus suffer from starvation. Some ghosts endure this hunger, languishing in torment day after day, while others are not so resigned. The paths of humans and spirits diverge. For a ghost to linger in the human world is no small feat, and with each new moon and full moon, the chilling winds cleanse the atmosphere, testing their resolve, leaving them in a state of turmoil. There are those that feast upon vapors, others that consume water, blood, vomit, excrement, hair, flesh, and even infants. A veritable array of grotesqueries. Yet, the gluttonous ghost is unwavering in its cravings, fixated solely on human sustenance. Any fare, be it poultry, fish, meat, fruits, or rice, it devours. However, it does not consume without consequence. The items it partakes of lose much of their flavor, akin to chewing wax, a phrase aptly used to describe the taste of food once devoured by a gluttonous ghost. Such entities are ubiquitous, yet few possess a form as distinct as this one. The creature in my grasp writhed with extraordinary strength, even attempting to bite me with its gaping maw. I seized it firmly. My hands, cursed by the lowly mule, possessed an uncanny efficacy against spirits. Whatever I pondered wielded the power to corrode ethereal entities, and soon it began to whimper despondently. I turned to glance at Adong, who trembled violently, leaning against the wall, beads of cold sweat seemingly emerging from his brow. As Adong departed, the impatient little spirit, Duoduo, leapt forth. Upon her arrival, she floated in the air, gazing at the gluttonous specter in my grasp, inhaling deeply and exclaiming how delightful it was. Intrigued, I brought it close to my nose, only to find it devoid of color and scent, nearly indistinguishable from the air itself. Duoduo scoffed at my ignorance, mocking my lack of understanding. Humans possess 7 souls, and the vital essence resides in the throat chakra, allowing one to savor all fragrant delights. To experience this transcendent delicacy, one must cultivate the throat chakra, she proclaimed with pride. She elaborated that this gluttonous spirit was a rare treasure among ethereal beings. Why, you ask? Because such entities typically linger in this realm for over 50 years, existing in a state of stupor, consuming whatever sustenance they can find, and retreating into cupboards when food is scarce. Having tasted the myriad flavors of the world, sweet, sour, bitter, and pungent, its very essence is rendered extraordinarily delectable, each fragment comparable to ginseng. I disregarded her, urging her instead to interpret the glutton's incessant wailing. The little Demon Duoduo perked up its ears and listened for a while, then began to converse with the ghost in a peculiar manner, establishing a strange form of communication through unusual sounds. After a minute, Duoduo turned to me with a distressed expression and relayed that the spirit had proclaimed its hunger, lamenting that this place had not seen a fire in many days, leaving it famished and reliant solely on water. I inquired further, and Duoduo explained that this gluttonous spirit had perished in the 1960s, succumbing to starvation. During that era, politics overshadowed basic needs, and as a mere child, it endured days without sustenance until it ultimately met its demise. I queried if it was truly that simple, to which she nodded, revealing that the gluttonous spirit had not originally belonged here. It had been drawn in by the sinister objects nearby. The contents of that cloth bag brought misfortune to humans but possessed an irresistible allure for spirits, effectively evading the majority of malevolent winds. It had lingered here for over 3 months without causing harm, merely startling the occasional staff member on duty. I nodded thoughtfully and instructed Duoduo to inform the spirit of my intention to guide it to the afterlife, so it might avoid lingering too long and ultimately losing its humanity, transforming into a vengeful ghost. To my surprise, it seemed to comprehend my words and began to thrash about, snapping its jaws wildly. A pang of sympathy tugged at my heart, for aside from rendering food bland and tasteless, it had not truly harmed anyone. Yet, the realms of humans and spirits are distinct. Its presence had thoroughly disrupted the natural order of production here. It would be more prudent to assist it in moving on to the realm of the dead, allowing dust to return to dust, and earth to return to earth, perhaps to discover a new fate that awaited it. The sound was faint yet perceptible. After a while, a filthy little boy appeared before me, his eyes glistening like polished obsidian. He bowed deeply and ascended towards the rooftop. In the air lingered a swirling orb of iridescent light, dancing upon the tiny hands of the little sprite. She held it aloft, observing it for a moment before opening her mouth wide and taking a hearty bite, her eyes narrowing in delight as if savoring the exquisite flavors of the mortal realm. The plump worm, consumed by jealousy yet wary of being swatted by the sprite, cautiously fluttered nearby, nibbling at the remnants of the luminous orb, smacking its lips in delight. In an instant, a terrifying spark ignited in its beady eyes, as if it had been invigorated, wagging its tail in a plea towards the sprite. For the sake of sustenance, it had always exhibited such a lack of resolve. After licking her palm, she mused that there might be no more delicacies to enjoy in the future. The plump worm, too, felt a wave of sorrow. With the cause now identified, everything began to shift towards a more favorable direction. I procured all the necessary tools for crafting talismans, inscribing protective symbols throughout the Miao cuisine establishment. Having endured countless failures, the likelihood of success had significantly increased, no longer relying on the blood of the golden silkworm for empowerment, as it possessed innate magic of its own. Moreover, I applied the techniques from the 12 pathways to devise an array of feng shui arrangements to ward off malevolence, seamlessly integrating them into the decor without drawing undue attention. After meticulous planning for over half a month, the Miao cuisine establishment finally opened its doors at the end of May. Thanks to a Dong's effective promotion, the initial days of business were remarkably bustling. Besides the promotion, the restaurant's unique theme likely played a significant role in attracting fresh patrons. In my leisure moments, I stumbled upon a peculiar occurrence, intricately connected to the gluttonous spirit I had previously exorcised. This matter also pertains to the golden silkworm. I had rented a modest 2-bedroom apartment near the Miaojiang dining hall, a price quite reasonable. However, engrossed in the preparations for the opening, I found little time to attend to Duoduo and the golden silkworm. Duoduo, being a conscientious child, proved to be manageable. She obediently practiced her ghostly arts at night without causing any trouble. The golden silkworm, on the other hand, seemed to have descended from paradise into a hellish realm upon arriving in Hongshan, perpetually ravenous. Sensing the unease around us, I forbade it from foraging outside, opting instead to procure some ergotu and offal for its sustenance. The golden silkworm was reluctant, yet understanding my stern demeanor, it refrained from venturing out and endured hunger. After all, its stomach, akin to that of a giant salamander, could withstand hunger for a year or two without succumbing. Duoduo, unable to bear the sight of her little companion's plight, took it upon herself to prepare meals, albeit with humble ingredients: pig liver, chicken gizzards, and beef tripe. Having made slight progress in her ghostly cultivation, she was unafraid of fire and handled the preparation with care. The golden silkworm, usually fond of raw and pungent delicacies, surprisingly relished the dishes crafted by Duoduo, often licking the plates clean. Intrigued by this, I mustered the audacity to sample a bite and, to my astonishment, found it utterly delectable. Duoduo had absorbed the celestial essence of the gluttonous spirit, and as they shared the same ethereal nature, her culinary prowess had ascended to a masterful level. Thus, while attending to household chores, Duoduo had taken on an additional responsibility: cooking. The young girl displayed an astonishing talent, following the recipe to create dishes that surpassed their original excellence, leaving an unforgettable taste. At that time, the Miaojiang restaurant had just opened, and in an effort to attract patrons, I devised a strategy that allowed Duoduo to possess me, enabling me to cook 10 dishes each day for the restaurant's guests. I doubled the prices, and after 6 in the evening, I personally took to the stove, preparing only 10 dishes each day, after which they were no more. Initially, Adong was perplexed, but after tasting Duoduo's creations, he exclaimed in amazement at their exquisite flavors, declaring the plan to be effective. Consequently, the reputation of the 10 dishes from the Miaojiang kitchen quickly spread, drawing numerous eager customers who sought to make reservations. Many who had not tasted the dishes that day clamored for a chance, willing to pay not just double, but even tenfold, yet I graciously declined their offers. Although it was Duoduo, the act of possessing my body ultimately took a toll on her spirit. Had I not been able to perform incantations for restoration, I would not have dared to engage in such exploits. Moreover, in business, it is essential to adhere to principles of decorum and integrity. Naturally, Duoduo was quite intrigued by the possession, using my hands to occasionally touch my nose and trace my scars, filled with delight. I could see how dearly she longed for a human form to pursue her passions. As the days passed, the popularity of the Miaojiang restaurant exceeded our expectations, leading to an influx of guests that left us weary and bent over with exhaustion. Thus, the urgent need to hire additional staff arose. We subsequently recruited for more individuals, dividing the restaurant into 2 shifts, one for the morning and another for the evening. Since there have always been training sessions, I entrusted the responsibilities of raw material procurement, management, and training to my subordinate Xiao Zhang, deliberately positioning him as my proxy. This lad proved to be quite competent, executing tasks flawlessly, which also garnered the satisfaction of Adong. Although they share a hometown, I am aware that Adong and his wife could potentially run a family business here without oversight, leaving me behind. Naturally, I merely aimed to mitigate risks and prevent unforeseen circumstances. After all, Adong and I have been long-standing brothers, and I trust he would not betray me. Previously, I had harbored suspicions regarding the competitor, Ba Dewan, covertly undermining our efforts. Since their opening, they had remained silent. I instructed my team to keep a vigilant eye, and they reported that business at their establishment was rather lackluster, with many diners drawn to our venue, causing their patronage to dwindle significantly. In the realm of business, 2 mindsets often prevail. One strives to expand the market and increase clientele, while the other seeks to seize the existing share of competitors. We attract customers through our strength and reputation, yet they possess the wisdom of past experiences, which instills a degree of concern in me. Indeed, on a fateful afternoon in early June, an incident transpired. A group of 8 individuals, each bearing a menacing demeanor and muscular build, entered and immediately ordered an extravagant feast accompanied by copious amounts of alcohol and boisterous games. Logically, groups of 5 or more could opt for a private room, yet they insisted on remaining in the bustling main area, claiming it was more spacious. Due to our introduction of an economical lunch service, the dining area was filled with patrons, and I was inundated with phone orders for takeout, leaving me preoccupied and unaware of the unfolding situation. Unexpectedly, after a while, I heard a commotion from the hall, men shouting, women screaming, and cries echoing in my ears. I stood up and saw Xiao Zhang at a table, dealing with a situation. At the forefront was a man cursing vehemently, loudly denouncing the establishment, claiming that not only were there cockroaches and worms in the food, but also hair. "Look at this," he exclaimed. "What kind of hair is this? All twisted and curled?" My expression darkened. Our kitchen was under stringent management, and I had even drawn a talisman to ward off pests. How could such things possibly appear? This group was evidently here to create trouble. I glanced at our waitress, Xiao Li, whose face was swollen and red, indicating she had been subjected to some rough treatment. The leading man, towering at nearly 6 feet, grabbed my collar, reeking of alcohol, and asked, "Are you the owner?" I affirmed that I was. He pointed to the dishes on the table, then to the curled hair in the hand of his companion, demanding, "Is this what you expect us to eat?" I calmly replied, "I believe there may be a misunderstanding." He slammed his hand down on the table, causing the dishes to leap and the broth to splash everywhere. His gaze pierced me like a knife as he stated, "This is the situation. What do you propose we do?" I reached up, removed his hand from my neck, straightened my collar, and smiled placidly, inquiring how he wished to proceed. He remained silent, but his companion spoke up, insisting on compensation for their emotional distress, demanding a sum of at least 30,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the other men around him began to stir, some shouting for 50,000, others for 80,000, creating a tumultuous uproar. Surrounding patrons gathered to witness the spectacle. The imposing man fixated on me, prompting me to shake my head and sigh, exclaiming how many years have passed. Yet the tactics of causing a ruckus in restaurants and extorting free meals remain utterly unoriginal. Is this amusing in any way? We are in the 21st century, my friends. Your approach resembles that of a winning bottle cap, having already swept the globe. Who would still believe in it? The man was taken aback by my remarks, while the onlookers erupted in laughter. Infuriated, he retorted, "Believe it or not, do you think I'm insane? Do I have nothing better to do than eat insects? You run a restaurant, and yet, within a single dish, you manage to conjure up so much drama. How dare you operate? Do you believe I smash your establishment?" Upon hearing his words, the 7 accomplices around him dispersed, rolling up their sleeves, readying themselves for confrontation. I shook my head, sensing that this was not the usual tactic employed by a lurking adversary. It was too clumsy, falling into the realm of ineptitude. Perhaps they perceived my strategic positioning here, or perhaps they had attempted their tricks before without success, thus resorting to such a desperate maneuver. I suggested to Xiao Zhang beside me to call the police, to let the officers handle the situation. After all, the sanitation fees we pay monthly should not go to waste. The large man laughed heartily, calmly stating, "Go ahead and call the police. Let us see whether they come for you or for me." This was a blatant maneuver, a rogue tactic, yet it left one feeling helpless. To put it bluntly, even the police might not be able to intervene. Suddenly, I realized this burly man bore an uncanny resemblance to the son of the nobleman in Xiamen, provoking an urge to strike him. There were a total of 8 individuals present, and to be honest, I felt no fear of them whatsoever. If a confrontation were to arise, I might endure a few blows. However, I possess the unwavering confidence that they shall ultimately be the ones to fall. Yet what would victory entail? I would be burdened with medical expenses and perhaps face the prospect of my establishment being scrutinized, while these ruffians would linger like an unshakable plague, clinging to me relentlessly. How infuriating! I find myself wishing to bestow upon this wretched group a torment akin to a heart-wrenching curse. Yet, should these knaves dine at my establishment only to succumb to poisoning, it would be tantamount to tarnishing my own reputation. A purveyor of venomous creatures running a restaurant, who would dare to patronize such a place? This chaos would undoubtedly hinder my business, and my staff has gathered, even the chefs from the kitchen brandishing their cleavers, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, a shadow darted through the doorway, calling, "Fools, what is this ruckus? I have traveled tirelessly and am on the brink of starvation. Little viper, hasten to prepare food and drink to entertain us. The shadow flitted into the hall, spun around once, and then settled upon my shoulder. I felt a weight and realized it was the rotund tiger-striped cat, having grown significantly plumper in my absence. Turning my gaze, I noticed a man entering, dressed in an old blue robe with voluminous sleeves and black cloth shoes, his hair tied in a bun, and carrying a tattered satchel of treasures, resembling a character from a historical drama. My heart leaped with joy. This man was none other than the eclectic Xiao Keming. Upon entering, he cast a mere glance to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Ignoring my presence, he performed a respectful bow to the assembled audience and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Esteemed guests, I am the direct disciple of the 78th generation master of the Shangqing sect, Miao Kingdom. Today, as I pass through this place, I perceive the auspicious atmosphere of this establishment, a convergence of fortune and vitality, indicative of prosperity. I have traversed many miles and, with humble audacity, seek a cup of water. I kindly ask the proprietor for assistance." The rather unrefined tone of his speech momentarily stunned the audience. I instinctively gestured for a waiter, who promptly presented him with a cup of tea. The individual drank it down in one gulp, exclaiming with satisfaction, his gaze shifting towards the raucous group of burly men causing a disturbance. He calmly remarked, "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Observing the troubles faced by your establishment, I shall lend my hand to assist." With that, he strode forward with purpose, pointing at the lead troublemaker and commanding him to leave. In a swift motion, he seized the man, hurling him towards the entrance. The efficacy of his intervention was indeed formidable, instilling fear in the hearts of the onlookers. The henchman of the burly man stood momentarily frozen, caught in uncertainty. Two particularly menacing figures leapt forward, brandishing chairs, only to be subdued effortlessly by the adept practitioner, who rendered them helpless with a swift maneuver, eliciting cries of pain. At this juncture, all the ruffians hesitated, acutely aware that the seemingly unassuming figure before them was no ordinary foe. The burly man, leaning against the glass door, rose to his feet and pointed accusingly at the practitioner, bellowing, "Who is this sorcerer meddling in affairs that do not concern him? Seeking death, are we?" All the idlers sauntered aside, gathering at the entrance, while only the two unfortunate souls, whose arms had been severed by the scruffy path, cried out in pain. The scruffy path turned, pointing at the burly man with a grin, saying, "Do you still have the audacity to utter threats? I foresee calamity befalling you. Within 3 days, you shall surely suffer severe distress, foul breath, a muddled mind, rampant desires, visions of malevolent spirits, and the sounds of demons, leading to your demise." He spoke with such conviction, yet covertly signaled to me with his fingers behind his back. The burly man's complexion shifted dramatically. With a wave of his hand, he commanded them to leave. The two who had lost their arms lamented, calling out to their leader, questioning the fate of their limbs. The burly man approached the scruffy path, demanding to know his intentions. The scruffy path, with a playful smile, replied, "Are you truly planning to leave after merely dining? That would be most dishonorable. Settle the bill and offer your apologies." Surprisingly, the burly man remained composed and complied with every request. The onlookers erupted in cheers. The scruffy path then called out to the burly man as he reached the doorway, warning him that misfortune awaited him due to his numerous misdeeds. "Tomorrow observe your condition. If you feel unwell, you may seek me here," he concluded, bowing in farewell before exiting. I summoned Xiao Zhang, instructing him to keep an eye on that group to see where they would go. Meanwhile, the tiger-striped cat wandered to the cashier, pecking at the tea leaves in a cup. As the crowd dispersed, just as anticipated, the police arrived tardily. After inquiring about the situation, they offered little commentary, merely advising us to maintain good relations with the locals, lest we encounter significant trouble. I remained silent, pondering whether this good relationship implied the necessity of paying a protection fee. Consider my thoughts to be rather sordid. The truth remains elusive to me even now. After attending to matters here, I followed the esteemed tiger-striped cat to the back door, where I observed the scruffy little alley cat, who had previously struck a pose of grandeur, squatting in the corner, intently watching ants. Upon noticing my approach, He rose and inquired why I had not cast a spell on that young fellow. I replied that I truly lacked the skill to employ such sorcery, and besides, having just dined with me, he fell ill shortly after. Should that be attributed to him or to me? When the officials from the health bureau eventually arrive, it would be another round of service, and I cannot afford such trouble. I invited him to sit in the dining room's lounge and inquired about his recent endeavors. He shared that he had been enjoying himself in the capital, yet the tiger-striped cat greatly missed Duoduo and the golden silkworm spell, urging him to journey southward to seek me out, which he did. I was left with no choice. Running a business, one must welcome all patrons, as harmony brings prosperity. If I were to escalate this matter, I would ultimately suffer the consequences. I remained indifferent, but Adong had invested his entire fortune. I could not act solely on impulse. The scruffy alley cat chuckled and remarked, "Little toxic creature, will you endure this?" I replied, "How could I? Life is sustained by breath. Even the Buddha seeks a moment of incense. To be perpetually oppressed leaves me discontented. Merely to earn a pittance?" The alley cat laughed heartily, saying he would investigate who was orchestrating these schemes. "But first, let us procure some food." The tiger-striped cat chimed in, exclaiming how famished he was. I then led them to a private room upstairs, summoned the kitchen to prepare several dishes, and arranged some tea and snacks. The tiger-striped cat had a penchant for sunflower seeds, so I also sent someone to the street to buy a large bag. We dined while discussing the events of the past few months. In the past few months, the winding path of the scruffy-haired fellow in the north has not presented any particularly noteworthy events. He incessantly recounts his romantic escapades, embellishing the luxurious splendor of the Tianshan realm with lengthy descriptions. Meanwhile, the dignified tabby cat snacks on seeds, adding his own commentary. I find it peculiar when he claims he wouldn't be joining, yet now expresses a desire to accompany me. He responds that it would be amusing to go together. A chill runs down my spine as I exclaim, "It seems you have latched onto me. Wherever I go, you follow." Just to clarify, I am not inclined towards such affairs. The scruffy-haired fellow bursts into laughter, and upon settling down, he adopts a serious demeanor, stating, "Have you noticed a pattern? My little poison? Anyone who associates with me seems to encounter misfortune, and you are no exception. However, when we unite, all obstacles transform into opportunities. Thus, our partnership is ordained by fate, a celestial arrangement. Henceforth, we shall traverse the world hand in hand, proudly named the Left Path Humming Duo." How delightful that would be! I grimace, replying, "You've merely ensnared me for your own sustenance." The scruffy-haired fellow chuckles heartily, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Well, who told you to open a restaurant?" Suddenly, the dignified tabby cat erupts into raucous laughter, affirming, "Good friends for life." After a brief exchange, a knock at the door interrupts us. It is Xiao Zhang, who enters with a dong, who had been out on errands. They inquire if I am available at the moment. I invite them in and introduce them to Xiao Keming. After a few pleasantries, a dong mentions that he has heard from Xiao Zhang about a group of ruffians from Chenmen Street, who frequent bars and skating rinks, effectively the local bullies. He has just spoken to the elder brother from the dock, who informed him that we have made enemies, and there is little that can be done about it. Xiao Zhang interjected, stating that the group had departed on motorcycles, but he lost track of them halfway and had only managed to gather information through acquaintances. A dong wore a troubled expression, lamenting the chaos that hindered their business operations. I waved my hand dismissively, asserting that the ruffians had already been dealt with by Lao Shao, and it would not be long before they came seeking reconciliation. Such matters, akin to demonstrating a lesson to the foolish, would inevitably quiet down for a time. The pressing concern now was identifying the scoundrel covertly plotting against us. Was there sorcery at play? I recalled Master Li mentioning that the 8 great bowls had sought him out during his illness, but he had declined their advances. I had reason to suspect that the malicious individual behind these nefarious tactics was indeed associated with the 8 great bowls. However, Lao Shao would conduct a discreet investigation. Thus, I intended to ensure that these miscreants would find themselves in tears rather than laughter. After some deliberation, we devised a plan wherein Zimao Xiaodao and I would conduct the investigation regarding the operations of the dining establishment, while Adong would keep a vigilant eye on matters. Following our midday meal, I escorted Zaimao Xiaodao and the esteemed Hu Pai Mao to my rented abode, which served as my residence in Hongshan. Lacking essential furnishings for the bed, we had to busy ourselves with procurement. Zaimao Xiaodao informed me that the 8 great bowls could prove to be quite troublesome. When I inquired as to why, he explained that he had gathered intel indicating that the proprietor of the 8 great bowls was from Yunnan. While this in itself was not alarming, the proprietor's wife appeared to possess some knowledge of sorcery, indeed practicing the art of voodoo. The Xiao family is reputed to have a method of fortune-telling, capable of discerning the essence of mountains, residences, and individuals alike. Those who practice such dark arts can often glean insights with remarkable accuracy. The woman, with a withered yellow complexion and a willow-like waist, bore a sinister aura around her brow and chin, clearly not a person of virtue. I inquired about what should be done. Should we notify her, maintaining a cordial coexistence? He nodded, affirming that this would indeed be the preferable course of action. Otherwise, should matters escalate, the ensuing turmoil could be considerable. She may practice as she wishes. Our sect of Maoshan and her faction of Miao Gu are not of reputable lineage, after all. It would be hypocritical to claim that the authorities may act with impunity while the common folk must remain subdued. Let her be. However, the troubling news was not merely this. He discovered something unsettling, the presence of the mark of a sinister cult near the corner by the 8 great bowls. Curious, I asked what this sinister cult was. He explained that it consisted of a congregation of formidable lunatics, also known as Ellard or the cult of evil spirits. These individuals have long remained hidden, lurking in the shadows, disconnected from our path. Though they are mad, it is said that some Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain tantric lamas and Southeast Asian sorcerers are involved, rendering them exceedingly formidable. It is best not to inquire further. This matter is far too nefarious for us to meddle in. Let those who are compensated for such burdens, like his senior brother, handle it. A weight settled in my heart, leaving me at a loss for words. I asked whether this malignant spirit had any connection to the 8 great bowls. He replied that he did not know. If there were no connection, we would coexist peacefully. However, if there were ties to the sinister entity, it would be of little concern. One could merely make a phone call at 30 cents per minute, and he would pass it on to his senior brother for resolution. I then inquired about the role of his senior brother. The scruffy little path no longer concealed itself. He remarked that there are indeed elements in this world that science fails to elucidate. Wouldn't you agree? Yet, these phenomena remain shrouded in secrecy, each possessing a rationale of its own. As for what that may be, do not inquire, for I shall not disclose it. Rather, experience it for yourself. So, what should one do when confronted with such matters? It invariably requires the expertise of professionals. His senior brother is precisely such a specialist, a figure in public service. If one were to gauge the extent of their secular authority, it is rather limited. However, in certain realms, they wield a degree of influence. He inquired if I comprehended this. I nodded in affirmation, stating that it is akin to the dragon team or a team depicted in novels. He rolled his eyes at me, exclaiming that it was akin to playing a lute to a cow. To put it in simpler terms, consider his senior brother as akin to a clandestine operative in national security. I nodded again, acknowledging that I understood, particularly referring to the national security portrayed in Please Turn on Your Phone, and I expressed my admiration for Sun Honglei's acting, which is simply outstanding. He shot me another eye roll before turning to address the tabby cat, which ignored him entirely, presenting him with its back. The mood of the scruffy little path plummeted instantly. I clarified the situation and sought the phone number of the proprietress to arrange a meeting. She hesitated momentarily but then resolutely agreed. Indeed, she is a remarkable woman. I summoned the scruffy little path, and after a few instructions, we met her at a nearby tea restaurant. Accompanying us was the owner of 8 bowls, Li Shouyong, while the proprietress was named Cheng Wumei. Both individuals were in their 40s. Cheng Wumei had a rather stout figure, resembling the landlord from Kung Fu at first glance, and upon closer inspection, indeed, she appeared even more corpulent. After taking their seats and exchanging pleasantries laden with trivialities, Cheng Wumei bluntly inquired about the purpose of my invitation. With a smile, I remarked that the proprietress seemed to have forgotten the tumult that transpired in our restaurant yesterday, acting as if nothing had occurred. Her brow furrowed as she stood, reproaching me. What do you mean by that? Are you insinuating that I instigated the ruckus at your establishment? That's utterly absurd. I sipped my tea calmly, gazing at her with a smile. Are you truly unaware? She placed her hands on her hips, retorting, I am not. I grew weary of the circular banter and stated plainly, yet, Gong Ermao distinctly acknowledged your influence. I possess a recording, would you care to listen? Gong Ermao was the burly fellow in question. Upon hearing this, Chang Wumei took a seat once more, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. Do you truly believe the words of a thug? How nonsensical. He could claim to be an alien, and would you be foolish enough to believe that as well? I chuckled softly. So you are indeed acquainted with Gong Ermao and aware of his dubious nature? Quite revealing. She realized her slip of tongue and fell silent, pursing her thin, knife-like lips as she scrutinized me. Throughout the exchange, Li Shouyong remained mute, offering no interjections. I took another sip of tea, then raised my head, pointing to the nearby scruffy fellow, who remained silent yet smiling, and remarked, just look at my friend's attire, and you'll discern that we are kindred spirits. The adage goes, at home, one relies on parents. Outside, one depends on friends. As we traverse this shared path of life, it is only natural for us to look out for one another. In the changing room of the Miaojiang dining establishment, we discovered a talisman brick and an object of descent, undoubtedly the handiwork of the two of you. The previous owner, Mr. Yu, faced misfortune. Let's leave that in the past and refrain from involving the authorities, as it would only complicate matters. Now, the Miaojiang dining room is under the stewardship of my friend and me, and it has been quite laborious. Thus, I hope, Sister Chung, that you will consider our camaraderie and show some leniency. Being singled out like this, Chang Wumei, typically not one to remain composed, displayed a face that oscillated between crimson and pale. Although she appeared to be a forthright individual, she defiantly stated, what if we refuse? Li Shouyong discreetly tugged at Chang Wumei, but she feigned ignorance, defiantly holding her ground as she glared at me, saying, indeed, what can you do to me? The scruffy fellow shifted his posture, causing both of them to tremble slightly, their eyelids twitching. I understood their underlying trepidation. I felt a sense of calm within. It is a common human tendency to look down upon those perceived as inferior. Not only do you share this inclination, but I do as well. However, my principle is that when I encounter a formidable and worthy adversary, my sole desire is to transform them into a friend rather than an enemy. This philosophy has allowed me to live joyfully and persistently. Sister Chang, Brother Li, I possess some knowledge of medicine. May I offer my assistance in examining your ailments? The abruptness of my words caught the two off guard, leaving them gazing at me with expressions of bewilderment. I smiled, for just moments ago, I had infused the tea with a venomous potion, and upon their consumption, they had unwittingly succumbed to its effects. Guided by my grandmother's teachings, I have always refrained from using such malevolence unless absolutely necessary. Thus, even with these two, my intent was merely to impart a lesson. While engaging them in conversation about the signs of the affliction, I adopted the guise of a healer. Chang Wumei pressed her hand against her bulging abdomen, her brow furrowed in discomfort, and soon her round face was lined with creases, resembling a dumpling. Li Shouyong, on the other hand, was in utter distress, exclaiming in agony as if he were experiencing severe cramps, alternating between waves of pain and brief relief. As Chang Wumei's discomfort began to ease, her face transformed into a radiant smile, and she exclaimed, indeed, this establishment aptly deserves its name of Miaojiang Restaurant. Brother Lu, your true prowess as a medical practitioner from Miaojiang is commendable. Forgive my earlier misjudgment. With swift grace, she pulled her still grumbling husband to join her in offering me a cup of tea in place of wine. My purpose was reconciliation, and thus I graciously accepted her goodwill, raising my cup in a toast. After taking a sip, I suggested, Sister Chung, what do you think? Perhaps we could consider each other as friends? I possess a modicum of medical knowledge, and addressing your ailments would be a simple matter for me. Chang Wumei clasped her hands and replied, indeed, I am grateful for your assistance, Master Lu. I proceeded to administer an antidote to both of them, advising them to consume a concoction of rehydrated black fungus and silver fungus over the course of 3 days to completely alleviate their condition. The two individuals expressed their profound gratitude before departing. settling their bill and inviting us to their establishment for a sumptuous feast as a token of appreciation on the appointed day. I merely nodded in agreement. After their departure, Zama Xiaodao chuckled and inquired whether the couple had been disparaging us as they left. He had just sneezed several times. I smiled and replied that perhaps they had. Though Chang Wumei appeared to possess limited skills, if she were truly formidable, she would not be running a modest tavern. It is likely that she had acquired some rudimentary techniques at home and, witnessing the thriving business of the original Xuxiang Lu, became envious. Consequently, she resorted to the practice of summoning malevolent spirits akin to gluttonous ghosts to disturb the establishment. This sorcery, however, is quite sinister, and it inadvertently ensnared Master Li in its snares. Such matters are futile to report to authorities. Resorting to violence would be excessively brutal, leaving behind a trail of consequences. The only recourse is to assert one's dominion, much like a tiger marking its territory to deter these petty miscreants from encroaching. We all engage in commerce not for the sake of jeopardy, but in pursuit of prosperity, and as adults, they naturally comprehend my intent after a warning and will retreat accordingly. That very afternoon, the burly Gong Ermao arrived with 6 others, who had caused a disturbance the previous day, bearing floral arrangements and apologies. They knelt before the injured waitress, striking their own faces in a display of contrition and seeking her forgiveness. In that moment, the morale of the staff soared, and the cohesion within the Miajiang dining hall reached unprecedented heights. The invitation from the 8 dishes to join them for a feast was extended to me, Zama Xiaodao, and a dong. A few drinks later, this matter was indeed resolved. As I made my way to the restroom, I passed through the lobby on the first floor, where my keen olfactory senses were immediately alerted by the sight of a table laden with food. It was no surprise that the business of the 8 great bowls was languishing. The oil they used was none other than recycled waste, and the ingredients were substandard pork, offal, and the kind of gutter oil derived from the processing of pigskin. Such a lack of integrity in the restaurant industry truly warrants their desolate patronage. Fortunately, our own meal was not tainted by such depravity. Now that the matter had been resolved, there was no need for us to remain entangled in it. We could focus on our own business. The small street vendor continued to set up his fortune-telling stall the next day, eking out a living. A group of ne'er-do-wells, including Gong Ermao, meandered over to his stall and surprisingly brought in a fair amount of clientele, which was indeed astonishing. On the 3rd day of his arrival in Hongshan, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked to examine the copper mirror I possessed. I cautioned him that this mirror was hard-won and I could not allow him to abscond with it, given his propensity for taking advantage of others. To be frank, I had grown wary of his opportunism. He puffed up with indignation, retorting that he was hardly the sort to covet such a trivial object. He merely wished to admire it and offer his assistance in refining it, as a token of friendship. He insisted that whether I chose to lend it to him or not was of little consequence. Otherwise, it would simply gather dust in my drawer. Seeing his faux sense of grievance, I quickly adopted a more humble demeanor and implored him. After some theatrics and posturing, he eventually agreed, but, as per his usual practice, extorted a sum of 10,000 yuan from me. Just look at this scoundrel. It appears that a dog cannot change its nature. As the small street vendor held the copper mirror in his hands, he emitted a series of sighs, clearly captivated by its allure. After observing for a while, I discerned that this bronze mirror is indeed a relic from the Song, Liao, and Jin dynasties, adorned with narrow borders and small knobs engraved with inscriptions, undoubtedly an antique. It is quite remarkable that the old gentleman managed to acquire such an artifact for merely 4,000 yuan at a street stall. One cannot help but wonder whether this fortune is a boon or a curse. The bronze mirror has a long history, waning in prominence during the Ming and Qing dynasties, and by the reign of Emperor Qianlong, it had largely been supplanted by glass mirrors. It raises the question of why this particular mirror remains in use. Generally speaking, the process of crafting a mirror involves 6 essential steps: creating a mold, casting, scraping, grinding, polishing, and engraving. This bronze mirror appears to be a high-end item from its era. Indeed, if one were to sell it, its artistic and historical value would easily exceed 1 million. I suggested we dispense with idle chatter and focus on how to forge a magical instrument. He recited a spell, and then, cradling the bronze mirror in his hands, He silently intoned a scripture. After a moment, he tilted his head and inquired how I knew to employ the binding demon spell to contain the spirit trapped within the mirror. I pointed to the locust wood talisman on my chest and revealed that it was the little spirit, Duoduo, who had informed me. The scruffy little man erupted in laughter, remarking that I had indeed found a female Zhuge Liang. He explained that with a spirit residing within the mirror, the task would be considerably easier. Upon inspecting the surface and back of the mirror, he contemplated inscribing a talismanic formation. His method of crafting magical instruments was inherited from his granduncle, the renowned talisman master Li Daozi of the Maoshan lineage. He possessed knowledge of 12 different talismanic formations, of which 5 were suitable for this mirror. He then looked up at me and asked which one I would ultimately choose. I, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the plethora of information, simply sought clarity on one matter. Was there a formation suitable for offensive capabilities? At this moment, I felt utterly powerless and had a pressing need for a form of magical instrument that could provide me with a means of self-defense. The scruffy little fellow nodded and said he understood. Thus, we shall employ the broken hell spell. Once this incantation is inscribed upon the surface of the mirror, it can command the spirit within, rotating the magic array and resonating with your sorcery, effectively dispelling evil entities and binding malevolent spirits. I trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Isn't this extraordinary?" The scruffy little fellow curled his lip in disdain, retorting, "Nonsense. This thing, while formidable in its own right, is no more powerful than a self-charging anti-wolf flashlight. The Tao and the instrument. Tao represents the spiritual essence, the highest principle that exists independently of material form. It is eternal and immortal. The instrument, however, merely serves as a tool along the path of cultivation. True strength within oneself is the foundation of all things. Historically, the debate surrounding these two concepts has persisted for ages. Taoism is divided into two principal sects, the Chuanzhen school and the Zhengyi school. Chuanzhen practitioners renounce worldly life, dedicating themselves to spiritual cultivation as the righteous path. Conversely, Zhengyi practitioners may marry, indulge in meat, and perform talismanic rituals. When it comes to genuine mastery of Taoist arts, the majority of accomplished adepts hail from the Chuanzhen school. The practice of talismans within the Taoist tradition, due to its simplicity, has attracted many with wavering resolve, such as those within the Zhengyi faction, particularly the Maoshan lineage. The Maoshan school preserves the Shangqing Dadong Jinjing, focusing primarily on meditation and recitation, while also engaging in alchemical practices. However, its most renowned contribution is the Maoshan magic, a refinement of ancient black sorcery. Despite the Maoshan school's fame, its standing within Taoism remains relatively low. In the pursuit of immense power, one must not neglect the cultivation of the spirit. These are the pains of the Maoshan sect, briefly mentioned in passing, without further elaboration. He carried with him an array of tools, the most striking of which was a carving knife fashioned from a discarded white steel lathe blade. To be candid, his skill in engraving far surpassed the mundane practice of fortune-telling. However, he harbored an eccentricity. The presence of onlookers was intolerable, for distraction could not be afforded. Not only I, but even the lethargic tabby cat, dozing at the bedside, was unceremoniously shooed away, inciting a flurry of irate protests from the sleepy creature, resulting in quite a commotion. The rough-hewn path lay undisturbed for 3 days, with his presence largely confined to the room, save for meals and restroom visits. To be consumed by obsession is to truly live. The operations of the Miaojiang dining establishment have largely fallen into a stable routine, managed sufficiently by A Dong and his wife, along with the capable Xiao Zhang, whom I had mentored, and a brother of A Zhen. My contributions are limited to preparing 10 dishes each evening at 6 o'clock, leaving me ample time to delve into the intricate passages of the 12 methods of suppressing mountains. Why is this so? Because I lack a master. In the realm of Taoism, there exists a saying, a master is not merely a teacher. The heavens, the earth, and all beings serve as teachers. This is the essence of self-taught mastery. However, how many true virtuosos exist in this world? Those who excel in Taoist arts, ethics, and inner conviction, are they not all guided and nurtured by a mentor? No one is born with knowledge. Who can claim to be free of doubt? With the guidance of predecessors, one can avoid a myriad of detours. Without it, the path ahead is fraught with obstacles. Just like me, a novice without a mentor, armed only with a tattered book, I have stumbled my way to this point, remaining nothing more than a mere fledgling. Thus, it is true that a master is the foundation of achievement. Without one, no accomplishments can be realized. This statement holds weight. The skills of a wandering practitioner are feeble, not solely due to an unforeseen calamity but also because the absence of a mentor hinders progress in cultivation. Furthermore, the reason he has acquired such understanding, particularly in the arts of crafting and array formations, is largely due to the guidance of a senior uncle. My aspirations are modest. I merely wish to restore Duoduo to her human form and marry Huang Fei, leading a tranquil and blissful life. However, the path ahead is fraught with obstacles. If I do not grow stronger, I shall surely be extinguished amidst the perils that lie ahead. How then can I hope to attain peace? Troubles tend to seek you out, even when you do not pursue them. In this world, to claim that one is untouched by causality is nothing short of absurd. Everything that exists is ephemeral. Only power remains eternal, a notion often espoused by the most extreme practitioners of the arcane arts, and at times, it bears a profound truth. My heart swells with elation. From what I know of the wandering practitioner, he is typically carefree and unrestrained, yet he adheres strictly to his promises. At this moment, as I prepare to rest, it signifies that the copper mirror has indeed been inscribed. I laughed heartily 3 times, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha!" As night fell, the wandering practitioner emerged from his quarters, presenting the copper mirror to me with the words, "It is done." Upon closer inspection, I found that this bronze mirror was almost indistinguishable from the previous one, save for its edges, which had been carefully polished to a rounded finish. The verdigris remained, yet it was treated in such a way that it appeared completely natural. On the back of the mirror, clear and elegant runes were inscribed, proclaiming, "Souls of the myriad sins from the 9 netherworlds, accompanied by the fragrant clouds of incense, may the wisdom and clarity of the ethereal flowers bring everlasting peace to the divine." I turned it over repeatedly, captivated by its allure. A scruffy little path informed me of its secrets. Within this mirror resides a spirit, and the magical array would naturally activate. To utilize it, one merely needed to commune with this spirit and then shine the mirror upon a malevolent entity, exclaiming infinite heaven's reverence in homage to my ancestral teachings, thus achieving its intended effect. For weaker foes, their souls would be drawn into the mirror, nourishing the spirit within, and when facing formidable adversaries, it could serve to hinder and delay them. Such was the artifact I had acquired, and in my exuberance, I eagerly descended to the ground floor to procure a dog for experimentation. However, I was soon chased through the streets by an aggressive mutt, only to be saved by Duoduo, who managed to drive the mongrel away. My confidence was utterly shattered. Thus, the mundane days passed. By mid-June, after receiving another call from Boss Gu urging me onward, I finally resolved to venture to the Oriental Pearl, to witness the extravagant world beyond. Following the demise of my dear companion Xiaomei and my cheap master, Wang Luo, I had once been so despondent that I contemplated abandoning my struggles in Dongguan, yearning to disappear into an unfamiliar place, shunning all ties of cause and effect. Yet, I ultimately realized a profound truth. No matter how far I might flee, I could never escape the throngs that encircled me, always entangled in calamity. Even if I were to escape to the ends of the earth, what difference would it make? It remains unchanged. What is destined to arrive will inevitably come. Evading it is futile. Only through resistance and a life imbued with optimism can one truly become a formidable individual. Thus, I returned to the south and arrived at Hongshan, where I opened a restaurant with my fellow villager, a dong. He required my investment, while I sought a stable source of income, to avoid toiling endlessly for mere grains of rice. My time is exceedingly precious. I have come to realize that I do not live solely for myself. I bear a multitude of responsibilities. Duoduo, the plump little bug, my promise to Huang Fei. And, well, let's not forget the charming little temptress Duoduo. With so many mouths to feed, the pressure weighs heavily upon me. Just as I completed the handover of Miaojiang restaurant, Boss Gu called, lamenting that if I did not return soon, his relatives would likely collapse under the strain. I could only smile wryly, asking why. Amidst the multitude of esteemed metaphysical masters in Hong Kong, they were waiting solely for me. He scoffed, stating that the renowned ones could not be summoned, while the lesser-known were of no use at all, merely skilled in the art of rhetoric. Consequently, I packed my belongings and, accompanied by the persistent little rascal and the striped cat, journeyed through the Luohu port of Peng City to Hong Kong. Boss Gu's assistant, Qin Li, was already awaiting my arrival in Peng City, having arranged all necessary formalities. Having previously worked with Boss Gu and visited Hong Kong, I possessed a Hong Kong and Macau travel permit, and to my surprise, the little rascal had one as well, allowing us to pass through customs with ease. Boss Gu personally awaited at the entrance, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, we boarded a sleek black luxury van. We traversed through towering skyscrapers and congested traffic, arriving at a bustling street in Kowloon. The Hong Kong Elizabeth Hospital, reputedly the place where Bruce Lee met his demise, stood before us. Boss Gu, well acquainted with the route, guided us directly to the ward. Ascending in the elevator, perhaps by sheer coincidence, we found ourselves on the 5th floor. A sense of foreboding lingered in my heart. This visit felt ominous. Hong Kong is a locale that places considerable emphasis on customs and traditional culture, historically adopting a tolerant attitude towards various forms of knowledge. Consequently, Boss Gu's wife, son, and daughter received both me and the scruffy Taoist with profound respect, undoubtedly influenced by Boss Gu's exaggerated praises. In stark contrast, the scruffy Taoist was accorded a level of attention akin to that of a state guest. His disheveled appearance somewhat obscured by his Taoist robe and hairstyle, lending him an ethereal quality reminiscent of a sage. Director Zhang occupied a private room, and through the glass of the door, it was difficult to reconcile the frail, white-haired figure in the bed with the dashing and carefree man he had been just a year prior. This illustrates the stark distinction between those born into privilege and those who have taken a more unconventional path. A fundamental difference lies in their foundational skills. From their conversations, I gleaned the outline of the situation. The illness had spread like a game of hot potato, affecting over a dozen individuals. The sole comfort was that the elderly wife, having long since faded in appearance and devoid of intimate relations for quite some time, had not contracted the illness. He was naturally enraged and, upon further inquiry, showed no regard for any lingering affection, contemplating the expulsion of the woman who had brought upon him this illness, leaving her to fend for herself. Consequently, when Xiao leapt to her demise, the matter lingered unresolved. It was only in a moment of critical reflection that he recalled this woman had long since perished, her head shattered like a rotten watermelon, rendering any notion of intimacy utterly absurd. This realization shifted his perception. Indeed, the woman in his arms was drenched, her body soaked in blood, and upon gazing at Xiao's visage, he was horrified to find not a face, but a grotesque assemblage of dismembered flesh. At that moment, his very soul seemed to flee. He then awakened, discovering himself still sprawled upon his grand bed at home, the flickering shadows outside casting an eerie glow. He was drenched in sweat, his body clammy from the fright. Already in poor health, this shock induced a fever. He initially dismissed it as a mere coincidence. However, in the days that followed, sometimes lasting a week, other times merely 2 or 3 days, Xiao infiltrated his dreams, either ensnaring him in poignant lamentations, threatening with terror, or perpetually weeping, tormenting him to the brink of despair, leaving him yearning for release yet unable to attain it. Zameo, the scruffy fellow, retrieved a compass fashioned from red copper from his treasure pouch. This compass bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his third uncle, adorned with 54 concentric circles and densely packed with intricate traditional characters. He held it aloft, reciting incantations to summon divine presence, as the black magnetic needle at the center began to sway and rotate erratically. Observing this movement, both Zameo and I furrowed our brows in concern. It is important to note that the malevolent spirit of Xiao has long been vanquished by the talismans of the scruffy path. Such a potent magnetic field reaction could not possibly be attributed solely to a single malevolent soul. This may have been the most restful slumber he has experienced in quite some time. As I gazed out at the fading rays of the setting sun, I realized we would be spending the night in this hospital. To be candid, I detest the scent of disinfectant. Chairman Zhang has fallen into a deep sleep, and we have stepped out of the ward. Boss Gu approached us, inquiring about the situation. We shook our heads, indicating that we would likely not discern the truth until evening. Of course, this opulence is amassed through Hong Kong dollars, something to which we cannot aspire. If that is the case, the matter becomes significantly more serious. After a moment of contemplation, I asked if it could be the gathering of malevolent patterns. The scruffy path nodded in affirmation, acknowledging my observation. Others, curious, inquired about the gathering of malevolent patterns. I explained that it is a manifestation resembling superficial marbled clouds that appears at the nape of the neck following a curse, not easily discernible unless closely examined, akin to grime accumulated from neglecting personal hygiene. Typically, only the most malevolent spiritual curses can give rise to such patterns, and these curses can only be cast by seasoned witches with mastery over the arcane arts. The malevolent spirit, when magnified, appears particularly terrifying. Hearing our detailed account, Zhang Jiayan asked whether there was a remedy for his father's curse. He spoke with a glimmer of hope, his tone imbued with humility. However, both the scruffy path and I shook our heads, indicating that this would be a formidable challenge. The emergence of the Juxia pattern is not derived from Taoist practices, nor from sorcery or the ancient Chu witchcraft, but rather it is an import from Western occult traditions, tracing its origins back to the primitive doctrines of the ancient gypsies. It is one among the array of mystical tools utilized by gypsy astrologers, including tarot cards, crystal balls, and feline curses. This is a tactic of paganism, and both I and the scruffy little fellow merely heard it mentioned by Uncle San during his storytelling sessions, yet we remain oblivious to the means of resolution. Not only are we in the dark, but even our informant, Uncle San, likely possesses no knowledge of it either. However, the simplest remedy for all the world's dark arts is to identify the fallen individual. Due to the pressing matters of the evening, we abstained from drinking and hastily finished our meal. The esteemed Mr. Gu, occupied with his own affairs, received numerous phone calls throughout the gathering and could not remain with us. Thus he assigned Qin Li to accompany us. Accompanying Mr. Gu was the rather rotund tiger-striped cat, who, having indulged to its heart's content, flapped its wings and merrily sought its own amusement. To be frank, this plump creature is even more enigmatic than the scruffy little fellow. A crowd had gathered around us, observing. At midnight, I opened my eyes to see the scruffy little fellow gazing back at me. We exchanged smiles and then rose to enter the patient room. Chairman Zhang lay languidly on the bed, his grayish-white hair exposed, fast asleep. We refrained from turning on the lights and ushered the others out. The scruffy little fellow set up a makeshift altar, lighting incense and candles, arranging 3 offerings and 3 fruit platters. He purified his hands and lit the incense, brandishing the peach-wood sword he carried with him, while chanting the ascending to truth concealment mantra. His entire body trembled as if shaken by a sieve, and the tip of his sword flickered unpredictably. I couldn't help but chuckle at his newly crafted peach-wood sword, devoid of any mystical inscriptions, rendering it nothing more than a mere facade. With a flick of the sword's tip, a yellow talisman ignited on the tangled path. Ever since arriving at the Oriental Pearl, it has been this path that has taken center stage. He is excessively enthusiastic, while I merely observe from the sidelines, brewing a pot of soy sauce. Of course, I am not truly idle. Instead, I meticulously scrutinize everything surrounding the hospital room with my spectral eyes. It is mid-June, and the climate in Hong Kong is sweltering. The air conditioning maintains a constant temperature indoors. However, within this environment, an inexplicable chill pervades. This coldness does not stem from a physiological response but rather directly affects the heart. Yet, apart from this oppressive chill, I perceive no other malevolent entities. This is the purest manifestation of an evil gathering pattern. After a long night of waiting, the malevolent spirit has yet to arrive. The tangled path silently recited incantations, and upon awakening in the morning, I was astonished to hear murmurs escape his lips. He had chanted throughout the night. How diligent this half-hearted individual has been, especially when no deposit has been made. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head weakly, his tone laden with effort. When it comes to his enemies, he cannot even count them on both hands. A person who claims to have no adversaries throughout their life is, without a doubt, a failure. Fortunately, in this regard, he can be considered a success. Business rivals, daily grievances, and lurking malefactors. There are far too many to recount. We could assist him in arranging a feng shui setup in his bedroom to ward off external evils, but this would not address the fundamental issue. Once the evil gathering pattern manifests, even the mere act of breathing can attract malevolent entities and misfortune. Matters of fortune, ultimately, pertain to the interplay of heaven, earth, and humanity. Heavenly destiny is reflected in one's astrological chart, while earthly circumstances encompass the current state of affairs and geographical environment. The individual embodies personal qualities, efforts, and opportunities. The saying goes, in heaven, there are signs. On earth, there are forms. In humanity, there lies fate. This is the essence of existence. When one harbors malevolent energies within, coupled with unfavorable timing and circumstances, it creates a vortex of misfortune. If not eradicated, despite all precautions, it may lead to demise. However, if one seeks to avert such fate, they may find a talisman that gathers fortune and wards off misfortune to carry with them, thus achieving a balance. Yet, such talismans are rare and elusive. Hastily searching for them may yield no results. Zhang Dong closed his eyes, shedding 2 streams of sorrowful tears. He reflected on his life spent navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce, filled with transgressions against his conscience. Yet the deepest regret stemmed from the wrongs he had inflicted upon his family. His indulgence in carnal desires had led to the suffering of many women over the years. This affliction had undoubtedly spread its repercussions far and wide, and he accepted his fate as just retribution. Zhang Dong struggled to articulate his thoughts, and we, feeling helpless, exited the hospital room. To delve into the depths of this matter, neither I nor my companion, the scruffy little fellow, possessed the investigative prowess of Sherlock Holmes or the sagacity of Judge D. Rengia. We were ill-equipped to unearth the truth behind it all. I inquired about the identity of the person involved, to which Boss Gu merely smiled and replied that we would know in due time. Shortly thereafter, Qin Li arrived to escort us to the hotel, where we encountered the father of the little girl, Shui Rue, who had previously suffered an accident, Li Jiahu, along with her mother, Ms. Coco, waiting at the entrance with Boss Gu. After a long separation, we exchanged warm pleasantries. Li Jiahua warmly clasped my hand, expressing that our abrupt departure last time was exceedingly impolite. I, indifferent to the sentiment, remarked that such occurrences are merely human nature. Moreover, it was fortunate they left in time. Otherwise, innocent parties might have been affected, and I would have deeply regretted it. Upon returning to the private room for dinner, the dishes exuded a distinctive Cantonese charm, particularly one delicacy, Buddha jumps over the wall, which I tasted for the first time and found utterly delightful. Discussing the current situation of Shuerui, Li Jiahua expressed considerable concern. He mentioned that his daughter is still receiving treatment for her eye ailment in the United States, yet the condition is quite complex, and a swift recovery seems unlikely. He also shared an intriguing anecdote about his daughter, who has indeed taken on a mentor named Ron Ping, an elderly gentleman in his 90s who runs an antique shop in Chinatown, distinguished by his long white beard and sharp senses. Their connection seems serendipitous, resulting in this master-disciple relationship. They have met, and he is reputed to possess genuine skills. My companion and I offered our congratulations, yet inwardly, we scoffed at the notion of so many extraordinary individuals existing in the world. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing and dishes savored, Li Jiahua spoke again. His family, regarded as affluent in Hong Kong, is well known for their exquisite jewelry and precious ornaments, boasting several jewelry companies and numerous outlets throughout the island and the Pearl River Delta region. Since his grandfather's time, they have thrived in this industry, and now, with their grand legacy, the family has expanded significantly. He has a founder of Li's Jewelry, his grandfather, along with 2 uncles, 3 aunts, and several cousins, making their household lively and prosperous. His father and uncle were both guardians of the family legacy, having inherited their father's business and secured positions as directors within the company. Generally speaking, individuals like his younger uncle, born into wealth, often exhibited the exuberance of youth, indulging in romantic escapades and courting young starlets. Such behavior was hardly newsworthy. It was not uncommon for even his grandfather, who had surpassed 80 years, to be linked in rumors with newly debuted models. However, the younger uncle from the Li family was an anomaly. He married early, his wife being a classmate from England. Tragically, she passed away during childbirth, leaving behind a son. Astonishingly, for over 20 years, he refrained from remarrying, dedicating himself to his work and raising his cousin into adulthood, now a span of 24 years. This decision was met with disapproval, not only from outsiders but also from his late wife's family, who persistently attempted to introduce potential partners. Yet, his younger uncle remained resolute, honoring the vow made to his late wife to remain together for eternity, thus choosing to remain single. Regrettably, perhaps due to his relentless work schedule and the absence of a matriarch to manage the household and guide his son, his cousin Lu Zuo strayed from the right path from a young age. By the age of 15 or 16, he became a notorious playboy, a troublemaker, squandering money carelessly and embroiling himself in various scandals. Not long ago, in 2007, he was involved in a series of unfortunate events, including 3 female students requiring abortions, one of whom nearly attempted suicide. His penchant for brawling and reckless behavior culminated in a severe car accident caused by drunk driving, injuring 2 individuals. Fortunately, his uncle managed to intervene discreetly, averting any significant repercussions. After being confined for 2 months, he once again ventured out and caused trouble, assaulting a financially struggling student from the University of Hong Kong, leaving the poor soul in a coma for 3 days, while he himself suffered from a high fever. Ultimately, he resorted to various means, bribing the plaintiff's family and committing to 3 months of community service. As Li Jiahud spoke, we dined and drank, listening with curiosity. The blunt-tongued Zhao Mao interjected, questioning the relevance of this tale. He remarked, "Why bring this up? Is there a chance we could arrange a feng shui setup to alter that rascal's temperament? Fate is predetermined, and no medicine can cure a fool. It is said that the art of feng shui hinges on 3 factors: the celestial timing of one's destiny, the geographical layout, and the individual's own efforts. If one could truly succeed with a single strategy, it would not be an esoteric philosophy but sheer superstition, an actual myth. Change is possible in the landscape, yet one's innate character is hard to transform. If one could truly rely on such arrangements, we would have no worries at all. Should we entertain such thoughts, you might as well show us the door. The notion that a single arrangement could turn one's fortune is a tactic of charlatans. We are not such quacks, nor can we boast of such grand claims." Li Jiahud set down his chopsticks, clapped his hands in laughter, and remarked, "Indeed, you are a thoroughly sincere individual, honest to the core. Delightful, simply delightful. However, the matter I shared with you is not about seeking your assistance to reform my wayward cousin. As the narrative unfolds, takes a rather peculiar turn. Ever since his cousin suffered a high fever and subsequently awakened, he has transformed into an individual of remarkable poise and decorum, exhibiting a complete 180-degree shift in character. No longer does he squander his days in the company of dubious companions, indulging in frivolous pursuits. Instead, he has relinquished numerous detrimental habits. By day, he diligently engages in volunteer work, while by night, he immerses himself in an array of books on economics and culture, devoting himself to the pursuit of knowledge. I paused my chopsticks and observed Li Jiahud, noting the furrowed brow that suggested he had more to divulge. Boss Gu, being quite familiar with Li Jiahud, inquired about the recent absence of Ziyuan, only to learn that he had been sequestered at home, dedicated to his studies. Indeed, it is commendable that he has come to understand certain truths. But when did this transformation occur? After a moment's reflection, Li Jiahud replied that it happened about a year ago. With a troubled expression, he lamented the complexity of the situation, explaining that he had come to seek my counsel precisely because of this curious development. "Do you know?" he continued. "Ziyuan initially exhibited behaviors akin to those suffering from amnesia, utterly devoid of his usual memories. At first, we presumed he had sustained some cerebral damage due to the fever. However, upon witnessing his newfound docility, we ceased to worry. My uncle was greatly relieved, remarking that if this wayward lad had managed to grasp even a modicum of understanding, his life would not have been in vain. In the past, my uncle had expressed concern that if this young man continued his reckless ways, he would squander the family fortune, ultimately donating it all to a welfare institution. Then, a destitute student erupted in a fit of rage, violently grappling with Lu Zuo, who remained oblivious and bewildered, akin to a mad dog. Observing this frenzy, Li Jiahud couldn't help but draw parallels to his unreliable cousin. The incident stirred quite a commotion at the time. Li Zuo was brutally beaten, resulting in a bloodied head and hospitalization. Meanwhile, the impoverished student fled, and upon the police's visit to his home, he could not be located. His parents reported that the student, known as Su Ming, remained in a dazed state for over 2 weeks after regaining consciousness, during which he spoke nonsensically and refused to eat. He claimed to be Li Zuo, hailing from a wealthy family, and launched scathing attacks against his own parents in the village. His condition fluctuated, marked by bouts of fevered delirium. Initially, his parents had been enticed by the riches of the Li family and withdrew their lawsuit. Otherwise, under the stringent laws of Hong Kong, Li Zuo would undoubtedly have faced severe consequences. Now, they were left to swallow their bitterness, enduring the ramifications alone, believing their son had merely suffered a shock that affected his mental state. After the assault, Su Ming vanished without a trace. In Hong Kong, with its population of 7 million, locating such an individual posed a challenge, particularly since the offense was not grave enough to warrant significant pursuit, leading to the matter being left unresolved. Ultimately, the tale of this incident reached the ears of Li's uncle through the elder Li's account. Initially pleased to see his nephew Lu Jian becoming increasingly sensible and starting to assist at the company, the uncle now felt an unsettling prickle in his heart, sensing that something was amiss, though he could not articulate the source of his discomfort. This individual harbors a deep-seated suspicion, a persistent thought that lingers whether his eyes are open or closed. The original Li Zuo, despite his flaws, remains a part of his own flesh and blood, while the current Li Zuo, although considerate and understanding, is not of his lineage. Indeed, Li Jiahu's uncle has begun to doubt that the son before him is truly his biological offspring. He is a shrewd businessman, possessing a mind so sharp that he can recite the first 1,000 digits of pi in a single breath. The more he questions, the more discrepancies he uncovers. Yet, these discrepancies remain mere suspicions. He cannot dare to voice them openly. Should this son indeed be genuine, would he not be wounding a heart of immeasurable value? Ultimately, he is a person who cherishes familial bonds, awkwardly expressing his paternal love. Caught in a cycle of anxiety and apprehension, the time has progressed to April of this year. Li Zuo has begun working at his uncle's company, achieving commendable results and earning accolades from peers and business partners who praise his uncle for raising a fine son, ensuring the legacy will continue. However, his uncle is choked with unease, harboring unspoken turmoil. Later, during a conversation with a client from Taiwan, he mentions the matter of Ms. Zhu Xiuhua from Kinmen, pondering whether there truly exists a phenomenon of soul exchange in this world. The more he contemplates, the more his heart is gnawed by doubt. Suspicion is a demon that not only devours his peace of mind but also ravages his health. Now, in May, his uncle has succumbed to illness, suffering from neurosis. I observe the winding path, as he smiles and lowers his head to sip from his bowl of soup. Based on my understanding of the individual known as, it seems he is once again attempting to pose as a sage. As anticipated, he pondered for a moment and then, drawing upon Taoist esoteric teachings, provided a theoretical dissection of the concept of soul exchange, outlining its principles and stipulations. In terms of technique, the research conducted by the Maoshan sect indeed surpasses that of others, boasting a systematic theoretical foundation and readily available factual examples. Listening intently, I found myself gaining insights. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that much of it was mere nonsense. Blood itself possesses a repulsive nature. How much more so does the intricate essence of the soul? If such exchanges were truly so effortless, I would not be in search of a Qilin fetus. Instead, I could simply find a comatose individual for both Duoduo and the little Demon Duoduo, allowing them to borrow a corpse and return to life without the need for this aimless and frantic endeavor. Such occurrences are nearly as improbable as the origins of species, with odds akin to 1 in several billion. Nonetheless, in this world, one must refrain from declaring absolutes. To assert that there are none would be to dismiss the examples presented by, which could not have emerged from thin air. Thus, it remains essential to adhere to the principle articulated by Marxist philosophy: specific analysis of specific phenomena. After his exposition, inquired whether any local masters from Hong Kong had been consulted. If a true soul exchange had transpired, The disarray of the 3 souls and 7 spirits would be readily discernible by any practitioner of the way. Why, then, has it taken until now to address this? Li Jiahu nodded in acknowledgement, stating that they had indeed sought assistance, engaging renowned masters due to their family's wealth, yet discreetly. Upon examination, these masters concluded that the birth data aligned perfectly, indicating that no such event had occurred. Upon reflection, the individuals they sought were primarily fortune-tellers and geomancers, yet few possessed expertise in the art of yin and yang, rendering their predictions rather dubious. If trust were to be placed in someone, it would be best to turn to me. The Li family held me in high regard, proclaiming that their daughter, once on the brink of demise, had transformed into a charming and lively young girl, all thanks to my intervention, which they found credible. The matter of dispelling malevolence and averting misfortune ultimately hinges upon one's reputation. At this moment it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. His eloquence could seemingly resurrect the deceased. Nearby, a few young nurses, intrigued, extended their hands, eager to participate. Suddenly I stiffened, recalling that the fellow who had feared us yesterday had indeed returned today as promised. I cautiously approached, prodding the scruffy man who was engrossed in examining the girl's palms. His demeanor radiated righteousness, yet his eyes unmistakably betrayed a lecherous glint, occasionally venturing deeper into the girl's necklines. Noticing my nudge, the scruffy man became alert and inquired if he had arrived. I nodded affirmatively. Zhang Jia, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean by arrived?" She was in a state of desperation, clutching the hem of the scruffy man's clothing, pleading, "Please, master, save us." I glanced towards the glaring corridor lights, where a few silly girls lingered. My companions, Fat Worm and Duoduo, were not in a position to emerge, their potential stifled. The scruffy man gestured towards my backpack, indicating that the copper mirror for dispelling evil had yet to be unveiled. Today, serendipitously, we would take it out, recite the incantation, and direct its reflection towards the malevolent entity, thereby uncovering its origins. I, too, felt a profound sensation and thus raised the copper mirror, taking a deep breath to calm my heart, allowing myself to perceive the flow of air surrounding me and to attune to the field of energy. The disheveled path dispersed the onlookers, who quietly observed me. As my aura accumulated to a critical threshold, I had already communicated with the copper mirror and gently turned the lock. The sound of the turning mechanism startled the swirling darkness, which abruptly coalesced into a single point. With a sudden push, I entered, elevating the copper mirror towards the area simulated by the ghostly eyes, and shouted Infinite Celestial Sovereign. As my voice resonated, the condensed darkness froze in place, seemingly unable to move. A wave of joy surged within me as I directed the copper mirror towards the dark entity, only to discover that, with a fleeting motion, the darkness vanished as if it were the melting snow of spring, dispersing into the surrounding space. The peach-wood sword of the disheveled path arrived post-haste, its tip halting at the spot where the darkness had dissipated. The force it exerted was formidable, and even after its pause, the tip continued to emit a resonant hum. Earlier, he had displayed a carefree demeanor, as if he had seen through the trivialities of mortal affairs. Yet in this moment, he was reduced to tears and coughs, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. The specter of death loomed far more terrifying than he had envisioned, revealing his fragility beneath the facade of strength he had projected. Reality often falls short of expectations. I stood by the window of the hospital room, observing the flow of vehicles and pedestrians below, gazing upon this forest of steel and concrete, a chill creeping into my heart as if a ferocious beast lurked beneath, like a hunter poised with spear and bow, waiting for novices like myself and the disheveled path to advance towards their doom. This was an inexplicable sixth sense, one I hoped would prove inaccurate. The disheveled path nodded slightly, then shook his head. He traced several frames in the air with his fingers, remarking that the essence of feng shui fundamentally pertains to the harmonious relationship between humanity and nature, embodying the principle of unity between heaven and man. Specifically, the feng shui arrangement we established is known as the Sanha Inho Nejia formation, derived from the 9 stars method. It is articulated through the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Pujuan, Wuqiu, Lianjing, Wanxiu, Lushuan, Jumen and Tanlang, alongside the stars Dongming and Ingguang. This formation serves to close off stagnant energies and delineate a protective boundary. As long as one remains within this formation, troubles shall elude them. Once breached, calamities shall inevitably arise. As Zhang Dong murmured to himself, he pondered whether this could be considered a form of house arrest. Upon exiting the hospital, the bronze mirror in my arms quivered, and upon inspection, radiant light suddenly emanated from within. The small Taoist was overjoyed. According to his words, this bronze mirror, believed to be an ancient artifact from the Song and Jin dynasties, has withstood nearly a millennium, a remarkable feat for its preservation. Its frame was adorned with verdant patina, and after undergoing the trials of the mirror spirit, it had been inscribed with numerous sigils from the hell-breaking incantation by the small Taoist, transforming its appearance entirely. When I first acquired it, my heart swelled with joy akin to boiling oil, and I eagerly attempted to reflect it upon my dog, only to be chased about in a frenzy, doused with a bucket of cold water that dampened my spirits. Thus I paid little heed to the object. However, at this moment, to my astonishment, it began to tremble. It shook once, then again, sending tingles through my palms. Within the golden surface of the mirror, ethereal light swirled forth, faint and delicate, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. The narrow alley beside me whispered a reminder, affirming that the spirit within the copper mirror was indeed a formidable malevolent entity. That brief glance had surely captured a trace of the connection lingering in the air. If we could establish a dialogue with it, perhaps we could uncover the identity of the one who cast the spell, thereby subduing that individual at its root. Elated, I inquired if this were truly the case. With my eyes closed, I gestured towards the left, attuning myself to the invisible thread, declaring that it was not far, just over there. This subordinate, who had harbored some grievances against me in the past, was of little concern to me. I felt no inclination to explain anything, as he was perpetually self-satisfied. Let him employ the philosophy of self-victory to overcome his tribulations. Before long, we circumvented the rear of the building and traversed several bustling streets. Our pace quickened, and the crowd thinned around us, while the towering structures became increasingly prevalent. Upon reaching a quieter area, surrounded by lofty edifices, we encountered a humble shed nearby, with a small park in close proximity. The lush trees, illuminated by the distant streetlights, appeared somewhat sparse, their shadows swaying as an inexplicable chill danced through the sweltering heat. Those of us in this line of work understand that such an unaccountable chill signifies scrutiny, an insidious gaze upon us. I paused at the edge of a narrow clearing, my expression grave as I surveyed the dimly lit alley ahead. To my left stood a stone table accompanied by 4 stone stools, an ordinary resting place, with an old locust tree nearby, its branches uneven and its broad crown rustling in the night breeze. To my right loomed a wall, its surface cloaked in moss. A short distance ahead lies a sharp bend, a mere turn that effectively obscures the bustling vibrancy of the street. The fateful configuration of the 2-4 stance, alongside the mountain-like presence of the dragon, signals the meticulous arrangement of someone astute. Nodding in acknowledgement, I resolved to remain. He means to confront us, and we share the same intent. We are destined adversaries, and a mere touch brings forth peril. Yet, his setup reveals a cunning strategy. We must not falter here. With this thought, I promptly summoned my 2 potent weapons, the golden silkworm Gu and the diminutive, ready for whatever may come. The plump creature, having long remained dormant, was sluggishly roused from its lethargy, lazily climbing upon the lofty bosom of, bobbing with each movement. The floating appeared quite resigned. She had grown accustomed to the creature's peculiar intimacy, understanding that its behavior stemmed not from lasciviousness but from an insatiable love for sustenance. Yet, visually, it was rather unappealing. Upon her arrival, surveyed her surroundings, erupting into laughter as she scattered a flurry of silvery chimes, remarking on the eerie yet splendid locale for recuperation. However, I pondered, why is it that we consistently find ourselves in such treacherous places? I sensed a familiar aroma, pure, unadulterated. Ah! How many years have passed, and yet the scent remains. She inhaled deeply, her expression one of sheer delight, akin to a wayward girl ensnared by addiction. As I surveyed the area, I stole a glance at her. Although spoke with ease, her countenance betrayed a weighty seriousness. Though this little vixen may lack decorum, Her insights are remarkably profound, surpassing even my own. I still vividly recall her stunning entrance while confronting the necromancer Baong from Thailand on the Jiangxing Expressway. The fearsome water-grass demon wielded a steel sickle, exuding brute force akin to a diminutive reaper. Yet this young girl, murmuring incantations, effortlessly ensnared him with the encroaching flora. Possessing such innate talent and a spirit akin to a specter, she has always held herself in high esteem, looking down upon others. Yet, in this moment, with her arms crossed and a serious expression, it became evident that the lurking adversary was indeed a formidable contender. The wooden sword and the bagua mirror from the scruffy path were already in motion, as she gracefully executed the U-step, attentively scanning her surroundings. Is there truly any situation in this world that is so tranquil? The scruffy path glanced at me, inquiring whether the spirit within the bronze mirror genuinely pointed to this location. Observing the dimly lit clearing, devoid of life, even the usual chirping of insects had vanished. I nodded affirmatively, expressing my certainty that the individual had not departed for long and was likely still nearby, perhaps even lurking in the shadows, watching us. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, he remarked that this cursed place, a nexus of darkness, is indeed perilous. However, if we retreat, what alternative do we have? Amidst the shrouded gloom, 2 strands of emerald light burst forth, glistening ominously. My heart skipped a beat as I beheld the shadow elegantly stepping out from the side of the stone table. It was a black cat. The black cat was adorned with a coat of glossy, pure black fur, its head possessing a rounded quality, marked by a beetle-like pattern on its forehead. With pointed ears and stiff whiskers, its elongated form resembled that of a small leopard as it sauntered forth. Our gazes locked. Its emerald green eyes were cold, indifferent, and haunting, devoid of any emotional expression. We remained in this silent standoff for 3 eternal seconds, during which I felt as though I were immersed in that pure shade of green. So mesmerized was I that when it suddenly leaped towards me, I failed to react, my consciousness still tethered to the moment before. A voice, soft and ethereal, whispered in my ear, "The cat spirit. This is the cat spirit." As the words echoed in my mind, a flash of black lightning surged into my embrace. With a yowl, my right arm, which I had instinctively placed before my chest, was seized by excruciating pain. My long-sleeved shirt tore open, revealing 4 jagged claw marks from which blood flowed forth, black as ink. Cursed cat spirit. I watched as the inky blood pooled beneath me, my legs giving way, and my vision darkening. At that critical moment, a golden shadow darted from the air and landed upon my right arm. It was the golden silkworm, a creature I had not seen in ages, joyfully plunging into the black ichor and greedily lapping it up. I could feel my arm as if it were a pump, continuously siphoning away my lifeblood. My extremities grew cold, a consequence of excessive blood loss, yet the previous sensation of stupor from the poison had vanished entirely. The golden silkworm lay upon my right arm, striving to expand, its body flattened and stretched, crossing over 4 wounds, entirely melding into the muscle beneath. As the venom began to wane, I lifted my gaze and beheld the cursed cat spirit, which had been cast against the wall, remaining suspended instead of sliding down. The little sprite, floating in the air, commenced its display of power. With a graceful flourish of her hands, her delicate pink lips murmured incantations, causing the green moss on the wall to proliferate wildly, enveloping the cursed cat spirit's dark form in an instant. This little enchantress indeed possessed formidable skills. One must recognize that in the dry June air of Hong Kong, even the moss, if present on the wall, was desiccated and lifeless. Yet, with a flamboyant wave, she ensnared the black cat tightly, proving herself to be a true spirit of the supernatural. No wonder the scruffy-haired alleyway sage once remarked that such ghostly entities were rare and seldom seen in this world. With the absence of support, it fell down. I looked up to see the wall strewn with shards of glass. A careless touch would result in countless lacerations, bloodied and painful. The scruffy-haired alleyway sage, having missed his strike, rose from the ground and approached me, inquiring about my condition. I raised my hand, feeling a chill coursing through my arm. Although the residual poison had dissipated, a lingering weakness persisted. He frowned deeply and informed me that the cursed cat spirit feasted upon offerings made to the deceased, its claws imbued not only with potent venom but also with vengeful energy. This vengeful poison penetrated to the very marrow. Any ordinary person who came into contact, even slightly, would endure excruciating pain and relentless sleeplessness. I was fortunate, yet I could not escape the bone-chilling discomfort that would plague me for several days, leaving me reliant on spells to alleviate my suffering. A surge of warmth continuously emanated from my left arm, an energy bestowed upon me by the golden silkworm poison, granting me the strength to withstand the agony in my right arm. After speaking, the scruffy-haired individual cast furtive glances around, his demeanor cautious and vigilant. A wave of resentment surged within me. Had I not fallen prey to the beguiling allure of that cat's eye, momentarily lost in thought, I would not have suffered such a setback. The more I reflected, the more my ire intensified, and the desire to withdraw was nowhere to be found. That despicable creature lurking behind the scenes, the lewd, toe-picking brute, I was resolute in my quest to unearth him, determined to unleash my wrath upon him. My right hand hung naturally at my side, while my left grasped a bronze mirror, calming my tumultuous spirit as I quietly observed the shifting surroundings. The dim streetlights stood steadfast, the wind rustling through the trees, casting flickering shadows, while distant horn blasts from vehicles and faint strains of music reached my ears. I noticed the scruffy-haired man's face contorted in a grimace, and I surmised my own expression mirrored his. A true man, when confronted with humiliation and pressure, instinctively thinks not of retreat but of confronting the challenge head-on, to obliterate it. This is not obstinacy, but rather the essence of one's resolve. Time slowly trickled by, while a palpable tension simmered and spread. The little demon Duoduo, too, sensed the mounting pressure. Beings of her nature, particularly fearsome of black cats, are not intimidated by their prowess but rather by the innate law of nature, where one entity subdues another. She ceased to hover in the air, instead alighting upon the stone table, her bright eyes sparkling like a starry sky, observing quietly without uttering a word. After a moment, she leapt down, pointing to the stone table and the nearby locust tree, declaring them to be the focal points of the Yinyang formation. Destroying these, she asserted, would dispel the malevolence from this place. At the very instant when Xiao Dao took action, a chorus of meows and caterwauls reverberated from all around, akin to the ethereal music of a cathedral choir. This melody, though enchanting, possessed an uncanny power that stirred one's very essence. Perplexed by this strange symphony, we huddled closer to the stone table, peering into the shadows from whence each sound emanated. Within the arboreal silhouettes, amidst the penumbras of buildings and walls, and from the inky depths of the alleyways, a multitude of dark shapes emerged. Of varying sizes and statures, they stood silhouetted against the dim light, their eyes gleaming with a spectrum of colors: honey, amber, verdant, chartreuse, tawny, and cerulean. It was as if every imaginable feline eye color had converged in this one place. The reflection of their eyes was particularly vivid. From the darkness, a gathering of 30 to 40 cats materialized, representing a diverse array of breeds: Persians, Himalayans, Turkish fans, American shorthairs, and many more beyond easy categorization. Yet, each one wore a fierce expression, mouths agape, revealing rows of ghastly white teeth. One could scarcely fathom the sight of these creatures, typically as docile as playthings, now displaying such a menacing demeanor. Was it the predatory ferocity of tigers or cheetahs? No, it was something else entirely. An alien, frigid consciousness, linked together in the shadows, possessed by a life-negating madness. The stone tabletop rolled across the ground until it stilled, its clamor extinguished. As if the cessation were a signal, the cats erupted in a frenzied charge toward us, their piercing cries filling the air. The sound was so unnerving that my ears began to throb. In mere seconds, a plump cat adorned with brown and white stripes lunged before me, the sharp claws poised to swipe at my face. This was a pet cat, capable of fetching a handsome price in the market, typically sprawled lazily in its mistress's arms. However, at this moment, its ferocity left me no inclination to show mercy. With my left hand gripping a bronze mirror, I struck it fiercely, sending the feline crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, eliciting a disgruntled grunt. The scruffy alley cat displayed remarkable swordsmanship, slashing, hacking, stabbing, and swatting, skillfully deflecting the majority of the assault. After a tumultuous skirmish, Our hearts softened at the sight of these ordinarily adorable cats, compelling us to retreat while continuing to fight, wary of a direct confrontation. Although the onslaught was fierce, I couldn't shake a sense of peculiarity. Compared to the venomous attack of the cursed feline spirit I had encountered earlier, this felt almost trivial. As this thought crossed my mind, a shadow descended swiftly from the old locust tree, darting like an arrow straight toward the flamboyant alley cat. With the bronze mirror in hand, I shouted an incantation, and a yellow light radiated forth, momentarily halting the shadow and slowing its pace. The alley cat's sword tip curled, ensnaring the shadow and sending it crashing to the ground. The rolling black cat beneath me was none other than the cursed feline spirit. Without hesitation, I dashed into the narrow alley, pursuing it like a hound chasing a rabbit. In the darkness, a frail figure coughed up blood as it fled deeper into the shadows. My nerves heightened. I channeled all my strength into my legs, unleashing an immense force that propelled me forward, nearly grasping the figure wrapped in a cloak just a hair's breadth away. However, instead of fleeing towards the level ground, the individual astonishingly turned and scaled the perimeter wall. With a single bound, they surmounted the 3-meter-high barrier. In the ensuing commotion, I managed to seize a piece of fabric, torn from the figure's attire. Extending my right hand towards the top of the 3-meter wall, I inquired as to how they were able to ascend so swiftly. They retorted with a disdainful sneer, stating it was a matter of practice, honed since childhood through rigorous conditioning and the development of explosive power. Initially, one does not begin by scaling walls, but rather by circling the oiled rim of a large vat, followed by years of practice on plum blossom poles, and so forth. Over time, the ability to traverse rooftops and walls becomes second nature. This is not mere fiction. Parkour, much like the aforementioned skill, can be cultivated through dedicated training. Noticing my outstretched hand, they questioned its purpose, jesting if I was merely striking a pose. Despite being a spectral entity, she harbored an aversion to felines. Observing the somewhat bewildered demeanor of the unkempt Taoist, I asserted that while he possessed a chivalrous spirit, as did I, towards a woman harboring a cursed feline spirit and intent on our demise, I could muster no sympathy. Tolerance is a virtue among friends, but folly when directed towards enemies. The unkempt Taoist nodded nonchalantly, concurring that my actions were justified. As we proceeded along the street, a crescent moon faintly emerged from behind the clouds overhead, accompanied by a rising wind. Indeed, the genesis of the malevolent could be attributed to the diminutive woman, with the cursed feline spirit serving as the catalyst. Cats, in reality, are quite docile and endearing creatures, traditionally considered our companions. Humans commonly keep dogs and cats as pets, attesting to their widespread appeal. Yet, the malicious are most adept at distorting the pure and benevolent into something fearsome. Take, for instance, this cursed cat spirit, or the hidden burial site we encountered beneath the old locust tree. The Romani, originating from northern India, belong to the Caucasian race, much like the Jewish people, and are renowned as a nomadic tribe. However, unlike the Jewish people, who are distinguished by their sharp intellect and singular faith, the Romani were initially celebrated for their carefree spirit, often described as passionate and exuberant. Through their continual wanderings, the Romani gradually uncovered some unknown truths, such as those embodied in tarot cards and the cursed cat spirit these individuals congregated, and came to be known as astrologers or magicians. Director Zhang informed us that the chill that had been clinging to him had finally dissipated. We nodded in agreement, instructing others to keep a watchful eye on him before turning to leave. Yet, seeing him so unconcerned left me uneasy, prompting me to chase after him to the door and offer a few more words of caution. Were it not for the unfortunate incident in Hong Kong, I would not have entrusted Qin Li with the task. I settled down, took the strip of cloth from his hands, and inquired about any discoveries. He nodded, revealing that this cloth was no ordinary fabric. It was hand-spun, and the intricate patterns woven within resembled forked lightning, suggesting a significant origin. Perhaps we had indeed provoked something we ought not to have. He said this with a glint of amusement in his eyes as he sauntered into the adjacent room. I realized then that he was merely indulging in fanciful tales, so I chose to disregard him, instead focusing on the copper mirror in my possession, examining it meticulously. The winding path is inscribed with the incantation of the hell-breaking spell, capable of subduing any malevolent entities that dare to cross its threshold. However, the spirit of this mirror, being rather unruly in nature, possesses a degree of power that is, regrettably, not particularly formidable. To enhance the efficacy of this mirror, there exist two avenues. The first is to cultivate a deeper rapport with it, achieving complete mastery. The second is to allow the mirror to incessantly devour wandering souls, thereby fortifying its spirit. Confronting reality, I must strive to master this flawed mirror. At that moment, the little demon dodo sprang from my embrace, sporting a mischievous grin as she inquired if I had finished bathing. I nodded and asked what was amiss. She pointed to my right arm, declaring her hunger and that the resentment within would serve as a delectable meal. I waved my hand, insisting that it would be better to consume incense offerings instead. After all, you are a creature of the canine persuasion, and should you take a bite out of me again, who would I turn to for solace? Pouting, she accused me of being stingy, engaging in a playful yet persistent argument. With a sense of resignation, I realized this could be a mutually beneficial arrangement and reluctantly acquiesced. Dodo erupted in cheers, immediately leaping onto my hand, her mouth poised to draw from the wound. As she did so, the plump maggots clinging to the injury protested, buzzing in discontent. Ever since Dodo's ethereal form had been transformed by demonization, she had experienced some peculiar side effects. Her spirit gained weight, becoming corporeal. Though she could still traverse walls, she had lost the ability to remain invisible. Without the use of illusionary arts, even the most ordinary individuals could perceive her presence. This phenomenon was particularly pronounced in the case of the little demon dodo. I sat on the sofa while she lounged against the armrest, her delicate feet resting upon my legs. Her rosy lips gently inhaled an unseen essence, a soft sensation that evoked a peculiar feeling within me. Thankfully, the mischievous little creature beside us disrupted the atmosphere, preventing it from becoming overly awkward. She was a sprite, yet also my companion, though I often found myself questioning this bond. I pondered deeply, if I were to truly locate the Kirin fetus and separate the little sprite Duoduo from it, would I still wish to take her with me? As I contemplated, the scruffy-haired boy appeared before me, his face etched with disdain. Confused, I inquired about his behavior, likening him to a neurotic child. He pointed at me and the little sprite with indignation, his lips trembling as he exclaimed, "Little poison, I once thought you were a respectable man, yet here you are, behaving so beastly." Following his gaze, I observed the way Duoduo was perched upon me, inhaling, and indeed, it appeared quite intimate. It resembled not an act of alleviating the resentment lingering in my arm, but rather a scene akin to lovers flirting, should she have been magnified twice in size. All I could do was feebly protest, "Please, let me explain." The scruffy-haired boy circled around the house, scrutinizing every corner, before employing a compass and the plum blossom divination to assess the situation. He then rearranged the furniture slightly and organized the various talismans we had procured, such as peach wood talismans, divine images, and banners. He carefully categorized and arranged them, erecting pillars at the 8 cardinal directions of the courtyard wall, binding them securely with red string using the Tiangang 36 knotting method. Zhang Jiayan has always been by our side. The scruffy fellow, eager to flaunt his knowledge, eloquently expounded upon the art of the green pouch, elucidating what is auspicious and what is detrimental, citing classical texts, and captivating the young lad who nodded in admiration. By noon, the entire Sanha in fire-suppressing formation had already taken shape. Standing at the entrance, I gazed upon the courtyard, where an inexplicable harmony permeated the surroundings, accompanied by a subtle aura. I must admit, the scruffy fellow truly possesses remarkable skills. With this thought, I could not help but inquire about the disappearance of Lord Tiger-Striped Cat, who had vanished since the very night we arrived at the port. Could it be that some unscrupulous individuals mistook this humble creature for a plump hen and hunted it down to satisfy their gluttonous cravings? The scruffy fellow, unfazed, assured me that even if we were all to perish, this plump bird would remain unharmed. It possesses a robust constitution. It had departed, allegedly to visit a few old friends. Who could these acquaintances of the plump bird be? The thought sent a pang of headache through me. The plump insect may not fear toxins, yet it is not infallible. This is double the fee for a top-tier feng shui master on the island. Of course, This sum includes our assistance in dispelling malevolent forces and arranging the feng shui formation. A fair transaction by all accounts. The scruffy fellow and I would naturally split it evenly. As I gazed upon the check, I mused that this trade indeed exemplifies the saying. A business may remain dormant for half a year, but when it opens it thrives for another 6 months, all without initial investment. The scruffy fellow, elated with the check in hand, suggested we revel in the nightlife of Lan Kwai Fong that evening. However, just then, my phone rang and upon answering, our evening plans were dashed. The caller was Li Jiahud, who informed me that his uncle would be treating us to dinner this evening at the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong. I responded positively, remarking that an additional person brings added strength. The presence of a formidable figure like Li Jiahud's uncle is certainly welcome. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a driver sent by Li Jiahud arrived to escort us to the Peninsula Hotel. Our reservation was at the esteemed Chow Lin Lu, where we were promptly guided to our private room. Due to certain secrets that were best kept hidden, Mrs. Li did not accompany us this time, and Li Jiahud awaited our arrival in the private dining area. Li Jiahud's uncle, named Li Longchun, is merely 13 years our senior and is a man of considerable stature, thus unable to join us at the moment. However, we were in no hurry. Once seated, we engaged in light conversation about the fascinating anecdotes surrounding this prestigious 6-star hotel, which boasts nearly a century of history. After approximately 20 minutes, the door to our private room swung open, revealing a middle-aged gentleman who bore a striking resemblance to Li Jiahud. This was Li Longchun, Li Jiahud's uncle. We rose to greet him, exchanging pleasantries and expressing our long-held admiration. Perhaps influenced by a Western education, Li Longchun, without delay, addressed the matter at hand before the meal had even arrived, outlining the agenda and inquiring about our perspectives on the issue. A rather confident individual among us asserted that there would be no problems, claiming that he could discern the truth at a mere glance. Li Longchun appeared somewhat skeptical and hastily concluded his meal. He then summoned a young man in a suit, introducing him as his assistant, stating that we could reach out to him for any matters that might arise in the coming days. Having conveyed this information, he took his leave, bidding us farewell. We exchanged glances, while Li Jiahua elaborated nearby, explaining that the recent fluctuations in the international financial landscape had left his uncle overwhelmed and without time. Even today, the brief moments spent dining together were squeezed from his busy schedule, reflecting the significance he placed on his son. I lowered my head and smiled. Indeed, he had become so engrossed in his work that it was no wonder he had little time to discipline his once wayward son. In this life, if one lives in turmoil, what value lies in amassing wealth? Assistant Zhong, driving a sleek black business vehicle, transported us to Li Longchun's residence. During the journey, Assistant Zhong updated us on Li Ziyuan's current situation. Li Xiao now serves as a project manager in the investment department of the company, maintaining a regular work schedule. After hours, he frequents the gym and swimming pool, occasionally attending social gatherings with colleagues, yet always returning home by 11 p.m., leading a remarkably orderly life. Although he is currently without a girlfriend, he has recently been pursuing a middle school teacher, concealing his true family background and presenting himself merely as a company employee in this romantic endeavor. This starkly contrasts with his previous lavish lifestyle and penchant for nightlife. My companion, Zhao Mao, and I listened intently, perceiving that he resembled a character from a romantic drama. A wealthy yet impoverished young man? Assistant Zhong candidly shared that he was a longtime subordinate of Mr. Li, and Li Ziyuan's past behavior had indeed been less than admirable. To be frank, in matters of the heart, he preferred the current version of the young master from the Li family, cheerful, ambitious, and attuned to the feelings of others. The notion of a lost soul was entirely fictitious. Mr. Li need not dwell on it. We all nodded in agreement, expressing our hopes. As we conversed, we perused the materials prepared by Assistant Zhong, which included photographs of both parties involved. Upon arriving at the Li residence, Assistant Zhong inquired about how we should approach Li Ziyuan. We exchanged glances, finding ourselves at a loss for a suitable plan. Particularly, the scruffy young man in his blue garb would undoubtedly attract attention on the streets. If the young master of the Li family were to see him, it would be evident that we were there for a purpose, thus arousing suspicion. While we could empathize with Li Longchun's anxious disposition, The predicament he presented us with was quite vexing. In the end, after much deliberation and communication with Li Longchun, we decided to disguise ourselves as mainland clients seeking to discuss business with him. Under Assistant Zhong's guidance, the scruffy young man and I made our way to the living room on the first floor of the Li residence. The house was eerily empty, devoid of anyone but a few maids, lending an air of desolation. After a brief pause for tea, a tall and slender young man descended from the second floor, greeting Assistant Zhong. He was Li Ziyuan, the very individual we needed to assess. Though the explanation for our presence was somewhat tenuous, Assistant Zhong's close relationship with his father seemed to ease the situation. After listening to us, Li Ziyuan warmly shook hands with each of us, engaging in amiable pleasantries. We engaged in light conversation while scrutinizing the young man before us. True to his photograph, he possessed a striking visage, a broad and flat forehead, a prominent nose, slender cheeks, bright eyes, and an invigorated demeanor. Although he was not particularly loquacious, he displayed a refined manner and courtesy, embodying an impressive poise. The scruffy fellow boasted of possessing a soul capable of seizing the essence of others, yet it was apparent upon a mere glance that his claim was unstable. However, maintaining my composure, I employed my spectral vision but discerned no peculiarities in the demeanor of this young man. He shook his head, asserting otherwise. This young Master Li appeared to be in robust health, his expressions and speech entirely normal, devoid of any signs of a disjointed soul inhabiting his body, resembling an ordinary person in every aspect, except, does your young master wear a specific fragrance? Upon hearing the scruffy fellow's remark, I too took notice and indeed sensed a delicate aroma in the air, reminiscent of sandalwood. Assistant Zhong remarked that after Master Li's high fever subsided, he began to practice Buddhism, acquiring a statue of the Buddha from the mainland to venerate in his private chamber. He donned a bracelet of small purple sandalwood beads on his wrist, and each morning and evening he would burn incense, partaking in vegetarian meals on the 1st and 15th days of the month, purportedly to pray for his deceased mother. Though Master Li is a devout Catholic worshipping God, he was deeply touched by his son's filial piety and did not interfere with his religious beliefs. The scruffy fellow and I exchanged glances, a sense of suspicion growing within us. Purple sandalwood, referred to as sandalwood in Buddhist tradition, symbolizes joy and is universally regarded as a natural treasure for calming the spirit and cultivating tranquility. It is an impeccable choice. Moreover, the daily practice of incense burning and vegetarian meals constitutes the discipline of a lay practitioner at home. This Master Li, typically a frivolous playboy, would unlikely possess the patience to engage in such actions, even with the guidance of a sage. His newfound behaviors only heightened our suspicion. If not for an unstable spirit, why would he undertake such rituals? I nodded in silence, refraining from further comment. The Buddha Maitreya, known for his capacious belly that embraces all the world's inconceivable matters, and his laughter that echoes the folly of humanity, stands as the fifth Buddha of the worthy Kalpa in Buddhist tradition, also revered as the future Buddha. Despite his widespread reverence, he does not enjoy the same fame as Shakyamuni or Avalokiteshvara. Regardless of the geographical confines, his jovial visage can invariably be found in the bustling temples, where incense burns fervently. Many antiquities in the folk domain also bear his likeness, rendering him quite commonplace. We have observed all that is necessary, discerning both the ordinary and the questionable, and acknowledging that meticulous deliberation is required, we decided to take our leave. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught my eye, none other than Su Ming, the impoverished student who once stirred controversy in the Li family by claiming to be Li Zion. Having vanished for quite some time, he was now unmistakably present. Upon my prompting, Assistant Zhong and the scruffy-haired lad confirmed his identity with unwavering certainty. We found ourselves on the bustling streets of Kowloon district, where pedestrians flowed like a river. The young man named Su Ming was holding a hamburger, making his way towards an exit teeming with people. Time was of the essence. Locating Su Ming would provide us with invaluable insights into the unfolding events. The scruffy-haired lad and I urged Assistant Zhong to pull the vehicle to the side, after which we promptly exited the car in pursuit of Su Ming. Assistant Zhong shouted behind us to turn on our phones and maintain contact. Upon noticing our urgent chase, Su Ming quickly realized we were after him and instinctively sprinted ahead. How remarkably astute he is. A sense of anxiety welled within me. Encountering such a shrewd adversary was far from ideal and could potentially complicate matters significantly. We hurriedly pursued Su Ming, drawing curious glances from passers-by, who were left bewildered by the scene. Su Ming also ran, albeit not as swiftly as us. However, he was rather cunning, adept at weaving through crowded areas. Being a local, he was undoubtedly more familiar with the terrain than both the scruffy-haired youth and I. In no time, we lost sight of him. After pursuing him for a good 10 minutes, I found myself breathless, resting by a flower bed on the street. The scruffy-haired youth chuckled beside me, remarking on my lack of exercise, teasing that I was panting as if I had just emerged from a bridal chamber. What a shameful display. Irritated, I spat back at him, questioning his audacity to laugh while we had lost our quarry. He took it in stride, articulating the essence of the matter. What would it matter if we found Su Ming? Regardless of whether the two had swapped souls, consider this 2 sons as a father. Would Li Longchun prefer the current one or the previous wastrel? I shrugged. The former prodigal son stirred nothing but disdain with his past misdeeds, and given the choice, the current one was certainly preferable. The scruffy-haired youth nodded, asserting that what Li Longchun truly sought was merely a resolution, a conclusion that would bring him peace of mind. If his conjecture held any truth, it would likely be Li Longchun himself who could not bear the outcome. I fell silent. In principle, our objective was simply to uncover the truth of the matter. Yet, if that truth aligned with our suspicions, it could very well displease many, including those directly involved. The complexities of this situation were indeed intricate. The crux of the matter lay with Su Ming, who claimed to be Li Ziyuan's victim, now concealed and missing. Undoubtedly, the ones most profoundly affected by the entire situation are Su Ming's parents. The scruffy-haired individual is correct. On a deeper level, this matter is indeed exceedingly complex. Yet, on a superficial level, it merely distinguishes between nodding and shaking one's head. Perhaps the fortune-tellers who were previously invited to provide insight grasped this notion and thus trivialized the matter. I nodded and inquired about the next steps. The scruffy-haired individual smiled and remarked that we might not have lost our way after all, asserting that he would demonstrate the prowess of my esteemed Master Zhao's de Lu Ren, which is no mere boast. Upon uttering these words, he retrieved 6 yellow wooden sticks from his bag, piercing the longest one into the tip of his left finger. He then allowed the flowing blood to moisten the pointed ends of the 6 sticks, arranging them in a peculiar formation with his hands while intoning a chant. He then performed a series of steps, akin to those of you, and halted, casting all the bamboo sticks onto the ground. I crossed my arms, watching as the scruffy-haired individual squatted down to ponder in silence. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head and proclaimed that he had discerned the destination Su Ming intended to pursue. I remained skeptical, questioning the possibility of such insight. While sucking the blood from his finger, he picked up the bamboo sticks from the ground and stated that merely casting a glance at Su Ming was sufficient. For all things in this world are intricately interconnected. As long as there exists a connection, it can be divined, contingent solely upon one's willingness and adherence to the proper methodologies. It is fortunate that you too carry a lineage of knowledge. Yet I am embarrassed for you to pose such a naive question. I agreed to proceed, hoping to resolve the matter swiftly and perhaps, through acquaintance with Li Longchun, discover the auspicious Qilin before us. As I gazed upon the unfamiliar street, uncertainty enveloped me regarding our location. Hastily, I retrieved my mobile phone and contacted Assistant Zhong, requesting his presence to escort us. After considerable effort in articulating our surroundings and describing the prominent edifices nearby, Assistant Zhong finally arrived, inquiring whether he had located us. Once we boarded the vehicle, the scruffy-haired individual seated in the passenger seat pointed ahead, declaring our intent to seek out our destination. Assistant Zhong, perplexed, questioned whether he knew the whereabouts of the elusive figure. The scruffy-haired individual merely smiled in silence, exuding an air of wisdom, while I reassured Assistant Zhong to heed the directions of this esteemed guide, as he would bear the responsibility for all matters. Assistant Zhong, filled with curiosity yet refraining from dissent, grasped the steering wheel and followed the guidance of the scruffy-haired individual. We journeyed northward, with the latter offering vague instructions: straight ahead, left turn, right turn, each command delivered with an air of casualness that felt more like a jest than navigation. I remained silent in the back seat, observing the streets and sights outside, akin to a passenger on a sightseeing bus. After approximately an hour of travel, we found ourselves traversing from Kowloon to the more tranquil region of Fanling in the New Territories. In stark contrast to the bustling and vibrant atmosphere of Kowloon and Hong Kong Island, Fanling possessed a certain desolation. Many buildings exuded a sense of languor, reminiscent of suburban areas in southern cities. The scruffy-haired individual appeared resolute in his intentions, not calling for a halt, urging Assistant Zhong to continue until we reached a secluded hillside, where we finally came to a stop. As I gazed at the darkened, slate-hued mountains under the night sky, a chill crept over me, prompting me to inquire about our location. Assistant Zhong, with a wry smile, responded, This is the famed Hehe Stone, Master Xiao. Surely you jest, esteemed? I scratched my head, confessing my ignorance. I've never heard of it. What exactly is this place? Wahapshek. Assistant Zhong gestured towards the distant peaks, explaining Wahapshek is essentially a vast necropolis, where a majority of Hong Kong's deceased are interred. I was rendered speechless. Good heavens, so it's a cemetery? Why on earth would Master Xiao Dao bring us to such a place? Glancing into the rearview mirror, I observed Master Xiao Dao in the front seat, eyes closed, muttering to himself, seemingly oblivious to our presence, still calculating something. Finally, he opened his eyes and announced, Let's disembark. With that, he pushed open the car door and stepped out. Master Xiao Dao brimmed with confidence, asserting, Lu Zuo, trust me, we're about to witness a spectacle that will make this journey worthwhile. I retorted, Nonsense. I've always been terrified of the dark and of ghosts. Never did I imagine that adulthood would entail constant dealings with such spectral entities. And to top it off, you bring us to a cemetery in the dead of night. Despite my grumbling, I found myself trailing behind Master Xiao Dao. Assistant Zhong, however, was reluctant to leave the car, stating that as an ordinary man, he had no desire to venture inside without a compelling reason. Master Xiao Dao chuckled, If you don't come in, how will you fulfill the task assigned by your boss? Resigned, Assistant Zhong turned off the ignition and reluctantly followed us. We proceeded along the road until we encountered a fork leading uphill. It wasn't a proper paved road, but rather a narrow, winding mountain path. Although we were still quite a distance from the actual cemetery, the dim moonlight cast long shadows, limiting our visibility. A cool breeze swept through the mountains, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The scruffy path ahead declared, regardless of whether we believed him, that he had foreseen an answer waiting for us here, which is why he had come to behold it, and nothing more. I inquired of old Xiao, questioning the efficacy of his calculations. Upon witnessing his unwavering confidence, I felt reassured and followed closely behind. Little did I expect, however, that this scoundrel would casually remark that the great Sixren Tai and the mysterious door of escape are collectively revered as the three supreme arts of the Zhou, representing the pinnacle of predictive sciences, a knowledge befitting emperors. He claimed to have self-studied, having only once accurately predicted in his lifetime, yet he remained uncertain about the accuracy of this prediction. I fell silent, walking quietly alongside Assistant Zhong. A crow flew overhead, cawing as it flapped its wings in the distant woods, and a sudden wave of ominous foreboding washed over me. The moon hung low among the branches as we arrived at a clearing, where the scruffy path halted, beckoning us to retreat to the roadside, behind a few trees, to await patiently. He spoke no further, and I too had no choice but to bide my time. Fortunately, a gentle breeze stirred in the summer night, bringing a refreshing coolness that rendered the wait bearable. By this time, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Birds chirped along the mountain trail, accompanied by the serenade of insects. The melodic hum of the insects stirred the dormant golden silkworm within me, which promptly emerged, scuttling off in search of sustenance. Thankfully, Assistant Zhong remained oblivious to this. The plump little creature was surely destined to feast well tonight. At this moment, the scruffy path nudged me, prompting me to glance back along our route, where a gaunt figure materialized. As he approached, the moonlight illuminated his face, causing Assistant Zhong beside me to shudder, nearly giving voice to his surprise. The man possessed a broad and flat forehead, a prominent nose and gaunt cheeks, his piercing eyes radiating vitality. As he strode forth from the shadows, he brought with him a gust of wind and dew. This was none other than Li Ziyuan, whom we had recently encountered at the Li residence. His sudden appearance was surprising, not only to Assistant Zhong but also to myself. Shouldn't he be peacefully slumbering in his villa in Kowloon City? His presence here surely hinted at some mystery. I refrained from voicing my thoughts, yet inwardly, I had categorized him among those of dubious character. In this world, the specter of probability looms large. Should a bizarre coincidence occur, it is conceivable that two souls could indeed exchange places. He attempted to make a call several times without success. On the fourth attempt, a melodious chime resonated from the mountain path above. Another figure emerged from the darkness, petite in stature, a woman. The moonlight of that night was cold and ethereal, casting a soft glow upon the ground and revealing her form. She was not tall, standing at merely around 1.50 meters, her features discernible only as a delicate silhouette, possessing a three-dimensional beauty. Her hair was styled into a thick, long braid, glistening with an uncanny sheen in the night. Draped in a light-absorbing gray-black robe, her figure appeared almost spectral, like a holographic projection. She was the very woman who had plotted against us from the shadows the previous night, bearing the legacy of a gypsy astrologer. I couldn't help but smile. The enigmatic figure had indeed spoken the truth. It seemed that the acquaintances I had encountered over the past few days were converging one by one upon this desolate mountain ridge. I was left to ponder the allure of this place that drew them here in such numbers. Han Yu, why did you urgently summon me here? What is the matter? Li Ziyuan stepped forward and inquired. The woman named Han Yu approached Li Ziyuan, stopping about a meter away, and said, Li, I recently undertook a task and encountered a formidable individual. Unfortunately, I was injured and am now afflicted with a severe poison. The pain intensifies at noon and midnight, making me wish to lose consciousness but unable to do so. No one can offer assistance. Qin Bo mentioned two potential remedies. First, to seek help from that person who harmed me. If that fails, I must travel to Malaysia to consult Master Bamboo for an antidote. Both options are perilous, which is why I sought you out to bid farewell in advance. Her voice was soft and melodious, carrying an unusual accent, reminiscent of a foreigner speaking. However, being here, even if he had countless questions, he would only address them later. Li Ziyuan refrained from pressing further, instead letting out a deep sigh, saying, Han Yu, harbor no ill intentions. Those who frequently tread the night path are bound to encounter phantoms. Allow me to offer you this counsel. Do not linger under Qin Bo's influence any longer. Following him is ultimately unwise. Han Yu scoffed, retorting, You appear quite unburdened now, but have you considered that the individual in question has yet to return to seek you out? Is it not somewhat due to my presence that he remains cautious? He despises you for having taken everything from him, yet he has endured in silence until now, precisely because I stand as your shield. Li Ziyuan sighed again, shaking his head. Given how things have escalated, do you think I desired this? Alas! Han Yu, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you. As he spoke, he extended his hand, enveloping Han Yu's petite frame in a tight embrace. The woman named Han Yu trembled slightly but ultimately did not struggle, quietly nestling into Li Ziyuan's embrace. The scruffy onlooker's eyes sparkled with anticipation, unable to suppress a drool as he awaited the ensuing passionate scene, for such spectacles delighted him. Yet, to his dismay, the two seemed to be enacting a poignant, rain-soaked tale of love, merely holding one another without any further actions, much to the chagrin of the onlooker with a penchant for the macabre. From their fleeting exchanges, I discerned a revelation. Indeed, this Li Ziyuan was none other than Su Ming, the impoverished student who once resided in the village. The true scion of the Li family had inexplicably vanished, purportedly due to some reason articulated by Han Yu. Such a phenomenon bore an air of incredibility. Yet where lay the evidence? Were we to summon the two for a confrontation? Moreover, who exactly was that fellow named Qin Bo? It seemed that he was intertwined with the entire affair. After a brief embrace, a few flickering lights suddenly emerged in the open space. These ghostly flames materialized in midair, an oddity given the proximity to the cemetery. Both Li Ziyuan and Han Yu noticed this and instinctively parted, regarding the abrupt apparition with caution. The surroundings fell into silence, broken only by a rustling sound from the path below. In the stillness of the night, this sound resonated through the darkness, growing increasingly unsettling as it approached. Finally, under the gaze of all present, a figure appeared at the end of the path. He moved with a certain rigidity, reminiscent of a mechanical being, advancing step by step towards our direction. It was Su Ming. At this moment, he bore some distinctions from Su Ming, whom we had just pursued, aside from their identical attire. His movements were stiff, and his countenance appeared pale and cold. Half a minute later, Su Ming finally reached the edge of the clearing, a faint crimson glow flickering in his eyes as he stood facing Li Ziyuan and Han Yu. He paused for a moment, then let out a cackling laughter, reminiscent of an owl in the night. Han Yu stepped forward and addressed him. Li Ziyuan, how did you evade Qin Bo, and how could you possibly arrive here? Su Ming, or rather, Li Ziyuan, cloaked in Su Ming's guise, halted his laughter and took a step forward, dragging his foot across the ground, leaving a mark.
Responded, Anjue.
I had already surmised your residence in Hehe Stone Village. Of all Hong Kong, this place is steeped in the densest malevolence, and only here can you draw upon your cultivation. As for that scoundrel Qin Luhai, the year is drawing to a close. My birthday will herald my demise. Does it truly matter whether I meet my end sooner or later, for one who is already a living corpse? You both overestimate your control and underestimate the depths of my animosity towards you and this fortunate lad. He took another step forward, raising his hands. My hatred is boundless. No sooner had he spoken than she collapsed to the ground, convulsing and groaning in agony. The scruffy figure beside me gave a thumbs up in commendation. The 24th day's heartbreak curse, once afflicted, would strike randomly at midnight and noon, inflicting unbearable torment. Leaning down to comfort Han Yu, the irate Li Ziyuan glared at the principal figure, demanding, you knew all along, didn't you? You have meticulously calculated the timing, knowing that Han Yu holds no power over you at this moment, which is why you have come seeking me. Am I correct? What is your true connection to those two individuals who have harmed Han Yu? Wait, the scarred-faced fellow and the Taoist in blue, are they? The living corpse? Li Ziyuan threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh, blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Pointing at the writhing woman on the ground, he trembled as he spoke. In my earlier days, I, young Master Li, adorned in fine garments and riding a spirited steed, reveled in the splendor of the world. Little did I anticipate that after becoming ensnared in this inexplicable calamity with you, I would first be hunted as a fugitive, forced into hiding, only to be subsequently targeted by that beast, Qin Luhai, who deemed me a prime vessel for his dark alchemy, transforming me into a living corpse. Each night, as the clock strikes midnight, I metamorphose into this horrifying, grotesque creature, enduring the torment of the chilling winds. I acknowledge that I have committed sins in my past, yet I never imagined it would lead to such a fate. What enrages me most is this woman. Had it not been for her introduction, I might not have suffered thus. Li Ziyuan could not help but retort. Were it not for Han Yu, you would have perished long ago. Ah! The living corpse, Li Ziyuan, let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes growing ever more bloodshot. The moonlight illuminated his face, rendering it particularly pallid, with deep lines emerging upon it. Filled with resentment, he declared, Su Ming, you wretched opportunist, you are the most despicable of all. I desire to be reduced to ashes, yet I refuse to accept this fate. Why is it that you have inherited my vast estate and received the dead monk's precepts, granting you tranquility of mind and soul, while I am condemned to die a sorrowful death? I refuse to acquiesce. If death is our destiny, let us embrace it together. Upon uttering these words, his body seemed to spring forth like a coiled spring, abruptly propelling him before Bei Li Ziyuan, whereupon he lunged forward with a grasp directed at the chest. His fingers, long and dark, resembled 5 sharp daggers under the moonlight, seemingly shrouded in a faint wisp of azure smoke. As the wind shifted, the scent emanating from him wafted into our nostrils, a potent lang of spices intertwined with the fetid odor of decay. I had initially presumed that Su Ming, the impostor Li Ziyuan, was merely a fa-ade, destined to be struck by the now lifeless Li Ziyuan's claw, resulting in a bloodied injury. However, to my astonishment, Su Ming suddenly retreated 2 steps, and upon regaining his balance, he executed the quintessential immovable king seal, chanting the mantra of Vajrasattva. In an instant, his hands struck with the ferocity of thunder, forcefully colliding with Li Ziyuan's chest. The impact produced a muted thud, propelling the swiftly advancing Li Ziyuan backward. This was the might of the Vajrasattva's offensive, a strength I had never witnessed before. Li Ziyuan's complexion turned ashen, tufts of black hair protruding from the seams of his attire, his eyes glowing a vivid red like incandescent bulbs. His visage grew increasingly monstrous, truly transforming him into a figure of terror. The two stood in tense opposition for mere seconds before charging at one another. Li Ziyuan, benefiting from his physical prowess, wielded his claws like daggers, each swipe accompanied by a chilling gust, the force of which echoed through the air. Yet his movements were rigid. While he did not possess the leaping clumsiness characteristic of ordinary zombies, he lacked the agility that had marked our pursuit of him earlier. In contrast, Su Ming exhibited remarkable agility. He did not strike frequently, instead maneuvering around Li Zuo, observing his every movement. Yet, upon spotting an opportunity, he would swiftly form hand seals, launching forth like a cannonball, delivering a powerful blow to Li Ziyuan. Each impact resonated with a thunderous sound, sending Li Ziyuan hurtling away, screaming in distress. However, as a living corpse, his toughened skin and resilient physique withstood the assault, resulting in a deadlock between the two. I noticed a beaded bracelet of round wooden beads encircling Su Ming's left wrist, shrouded in mist. Each time he swung, a purplish-black aura flowed over his hand, the very essence that provoked Li Ziyuan's anguished cries. This was a bracelet made of small purple leaf sandalwood, presumably a gift from the deceased monk Li Ziyuan spoke of, a truly remarkable item. However, despite possessing some skill, Su Ming ultimately lacked experience. As his strength waned, the intensity of their combat began to falter, and his movements gradually slowed. This lull proved detrimental, as Li Ziyuan seized the moment to intensify his offensive. Su Ming's footing became increasingly erratic, narrowly avoiding the sharp claws of his opponent on several occasions. I was unfamiliar with the distinction between a living corpse and a zombie, yet I could envision that should Li Ziyuan's black claws make contact with Su Ming, he would inevitably succumb to corpse poison, resulting in sluggishness and ultimately his demise at Li Ziyuan's hands. Meanwhile, on the ground, Han Yu continued to writhe, sobbing pitifully. The venom was insidious, penetrating deep into the bones and soul, rendering him incapable of even losing consciousness. The scruffy figure glanced at me, opened his mouth to speak, yet remained silent. I understood his unspoken words. Regardless of the righteousness of the situation, Su Ming was human, whereas Li Ziyuan was an inexplicable living corpse. Setting aside all other perspectives and viewing the situation purely from a biological standpoint, it is imperative that we do not allow a living individual to fall victim to this ghastly entity. I raised my hand and endeavored